Martial Peak Chapter 5980 to Chapter 6051. Yang Kai had a nagging feeling that if he failed to withstand the onslaught of Tao strengths washing over him right now, he would become part of the Tao strengths, and both space-time rivers would collapse. To be one with the Tao, a strange thought occurred to Yang Kai. This is an obstacle in the path of cultivation. All is well if I make it through, but if we don't, all is lost. So, this is the hurdle that must be faced when one reaches the pinnacle of the martial Tao. He quickly used the power of the soul-warming lotus to protect his consciousness. The situation improved ever so slightly, but the soul-warming lotus, which had been infallible in the past, could not be of any decisive help this time around. If one were to describe Mu's final gift as a feast, then the soul-warming lotus was stomach medicine. In the past, whenever Yang Kai's soul was threatened by outside forces, the soul-warming lotus would keep it well protected. It ensured that Yang Kai's soul did not get destroyed and his consciousness remained intact. However, that was not the case with Mu's gift. The Tao strengths within her space-time river were not poison, on the contrary, they were the greatest of supplements. The situation came down to whether Yang Kai could digest everything he had been given or not. The soul-warming lotus could not do much in this situation as it was Yang Kai who took the initiative to refine and absorb everything inside Mu's space-time river. It was up to him to take the many Tao strengths in for himself. Yang Kai's space-time river, which had been like a snake earlier, was rapidly expanding. As it grew bigger, its speed of devouring and refining increased as well. A sudden surge of pressure made Yang Kai's skin split apart and blood poured out at once. It was hard for him to withstand everything with his current strength. Not daring to hesitate for even a breath, a sonorous dragon roar rang out and a massive dragon manifested. Now that Yang Kai had assumed his dragon form, the burden on his body eased a lot. However, the shining golden light of the divine dragon looked different now. The concentrated Tao strength circled Yang Kai's dragon form in an attempt to transform him into Tao strengths, but his dragon scales tensed up to block the encroachment. Dragon roars kept ringing out inside the meandering space-time river. Meanwhile, outside the space-time river, Mo growled softly as his source pieces which had been suppressed and sealed in the past were returning to him. His power was increasing at an alarming rate. While Yang Kai was struggling with himself, Mo calmly observed the situation occurring inside the space-time river. The source pieces he regained were the ones that had been taken away from him in the past, so he was simply reabsorbing them now. Still, he had not fully regained everything yet. Instead of hatred or resentment though, Mo merely had a complicated look on his face. Just as he had said in his final conversation with Mu, although his mere existence brought harm, since he had gained sentience, he had the right to fight to survive. It was not fair for him to be locked behind a door forever. Black ink strength was the root of his existence, and his consciousness had simply emerged from it. Even without Mo, something else that was similar would have come out of the darkness eventually. I should thank you. Mo murmured as he cupped his fist lightly, reabsorbing all of the remaining source pieces. In the past, he could barely control his own strength as it had grown beyond his ability to manipulate. However, Yang Kai's earlier efforts had sealed over 30% of his source strength behind the profound source gate. Although this weakened Mo's maximum strength, it came with the silver lining of granting him far better control of what strength remained. Thus, in Mo's current state, he was even more threatening than when he was at the peak of his power. He raised his hand and made a grabbing motion directed at the river as he snarled. Come out. He did not want anyone to touch what Mu left behind. Previously, to protect the primordial world from destruction, Mo even voluntarily left the primordial world and jumped out of the space-time river as he feared that his overwhelming strength would destroy it. The space-time river was the final piece of Mu that remained. A dragon roar escaped from the space-time river. Yang Kai, who was busy refining the Tao strengths, suddenly felt something grabbing onto him to drag him out of the river. He did not sense Mo's presence, but he was certain it was the latter's doing. All along, Yang Kai had been curious to know the extent of Mo's power, about what the legendary creation realm was like. At last, Yang Kai personally experienced just how terrifying Mo's might was. Mo's strength remained this immense despite the two of them being separated by two space-time rivers. Without the space-time rivers, Yang Kai estimated that he, a Ninth Order Master and a Divine Dragon, would not be able to withstand more than 3 of Mo's attacks before he perished. I can't let him drag me out. There was a chance for him to put up a fight if he remained hidden inside Mu's spacetime river, but if he did get pulled out, he was doomed to die. Yang Kai knew what he had to do, and with a roar, he began harnessing the strength of the spacetime rivers in a frenzied manner to attempt to cut off the force that was constraining him. Even though the force came from outside the rivers, it could not be cut off so easily. Furthermore, Yang Kai could not wield his full strength in his present condition. His spacetime river was busy refining the Tao strengths from Mu's river, and as the complex and mysterious mix of Tao strengths surged, much of his focus was diverted to protecting his soul to avoid being refined into Tao strengths himself. Both parties had their reasons for holding back, so for the moment, it was a stalemate. Outside the river, Mo's eyes flashed with surprise. He did not think that Yang Kai would be able to put up a fight, but he doubled down and called out impatiently, "Come out on your own, or else, I don't mind heading in myself." Mo did not want to destroy the final memory he had of Mu. He knew that some shadows of Mu remained inside the spacetime river, so he wanted to preserve them. If he entered the spacetime river, he was undoubtedly going to inflict irreparable harm and the shadows could very well be destroyed. This was not an outcome he could accept. However, all Mo received in response was even more ferocious dragon roars that came from within the river. Mo's eyes flashed with displeasure. "How stubborn. I'm giving you one last chance. I can promise you that once this battle is over, I'll give the humans a great territory where they can carry on living free of the corruption from Black Ink strength, which will never enter that great territory." This was the most it was willing to compromise. Mu was gone and the remaining humans no longer mattered to him. He was only willing to give the humans the space of a single great territory for their race to survive for the sake of protecting Mu's spacetime river. In your dreams. The dragon roar exploded out of the spacetime river. Through the restriction of the Tao strengths, Mo could vaguely see a pair of large golden eyes staring in its direction. "Foolish impudence." Mo coldly snorted in response. He then took a step forward to enter the spacetime river. However, as soon as he stepped into the river, the water surged and the power of all the Tao strengths rushed about to block his path. He had to pause outside the river instead. It looked as if Mo was stuck outside the river as endless waves crashed down upon him, but he was still slowly making his way forward. Mo could not be stopped. Yang Kai's expression hardened. He had refined quite a lot of the Tao strengths from Mu's spacetime river in a short span of time and strengthened his own spacetime river greatly. He was even able to use a bit of the strength from Mu's river itself, but even so, it was not his strength so he could not wield it freely. He had no way of keeping Mo out if the latter chose to force his way in. Soon, Yang Kai made up his mind. Since he could not keep Mo out, he was not going to even try. The spacetime river was a mysterious place made up of the solidified Grand Daos with spacetime Tao strength as its foundation. Even if Mo entered the river, it would not be easy for him to locate Yang Kai. The only thing Yang Kai could do now was to avoid Mo's attacks while doing his best to refine the river and strengthen himself. As long as he could grow powerful enough, he could put up a fight against Mo. Just as Yang Kai prepared himself for this final gambit, Mo, who was busy pushing his way into the river, abruptly turned his head around and looked over his shoulder. He had sensed something strange. A brief moment later, a spark of white light appeared in the distance where countless masters from the Black Ink clan were stationed. The white light shrouded a figure which was traveling at astonishing speed. Everywhere this figure passed, all of the Black Ink clansmen turned into a sea of black blood, be they simple soldiers or royal lords. In just a flash, the white light arrived at the spacetime river and Zhang Ruoxi's figure appeared. She looked around and immediately established the situation, her eyes flashing darkly as they fixed on Mo. When their eyes met, Mo froze in place. He did not expect a master like her to exist. Based on the information he had, the strongest humans were only the Ninth Order masters, and even among their other allies, the strongest were merely giant spirit gods. Yet, the woman who just arrived, had an aura that seemed even stronger than that of a giant spirit god. When Mo sensed the clean and pure strength of the new arrival, his expression suddenly contorted as he roared, "It's you." He recognized the source of that strength. Zhang Ruoxi understood what Mo meant. When the burning light and serene glimmer strength finally harmonized in the chaotic dead territory, the memories of her Heaven's Order bloodline began awakening, so she was not completely clueless about the events of the ancient past. Thus, when she heard what Mo said, she coolly replied, "Yes, and no. It is. It's you. Mo's expression had changed rather drastically. Even when Yang Kai suppressed and sealed over 30% of his source, he took everything in stride and could even thank the latter. However, when Mo saw Zhang Ruoxi, the darkness hidden deep within him overtook everything else. He leapt out of the space-time river and murderously flew over to Zhang Ruoxi, but all of a sudden, he stopped and shook his head as he muttered, "No. That can't be." Black ink strength continued to surge through him before he suddenly lifted his head and leveled a vicious glare at Zhang Ruoxi and bellowed, "No, it is you." Mo behaved as if he had lost his mind and he began to mumble and contradict himself, seemingly completely out of sorts. All of a sudden, he flashed forwards and reappeared in front of Zhang Ruoxi, sending his fist flying as he roared, "Why?" When the gate formed, primordial light and primordial darkness came into existence. From then on, their paths differed entirely. The primordial light signified all that was good and wonderful in the universe, and as soon as it was born, it left and became the colors of everything in existence. On the other hand, the primordial darkness remained suppressed and sealed behind the gate. Time went on, and even when it developed its own consciousness, it could not escape. It was stuck in an endless sea of darkness and loneliness. Even the primordial darkness craved the light. If it had not been for Mu's pity and its own persistent efforts, it would still be suppressed and sealed inside the gate right now, with no hope of ever getting out. Why? We both came into existence together, so why did the primordial light get to leave while I, the darkness, had to remain in isolation? Mo sent his fist crashing down at Zhang Ruoxi, but his interrogative cry for an answer was not directed at her, it was directed at the heavenly way which had been so unfair. Zhang Ruoxi's Heaven's Order sword rose to block Mo's furious strike which sent her flying away in a flash of white light. A mere breath later, she flew back and stood in front of Mo, her brow furrowed as she studied him. She could sense that there was something amiss about Mo's present state. Just as Mo had previously said to Mu and the humans had made the right choice when they suppressed and sealed him inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. As his power grew, his consciousness was barely able to control his own power. If Mu and the other humans had not suppressed and sealed him, everything would have already been wiped from existence. Yang Kai traversed across over 2,000 universe worlds and suppressed and sealed about a third of Mo's source strength. Although this weakened Mo's maximum power, it proved to be of great help to Mo as well, for he was now able to have full control over his strength. However, when Mo saw Zhang Ruoxi and sensed her power which entirely opposed its own, black ink strength consumed his mind. Light and darkness had always been opposing forms of existence. The separation of the gate was the only reason why both came into existence at the same time. Now that both of these opposing powers stood before each other, it turned into a battle that would not end until one was vanquished. Black ink strength surged and gathered into an endless sea that seemed to drown out the entire void before charging straight at Zhang Ruoxi and completely shrouding her. Zhang Ruoxi's wings flickered behind her as her Heaven's Order sword lightly tapped the spot at her feet. All at once, light burst forth and vanquished the spreading darkness. However, Mo seized this chance to draw nearer, swinging both his fists down at Zhang Ruoxi. She blocked with her sword but was once again sent tumbling. After her many years of hard cultivation back in the chaotic dead territory, her power had grown by leaps and bounds thanks to her Heaven's Order bloodline as well as the power of the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. In terms of pure prowess alone, she was stronger than a giant spirit god and no royal lord could withstand more than 3 attacks from her. That being said, now that she was up against Mo's frenzied attacks, she was at a complete disadvantage and could not even hold her ground against him. The primordial light had left as soon as it came into existence, it then split the power of yin and yang from itself. Afterwards, it crashed into what would become the divine spirit ancestral land and brought forth the many divine spirits and a human woman who possessed the Heaven's Order bloodline. If Zhang Ruoxi could have gathered the pure power of yin and yang, and all of the divine spirits, then with the help of the Heaven's Order bloodline, she could have brought forth the full power of the primordial light once more. Alas, too many divine spirits had perished, and the surviving ones numbered far too few in comparison to their peak. Even if Zhang Ruoxi wanted to try and bring forth the true power of the primordial light, there was no way for her to accomplish that. In other words, the strength she possessed now was incomplete. However, black ink strength was incomplete as well. Zhang Ruoshi could sense the many gaps in Mo's source. Nevertheless, even in this state, Mo was still the one with the upper hand as he had continued to grow stronger over millions of years. After just a brief exchange, Zhang Ruoshi knew full well that she was not Mo's equal. She could only hold out for another half-hour or so before she would be defeated. And, from the ruthless, murderous look on Mo's face right now, if she were to be defeated, death was the only outcome that awaited her. She had no choice. Zhang Ruoshi let out a soft sigh, and after blocking yet another one of Mo's attacks, she raised her hand and made a grabbing motion as she cried out, "Come." A devastating battle had broken out outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. When Zhang Ruoshi was around, her strength alone had been enough to deter the Black Ink clan, making them fearfully hide in the darkness. However, once she left, the Black Ink clan sensed that their Supreme One had regained its power, so they jumped into action. They emerged from the darkness and challenged the small stone race army. All at once, brutal fights exploded across the void. The small stone race army numbered in the hundreds of millions, but the Black Ink clan army that emerged from the endless darkness far surpassed even that. This was the result of Mo's accumulation over millions of years, so it was impossible to imagine just how many masters from the Black Ink clan there were right now. There was no lack of royal lords either. Faced with such a massive army, the human race army, which only numbered a couple tens of millions, was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. It was only now that the humans realized just how ridiculous their crusade was. If the human race had to face off against that many masters from the Black Ink clan alone, they had no chance of winning. Thankfully, Zhang Ruoshi brought the small stone race army with her. Hundreds of millions of small stone race soldiers bore the brunt of the battle, so the humans had a fighting chance. Though the human race army was far smaller in number, it consisted entirely of elite masters whose strength could not be underestimated. Under Mi Jingluan's command, the human army moved in an organized fashion to attack the Black Ink clan and grind down their power. If someone from the Black Ink clan was targeted by the humans, their fate was sealed as they had no means of escaping. The humans had grown stronger too and had dozens of Ninth Order masters among their ranks. Furthermore, Wuquan no longer needed to control the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, and thus, the terror of the heaven-devouring battle law was unleashed for all to see. Relying on the heritage of a peak Ninth Order master, Wuquan weaved through the Black Ink clan army alone and killed all in his path. Even the royal lords could not stop him. The situation with the two giant spirit gods had changed as well. At the start of the battle, they had to guard the opening at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and had been besieged by swarms of royal lords as a result. Now that the primordial heaven's source grand restriction was no more, they were no longer pinned down. Nothing held Aude and Aer back anymore, so they worked together to rampage through the Black Ink clan army. Everywhere they went, they crushed the enemy in their path. Furthermore, there were also the 8 Ninth Order small stone race masters. These 8 were scattered across the Black Ink clan army as they slaughtered their opponents. Though it looked as if they were fighting separately, their auras remained connected in a battle formation that could bolster the strength of any one of them at any moment. Some of the more arrogant royal lords had suffered due to ignorance and died from a single blow from them as a result. Even though the royal lords might be as powerful as the Ninth Order small stone race masters, their opponent could borrow the strength of their fellow masters at any time, completely blindsiding the royal lords. In this, the fiercest battle to have ever taken place in human history, huge swaths of soldiers from the small stone race and Black Ink clan died every second. The divine spirits who received the Great Sun and Great Moon marks from Yongkai weaved through the battlefield to wield the power of the two marks. Each time they did so, yellow and blue light would shoot out from the rocks left behind by the fallen small stone race members. The two lights merged and turned into dazzling purifying light that killed scores of the Black Ink clan army. At the same time, it cleared the Black Ink strength left behind by the deaths of the Black Ink clansmen, thus changing the environment of the battlefield. The human race army kept snaking their way around the battlefield without ever coming to a stop, as they would be surrounded by the Black Ink clan if they did. The situation was dire and fraught with tension. Even an old veteran like Mi Jingluan could not predict how this battle would ultimately go. The armies on both sides were too great in numbers. The battle had to proceed for some time before the chances of victory grew clearer. The human race and the small stone race armies simply had to work together to persistently slaughter their enemy and fight to emerge victorious. Everyone knew that this was the final battle. If they won, peace would return to all the lands, but if they lost, the humans had come to terms with the outcome of a defeat. All they could do now was give their all for one last time. Even though the humans focused on the outskirts of the battlefield, they were still under a lot of pressure. Now and then, the Black Ink clan army would try to cut them off and they would have to carve out a path for themselves through blood and slaughter. One after another, numerous warships exploded and the human race masters died alongside them. Amidst this battlefield, even the divine spirits were at risk of peril. A clear phoenix cry echoed through the void as the 30 or so different colored phoenixes transformed into their true forms and spread their wings. They were the only remaining clansmen of the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clansmen were carefully guarding the giant parasol tree in their center, their sacred treasure. They had not used their sacred treasure in any of their precious battles as it was the foundation of their existence. All of the Phoenix clan came from the immortal parasol tree. However, this was the final battle, so the Phoenix clan no longer held back. A white phoenix, together with its clansmen, sat on the parasol tree and wielded the power of the sacred treasure, causing space to twist and contort. The contortions circled the human race army, and as the space rippled, the humans vanished. At the very next breath, the human race army emerged in a completely different part of the battlefield where the situation was dire. The small stone race army's defense lines were on the verge of breaking. However, the Black Ink clan had been caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the human race army and soon, the situation stabilized as the Black Ink clan suffered heavy casualties. Once again, space rippled. With the help of the power of the Phoenix clan and the immortal parasol tree, the human race army shuttled the void to different parts of the battlefield to stop the Black Ink clan's frenzied attempts to break through the front lines. Nevertheless, the Phoenix clan's aid could not be sustained forever. After numerous uses of their strength, they could no longer maintain their true forms and reverted back to their human forms. The immortal parasol tree then weakened and dimmed. Without the blessing of the immortal parasol tree, the humans lost their ability to freely traverse the battlefield. Worse, what they had done earlier drew the attention of countless masters from the Black Ink clan, and now, the Black Ink clan charged at the humans in a bid to seek vengeance by wiping them out for good. Dragon roars then rang out as the Dragon clan combined their strength and summoned the Crystal Palace. Similarly, numerous sacred treasures were summoned across the battlefield. These were the foundation of the various divine spirit clans, and every single one of them had gone through countless years of accumulation and refinement. The divine spirits would not summon them unless their very existence was threatened. The divine spirits harnessed the power of their sacred treasures to aid the human race army in the fight to slaughter their common enemy. There were also 2 giant spirit gods and 8 ninth-order small stone race masters thundering across the battlefield. Meanwhile, the small stone race army, which numbered hundreds of millions, staunchly held the front lines. As a result, compared to the small stone race and the humans, the Black Ink clan suffered far greater casualties on the battlefield. At some point, the human race masters began to see glimmers of hope for a victorious outcome. Alas, their hopes were soon dashed. The 8 ninth-order small stone race masters who had been busy exterminating the enemy seemed to have been summoned by someone. With their aura connected, they charged through the Black Ink clan army and headed deep within the darkness. Soon, they disappeared from sight. No one knew where they went exactly. However, Xianxia had gone off in that direction earlier, and terrifying shockwaves were now rippling out from that area. Atop the tattered Puryang Pass, Mi Jingluan's heart sank as he realized that Xianxia must have encountered some kind of trouble. Based on the strength Xianxia exhibited earlier, the only threat against her had to be Mo. The primordial heaven's source grand restriction had been destroyed and Mo had awakened. Thus, the battle reached its final, most critical climax. The departure of the 8 ninth-order small stone races greatly eased the pressure on the Black Ink clan. The 8 of them had focused on killing off territory lords and royal lords, with many of the latter suffering or even dying to the targeted attacks. Now that the 9th-order small stone race masters left the battlefield, there were only the 2 giant spirit gods remaining, and A-De and A-Er could not kill off the royal lords as swiftly as the 8 9th-order small stone race masters. In the end, size was the deciding factor. Naturally, the 9th-order small stone race masters were weaker than the giant spirit gods, but they were the same size as humans and could move around deftly. Any royal lord they had their eyes on could not escape from them. The same could not be said for the giant spirit gods. They were too massive, and though their strength was unparalleled, they were not nearly as nimble or flexible. Each time they attacked, large swaths of the Black Ink clansmen would die, but those who reacted in time could still escape. Thus, now that the 8 Ninth Order small stone race masters left the battlefield, the royal lords were a lot less hindered and could do much more, such as grouping up to besiege the human race army. The Black Ink clan realized that even though the small stone race army made up the majority on the battlefield, the humans were the true driving force behind the battle. Furthermore, compared to the hundreds of millions of small stone race soldiers, it was easier to wipe out the humans, who only numbered in the tens of millions. As long as they killed off all the humans, they would emerge victorious, regardless of the casualties they suffered. All at once, the human race army was under great pressure as they became the primary targets of the Black Ink clan. Deep inside the void, the intense battle between Zhang Ruaxi and Mo continued. It was the first time that the primordial light and darkness were together again since the dawn of creation, and as they clashed, the universe seemed to shatter and break. Mo seemed to have lost all reason as the fury that built up throughout all the eons poured out at once, leaving Zhang Ruaxi with barely any room to fight back. From a distance, the light and darkness could be seen clashing, with the ocean of darkness keeping the light completely surrounded. Only a feeble flicker of light could be seen coming from the center of the conflict. Darkness was constantly clawing at the light, and it looked as if the latter would be extinguished at any moment. Despite having over 30% of his source suppressed and sealed, Mo's might was still immeasurable and impossible to imagine. At the very least, he was more than what Zhang Ruaxi could handle. Earlier on, she estimated that she could hold out for half an hour, but now that they were well and truly engaged, she realized she had underestimated her opponent. The power of the primordial light had been dispersed, much of it disappearing with the death of the divine spirits. All that was left were the Heaven's Order bloodline and the power of the Yin and Yang. Therefore, the primordial light had lost even more of its strength than Mo. As the fight went on, Mo grew fiercer. Black Ink's strength surged and it looked as if he was on the verge of completely devouring Zhang Ruaxi. Zhang Ruaxi was at a great disadvantage, and her situation only eased once she summoned the 8 Ninth Order small stone race masters over. They left the main battlefield and swiftly headed straight over to Zhang Ruaxi. From a distance, their connected auras linked up with Zhang Ruaxi's, and a battle formation was instantly formed. Previously, the 8 trigrams formation formed by the 8 Ninth Order small stone race masters had stunned the human race masters, but if they saw what was happening now, they would have no words to describe their shock and awe. Zhang Ruaxi and the 8 Ninth Order small stone race masters formed a 9 palaces formation, the most powerful of all battle formations. Zhang Ruaxi acted as the core while the 8 Ninth Order small stone race masters formed the base. All at once, Ruaxi's power soared and she was no longer cornered without any means of fighting back. The flash of light expanded amid the darkness and broke free of its restraints. It now had the power to fight back and cover a greater area in brightness. Mo sensed this change and grew even more furious, unleashing even more concentrated Black Ink strength from his body. The two continued to clash, and each time light and darkness collided, darkness would spread out behind Mo, while light and the 8 Ninth Order small stone race masters followed closely behind Zhang Ruaxi. Time and time again, the two smashed against each other, neither side showing any signs of backing down. With each clash, the void crumbled and shattered. A battle of such immense power had never occurred before, and it would never occur again. This was a battle between the primordial forces of existence. The intense fight went on for hours, with no side able to overwhelm the other. With the help of the battle formation with her small stone race personal guard, Zhang Ruaxi could finally oppose Mo on even footing. Nevertheless, this was merely a battle formation and not her own strength. The prolonged fight not only continued to add to the pressure that Zhang Ruaxi faced, but even the 9th Order small stone race masters were struggling. The 9th Order small stone race masters had tough bodies, weaker than Yang Kai's divine dragon physique, but not by much. Under normal circumstances, they would not be facing any issues. However, the long and intense fight proved to be a burden that was slowly exceeding their ability to bear. Cracks began to appear on the bodies of the 9th Order small stone race masters, and as Zhang Ruaxi and Mo continued to clash, these cracks grew. Soon, the cracks weaved across their bodies like spiderwebs. It could be seen that once the cracks reached a certain point, even the ninth-order small stone race masters would crumble into a pile of rocks. These small stone races were Ruashi's personal guard. They had been groomed with great difficulty and were intrinsically connected to her, so she could sense the state of every single one of them. Therefore, when she picked up on their injuries, she realized that things were looking bad for them. She was only able to fight Mo because she had formed a battle formation with her small stone race personal guard, but if something happened to the latter, the battle formation would collapse, even if only one of them died. Once that happened, it would be impossible for her to hold her own against Mo. Once this thought occurred to her, Zhang Ruashi changed her strategy. Instead of confronting Mo head-on, she took a defensive stance to drag the fight out. She did not know what her sir was doing now, but all along, she knew that he was capable of doing things no one else could, and she held strongly to this belief. Sir can always make a miracle happen even in a hopeless situation. Therefore, regardless of what he was doing now, she had to try and buy him enough time. Her new strategy worked. When two opponents were evenly matched, one could not accomplish much if the other was determined to prolong the fight. The intense fight turned into a chase instead. Ruashi and her 8 small stone race personal guard kept flitting about, and even though Mo wielded his immense power wildly, he could not pin down and suppress her. Mo, who had already lost his senses, became even more incensed, releasing bestial snarls and roars in an unending cacophony. When Mo first emerged from the space-time river, he looked no different from a regular human, apart from his black ink strength. However, when Zhang Ruashi showed up, the black ink strength surged and overtook his mind. At this point, Mo no longer looked human. Ruashi's appearance and subsequent actions seemed to have driven him mad. All of a sudden, Mo stopped chasing Zhang Ruashi. As Zhang Ruashi puzzled over this, Mo abruptly turned around and charged towards the space-time river. Ruashi's expression stiffened. Although Mo had been so agitated that he lost his senses, his battle instincts remained. Since Zhang Ruashi was equal in strength to him, he could not get rid of her, so he changed his target to Yang Kai, who was still within the space-time river. Even in his blurry state, he was still determined to protect the space-time river. He was not going to let anyone touch the final trace of Mo. Upon seeing that Mo was turning back, Zhang Ruashi swiftly chased after him. Light flashed as she stopped him and engaged in a frontal battle again. After a brief skirmish, Ruashi repeated her old tactic and quickly retreated. This led to a furious Mo pursuing her in the opposite direction of the space-time river. Mo kept up the chase for a while, but when his efforts proved fruitless, he turned around again. Once again, Ruashi caught up to him. By doing this over and over again, she managed to occupy Mo's attention. Nonetheless, Zhang Ruashi knew this was only a temporary measure. She could tell that Mo was not in the right state of mind at the moment, which was why he did not notice what she was doing with her fairly crude strategy. However, with each clash, the power of the light would wipe out some of the darkness, and similarly, the darkness would devour the light. In other words, both light and darkness were weakening each other each time they collided. Zhang Ruashi could clearly sense that she was greatly weakened by the many hours of fighting, and the same was true of Mo. Once the black ink strength was weakened to a certain extent, Mo would most likely regain his senses, and when that time came, she would no longer be able to use this strategy to keep him occupied. Furthermore, Ruashi was even more worried by the fact that the 8 ninth-order small stone race masters would not be able to hold out much longer. Their bodies were covered in cracks now, and it looked as if they would crumble at the slightest touch. She was doing her best to keep the head-on confrontations with Mo to a minimum, but if she wanted to stop Mo from heading to the space-time river, she had to resort to things that she knew she should not. Now that things had come to this, Zhang Ruashi had no other choice. She could only do her best to keep Mo occupied, as she fervently hoped that Yang Kai sped up whatever he was doing. Otherwise, once her personal guards could no longer hold out anymore, she would not be able to stop Mo alone. Within Mu's space-time river, Yang Kai was shrouded in his own space-time river as he used it to greedily devour everything around him. The river was made out of Dao strengths. Every single undercurrent and wave surged with Dao strength, and as time passed, Yang Kai's space-time river grew bigger while Mu's river shrank. It was entirely by chance, but it could not be denied that Yang Kai and Mu had walked the same path. This gave meaning to Mu's countless years of patience and perseverance. Due to trying to open the profound source gate in the past, Mu's space-time river was no longer complete, which cut off her future path. She could not explore the deeper mysteries of the martial Tao, therefore, she passed down her hopes to those who came after her. Among all the hidden hands she left behind, her space-time river was the final gift she had to offer. However, if a person wanted to harness this gift to make themselves more powerful, it would take time. Perhaps even Mu would not have expected Xianxia to be approved by so many of her remnant shadows. Under normal circumstances, if Black Ink Strength had the irrefutable advantage in any of the 3,000 universe worlds and there was no hope of suppressing and sealing that particular source piece, there would be no reason for Xianxia to waste any time on that universe world. Nevertheless, during Xianxia's previous travels, he did his best to find every single remaining shadow of Mu. He wanted to save them all from their suffering and take them away from the universe worlds. Each one that disappeared signified that the Mu of that time approved of Xianxia. After moving through some 2,700 universe worlds, Xianxia received approval from over 2,000 of them, which was a massive number. This allowed him to devour and refine Mu's space-time river with greater efficiency. As Xianxia's river kept expanding, his command over the many Tao strengths increased as well. The enlightenment from the many mysteries exploded in his mind. Xianxia was deeply engrossed and could not extricate himself from what was happening inside his mind. The joy of glimpsing into the mysteries of every Grand Tao was impossibly tantalizing for any master. Grand Taos were the basis behind all existence and the ultimate goal of all cultivators. If someone were to be entirely immersed in this, there was a chance that they would forget all else and transform into Tao strengths themselves. This meant that Xianxia's situation was tricky as well. On the one hand, he had to resist the lure of the Tao strengths, while on the other, he had to do his best to take them in to strengthen his own mastery of the Grand Taos. He tried his best to maintain the balance of refining as quickly as possible while still remaining in control over his senses, making sure to not let himself be lost in the process. All of a sudden, his mind felt as if it had received an awakening. It was as if he had broken through a barrier that had been preventing him from growing stronger. Xianxia realized that his mastery of the Tao of Time had reached the 9th level. A master's strength was essentially divided based on their cultivation. Of the 9 orders of the open heaven realm, each higher order was much stronger than the previous. It was a clear and easy way of distinguishing between masters. However, this kind of division was not comprehensive and there could be great disparity in power even among masters in the same order of open heaven realm. The disparity came from the difference in accumulation of each master, the power differential in the heritage of the master's small universe, as well as the master's understanding of their Grand Taos. The open heaven realm involved the discovery and mastery of Grand Tao. In a sense, the higher the mastery of one's Grand Tao, the stronger the master. Since the dawn of existence, no one had a clear way of defining the levels of mastery of the Grand Tao. Thus, Xianxia had split the mastery of Grand Taos into 9 levels based on his own growth. Superficial contact, peering through the doors, taking the initial steps, traversing a familiar path, attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary, standing above all others with insight, summiting the peak, and finally shocking history and dazzling the present. This was merely his own method of division, one he shared with others, and some had adopted it. Until now, none tried to correct it. Xianxia felt that he had differentiated them correctly. His primary Grand Taos were the Tao of Time and the Tao of Space. These were the Tao strengths that formed the basis of the space-time river. However, despite his many opportunities and his mastery over the Grand Taos, after all this time, he had only managed to cultivate the Tao of Time and the Tao of Space to the 8th level. All this while, Xianxia did not know how to break through to the 9th level. However, he had a vague feeling that if his mastery of the Tao of Time reached the 9th level, an indescribable change was bound to happen. Finally, as Xianxia refined Mu's space-time river, he was able to make a breakthrough on one of his primary Grand Taos, allowing it to reach the 9th level. To think it's the Tao of Time first, not the Tao of Space. Xianxia had always thought it would have been the latter that would be the first to reach the 9th level of mastery. Xianxia was a little taken aback as the Tao of Space was the first one that he truly cultivated. He had his dragon source to thank for his ability to cultivate the Tao of Time to its current level. The Tao of Time was the bloodline talent of the dragon clan. All at once, Xianxia gained a mysterious sense of understanding. As he lifted his hand ever so slightly within the space-time river, he seemed to be able to grab onto the flow of time. In the past, he was able to make time flow quicker within his space-time river to cultivate 10 times faster, but he could not truly control the passage of time. But, he could do so now. With the increase in Xianxia's command over the Tao of Time, his dragon veins surged and he could not stop himself from raising his head and letting out a dragon roar. His dragon scales rustled as his dragon form enlarged. His dragon vein had advanced even further. This was a great surprise. However, before Xianxia could dwell on his joy, his mastery over his other primary Grand Tao broke into the 9th level as well. This time, it was the Tao of Space. Once again, the mysterious sense of enlightenment flooded Xianxia's mind. He felt his mind grow hazy. It was as if it had been stuffed full with the truth of the Grand Taos, which he did not understand in the past. The truth of existence was unfolding in front of him. He quickly harnessed the strength of his soul-warming lotus, even though he was uncertain whether it would help. The clarity that poured back into his mind made him feel a little better. Now that Xianxia's mastery of both the Tao of Space and the Tao of Time had reached the 9th level, his space-time river became even more massive. Previously, his space-time river looked like a blade of grass in comparison to Mu's river, which was like a tall tree. However, after all the refining he had done thus far, his river grew bigger and could now be likened to a shrub instead. While the tree was still a tree, it had grown a lot smaller. That was not the only difference. At first, Xianxia had a hard time keeping up with his frenzied attempt to refine Mu's river to strengthen his own. The Tao strengths of space and time formed the foundation of the river, and without a strong enough command over both, it was hard for Xianxia to control the colossal river. It was akin to a building. If a building's foundation had only been built for 5 stories, the building ran the risk of collapsing if 10 stories were built instead. Xianxia's command over the Taos of Time and Tao of Space was the foundation in this scenario, and by having a greater mastery over these 2 Grand Taos, his foundation became stronger. This transformation was evident in the river's physical state. While it looked a little scattered earlier, it was now a lot more concentrated. With the Grand Taos of Space and Time breaking through to the 9th level of mastery, Xianxia's space-time river now had a stronger foundation. Thus, it began devouring and refining Mu's space-time river at a far quicker rate. As the frenzy of devouring and refining continued, Xianxia's mastery over the Grand Taos increased as well. Next was a breakthrough in the Spear Tao. Then, a breakthrough in the Sword Tao. Breakthroughs in the Alchemic Tao, Array Tao, and Yin-Yang Tao soon followed. Xianxia's understanding of each Grand Tao rose in rapid succession. The barriers were broken through and he achieved a new height of mastery. With each breakthrough, Xianxia's mind was filled with strange and wondrous enlightenment, granting him further clarity in each Grand Tao. Outside the space-time river, light and darkness continued to clash. Both the primordial light and primordial darkness did not possess their full power anymore, but as the darkness remained whole and continued to grow over the years, Mo had become a lot more powerful than Zhang. This held true even when Xianxia had used the profound source gate to suppress and seal a third of his source. Mo would have regained all of his strength and be even more powerful right now if it had not been for the many hidden hands Mu left behind. Zhang could only just barely challenge Mo to a fight with the help of the 9 palaces formation she formed with her 8 small stone race personal guard. In just a few hours though, the 8 small stone race masters were littered with cracks. It looked as if they could crumble into a pile of rubble at any moment now. Zhang tried her best to buy time, but she did not know how much longer she could continue to hold out. All she could do was fervently hope that Xianxia could hurry up. Each time light and darkness collided, their respective powers wore down the other. Light dispelled darkness while darkness devoured light. Time and time again, Zhang and Mo continued to weaken each other. This was most evident in the way Ruashi's white wings had dimmed and Mo seemed to have lost some of his prior madness. This is not a good sign, Zhang could tell that Mo, as the consciousness that sprung from primordial darkness, did not have full control over black ink strength. The years of growth and accumulation had made the power increase beyond Mo's ability to freely wield. That was the reason why her arrival bearing the strength of the primordial light had drawn out the frenzied resentment of the primordial darkness and caused Mo to lose his rationality. At the same time, Mo had an instinctive, obsessive yearning and protectiveness of Mu's space-time river. Even his subconscious would not allow anyone to touch what Mu had left behind. As black ink strength clashed with Mo's consciousness, his actions began displaying contradicting desires. At times, he fiercely chased down Zhang Ruoxi, but at times, he turned back around to head for the space-time river. Zhang Ruoxi relied on this dichotomy to provoke Mo and keep him occupied. However, once Mo regained his senses, it would not be so easy for her to do so. Although Mo currently possessed strength that surpassed all others, he was currently behaving like a wild beast without a sense of rationality, so Zhang Ruoxi could still deal with him by employing the right strategy. Even though Mo regaining his rationality meant that his raw power would be weaker, Zhang Ruoxi was not confident that she could stop him then. What one feared the most was often the very thing to occur. As the clashes continued, Zhang Ruoxi could sense that Mo's gaze was getting clearer. To make things worse, her personal guard could barely hold out anymore. That was not the only bad news though. Even her strength, which relied on her Heaven's Order bloodline to harmonize the powers of Yin and Yang, was beginning to show signs of instability. Her Heaven's Order bloodline was indeed powerful. It was the only thing that could bridge the powers granted by the burning light and serene glimmer. Thanks to Zhang Ruoxi's many years of diligent cultivation, she was finally able to reconcile the two opposing powers and draw them into her. As a result, she possessed superior strength. However, her ninth order cultivation was still quite weak in comparison to the powers of the burning light and serene glimmer. She could not withstand a prolonged fight that involved such overwhelming power. On the other hand, Zhang Ruoxi dared not hold back in a fight against Mo. She went all out with every strike, and as the number of clashes increased, her power became more and more unstable. Her personal guards were in bad shape and her strength was becoming unstable, so she knew she did not have much time left. Even so, she never once considered retreating. Instead, her eyes filled with determination as she made a decision. After yet another ferocious clash, the two figures separated. Zhang Ruoxi could clearly sense that even more cracks emerged on the bodies of the 8 personal guard behind her. Her grip on the Heaven's Order sword tightened and she exhaled softly as her wings began to flap and her presence grew even more imposing. In the void opposite her, Mo stood unmoving with his head lowered. Just as Zhang Ruoxi prepared to strike once more, Mo raised his hand to block her. "You should stop now." Zhang Ruoxi did not listen. Her presence continued to intensify with no signs of stopping. Nevertheless, she could not ignore Mo's present state and could not help asking, "Have you regained your rationality?" Mo raised his head and looked at her. Although his eyes showed signs of a struggle, it was no longer in a state of madness. "I have to thank you for that," he replied. Zhang Ruoxi knew what Mo meant. Initially, the power of primordial darkness was still too strong for Mo to bear, causing his consciousness to devolve into a frenzied state. However, as he and Zhang Ruoxi continued to clash, the powers of light and darkness ate away at each other. Both their powers were weakened in the battle. Now that Mo's consciousness could overpower his strength, he regained some rationality. "That won't be necessary," Zhang Ruoxi coolly replied. Mo's brows furrowed ever so slightly. "You will die if you use that attack." Mo could tell that Zhang Ruoxi wanted to harness all of her remaining power to engage him in a final clash that would determine life or death. "You probably won't die, but you will suffer," Zhang Ruoxi said. "That's why you should stop." "I don't wish to kill you," Mo urged. Zhang Ruoxi showed no signs of stopping. She did not respond to Mo at all. Instead, she continued to harness her power and strength to prove her determination with her actions. Cracking sounds could be heard from the 8 behind her. With this strike, the 8 of them would turn into dust. Mo's gaze turned cold as he snarled, "If you insist on dying, I am willing to fulfill your desire for death, but have you thought about what would happen to Xianxia if you died?" Zhang Ruoxi was a little startled. "Sir would be deeply saddened by my death, right?" "That's enough for me." Zhang Ruoxi still showed no signs of backing down. Instead, she let out a faint smile. This made Mo exasperated as he could not resist saying, "Why are human women so stubborn? You think it's worth it to die at my hands to protect him, but have you ever thought about the guilt and torture the living would have to endure? If you truly want to act in his best interests, I advise you to calm down and look at things from his perspective. You staying alive should come before everything else." Zhang Ruoxi stared at Mo in shock this time, brimming with confusion. "What's going on?" The one who wields the darkest of all powers that exist is attempting to reason with me during a life and death moment. She could not help but find it unbelievable, especially since Mo made a good point. Instinctively, she suddenly felt that Mo was scheming something. "Don't look at me like that," Mo curtly snorted. "I lived among you humans for more years than you have lived. We once worked together and protected each other. There was even someone very important to me once. All I wanted to do was to help her, but in the end, I was destined to ruin everything." When Mo saw what Xianxia was about to do, he could not help but recall his own past. "Mu must have felt great anguish when she decided to lock me up. In the end, I let her down." Mo turned towards the space-time river and said, "Why don't we just wait here? When he comes out, I will fight him." Xianxia frowned as she looked at Mo, too afraid to let her guard down. Mo turned back to her once more. "There's nothing for you to worry about. You are free to strike me at any given moment and engage me in a fight to the death. As you said, even if I kill you, I will suffer in the process, and when he comes out, perhaps I won't be able to hold my own against him." Xianxia simply could not figure out what Mo was thinking. It would indeed be great for her if she did as Mo suggested. She had enough strength to unleash a powerful final strike, and she could do so at any time, so the only one who had anything to gain by agreeing to Mo's suggestion was her. Besides, even if Mo was plotting something sinister, would she be able to stop him? If Mo is truly willing to simply stop and wait now, once Sir comes out, he and I can attack Mo together. "You better not do anything rash." After hesitating for a brief moment, Xianxia withdrew her imposing aura. Naturally, Mo smirked as it remained standing in place. Xianxia nodded. The two masters who had been dueling in a brutal, all-out fight to the death now stood together in the void, waiting in silence. Sure enough, life was unpredictable. Xianxia was still on guard, so she led her 8 personal guards over to a spot between Mo and the space-time river to block Mo. Mo saw what she was doing and showed no inclination of stopping her, puzzling her even further. That being said, she had never encountered Mo before. She imagined Mo to be a brutal, sinister, and vicious existence, but after interacting with him herself, she realized that was not the case. Though confused, as Xianxia stared into Mo's eyes, she had a vague inkling and could not help but ask, "What do you want to do?" Mo's gaze went past her and stared at the massive space-time river as he asked, "It's very grand and beautiful, isn't it?" Xianxia did not answer Mo's question, instead frowning in doubt. "So what if it is?" "It saved me from endless darkness," Mo replied, "so, to me, it is the light. This is what she left behind, and since she has chosen a successor, I want to see what happens. If her successor can kill me, it won't be a bad way for me to die." After a pause, Mo continued with a heavy heart, "When it comes down to it, I did something I shouldn't have. It only stands to reason that I pay the price for it. If you wish to die, I can fulfill your wish for you." Xianxia shot back. Mo eyed her coolly, "Only the person who gave me my new life can kill me. No one else has the right to do so." Alas, the one who had the right to kill Mo was no longer around and nothing mattered to him anymore. Everything and everyone in existence was meaningless and he could kill them off as he desired without feeling any hesitance. Xianxia and Mo stood opposite each other outside the space-time river. She remained vigilant at all times, but Mo did not do anything. He simply stared at the space-time river that cut through the void and watched as it churned. Meanwhile, the human race army was snaking its way through the large battlefield as it constantly attacked the Black Ink clan army's front lines to weaken them. The humans were actually able to make good progress. Furthermore, the small stone race army was fearlessly confronting the Black Ink clan. Many lives came to an end with every breath. A battle of this scale had never been seen before. The 3 parties out on the battlefield numbered into the billions when combined. The small stone race army consisted of hundreds of millions while the Black Ink clan army was twice as large. On the other hand, there were less than 20 million human race masters left, which was not even a tenth of either of the other two. Despite being much lower in numbers, the humans came out on top when it came to the average power. Only 4th Order masters and above could directly join in the crusade, and after many millennia of cultivation, the human race now had a large number of 7th Order and 8th Order masters. In this respect, neither the small stone race nor the Black Ink clan could compare to the humans. Even though they had massive numbers, weak soldiers who could not contribute much made up most of their ranks. This was especially true of the Black Ink clan. Whenever the human race army crossed paths with large groups of the Black Ink clan's cannon fodder, all of the latter would be exterminated in great sweeping waves of death. Nevertheless, being so few was still an undeniable disadvantage. Although the human race army was able to attack the Black Ink clan and wipe them out in large groups, they could not persist for long. The humans started this battle, but it was the small stone race army that enabled them to keep going. If Xianxia had not brought the small stone race reinforcements over, the humans would have been defeated the moment the primordial heaven's source grand restriction broke. These were sorrowful times. Many of the small stone race soldiers died and turned into rocks and pebbles that littered the battlefield. The divine spirits who had the great sun and great moon marks kept using the power of the marks to draw out the power of yin and yang inside the remains of the small stone race who had been sacrificed. These powers were then transformed into purifying light, which not only killed many Black Ink clansmen, but also purified the environment of the battlefield. It was thanks to this that the humans and the small stone race could still put up a fight against the Black Ink clan. Initially, Ade and Aer, the two giant spirit gods, were able to move about with impunity. Without enough royal lords to keep them pinned down, they were completely invincible and seas of blood formed wherever they went. However, as more and more of the royal lords joined forces to besiege Ade and Aer, the latter pair slowly lost their ability to act freely. The fierce battle continued. Every few days, the human race army would retreat behind the small stone race's lines to rest and regroup before charging out again. Pure Yang Pass, which led the human race army into battle, was now a wreck. It did not look like it could hold out much longer, and the suppressing Black Ink fortress was in a similar state. The extreme intensity of the battle was a taxing trial for all the humans, with even the Ninth Order masters having a hard time, let alone those of lower orders. Nevertheless, the humans could not stop. This was the final confrontation, and if they backed down, total extermination was the only fate that awaited them. Therefore, all of them grit their teeth and persevered. A month after the start of the battle, the situation on the battlefield grew clearer. Mi Jingluan was fatigued and ashen-faced as he stood atop the worn Pure Yang Pass, his forehead covered in a layer of sweat. He had overexerted himself. As the supreme commander of the human race army, he faced the most pressure. Not only did he have to keep an eye on this situation on the battlefield to promptly make the right strategic decisions, but as a Ninth Order master, he was also in charge of controlling Pure Yang Pass to attack the enemy. At this point, he had expended so much energy that his foundation had suffered heavy damage. However, his sense of helplessness stemmed not from his exhaustion, but from the fact that the situation was not in the human race's favor. There were far too many of the Black Ink clansmen inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, twice as many as there were small stone race soldiers, and after a month-long battle, the Black Ink clan was beginning to show signs of suppressing the former. If this continued, in less than 2 weeks, the small stone race army would be defeated. Once the small stone race army was vanquished, the humans would not be able to survive. They were bound to follow the small stone race army to their deaths. Mi Jingluan could not be resigned to this. The fight between the human race and the Black Ink clan began towards the end of the late ancient era and had carried on for millions of years since then. Was it going to end in tragedy for the human race? Still, there was not much he could do to change things now. In a massive battle like this, there was not a single strategy that could lead to a decisive outcome. Victory hinged on the strength of both parties. Mi Jingluan could not stop himself from casting a glance into the depths of the void. Over a month ago, Xianxia had abruptly left the battlefield and the 8 Ninth Order small stone race masters followed soon after. Nothing had been heard from them ever since. Initially, great aftershocks of an intense battle reverberated out from that part of the void, but soon, everything went silent. Even now, Mi Jingluan did not know what was happening over there. All he knew was that Xianxia and her 8 personal guards were there. Yang Kai was there too, along with Mo. If anything could turn the tides of this battle, it had to come from that part of the void. Stay strong. We must persist. As long as the worst did not happen, they still had a shred of hope of survival. The churning of the space-time river became even more ferocious. After a month of devouring and refining Mu's space-time river, Yang Kai's space-time river had grown unimaginably large, while Mu's river, which was outside his, was turning into an empty shell. Thanks to this final gift, Yang Kai's space-time river had enlarged to the point where it could rival that of Mu's. Outside the river, Zhang Ruoxi and her 8 personal guards were still in a battle formation. They were intrinsically connected and kept their guards up the whole time. Thankfully, throughout this whole time, Mo did not move, he merely stood quietly and waited. At last, a resounding splash sounded and the space-time river which had meandered across the void for countless eons was completely destroyed. It was replaced by another river that was comparable to it, but the new one was churning even more ferociously and its water seemed even more forceful. This was not a sign that Yang Kai had surpassed Mu in strength. Instead, it was a result of his inability to fully control this sudden growth in strength. If Yang Kai had full control over the power of his river, it would be completely still and silent, not causing such a huge commotion like now. Zhang Ruoxi had to fight the urge to turn around and look, her expression grim. Just a moment ago, she clearly sensed a flash of murderous intent coming from Mo. Mo did not bother to hide it at all. Apart from the clear murderous intent, Zhang Ruoxi also picked up a sense of hatred and regret. As she sensed the churning of the Tao strengths behind her, she knew that Yang Kai had succeeded. Though, she had no idea what he did. Amidst the churning waves, Yang Kai's figure appeared as the Tao strength surged around him. Based on strength alone, he was stronger than both Mo and Zhang Ruoxi after their earlier fight. This was a result of his heightened mastery of Grand Daos. The clearest evidence of this was the size of his space-time river. Yang Kai's space-time river was comparable to the one Mu left behind and it had grown colossal beyond imagination. A baby dragon was bound to become a divine dragon someday. Although Yang Kai's cultivation did not increase by much, his strength was leaps and bounds above what it once was. A piercing gaze shot over at him. Yang Kai immediately spotted Mo, who was standing in the distance. The abhorrence and murderous intent in its eyes were plainly visible. Mo looked a lot like Little 11th whom Yang Kai met inside the primordial world. If Little 11th grew up as a normal human, he would resemble Mo's current appearance. Ruoxi stood between Yang Kai and Mo with a grim and vigilant expression. Yang Kai had been busy refining Mu's final gift and knew nothing of what was happening outside the river all this while. Upon sensing Mo and Ruoxi's present states though, he realized that they had engaged in a fight earlier. Both seemed to have walked away injured as neither one of them felt as powerful as he expected them to be. His divine sense tingled as it spread out like a gush of water. Soon, he picked up on the situation out on the battlefield in the distance. Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly. Compared to the situation over here, the human race army and the small stone race army were in a bleak situation. If things continued as they were, they would certainly be defeated. Ruoxi. Yang Kai called out at once. I'm here, sir, Zhang Ruoxi swiftly replied. Head to the battlefield and help them. Zhang Ruoxi was startled. She figured that since Yang Kai had emerged, they could work together to take on Mo now. While she could not face off against Mo alone, if she and Yang Kai worked together, they had a good chance of winning this fight. Mo was a lot weaker now thanks to both Yang Kai's deed of suppressing and sealing his source as well as the earlier fight with Zhang Ruoxi. Light and darkness had clashed and worn each other down. If they got rid of Mo, they would completely eradicate the threat against the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai seemed to have deduced Zhang Ruoxi's thoughts as he said, the human race army is the only remaining strength we have now. A victory against Mo is meaningless if they get wiped out. Go and help them at once, Ruoxi. Leave things here to me. Zhang Ruoxi knew that Yang Kai was right. If the human race army was entirely vanquished, then even if she and Yang Kai managed to defeat Mo, it was a pointless victory. The goal of this battle was to ensure the survival of the human race, and victory hinged on bringing the entire army to victory. She clenched her jaw and said, "Be careful, sir. I'll come back as soon as possible." After glaring viciously at Mo one last time, her wings fluttered and she turned into a streak of light before shooting off towards the battlefield. Once she left, Mo and Yang Kai were left alone in the void. A wise decision, Mo remarked. Yang Kai quirked his eyebrows. How so? She's in a poor state right now, Mo commented with a faint smile. You asked her to leave to save her life, right? Yang Kai's brow was tightly. Knitted, I thought I was going up against an evil being who has lost all its rationality. I didn't expect to be facing off against an intelligent opponent. This makes things a lot more challenging. With just one look, Xianxia noticed Zhang Ruoxi's condition. Although he did not know what would happen when the Heaven's Order bloodline harmonized the powers of Yin and Yang, he could tell that the 8 Ninth Order small stone race masters behind Ruoxi were on the verge of crumbling apart. As the core of the 9 palaces formation, she was undoubtedly shouldering the heaviest burden. If she stayed here and partook in the fight against Mo, once the 8 fell apart, Ruoxi would be doomed once Mo found the chance to strike her down. Naturally, protecting Ruoxi was not the only reason why Xianxia told her to leave. The human race and the small stone race were in dire need of help too. They were bound to lose if they did not receive any outside intervention on the battlefield. Now that Zhang Ruoxi had gone back to the battlefield, it was unlikely for her to be involved in any fight as taxing as the one against Mo earlier. As long as she was careful and ensured that her 8 personal guards did not die, she would not be in any grave danger. That being said, Xianxia was taken aback by the current Mo. As Xianxia said, he thought he would be facing an evil being without any sense of rationality. However, Mo was evidently able to think and act calmly. Xianxia would much rather go up against a senseless killing machine, as it was easier to deal with an opponent like that. I'm surprised you didn't stop me from devouring and refining Mu's spacetime river, Xianxia spoke up. While refining the gift from Mu, he was vigilant against the possibility of Mo interfering, but the latter did not do anything else after his initial attempt was interrupted. Although Zhang Ruoxi had come over in time to occupy Mo, what Xianxia saw when he came out was simply a silent standoff between Mo and Ruoxi. It was entirely unexpected. He knew that Mo could have chosen to forcefully break away from Ruoxi, though he would have to pay a price. However, from Mo's standpoint, stopping Xianxia from refining Mu's river had to be the primary goal, and it would have been worth paying a price to accomplish that. After hearing Xianxia's comment, Mo lowered his eyes and let out a soft sigh. Did Mu leave something in the river to be used against me? Xianxia nodded. You noticed that, as expected. Mu had left her spacetime river for someone who would succeed her, but it was impossible to refine the entire river in the blink of an eye. During that time, Mo was bound to interfere. It was not surprising that someone with as much intelligence and foresight as Mu had considered this and left something behind inside the river to target Mo. If Mo entered her river, he would end up stumbling around the endlessness of spacetime in a hazy daze and would not be able to find Xianxia. What Mo said to Zhang Ruoxi earlier was simply for the sake of convincing her. Even if she did not try to stop him, he would not enter the river unless absolutely necessary. But without entering the river, he would not be able to locate Xianxia, and thus, he would not be able to stop the latter from devouring and refining it. With all that Mu had set in place, Xianxia had guaranteed success at refining the river. Mu had been wise and insightful, and naturally, Mo knew her incredibly well. After spending all those years together, both she and Mo had a thorough understanding of each other. Just as Mu predicted the possibility of Mo entering the river, Mo also figured that Mu would have left behind countermeasures to deal with him as well. It was yet another confrontation after all these years that resulted in a stalemate. Xianxia was the only one who benefited from the situation. He had a major leap in his mastery over the 10,000 Grand Daos, and his spacetime river had grown to an indescribable size. Even if you obtained the power Mu left behind, so what? Mo's eyes were filled with disdain. Do you think that's enough for you to defeat me? Xianxia smirked. Let me see what someone in the creator realm can do. As he spoke, he raised both his hands and the spacetime river beneath him began churning violently. It was as if the river turned into a rampaging dragon as the waves crashed in thunderous splashes while Dao strength surged. All at once, scores of rope-like water dragons formed from Dao strength shot out of the river and flew straight at Mo. Mo raised his fist and punched forcefully at the void. The space in front of him shattered and the myriad of void cracks that formed as a result turned into a barrier that blocked the onslaught of the water dragons. Then, Mo took a step forward and moved past the shattered space, arriving right in front of Xianxia as he stared down at him with an indifferent expression. Your ability to wield Dao strength is less than 1,000th of what Mu was capable of. Black ink strength rippled forth and its destructive power wrapped around Mo's fist, which came crashing down. Xianxia's eyes hardened. He could instinctively sense the might of this punch and knew he could not allow it to make contact with him, otherwise, death would be his only fate. The river churned and formed a layer of Tao strength that acted as a barrier. However, the Tao strength barrier only lasted for a blink of an eye before the fist shattered it apart. Thankfully, that had given Xianxia enough time to summon his azure dragon spear. Now that he had his weapon in hand, he harnessed the Tao strengths and sent his spear flying out at the fist. A gust of unstoppable power came at Xianxia from the front and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body froze up for a brief moment before he went flying backwards. He stumbled into his river and nearly lost his grip on the spear. Weak. Mo looked down at his fist. There was a tiny white mark left behind from the azure dragon spear, but it soon vanished. The invincible azure dragon spear could not even scratch Mo despite Xianxia landing a strike with all his strength. This was a clear sign of the power disparity between the two. A powerful and imposing manner did not necessarily translate into true might. A real master could easily keep his power hidden and undetectable from the outside. Xianxia's outward display of dominance and imposingness was in fact a sign that he could not fully control the power he had. A figure stepped out of the river. It was Xianxia who had been pushed back inside it earlier. His expression was grim. Even though he deduced that he was not strong enough to be Mo's equal right now, he did not expect their disparity to be this big. Is this the might of someone in the creator realm? Xianxia had suppressed and sealed over 30% of Mo's source, so what would Mo be able to do if that had not been the case? His earlier punch would have probably been enough to kill me. While Xianxia was caught up in these thoughts, Mo was already storming over. Even though Xianxia used the Tao strengths of the river to form barriers and restraints, it was not enough to stop Mo. Apart from black ink strength, yet another mysterious power was swirling around Mo. It was most likely creation force. All of the Tao strengths that came near Mo would instantly shatter without accomplishing anything. As soon as Xianxia managed to steady himself, Mo arrived in front of him, his fist flying out again, aiming to pulverize his opponent. Xianxia was not about to let that happen. Waves rippled out of the azure dragon spear with Tao strength circling it as it moved forward once more. Mo did not change his attack, but the simple blow was hiding an unfathomable strength that allowed it to easily deflect Xianxia's attack before closing in on its target. In that moment of crisis, Xianxia's azure dragon spear suddenly vanished from his hand as he stowed it away. Following that, he grabbed Mo's shoulder with both hands and flung himself backwards in an attempt to drag Mo into the spacetime river. The short exchange just now made it clear to Xianxia that he was unable to hold his own against Mo right now. Since that was the case, he needed to bring the fight to an advantageous environment for him, and the spacetime river was an excellent choice. Xianxia was confident that as long as he was able to drag Mo into his spacetime river, he would be able to unleash even more powerful attacks that could perhaps be enough to deal with this enemy. However, before Xianxia could do anything else, Mo kicked him. Xianxia felt his chest caving in as he fell into the river. Waist. Mo stood above the river. The torrential waves fiercely charged at Mo, but they would die out once they were within 10 steps of him, filling his eyes with disappointment. Mu's successor is weaker than I thought. He's not even stronger than that woman earlier who wielded a portion of the primordial light's power. At the very least, she'd been able to cause a bit of trouble for me, but Mu's successor is nothing more than a child. As Mo quietly eyed the spacetime river beneath him, he lightly raised his hand. In that case, I shall destroy it all. A gust of pure and concentrated black ink strength unlike any that had been seen before poured out towards the spacetime river as the might of a creator began to emerge. Any part of the river that was touched by black ink strength immediately showed signs of being corrupted by it. The river was made out of Tao strengths. Ordinarily, black ink strength from the Black Ink clan was only capable of corrupting living beings. However, as the source of black ink strength, Mo was even capable of corrupting Tao strengths. As Xianxia's body sank downwards into the river, his heart sank along with it. With just 2 strikes, he had a clear understanding of just how powerful Mo was. I definitely won't be able to defeat him. Xianxia coughed lightly and the stench of blood filled his mouth. He was now a divine dragon with thick skin and hard flesh, impervious to most ordinary strength, but a simple kick from Mo was enough to break a few of his ribs. It had been a long time since he last suffered such injuries. The pain of his broken bones sticking into his organs cleared his mind, and in the very next breath, he sensed the changes happening to his spacetime river. He realized the severity of the situation. If Mo was allowed to continue what he was doing, sooner or later, his space-time river would be completely corrupted by black ink strength. He would lose all his Dao strengths, and even if he did not die, he would become crippled and useless. The urgent sense of danger consumed Yang Kai, and he knew that if he did not do something soon, it would be too late. After stabilizing himself, Yang Kai gathered his thoughts and wielded all the strength he could muster. The next instant, his body turned into an invisible black hole that devoured large amounts of the river's water. He was refining the Dao strengths and absorbing them into his body. Yang Kai had been able to put away his original space-time river and summon it out when he wanted to deal with his opponent because he had gained the river through hard work and diligent cultivation. It was the manifestation of his own Dao strengths. However, the gift from Mu had been too overwhelming. Even though he used his space-time river to devour and refine Mu's space-time river, which led to a great increase in his mastery over the 10,000 Grand Daos, he now had a problem on his hands too. He did not have full control over his new space-time river. Currently, he was like a 3-year-old who was trying to wield a massive sledgehammer. Though the sledgehammer was powerful, he could not even lift it. That was the reason why he could not fight back against Mo. It was to the point where he seemed even weaker than Zhang Ruoxi. After all, Ruoxi had diligently cultivated for some 2,000 years in the chaotic dead territory. By using her Heaven's Order bloodline to harmonize the powers of Yin and Yang to a level where she could control it, she was able to unleash all of that power freely. There was only one way for Yang Kai to deal with his current situation, and that was to refine the Dao strengths and absorb them into his body. That was the only method for him to gain control over his new space-time river and be strong enough to oppose Mo. It was an extremely dangerous move. If he were careless for even a moment, he would explode from the overwhelming power of the massive space-time river and would undoubtedly die. That was the reason why Yang Kai did not choose to do so earlier, but under the present circumstances, he had to throw caution to the wind and take the risk. As he did this, a huge vortex emerged on top of the river. It looked like a large mouth that was swallowing the water. Meanwhile, Mo was still channeling his black ink strength and corrupting the river. By doing so, Mo could even absorb the river and strengthen itself. After seeing the appearance of the vortex though, Mo's eyes flashed with an unreadable glimmer as he scoffed, "You finally realized it?" Mo had spent many years with Mu and understood the space-time river far better than Yang Kai did, so he could immediately tell what Yang Kai was doing when he saw the movement of the river. Both of them continued to refine the power of the space-time river, which rapidly shrank before them. When it came down to it though, this was still Yang Kai's space-time river. Thus, Mo could not refine it as quickly as Yang Kai could. It could be said that Yang Kai and Mo were devouring the river at a ratio of 7-3. Beneath the river, Yang Kai's face had turned red as his dragon vein throbbed with ferocity within him. The Dao strengths he devoured and absorbed into his body made him feel as if he were going to explode. He even had the urge to transform into a divine dragon. Nevertheless, he squashed down this thought. Although turning into a divine dragon could ease the pressure on his body, there was still a limit. It would not make a difference if he could not find a way to surpass that limit. Therefore, he chose to grit his teeth and bear it. Thankfully, he had endured a similar kind of pressure when he first started taking in the gift Mu left behind and was now able to have a marginally easier time with it. As time passed, the massive space-time river had shrunk by about 30%. Beneath the river, Yang Kai was surrounded by Dao strengths, while above the river, Mo's aura had grown a lot stronger too. All of a sudden, Yang Kai's eyes hardened. As he continued to devour the power of the river, he raised his hands and snarled, "Rise." The space-time river that cut across the void seemed to abruptly come to life as the water churned and the waves came crashing down at Mo's gaze darkened as he swiftly backed off. He knew that even with his present strength, he would have a hard time if he was struck by the full force of the space-time river. His eyes briefly flickered with surprise as he did not think that Yang Kai would be able to gain control over the space-time river so quickly. If Yang Kai was previously likened to a 3-year-old attempting to wield a sledgehammer and failing due to his lack of strength, then he was now a young child able to raise the sledgehammer, though luck and fate would determine whether or not he could strike his opponent with it. As the river surged, Yang Kai's figure appeared out of it. It was clear that something was not right with his present state. It was as if an indescribable power gathered within his body. He looked like he was about to explode at any given moment. that was indeed the case. He was at his limit from the Tao strengths that had built up inside him. He felt a pressing need to let it all out of him, so with that thought in mind, he shot up and charged at Mo. As he moved, the colossal space-time river followed behind him like a shadow. In a flash, the two silhouettes collided and a fight broke out. Xianxia took the offensive and pushed out Tao strengths with each strike. He had to release the Tao strengths which had accumulated inside his body, otherwise, he ran the risk of exploding. As a result of his ferocious attacks, Mo had to focus and fight back as well, using black ink strength to clash with and wipe out the rampaging Tao strengths. Even in the midst of the fight, Xianxia did not stop devouring the space-time river. There was a large vortex behind him that was sucking the river water into his body. As Xianxia continued absorbing Tao strength into his body, the power he could wield grew stronger and his attacks became more intense. After exchanging a dozen blows, Xianxia suffered a hit from Mo and flew backwards into the river. However, he soon emerged and charged at Mo once again. Although he faced setbacks, Xianxia showed no sign of despair. Instead, his thirst for battle grew even stronger. During the first clash between the two, Mo could send Xianxia flying back into the river as soon as he emerged. Despite being a ninth-order master, Xianxia could not fight back at all. Yet, he could now hold out against Mo for a brief moment. This was the result of his absorbing the Tao strengths into his body. It was also the reason why he could control even more of the river's power. I can do better than this. Xianxia firmly believed, as long as I can control the entire river, I'll be powerful enough to challenge Mo. Time and time again, he shot out at Mo and was knocked back. The space-time river continued to shrink as Xianxia's aura grew even more powerful. As time passed, Xianxia was able to hold out against Mo for increasing amounts of time. From withstanding an exchange of 10 or so blows, he was able to slowly increase that number to 20, 30, eventually reaching 100 without showing any sign of falling behind. This seemed to set Mo off and his attacks grew even more vicious as murderous intent surged. Xianxia used the profound source gate to suppress and seal over 30% of Mo's source, which weakened the latter by a fair amount. Mo's power had also been further weakened after the fight with Xianxia. That being said, he had corrupted a sizable chunk of the river's power with black ink strength, which allowed him to make up for what he lost in the fight with Xianxia. Mo was even more powerful now than when he first woke up. In a short amount of time, Xianxia was able to go from being completely powerless against Mo to just barely holding out against him, but that was already his limit. He couldn't defeat Mo in his current state. Not enough. Not nearly enough. Even if I gain control over the remaining river, it's unlikely that I'll be able to kill him. If Mo, the one behind everything, did not die, then the threat against all of existence would endure. Using the profound source gate to suppress and seal Mo's source had been the right thing to do. Xianxia's previous journey had proved that the profound source gate could indeed accomplish that feat. However, when one went up against an entity this powerful, how was one supposed to suppress and seal them without defeating them first? The only way to end this once and for all was to break out of the shackles of the open heaven realm and ascend to a higher realm. However, this was something impossible for the current Xianxia. It had not been long since he became a ninth-order master, and although he used the two open heaven realm cradles and the power of his space-time river to speed up his cultivation dramatically, it was only effective for him to grow within the ninth-order realm. It was not enough for him to reach the realm beyond. Throughout history, the best and most talented humans had been limited by the shackles of the open heaven realm method. They could not break through them at all. Only Mu had been able to vaguely peek into the mysteries of an even higher martial Tao. Nevertheless, her space-time river was incomplete and she could not step over the barriers to enter the mysterious realm she touched upon. Even though Xianxia had received Mu's gift, it was unlikely that he could accomplish what Mu and all the human race ancestors could not in such a short time. He did not have the barest inkling of enlightenment regarding the next realm. If he wanted to break out of the shackles of the open heaven realm, at the very least, he had to familiarize himself with his present strength and continue to gain knowledge and understanding through many years of accumulation and cultivation. Since he could not overcome the shackles of the open heaven realm, he had to find another way. Xianxia dared not allow himself to be distracted for even a moment in his battle against Mo. He was up against an opponent who could kill him off at any moment. Over and over again, Xianxia was sent flying backwards into the river. Although he looked completely battered, his situation was slowly taking a turn for the better. Only about 30% of the space-time river behind him was left now. The moment he absorbed all of the river, he would be able to wield strength far beyond what he could before. As the intense fight had broken out between Xianxia and Mo, the fight on the battlefield in the distant void was just as ferocious. The Black Ink clan army was too numerous, and the allied armies of the human race and the small stone race were beginning to show signs of defeat. If nothing changed, sooner or later, both armies would be completely wiped out. Once that happened, even the Ninth Order Masters could not be certain whether they could escape with their lives. Only the two giant spirit gods could most likely leave safely. This was not an outcome they could accept. Just as the battle reached its most pressing climax, a dazzling light shot out from the depths of the void. It was a familiar scene that renewed the human race master spirits as they knew who had come. As per Xianxia's instructions, Xianxia rushed back to the battlefield. The moment she arrived, she turned into a bolt of light that weaved across the battlefield multiple times. The flowing light acted like a sharp blade that slaughtered countless Black Ink clan soldiers and wrecked the seemingly impenetrable formations they had set up. All at once, the humans and the small stone race were relieved of much of the pressure they had been under. Soon after that, Ruashi headed over to Ade and Aer. The two giant spirit gods had proved to be invaluable allies to the humans, be it during the reoccupation of the No-Return Pass or the battle that broke out against the Black Ink Black Reinforcement Army. In both situations, the giant spirit gods had played pivotal roles. Ade and Aer were currently in a tough situation once again. They were surrounded and besieged by many royal lords and could not provide any help to the rest of the battlefield. Therefore, after relieving the pressure against the allied armies of the human race and the small stone race, Xianxia chose to aid the two giant spirit gods. As long as the two giant spirit gods were unencumbered, they would be able to draw the attention of a large number of masters from the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clan would have to send even more royal lords over to keep these two occupied, thus relieving the pressure on the rest. Ruashi alone was enough to rampage through enemy lines and leave the royal lords scared witless, let alone when she had formed a 9 palaces formation with her 8 personal guard. In the blink of an eye, the flash of light appeared beside Aer. The 8 small stone race masters scattered around to seal the surroundings, their battle formation encapsulating a large portion of the void. The royal lords who had been attacking Aer paled in response. They had learned the hard way just how terrifying this winged woman could be. Before the primordial heaven's source grand restriction had even broken, she had charged inside alone and exterminated all the masters who lingered at the opening, which included dozens of royal lords. Her actions back then terrified the masters inside the grand restriction, so much so that they were too afraid to make any rash moves. Many royal lords had remained hidden in the darkness. They had personally witnessed how powerful Xianxia was and were afraid of her strength. This was the reason why the Black Ink clan army did not rush out the moment the grand restriction broke. They only gained the courage to leave the shelter of darkness when she rushed into the depths of the void to deal with the Supreme One. No one expected this woman to come charging back out on the battlefield at such a critical moment. Naturally, if Mi Jingluan could tell which way the battle was going, the royal lords could as well. The Black Ink clan army had the upper hand right now, and as long as no unexpected variables were introduced, the Black Ink clan would eventually be able to vanquish the humans and small stone race. When the time came, all of existence would belong to the Black Ink clan as the human race would be wiped out in totality. They were only a step away from their grand success, so how could the royal lords back down now? Thus, even though Xianxia and her personal guard were wielding the might of their 9 palaces formation, a large number of masters from the Black Ink clan still fearlessly charged forward to stop them. Once again, the allied armies of the humans race and the small stone race were relieved of even more pressure. As the sword light of the Heaven's Order sword flashed, the part of the battlefield where Xianxia was seemingly turned into an abyss of death. Be it territory lords or royal lords, none could escape from her or even put up a fight. Each time sword light flashed, numerous masters from the Black Ink clan perished. Their glory and dignity as masters was completely trampled on. Once someone reached a certain level of power, it became child's play for them to slaughter those in their path. In just a few moments, over 20 royal lords were killed. Heir, who had been harassed by the royal lords all this time, was finally freed from those who had been keeping him pinned down. With a loud roar, he began attacking the nearby royal lords. However, before he could truly unleash his strength, a new group of royal lords rushed over. The Black Ink clan could tell that the allied armies no longer posed a threat to them, and they could use their advantage in numbers to keep them occupied. At this moment, the only ones who posed a threat to the Black Ink clan were Xianxia and the two giant spirit gods. Thus, they had to stop these three no matter what. Even if it cost them the lives of their royal lords. On this part of the battlefield, royal lords and territory lords fell like leaves from a tree in a howling storm. The black blood and black ink strength that escaped their corpses turned the void into a patch of darkness, which seemed to want to devour everything in its wake. Amidst it all, the sword light of the Heaven's Order sword shone brilliantly. Despite the show of force she was putting on, Xianxia's original plan had actually been foiled. Initially, she wanted to save Heir before working together with him to extricate Ada. Then, the three of them could charge out onto the main battlefield and rampage. Even though the Black Ink clan was massive in numbers, they would not be able to stop the three of them from slaughtering those in their path if they remained mobile. Given enough time and room to take action, these three powerful existences could massacre the entire Black Ink clan army on their own. However, the Black Ink clan promptly reacted to the situation and Xianxia ended up being tied down to this part of the battlefield. Even Heir, whom she had only just rescued, was once again completely surrounded by royal lords and could no longer do much. Now that it had come to this, Xianxia acted per the hand she was dealt. Since they wanted to impede her, they would have to pay an exorbitant price. Compared to her original plan, the present situation was actually even more beneficial for the human race army. The more the masters from the Black Ink clan focused on her, the less pressure the humans faced. In fact, if she managed to kill off enough royal lords, she would undoubtedly be helping the allied armies secure the final victory. Thus, Xianxia was not upset by the Black Ink clan's actions. On the contrary, it suited her just fine. The royal lords came at her one after the other. They all turned into corpses under the Heaven's Order sword, but even so, none of those from the Black Ink clan showed any inclination to retreat. For both the human race and the Black Ink clan, this was the final battle that would decide their fate. They could not back down no matter what. This was a make-or-break battle that would determine who would go down in history as the ultimate victor. Xianxia persistently swung her sword, and every swing of her sword brought about significant results. Ever since her return, no fewer than 300 royal lords had died at her hands in just 2 days. That was an extremely terrifying number. It had to be said that there were only a few dozen Ninth Order masters among the human race at present. The number of royal lords was many times more than the number of Ninth Order masters. Furthermore, the inheritance accumulated in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction over millions of years could not be underestimated. Even though Xianxia had slaughtered so many royal lords, many more royal lords were surrounding Xianxia and the two giant spirit gods still. Xianxia relentlessly slaughtered her enemies, and the movement of drawing her sword had almost become an instinctive reaction by now. The Black Ink clan had shifted the focus of the battle around her, which certainly resolved the crisis that had been looming over the human race army. At this moment, the allied armies of the human race and the small stone race finally regained their ability to hold their own against the Black Ink clan even though they continued to face some pressure on the main battlefield. The situation was no longer as hopeless as before, where their defeat had been imminent and there was no hope for victory. The black ink clouds condensed from the dissipated black ink strength had reached extreme concentration. Even the Ninth Order masters felt apprehensive when they saw the dense black ink clouds that encompassed the huge void. Aside from Xianxia and the two giant spirit gods, nobody could easily venture into the depths of the black ink clouds to fight against the Black Ink clan. Meanwhile, the immaculate white wings behind Xianxia's back began to glow with a faint yellow and blue hue. The subtle change resembled an omen of something to come. At a certain moment, one of the royal lords fearlessly charged towards a Ninth Order small stone race master. He gathered all his strength in his fist and punched the personal guard with all his might. The personal guard staggered from the blow, then it immediately followed up with a violent counterattack that immediately killed the royal lord. Although the small stone race personal guard was equivalent to Ninth Order masters, these were currently joined in a 9 palaces formation with Xianxia as its core. Any one of them could borrow the power of the battle formation at any time, so their current strength could no longer be judged by their mere cultivation alone. It could be said that Xianxia and her 8 personal guards were one. The attacks unleashed by any party in the battle formation carried the culmination of their combined powers. Even if the royal lords were strong, they could not withstand such attacks, therefore, many royal lords had died at the hands of the personal guard over the last 2 days. The personal guard who slaughtered the royal lord earlier prepared to make its next move, but just as it raised its fist to attack, its hand shattered to dust. It was immediately followed by its arm, which then spread to its body. In the blink of an eye, the powerful personal guard was reduced to a pile of rubble. The surrounding royal lords and territory lords besieging it froze in surprise. When Xianxia returned, her personal guard had all been covered in deep cracks. It was only natural for the surrounding royal lords and territory lords to notice such an obvious thing. They initially thought that the personal guards wouldn't last for long, which is why they targeted them while simultaneously attacking Xianxia. It was not until they paid a horrendous price that they realized one thing. These personal guards might look like they were about to fall apart at any moment, but they remained capable of unleashing a despairing amount of power with every blow. That was until this moment. In the end, the personal guard could not withstand the pressure of the drawn-out battle and shattered to pieces. At the same time, the yellow and blue hue of the wings behind Xianxia's back increased significantly when the personal guard crumbled to dust. Fortunately, Xianxia seemed to have anticipated the situation and immediately switched the battle formation to the 8 trigrams formation. An increasingly violent barrage of attacks ensued. After the first personal guard shattered to pieces, the Black Ink clan suddenly saw hope in regard to their struggle to defeat Xianxia. Their assault only became more and more aggressive as a result. Half a day later, the second personal guard shattered to pieces and the 8 trigrams formation subsequently changed to the 7 stars formation. Another half-day passed, and the third one broke apart. When Xianxia led her personal guard against Mo, they sustained indelible damage during the battle. If there had been enough time, she would have allowed them to rest and recover. Unfortunately, they were in the middle of a large-scale battle. There was no time for them to even catch their breaths, much less recuperate from their wounds. They only managed to persist until now because the intensity of the current battle paled in comparison to her solo battle against Mo. Even so, her personal guard had finally reached their limits. One after another, they crumbled to pieces. Their destruction also signified that the battle formation was steadily weakening. As the battle formation weakened, the power they could exert was also considerably reduced. At the same time, the yellow and blue hue of the wings behind her back became extremely obvious. When the 6th personal guard shattered, Xianxia forcefully changed the battle formation to the most basic 3 fortunes formation. At that moment, the Black Ink clan finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. It would not take much longer to defeat her. A voice abruptly sounded in Xianxia's mind, "Silly girl, you can't carry on in such a reckless manner. At this rate, you will soon struggle to maintain the balance between yin and yang. You will die if that happens." In the chaotic dead territory, Xianxia spent 2,000 years harmonizing the power of yin and yang using her Heaven's Order bloodline. By doing so, her strength surged to unprecedented heights. She rapidly grew from an 8th Order master to a mighty existence who could fight against Mo alone. Nevertheless, she was still just a master at the peak of the 9th Order without the power she was granted by the burning light and serene glimmer. Previously, she had maintained a balance between the powers of yin and yang with her bloodline, and both Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had remained sleeping deep within her body. However, they were beginning to regain consciousness as a result of her continuous fights and the deaths of her personal guard. That was not a good thing for her. The situation indicated that her bloodline was starting to have trouble maintaining a balance between the power of yin and yang. Just as Big Brother Huang said, if she were to lose control now, a master at the peak of the 9th Order like her would not be able to withstand the pressure of their rampaging power and would instantly perish. Xianxia remained silent. Forming the 3 fortunes formation with her 2 remaining personal guards, she persisted in her slaughter. At this moment, the number of Black Ink clansmen gathered around her had reduced significantly. Their numbers were far less than their initial numbers due to her desperate slaughter of her enemies. No matter how many there was bound to be a time when they were completely obliterated. At this juncture, the masters from the Black Ink clan were no longer as desperate as they were before though. Instead, they constantly wandered around her and forced her to expend her energy while keeping themselves safe from harm. They were evidently waiting for the destruction of her two remaining personal guards. Once she lost the support of the battle formation, the threat she posed towards the Black Ink clan would be greatly reduced. Realizing that, Big Brother Huang sighed and said no more. He knew that Zhang Ruoxi couldn't stop fighting at this time. After all, this battle was related to the survival of the entire human race. The slightest wavering would lead to their eternal doom. There was only one thing he could do for her at this moment. He attempted to cooperate with Big Sister Lan, trying to coordinate the power of the yin and yang in her body and prevent the balance between their respective strengths from being broken. Unfortunately, what they could do was extremely limited. The situation gradually developed in the direction that the Black Ink clan were hoping for. When the 7th personal guard shattered to pieces, it became impossible for Zhang Ruoxi to form a battle formation with just her last personal guard. The Black Ink clan had been waiting a long time for this very moment and they immediately swarmed forward and tore the last personal guard apart. In an instant, Zhang Ruoxi sunk into the dire situation of fighting a solo battle. Meanwhile, Ade and Aer were also being restrained by many masters from the Black Ink clan. They could not break free to help her. Death slowly approached her. Just as she was at her most vulnerable, something resembling a violent torrent suddenly tore through the dense layers of the Black Ink clan army and swiftly approached the battlefield where she was located. It was none other than the human race army that had been fighting fiercely this whole time. When the human race army first departed from the no-return pass on their second crusade, there were over 20 million masters. Unfortunately, their numbers had dwindled by more than half at this moment. What's more, their current numbers were only possible because the small stone race army had withstood the brunt of the pressure from their enemies. If not for the small stone race army, the human race army would have been defeated in battle long ago. Countless heroes fell on this vast battlefield. The severed limbs and dismembered corpses of the Black Ink clan littering the void were basically a manifestation of their military merits. The period when Zhang Ruoxi had penetrated the depths of the void and fought with Mo had been the most difficult for the human race army. Countless Black Ink clansmen had besieged and intercepted the humans, leading to the deaths of many brave soldiers. Even the Ninth Order masters had suffered several casualties, with their deaths hitting morale particularly harshly. However, the pressure faced by the human race army decreased substantially when Zhang Ruoxi returned with her battle formation of personal guard. She was the reason why so many masters from the Black Ink clan were killed. In such a fierce and chaotic battlefield, the slightest negligence could be fatal. Most of the human race masters on the battlefield were unaware of Zhang Ruoxi's dire state. Be that as it may, how could Mi Jingluan, who had been keeping an eye on the overall situation on the battlefield, be oblivious to her circumstances? The Black Ink clan had shifted the focus of the battle to Zhang Ruoxi. During this period, Mi Jingluan could only watch anxiously as the personal guard around her were destroyed one by one until she fell into a critical condition. Zhang Ruoxi was undoubtedly one of the keys to winning this war. If she were defeated and killed, then the human race army would lose their only hope at victory, therefore, she had to be protected no matter the cost. Even though that was the case, what strength did the human race army have to help her right now? Mi Jinglun racked his brains for an answer but could not think up a good plan. Recklessly charging forward with what remained of the human race army without a suitable plan would not help her. In fact, his actions would only place the humans in greater danger instead. At this moment, the human race army could borrow the strength of the small stone race army to offset the pressure from their enemies. However, that was only possible thanks to the cooperation between the human race army and the small stone race army. If they charged out, they would be separated from the small stone race army. Under such circumstances, the pressure that the humans would have to withstand on their own was unfathomable. At the critical moment, a blood-drenched Xianxia suddenly rushed towards Mi Jingluan, and after a brief conversation, the latter made up his mind. Under his command, the human race army instantly condensed their forces into an attack formation, broke through the Black Ink clan's heavy encirclement, and charged towards Zhang Ruoxi like a violent storm. At this moment, many top masters from the Black Ink clan had been slaughtered by Zhang Ruoxi, and out of those that remained, more than 100 royal lords were working together to restrain Ada and Aer while nearly 200 surrounded Zhang Ruoxi. Therefore, the human race army was not facing much pressure at the moment. It could even be said that the Black Ink clan no longer considered the human army a worthy opponent. As long as the royal lords defeated Zhang Ruoxi, the humans would be helpless to resist when they finally turned around to deal with them. The Black Ink clan's underestimation was the reason the human race army successfully broke out of the encirclement. The strange movements of the human race army naturally caught the attention of many masters from the Black Ink clan. They might not know what the human race army was planning, but they had finally pushed Zhang Ruoxi to the brink of desperation after sacrificing so many of their masters. How could they allow for any external interference at this time? Dozens of royal lords immediately turned around and charged towards the human race army while a massive number of Black Ink clan soldiers pursued the humans from the rear. Under these circumstances, the human race army would be facing enemies from the front and back if they did not quickly escape the besiegement of the royal lords. Only an extremely disastrous ending awaited them if they were engulfed by the enemy in their current state. When the royal lords took action, Zhang Ruoxi also made her move. She attempted to slash her way through the heavy blockade and join the human race army. However, numerous masters from the Black Ink clan fearlessly threw themselves at her to obstruct her path. They did not seem to hesitate even though their lives were on the line. Hence, she was successfully prevented from escaping for some time. By this time, Zhang Ruoxi was exhausted beyond her limits. After she departed from the chaotic dead territory, she rushed to the battlefield without delay. Once she arrived, she not only fought countless royal lords, but she also expended her strength to open the void corridor that connected to the chaotic dead territory. Afterwards, she delved into the depths of the opening in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and wreaked havoc there for some time before she engaged Mo in an intense battle. It could be said that she had not rested at all since she stepped foot on the battlefield. She had simply been moving from battle to battle without any breaks in between, therefore, she could only bring out 70% of her full strength. The most obvious change was her combat effectiveness. She used to be able to kill a royal lord in one blow, but now it took her multiple strikes to kill one. It would not be easy for her to join up with the human race army when she was being besieged by so many masters from all directions. At this moment, a figure abruptly soared into the sky. Raising both hands high, he clenched his fists and roared furiously, "Burn!" The two marks on his clenched fists flashed with a blinding light. 7 figures rushed into the sky behind him. Every one of them also had mysterious marks shining brightly on the backs of their hands. These marks indicated that these people were blessed by the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. Xianxia had brought these marks from the chaotic dead territory and bestowed them to 10 divine spirits many years ago. These divine spirits had been scattered throughout the various battlefields. Thanks to the great sun and moon marks in their possession, they could mobilize and transform the power of the yellow and blue crystals into purifying light. Consequently, they were essential to the logistical support of the human race army. It was precisely thanks to this method that the threat of the Black Ink strength to the human race was greatly reduced. The purifying Black Ink pills alone would not have been enough otherwise. Even before this incident, these divine spirits had been mobilizing the power of the great sun and moon marks constantly during the war. So many small stone race soldiers had died on the battlefield that they could easily summon a large burst of the purifying light without much effort. In this way, they could not only purify the battlefield, but they could also cause great damage to the Black Ink clan, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. When the human race army charged in Zhang Ruoxi's direction, the divine spirits with the great sun and moon marks quickly activated the marks on the backs of their hands under Yang Zhao's leadership. Zhang Ruoxi, who was besieged by countless royal lords, saw the scene from a distance and immediately understood their plan. A smile appeared on her exhausted face. Feeling the strength of the people around her, she knew she was not fighting alone. It was just that she had never even contemplated what they were about to attempt, much less tested it, so she did not know if she would succeed. "Seniors, please assist me." Closing her eyes, she gripped the Heaven's Order sword tightly with both hands and pleaded. The sighs of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan sounded in unison, but they did not refuse her. In the next moment, the wings behind Zhang Ruoxi's back glowed in 2-colored light. When she opened her eyes, the color of her eyes had also changed. One eye was yellow and the other eye was blue. It was a strange sight to behold. At the same time, with Xianxia in the lead, the two marks on the backs of the hands of the divine spirits abruptly burst forth and transformed into a two-colored light that enveloped their bodies as a powerful divine sense simultaneously penetrated their knowledge seas. It was the divine senses of the burning light and serene glimmer. Under normal circumstances, they would never allow any external divine sense to encroach on their minds. However, they abandoned all defenses at this moment and allowed the divine sense to link with their own. One by one, the eyes of the divine spirits went blank as though they had lost themselves. Link! Xianxia, she cried out. With herself as the source point, various rays of aura instantly connected with each other across the distance and became closely intertwined. Her aura, which had initially begun to dwindle, suddenly surged and shook the surrounding void. The royal lords paled at the sight. Success! Relief washed over Mi Jingluan at the sight. This was Yang Zhao's suggestion. When the 8 personal guards shattered to pieces, it became impossible for Xianxia to form a battle formation. She would never escape from the besiegement of so many masters from the Black Ink clan in her current condition, so it was only a matter of time before she suffered a tragic death. The Black Ink clan would be free to attack the human race army once Xianxia died, which would undoubtedly result in the human race's defeat. Be that as it may, the human race army had no extra resources to spare in their current condition. The very idea of helping Xianxia was nothing more than a fool's dream unless somebody could form a new 9 palaces formation with her. Although they had enough 9th Order masters to fulfill the requirements to form a 9 palaces formation, it was not easy for them to actually pull off such a feat even if 8 9th Order masters were sent to help Xianxia. Even if they trusted her wholeheartedly, it would be impossible for them to join forces and form a 9 palaces formation in such a short time. After all, this was not solely a matter of trust but also of compatibility. That was why Xianxia had suggested attempting to form the 9 palaces formation with the divine spirits who owned the great sun and moon marks instead. He believed that they might achieve a pleasantly surprising result. The great sun and moon marks were derived from the burning light and serene glimmer sources. Since Xianxia had united the power of yin and yang with her bloodline, her body was brimming with the source strength of the burning light and serene glimmer. In other words, to her, Xianxia and the other divine spirits should not be that much different from her destroyed small stone race personal guard. At this point, their only option was to attempt this unprecedented feat. If they succeeded, then it would be a joyous success. If they failed, then there was nothing that could be done regardless. In any case, they would only know the result after they made the attempt. For that reason, Mi Jingluan ordered the entire human army to charge out and separate from the ranks of the small stone race army. It was their final desperate attempt to overturn their current predicament. If this plan failed, they would not only fail to rescue Xianxia, but also face the imminent destruction of the human race army. Fortunately, the plan had worked. When the power of the 9 palaces formation enveloped the enormous void, Mi Jingluan smiled from the bottom of his heart. Dozens of royal lords were currently on the way to intercept the human race army and bombarded them with a storm of powerful secret techniques before they even arrived. The defenses of the human race army could be said to have fallen apart at this moment, with only the 9th Order masters being capable of blocking such an onslaught. Just as the 9th Order masters were confronting the royal lords though, the hollow-eyed divine spirits charged forward with Xianxia in the lead. Every one of these divine spirits was enveloped in a blue and yellow light, and the aura surrounding them was so strong that the void shuddered in their presence. Xianxia headed straight towards one of the royal lords, and under that royal lord's astonished gaze, Xianxia slammed his fist forward. Half of the royal lord's body instantly exploded into mist when the punch landed. Meanwhile, Xianxia did not stop his movements and charged towards the second royal lord with a blank expression on his face. Xianxia was an ancient dragon, equivalent to a peak 8th Order master. Naturally, killing a royal lord in one blow was the result of the battle formation and not his own strength. It was a pity that the attack cost him a heavy price. The arm he used to punch the royal lord became twisted and broke, with blood pouring out of it from multiple wounds. Most of the divine spirits displayed similar performances. With no leader coordinating their movements, the royal lords blocking the divine spirits were swiftly cut down without much resistance. The remaining royal lords were frightened and quickly moved aside to open up a path. Such a feat was only possible because Xianxia and the others were divine spirits. The physical body of each divine spirit was extremely powerful in comparison to any other existence. If they were ordinary 8th-order human masters who had supported Zhang Ruoxi in this battle formation instead, their bodies would not have been able to withstand the backlash from launching such powerful attacks. The 8 divine spirits broke through the heavy blockade of the royal lords and headed straight towards Zhang Ruoxi, who did not remain idle either. At this moment, she released a powerful burst of energy and tore through the besiegement of the royal lords to join the divine spirits as soon as possible. With the power of the new 9 palaces formation, the original crisis that loomed over her was resolved in an instant. When Zhang Ruoxi united with the 8 divine spirits, a huge change took place in the overall situation. The human race army escorting the divine spirits did not stop forging ahead and instead acted like a raging current that swept across the void in a wide arc before returning to their original battlefield via a huge detour. With tremendous help from the small stone race army, the two armies reunited once more and resumed their endless battle against the Black Ink clan army. At this point, Pure Yang Pass was completely destroyed and the suppressing Black Ink fortress had been shattered. Most of the warships were also gone with just a few barely surviving. The human race no longer had many external aids to rely upon at this last juncture of the war. The only thing they had left was the barrier of flesh and blood. In the void, Zhang Ruoxi had united with the 8 divine spirits. She gripped the Heaven's Order sword tightly with both hands, surrounded by many royal lords in all directions. She murmured softly under her breath, "We won't have much time." The strength of the 8 divine spirits could not compare with her personal guard, so not only would forcefully forming a battle formation cause immense damage to the bodies of the divine spirits, but even the powerful divine sense of the burning light and serene glimmer which directed their auras caused hidden dangers. If Zhang Ruoxi could not end the battle as soon as possible, the divine spirits who joined up with her would eventually explode. Even if their physical bodies somehow managed to endure, their souls might be extinguished. What's more, Xianxia and Su Yan were among the 8 divine spirits. These two were Yang Kai's important family members. She could not lose this fight. Even setting aside the weakness of the divine spirits, Zhang Ruoxi could hardly last for much longer. At this very moment, she was burning the Heaven's Order bloodline in her body just to forcefully maintain a balance between the power of Yin and Yang, despite Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan doing everything they could to assist her. It would not be long before the balance would be broken and her bloodline was burned out entirely. Forcing down her worries, Zhang Ruoxi lifted her sword and boldly charged towards her enemies, followed closely by the 8 divine spirits. The sudden burst of power left the royal lords scrambling in a panic. One after another, the royal lords fell prey to Zhang Ruoxi's sword, but when she finally broke through the encirclement, she did not escape. On the contrary, she turned around and led the divine spirits to attack once more. Thanks to the 9 palaces formation which was formed with Zhang Ruoxi as the core and the 8 divine spirits as the foundation, she had once more become an unstoppable blade that repeatedly swept across the battlefield. Every charge resulted in the deaths of many royal lords. 10, 20, 30, 50. Zhang Ruoxi's vision went blurry, and she could not see the scenery in front of her clearly. Furthermore, the power of Yin and Yang in her body was faintly showing signs of imbalance. Even so, she did not stop. She had no choice but to charge forward and swing her sword. Meanwhile, the 8 divine spirits following behind her were covered in blood. After all, the 9 palaces formation placed an extremely heavy burden on their bodies. The only reason they could maintain the formation at all was because the divine spirits had relinquished all control over their own bodies and fully surrendered themselves to become part of the battle formation. By doing so, even with their bodies on the verge of collapse, they managed to persist. The bones in Yang Zhao's arms had been shattered to pieces. Meanwhile, Su Yan's internal organs were crushed. She was also bleeding from her 7 orifices, which made her appearance extremely ghastly. After fighting for some time, Zhang Ruoxi suddenly felt a change in the battle formation. One pillar of the foundation had failed, thus, she hastily readjusted the battle formation. The 9 palaces formation became the 8 trigrams formation. Unable to withstand the pressure of the battle formation any longer, one of the divine spirits fighting behind her had exploded and died. The death distressed her greatly, causing a sharp stab of pain in her heart. Nevertheless, she did not dare to check the identity of the deceased divine spirit. She could only persist and swing her sword to cut down her enemies. At a certain point, she could no longer detect any royal lords around her. She looked around with bleary eyes, but no matter where she looked, she could find none of the masters who had previously besieged her. She had cut down all 200 royal lords. When the realization struck her, she nearly burst into tears. Her entire body was covered in countless wounds, and the fresh blood that drenched her entire body had dyed what was left of her robe scarlet. She had not been too concerned when she teamed up with her personal guard to form the battle formation. After all, her personal guard each had the strength of a Ninth Order master. Not to mention, their bodies were robust. They were capable of withstanding the pressure of the battle formation for an extended time. However, there were too many things to worry about when she entered a battle formation with the divine spirits. There were times when she could not dodge the attacks from the royal lords, so she was forced to bear the brunt of these attacks or the divine spirits would be killed instead. In this way, she had taken more damage in this short battle than in all her previous fights. It was not until this moment that she had the time to check on the condition of the divine spirits. 8 divine spirits had forced their way through the enemy blockade to help her, but only 3 remained behind her. Even so, the aura of these 3 was weak and unstable, like they could be snuffed out at any moment. Although she was heartbroken by the losses, she was relieved to see that Xianxia and Su Yan had survived. The Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan were certainly worthy of being the strongest among the divine spirits. Besides, both Xianxia and Su Yan had been at the peak of their cultivation for a long time, which was another reason why they managed to persist until the end. Seniors, please release the battle formation. She anxiously urged. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan immediately released control over their source strength at the same time. In the next moment, the 3 hollow-eyed divine spirits regained consciousness. 3 muffled groans of pain sounded in unison. They had not been aware of their states when their consciousness had been taken over, but a wave of boundless agony washed over them when their consciousness was restored. All the bones in Yang Zhao's body made cracking sounds as he revealed his true form without hesitation. Changing into his dragon form would give him greater endurance against his wounds. The injuries might be fatal to his human form, but the same degree of injuries would only be considered critical in his dragon form. Still, his 90,000-meter-long ancient dragon form was tattered and covered in terrible wounds. Moreover, the aura around him was weak and unstable. Similarly, the other divine spirit revealed his true form. He was a Paixio who had survived for innumerable years and was thus an old veteran with an incredibly solid foundation. Neither of these 2 suffered from major problems. Although they were very heavily wounded, their lives were not in danger. Then, she turned to look at Su Yan, and her eyes immediately widened in horror at the sight. Su Yan's body was breaking apart and crumbling into dust. Like Yang Kai, she was originally part of the human race and only became part divine spirit after obtaining her phoenix source. She had repeatedly entered the phoenix nest to cultivate over the years, and in the end, she completely integrated the 3rd-generation Phoenix Empress source to become a pure-blood member of the Phoenix clan. Be that as it may, her foundation and physique were still inferior compared to someone born and raised in the Phoenix clan. Yang Xiao and Pai Xiao just barely survived the ordeal, but Su Yan failed to pull through until the end. Yang Xiao evidently noticed Su Yan's condition because he released a sorrowful wail at the sight. Su Yan, who was covered in various wounds, looked down at her hands which were beginning to disintegrate into ash. A look of remembrance flashed through her eyes at the sight. Raising her head once more, she looked at the weeping Xianxia and smiled. Please don't blame yourself. The Phoenix clan has our phoenix flame. There might be a chance for me to revive from death. But, if I fail, please pass a message to him for me. Tell him that meeting him was the greatest blessing in my life. She nodded desperately, her tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. The Phoenix clan's phoenix flame was also known as the Flame of Rebirth. It was only natural for Su Yan and Xianxia to know about such things. Unfortunately, the Flame of Rebirth did not always succeed. It was simply a possibility of rebirth. After all, the Phoenix clan would be truly immortal if their rebirth succeeded in every attempt. If the Flame of Rebirth failed, their Phoenix source would return to the Phoenix nest and be reborn as a new member of the Phoenix clan. After the battle, Xianxia's crisis was resolved. Unfortunately, the price of her rescue was not small. 5 out of the 8 divine spirits who came to help her had lost their lives in battle. Only 3 of them had survived to the end. Be that as it may, Su Yan had already set one foot across the gates of death. After Su Yan finished speaking to Zhang Ruoxi, her entire body dissolved into tiny points of fluorescent light, which did not dissipate into the void but condensed into a dim blue flame instead. It was her phoenix flame, as well as her phoenix source. It was the inheritance she received from the third-generation Phoenix Empress, who lived back in the late ancient era. Zhang Ruoxi anxiously stared at the small ball of fire. The phoenix flame flickered, going from light to dark. In just a short moment, the dim blue phoenix flame became dim and dull, as though it would be extinguished in the next moment. Despite facing hundreds of royal lords without the slightest change in her expression, Zhang Ruoxi now was as pale as a sheet. Moreover, her body was enveloped in a layer of boundless chill. The extinguishment of the phoenix flame would mean that Su Yan was gone forever. Even if the phoenix flame returned to the phoenix nest and produced another member of the phoenix clan, that person would no longer be Su Yan. Ey. Hey! Big Brother Huang's voice abruptly sounded in Zhang Ruoxi's mind, causing her to snap back to her senses. Grab that ball of fire! Big Brother Huang urgently urged. Although Zhang Ruoxi did not know what Big Brother Huang was planning, she quickly did as she was told. She stepped forward and wrapped her hands around the weakened flame. In the next moment, she clearly sensed Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan pouring power from their sources into the phoenix flame. She immediately understood their plan and hurriedly activated her Heaven's Order bloodline to help balance the flow and harmonize their power. The flame that was on the verge of being snuffed out slowly stabilized. In addition, faint hues of yellow and blue gradually seeped into the flame. The hues of yellow and blue were none other than the source strength of the burning light and serene glimmer. Shortly after the primordial light left its birthplace, the power of yin and yang were split from it. The primordial light later collided with the divine spirit ancestral land, and the dissipated energy transformed into the various divine spirits. In the end, its remaining essence turned into a woman bearing the Heaven's Order bloodline. Strictly speaking, the burning light and the serene glimmer originated from the same source as all divine spirits. Although they could be classified as divine spirits, they were different from ordinary divine spirits. That was because they were the first to split from the primordial light. Be it in terms of the purity or strength of their source, ordinary divine spirits were simply incomparable to the burning light and serene glimmer. Even the dragons and phoenixes were no exception in this regard. Therefore, the pure source strength of the burning light and serene glimmer was a great supplement to the divine spirits. Their source strength could help in the refinement of a divine spirit's source and enhance the bloodline of these divine spirits. Yang Kai was the best example of this. When Yang Kai first met Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, he had only just become a 10,000-meter-long grand dragon, but after receiving a gift of source strength from the two of them, his dragon vein improved at an astonishing pace, allowing him to grow to 20,000 meters in just half a month. What's more, the gift of source strength from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan was nowhere near exhausted and had helped Yang Kai several more times over the years, eventually allowing him to become an ancient dragon less than 1,000 years later. This rate of growth for a member of the dragon clan was unheard of in history. At this moment, the same effect took place when they injected their source strength into the phoenix flame. The phoenix flame reacted as though it suddenly received significant nourishment and began burning brighter and stronger until the small ball of flame gradually resembled a blue-colored great sundae. Zhang Ruoxi watched the flame intently. Then, she vaguely noticed the figure of a phoenix clan member flying about within the flames. When the burning brightness of the phoenix flame reached a certain point, the blue-colored great sun abruptly expanded and exploded. The sudden turn of events left her dumbfounded. She couldn't help thinking that something extremely awful had happened. However, she immediately revealed an expression of joyous surprise. That was because a clear and striking phoenix cry resounded throughout the void when the blue phoenix flame erupted. It was followed by the unfurling of a giant pair of dazzling wings, then the gradual appearance of a beautiful and graceful figure. Having received help from the source strength of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, Su Yan had succeeded in her rebirth. Zhang Ruoxi wept tears of joy. A phoenix's rebirth generally came with great risks. If they failed, they would lose their life on the spot. On the other hand, they would receive immense benefits if they succeeded. That was because the strength of the Phoenix clan members would improve significantly with each rebirth. Not to mention, Su Yan received aid from the source strength of the burning light and serene glimmer during her rebirth. At this moment, her ice phoenix aura radiating from the flame of rebirth was at a height that Su Yan had never been able to achieve in the past. She would not lose even if compared to divine dragon Fu Guang. She was now a divine spirit that was on par with a veteran Ninth Order master. While the divine spirits' population was far from their peak back in the primordial era, there was no small number of them nowadays. Nevertheless, Fu Guang was the only living divine spirit who had achieved such a level of power. Naturally, Xianxia could also be included in this list. The rest of the divine spirits were at most equivalent to peak 8th Order masters. Although these divine spirits were generally stronger than average human race masters at the peak of the 8th Order open heaven realm, that did not change the fact that they had yet to reach the highest peak of their strength. Therefore, the Phoenix clan no longer had a designated leader, much less a Phoenix Empress after the death of the former Dragon and Phoenix clan leaders during the battle in the Barren Territory. Only a Phoenix who had reached the realm of Ninth Order Masters had the right to command the Phoenix clan and vie for the position of Phoenix Empress. Su Yan had reached the peak of the 8th Order open heaven realm. In addition, her Phoenix clan source had reached a realm equivalent to the 8th Order. Having inherited the source of the third-generation Phoenix Empress, she was expected to become a Phoenix Empress in the future if she had enough time to develop and grow. The entire Phoenix clan had placed their hopes in her. Nevertheless, the enhancement of a divine spirit's bloodline and source was extremely difficult. Even though Su Yan repeatedly entered the Phoenix nest to cultivate over the years, she had remained stuck at a bottleneck. She simply could not overcome the bottleneck and advance to the final step. That was until this moment. Su Yan, who was reborn thanks to the flame of rebirth, had finally shattered her bottleneck. Her bloodline had improved significantly, allowing her to advance. She even overcame the shackles of the open heaven realm, which was nothing short of a miracle. Amidst the ringing notes of the phoenix cries, Su Yan, who had transformed into an ice phoenix, gave Zhang Ruoxi a slight nod of acknowledgement. Then, she turned around and charged towards the vast battlefield, leaving a long and flickering tail of blue light in her wake. Another phoenix cry sounded a moment later, and a large part of the void froze as a result. Countless black ink clansmen were turned into ice. Sculptures that maintained their final appearance before their deaths, drifting aimlessly in the void. Even the surviving royal lords were too intimidated by the icy aura to step forward and challenge this new enemy. They were certain that things would not end well for them if they were touched by that kind of power. At the same time, the enormous black ink cloud that had condensed above the battlefield was also enveloped in huge ice crystals. One after another, phoenix cries sounded from various directions across the battlefield. It was the Phoenix clan welcoming their newly crowned empress. Their sonorous cries pierced through space itself, sounding a horn of counterattack. Ho! A high-pitched dragon roar sounded next. Zhang Ruoxi, who finally managed to collect her emotions, looked up into the void and saw Xianxia writhing around in his dragon form. The power of the dragon vein in his body fluctuated wildly, showing faint signs that he was about to break through. Moreover, he was not the only one. Pai Xiao, the final survivor, was also exhibiting similar signs. The previous battle was an arduous struggle that they had never experienced before. Although their consciousnesses had been dormant at the time, their bodies did not forget the details of the battle. The enormous pressure had brought them closer to the limits of their bloodline. Nonetheless, what truly allowed them to break through their limits was the pure source strength of the burning light and serene glimmer which had poured into them. Both Xianxia and Pai Xiao were bearers of the great sun and moon marks, which were the manifestation of a piece of the burning light and serene glimmer source. In order to successfully form the 9 palaces formation with Zhang Ruoxi, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had integrated their marks into the divine spirits and assumed control over their bodies. Hence, all 8 of the divine spirits received the blessing of the burning light and the serene glimmer source strength, which stimulated the growth of their bloodline greatly. The benefits that they obtained after surviving their near-death experience were unimaginable. The power of Yangzhao's dragon vein boiled. He roared endlessly, filled with the faint realization that he had touched up the barrier that hindered his growth. As long as he could break through this barrier, he would be able to successfully become a divine dragon. He had been under tremendous mental pressure ever since he returned from the universe furnace. Although Yang Shui had advanced to the ninth order, he remained stuck as an ancient dragon. Consequently, there were many occasions in which they could no longer fight side by side with each other. The main reason was the difference in their strengths, which caused him to become a burden for Yang Shui. For this reason, Yang Xiao had been desperately trying to improve his bloodline. He had asked Fu Guang for advice on countless occasions, but the path to becoming a divine dragon was not easy. Even with Fu Guang's careful guidance, he simply could not find a way to overcome his bottleneck. The number of people in each generation of the dragon clan who could successfully advance to become divine dragons could always be counted on one hand. Most of the time, the dragon clan had only one divine dragon, and even at the peak of the dragon clan, there had only been a total of 3 divine dragons. At this moment, Yang Xiao could almost see his breakthrough on the horizon. He knew that this might be his opportunity to overcome his bottleneck, therefore, he could not afford to miss it. In order to break through the shackles of his bloodline, he was willing to sacrifice everything. The same was true for Pai Xiao. While the Dragon and Phoenix clans generally had the protection of a Dragon Emperor or a Phoenix Empress in each generation, no equivalent divine spirit had appeared among the rest of the divine spirits since the end of the primordial era. The primordial era had been the turning point for the divine spirits, who lost the blessings of the heavens and earned the malice of the universe instead. During the primordial era, the divine spirits had been the favored of the heavens. They were unrestrained in their actions, doing whatever they wanted without any fear or scruples. Their reign came to an end after countless years of warring against each other for dominance, and they were eventually supplanted by the monster race. By that point, countless divine spirits had perished. Afterwards, the blessing and favor of the heavens gradually shifted to the monster race. Innumerable divine spirits were again wiped out during the early ancient era when the monster race ruled, and the number of divine spirits who survived was less than 1% of their numbers at their peak. If the monster race had continued to reign over the universe, the divine spirits would have gone extinct completely. Even the Dragon and Phoenix clans would not be an exception. What happened next was amusing indeed. The monster race ultimately walked down the same path as the divine spirits after they overthrew the reign of the divine spirits. Once again, the blessing and favor of the heavens shifted, now falling upon the human race. It was for that reason that the divine spirits cooperated with the human race. By taking shelter under the wings of the human race, they managed to preserve the lives of the surviving divine spirits until today. In short, the divine spirits lost the favor of the heavens after the primordial era and could no longer reproduce the glory of their ancestors. The greatest sign of their decline was the huge reduction in the number of divine spirits that could touch what was equivalent to the ninth order open heaven realm. Only those born in the Dragon clan and Phoenix clan had produced such masters after the primordial era. It had to be said that every single divine spirit clan had the protection of their respective ninth order divine spirits during the primordial era. In fact, their numbers could range from a few to several dozen in each divine spirit clan back then. Countless eons had passed since then, and at this moment, there was a Pai Xiao who finally experienced the opportunity to overcome the shackles of his bloodline on this vast battlefield. He was ecstatic beyond imagination. Forcefully enduring the damage caused by his injuries, he pushed his bloodline power with reckless abandon. The vitality surrounding his body became more and more intense as time passed. All over the battlefield, the divine spirits revealed their true bodies and roared in excitement. If Su Yan's transformation was a joyous event for the Phoenix clan, then Pai Xiao's current state was a joyous event for all the divine spirits. Regardless of whether he succeeded in overcoming his bottleneck or not, he had already given the other divine spirits a glimpse of hope. On the main battlefield, the difficult situation faced by the allied army had been greatly eased, all thanks to Zhang Ruoxi. The Black Ink clan had paid an exorbitant price to take down Zhang Ruoxi, resulting in the loss of hundreds of royal lords and yielding less than desirable results. If the human race army had not desperately escorted the 8 divine spirits to aid her at the last moment, the Black Ink clan's plans to kill Zhang Ruoxi would most likely have succeeded, and once she was dead, there would no longer be anybody on the battlefield with sufficient strength to pose a threat to the Black Ink clan. At that moment, the 2 giant spirit gods were trapped by over 100 royal lords. They were too busy fending for themselves to spare any energy to rescue the human race army. Fortunately, Zhang Ruoxi eventually won the battle. The price of her victory was the lives of 5 divine spirits, but all the royal lords surrounding and besieging her had been eliminated in exchange. Furthermore, Su Yan had successfully been crowned as the Phoenix Empress. The enormous figure of the ice phoenix radiated with a bone-chilling cold that froze everything in its wake. Even space itself was no exception. Be that as it may, the situation remained bleak. The Black Ink clan had twice as many troops as the allied army, which gave them a numerical advantage that was difficult to overcome. Furthermore, not all of the royal lords had been eliminated in the skirmish with Zhang Ruoxi. The enemy had preserved enough royal lords to maintain this situation on the main battlefield despite their attempt to kill Zhang Ruoxi. At this moment, the difference in strength between the two sides had not shrunk, but instead increased significantly. The main cause for this was that the small stone race died at a much faster rate than the Black Ink clan. Su Yan's rebirth had only managed to help stabilize the situation by a small margin. The human race army would need an even greater injection of strength to prevent things from deteriorating, much less win the battle. A continuous wave of dragon roars reverberated throughout the void. When the power of Yang Zhao's dragon vein reached a certain limit, the aura of the divine dragon erupted. Then, the body of a 100,000-meter-long white dragon emerged, its enormous dragon head rising high above, overlooking all living creatures from a lofty height. Yang Zhao had succeeded in ascending to the realm of Divine Dragon. At the same time, the aura of a ninth-order divine spirit radiated from Pai Xiao. 8 divine spirits had stepped forward to help Zhang Ruoxi, and though 5 had died in battle, the remaining 3 had successfully overcome their respective shackles and risen to greater heights. It was important to note that the difference in impact a ninth-order divine spirit like Pai Xiao could play on the battlefield compared to a newly advanced ninth-order human master was enormous. That was because the divine spirits were inherently stronger than ninth-order humans by a large margin. As soon as Yang Xiao and Pai Xiao joined forces and charged into the battlefield, a large swath was cut into the ranks of the Black Ink clan army. The overwhelming aura of the divine spirits flooded the void, causing countless Black Ink clan soldiers to perish. In the distant void, another silver divine dragon was rampaging across the battlefield. His entire body was drenched in blood, and many of his tough dragon scales had been torn or blasted off. This silver divine dragon was none other than Fu Guang. Regardless of his immense strength, he was bound to sustain injuries in such a chaotic and intense battlefield. When Fu Guang saw Yang Xiao charging into the battlefield after becoming a divine dragon, he immediately rushed over towards him. At the same time, a series of dragon roars were exchanged between them, as though they were communicating with each other. It did not take long before Yang Xiao seemed to understand the situation, and he quickly sliced a bloody path through his enemies to approach Fu Guang. A short while later, the 2 divine dragons gathered at the same place. In terms of size alone, Fu Guang was undoubtedly larger than Yang Xiao. This was only natural as Fu Guang had been a divine dragon for a much longer time. The 2 behemoths began to draw upon the power of their dragon veins, causing their vitality to surge and boil within them. That was not all. They also began to spin in circles at a high speed, with their bodies connected together from end to end. In the beginning, their figures could still be seen, however, they soon blurred into a rapidly rotating blur. Something could vaguely be seen amidst the rapidly spinning circle of light, as though being summoned into existence. Many of the royal lords in the Black Ink clan army couldn't help feeling uncomfortable at the sight. Although they did not know what the 2 divine dragons were attempting, they knew that their actions would undoubtedly be detrimental to the Black Ink clan. They had to stop the divine dragons at all costs, hence, more than a dozen royal lords immediately rushed towards the 2 divine dragons from various directions. Despite their efforts though, another shocking scene entered their eyes before they could approach the divine dragons. Under the joint efforts of the 2 divine dragons, a large amount of turbid liquid suddenly gushed out from the dazzling circle of light. The unknown liquid splattered across the void like a spray of mist from a mountain spring, covering everything around them. Then, a torrent of water emerged and swept out in all directions. Many of the divine spirits who knew what was happening couldn't help feeling moved by the scene before them. They knew that the Dragon Clan had brought out their strongest trump card in order to obtain victory in this war. The torrent gushing into the void without restraint was clearly the waters from the Dragon Pool. The Phoenix Clan had the Phoenix Nest, while the Dragon Clan had the Dragon Pool. These were the foundations of their respective clans. When the Phoenix clan mobilized the power of the Phoenix nest against their enemies, the Dragon clan had not unleashed the power of the Dragon Pool. It was not that the Dragon clan did not want to bring out their trump card, but rather that they lacked the ability to perform such a feat under normal circumstances. The act of summoning the Dragon Pool would have required various complicated rituals in addition to the concerted efforts of many Dragon clan members. Unfortunately, the Dragon clan simply could not afford the time and energy to perform such intricate rites on such a crisis-ridden battlefield. That was the case until Xianxia became a divine dragon. With Fu Guang's cooperation, the two divine dragons joined hands and forcibly summoned the Dragon Pool to the battlefield. The Dragon Pool was the foundation of the Dragon clan. After all, the existence of the Dragon Pool was the prerequisite for the Dragon clan to produce endless descendants. Not to mention, the power of the Dragon Pool was diligently accumulated over countless generations of the Dragon clan. Regardless of whether the war would end in victory or defeat today, the Dragon clan would inevitably suffer unimaginable losses by summoning the Dragon Pool on such a chaotic battlefield. It would be impossible to restore the lost energy without several hundreds of thousands of years of recuperation. Nevertheless, there was no denying that the effects of summoning the Dragon Pool were remarkable. The waters of the Dragon Pool turned into a raging torrent that swept out in all directions, and the Black Ink clan soldiers caught within this flood instantly perished. The power of the Dragon Pool was an unstoppable force. If a dragon bearing the Dragon clan bloodline came into contact with the Dragon Pool's waters, they would be able to enhance their bloodline and increase their strength. On the contrary, the waters of the Dragon Pool were a lethal poison to living creatures without the power of a dragon vein in their bodies. Everywhere the mighty current flowed, death followed. Even one of the royal lords rushing towards the two divine dragons who accidentally got caught in the current only managed to struggle for a few breaths before he dissolved into the rampaging waters. It was a grand display of the terrifying power within the mighty current of the Dragon Pool. Needless to say, the current did not pose any threat to beings like the royal lords and the territory lords as long as they remained on guard. The power emanating from the Dragon Pool might be impressive, but powerful masters only needed to avoid the waters by a certain margin to remain unaffected. However, it was never Fu Guang's intention to target the enemy masters when he joined forces with Xianxia to summon the Dragon Pool. His goal had always been the Black Ink clan army. The royal lords and the territory lords could easily dodge the raging currents, but the Black Ink clan soldiers weaker than the territory lords were not so capable. Therefore, the troops of the Black Ink clan army were now perishing in droves. Some small stone race members fighting the Black Ink clan army were also caught in the raging torrent, but this couldn't be helped. Although Fu Guang had done his best to summon the Dragon Pool in an area where only the Black Ink clan was heavily concentrated, he could not exert fine control over the direction in which the mighty current of the Dragon Pool would flow, hence, accidental injuries among friendly troops was inevitable. What shocked him though was that the small stone race members caught in the raging torrent of the Dragon Pool did not lose their lives. On the contrary, they simply struggled in the current for some time before they quickly rushed out and resumed fighting. After pondering on it for a moment though, Fu Guang realized what had happened. These small stone race soldiers might be simple-minded, but their bodies contained a significant amount of power from the burning light and serene glimmer. Even if the power of the Dragon Pool was both ancient and pure, it was still incomparable to the original powers of Yin and Yang born alongside the universe. The realization completely relieved Fu Guang of his worries. With hindsight, he had to admit that summoning the Dragon Pool at such a perilous juncture had been a stroke of genius. Following the raging torrent that swept out in all directions, the Black Ink clan army suffered enormous losses, completely eliminating the numerical advantage they originally held. On the other hand, the human race army was small in number and extremely agile in their movements, hence, it was not difficult for them to avoid the mighty current under Mi Jingluan's command. As for the small stone race, only their formations were scattered by the impact while they did not suffer any actual casualties. After a while, the Dragon Pool vanished without a trace. The release of the waters that the Dragon Pool had accumulated over countless eons instantly changed the entire situation on the battlefield. It was finally time for a counterattack of the allied army of the human and the small stone races. Among the remaining Black Ink clan army, all the royal lords wore solemn expressions on their faces. They simply could not understand this sudden turn of events. How did the Black Ink clan, who should have had an absolute numerical advantage, end up in such dire condition all of a sudden? Without sufficient numerical advantage, it was impossible for the Black Ink clan to be a match for the allied army of the human race and the small stone race. To make matters worse, that terrifying woman was also beginning to take action again. After the three divine spirits advanced to the Ninth Order in quick succession, they immediately charged into the battlefield to resolve the most critical crises. Xianxia she finally had the chance to catch her breath as a result. She had watched the entire chain of events unfolding before her, beginning with the dragon pool's summoning, the raging current sweeping out across the battlefield, and finally, the Black Ink clan soldiers being washed away and vanishing from existence. Tightening her grip around the Heaven's Order sword, she murmured under her breath, "Seniors, I'm heading into battle." Big Brother Huang sighed softly, like he wanted to make a comment, but in the end, he said nothing and silently cooperated with Big Sister Lan to help Xianxia she maintain the balance of power in her body. The Heaven's Order bloodline burned once more, and the wings behind Xianxia she's back glowed with a blue and yellow hue. She charged into the battlefield without hesitation, aiming directly at the royal lords besieging Aude and Aer. At this moment, the pressure faced by the allied army on the main battlefield was not that serious. In fact, they were beginning to gain the upper hand. That was why Xianxia she did not head for the main battlefield. She would not last much longer in battle, so there was no point in slaughtering some miscellaneous Black Ink clan troops with what little time she had left. It was undoubtedly more cost-efficient to spend her limited strength slaughtering some royal lords instead. Besides, Aude and Aer would be freed as long as she killed enough royal lords. The allied army of the human race and the small stone race would also receive the support of the two giant spirit gods if she succeeded, which might be more effective than providing support by herself. In a flash of yellow and blue, Xianxia she entered the range of the battle where Aude and Aer were located. At this moment, the royal lords besieging the two giant spirit gods were forced to suffer in silence. The royal lords besieging Xianxia she had been completely eradicated, and the numerical advantage of the Black Ink clan army on the main battlefield was quickly being overturned. At this point, the human race army had gained the upper hand in this battle. Even if the royal lords fighting the two giant spirit gods wanted to help their comrades, they did not dare to leave their positions easily. They were only able to keep the two giant spirit gods in check by relying on sufficient numbers to harass them. If any of them stepped away from their position, there was a risk that the delicate balance would be broken. Once the two giant spirit gods broke free of their restraints, it would be impossible to pin them down again. However, it was evident that Xianxia she was coming to help the two giant spirit gods. The royal lords would only be waiting for their imminent deaths if they continued to confront the two giant spirit gods, but showing their backs to these three terrifying enemies would likely just result in them dying faster. At this point, they were stuck in a situation with no hope of escape. Any choice they made would result in a tragic end, thus, every one of them felt aggrieved and hopeless. The Black Ink clan's plans to use the royal lords to keep the two giant spirit gods under control failed as soon as Xianxia she came to the latter's aid. With a flash of her sword, several royal lords perished on the spot. Upon receiving Xianxia she's assistance, Aer immediately struck out at the same time. He reached out his hand and smacked at a royal lord who was hovering around him. Thanks to Aer's heaven-destroying, earth-shattering strength, the royal lord struck by his blow was instantly smashed to pieces. However, Aer paid a heavy price for his actions. The other royal lords immediately took the opportunity to leave numerous wounds on his body, causing blood and flesh to splatter everywhere. Nevertheless, Aer did not back down. Abandoning all defenses, he switched to a violent offensive instead. As time passed, the royal lords steadily perished. When the number of royal lords besieging Aer dropped to half their original number, the restraints and shackles holding him down could no longer be sustained. Aer was freed. Afterwards, his offensive became increasingly violent and vicious. He worked together with Xianxia she to quickly slaughter a few more royal lords around him, and as a result, the remaining royal lords could no longer withstand the pressure of the assault and scattered in various directions. Xianxia she and Aer did not give chase but instead took the opportunity to rush towards Aude. A feeling of doom washed over the royal lords at this sight. Xianxia she had resolved Aer's predicament by killing off many of the royal lords in the encirclement with her strength alone. And Now, she was joining forces with Aer to attack the remaining royal lords. How were they supposed to survive this onslaught? Seeing that the situation was not looking good for them, the royal lords besieging Ada hastily abandoned their opponent and fled in all directions. Ada naturally flew into a rage and chased after the fleeing royal lords, but his movements were slow and clumsy due to his enormous size, so how could he catch up to them? In the end, he was stopped by Aer. At this point, Ada had practically lost his ability to think rationally and was acting purely on his instincts. Thus, he immediately turned around and punched out. The punch caused Aer to stagger and lose his balance. Fortunately, Ada realized that he had attacked the wrong person after the first strike and his anger immediately vanished. He then stood there awkwardly scratching his head. Among the two giant spirit gods, Ada had always been the most simple-minded. In comparison, there was no doubt that Aer was the smarter one. That was also why Xianxia had decided to rescue Aer first when she had the opportunity to help them. "Come with me, we'll beat them up together," Aer told Ada, then he turned around and charged towards the main battlefield. Ada obediently followed after his brother, quickly forgetting about how he was bullied by the royal lords earlier. On the main battlefield, the appearance of the 3 Ninth Order divine spirits and the mighty current of the dragon pool had long since leveled the gap in military strength between the two sides. These changes allowed the allied army to gain the upper hand in the battle over time. Moreover, their advantage swiftly widened when the two giant spirit gods came forward to provide support. Everything had gotten better, and the situation was bound to improve even more. On the other side, Xianxia was relentlessly chasing down the fleeing royal lords. Her speed was extraordinary. With the slightest flap of her wings, she could ignore the barriers of space and appear before any one of the royal lords in an instant. None survived the slash of the Heaven's Order sword. 1, 2, 5, 10. The royal lords who scattered and fled in all directions had no hope of surviving. On the contrary, their actions simply accelerated the arrival of their demise. When the royal lords finally realized their mistake, they hastily gathered together once more. Unfortunately, there were only some 40 royal lords remaining at this point. These royal lords were originally responsible for surrounding and besieging the giant spirit gods. There had been more than 100 of them in the beginning, but more than half had perished in such a short span of time. Having seen the situation on the main battlefield, they knew that the Black Ink clan had already lost the battle, but so what? As long as they had the Supreme One, they would never be defeated. What they needed to do now was preserve their strength as much as possible. When the Supreme One finished dealing with whatever matters it had to, they would rule the universe under the command of the Supreme One. With these considerations in mind, the royal lords gathered together but did not attack Xianxia. They simply waited quietly and assumed a defensive posture. Holding the Heaven's Order sword in both hands, Xianxia smiled slightly even though her complexion was as pale as a sheet. Their response perfectly aligned with her desires. If they had scattered and fled in different directions, then she would not have been able to eliminate them all. On the contrary, the fact that they gathered together in one place had certainly saved her the trouble of hunting them down. Needless to say, the situation was also a risk to her. If she failed to handle the situation properly, she would most likely suffer catastrophic consequences. "Come." Xianxia exhaled lightly and stabilized the power in her body. When she looked up, the vitality surrounding her began to boil and burn and she transformed into a stream of light that charged towards the royal lords. This was her last burst of strength, so she had to act swiftly. She had to finish dealing with these royal lords before the situation fell out of control. When the stream of light crashed into the royal lords, various howls of fury resounded. Blood splattered everywhere and dismembered limbs scattered across the void. Under the rain of sword slashes that ruthlessly came pouring down, the royal lords perished one after another. The entire incident seemed to last for only a brief moment, but at the same time, there was also a feeling that hundreds of thousands of years had passed in that brief moment. When Xianxia finally stopped swinging her sword, the void was littered with the dismembered remains of the royal lords. The few survivors opposite her looked petrified. Those short few moments had deeply instilled the true meaning of despair in their hearts. In the face of absolute might, even royal lords like themselves were as weak as ants. Nevertheless, something unexpected occurred. Under the horrified gazes of the royal lords, Zhang Ruoxi's hands suddenly fell limply to the sides. The vitality that enveloped her body also became extremely weak at this moment. On the other hand, the terrifying aura within her became increasingly intense and unstable. "She's at her limits," one of the royal lords yelled in pleasant surprise. The royal lords had extremely keen vision, so they immediately noticed the changes when Zhang Ruoxi showed abnormal symptoms. At this moment, the few surviving royal lords finally glimpsed an opportunity to defeat this woman, hence, they charged forward without hesitation. A sharp look flashed through Zhang Ruoxi's eyes, and she struggled to lift the Heaven's Order sword up again. Big Brother Huang's anxious shout entered her ears at that moment, "You'll die at this rate." A faint smile appeared on her face, but her hands did not loosen their grip on the sword, instead tightening even more as she answered calmly, "We all have a predestined time." Big Sister Lan called out anxiously, "If you die, Big Brother Huang's and my power will surely go out of control. Are you willing to watch this place turn into another chaotic dead territory?" There was no denying that Big Sister Lan was much better at reading hearts when it came to persuading others. Zhang Ruoxi was not afraid of death. If her death could bring victory to the human race, she would sacrifice herself without a second thought. However, there would be catastrophic consequences if she lost her life here. Without the coordination of the Heaven's Order bloodline, the power of the two ancient supreme beings would definitely spiral out of control. The enormous void would become another chaotic dead territory in an instant. If that were to happen, the Black Ink clan army would surely be eradicated, but unfortunately, the human race army scattered across the battlefield would also be dragged down with them. The human race had been fighting for millions of years just to obtain peace. At this point, they were only one step away from the dream of so many generations. How could Zhang Ruoxi destroy everything at such a critical moment? After a brief hesitation, Zhang Ruoxi abruptly retreated. She no longer dared to carelessly activate the power within her, therefore, she could only avoid the attacks of the royal lords who were charging forward desperately. Seeing that, the royal lords pursued Zhang Ruoxi even more fiercely than before. Ripples suddenly spread out across the void, and in the next moment, a dark blue ice phoenix wrapped in a bone-chilling cold stepped out from the ripples and shot a blast of icy aura at the royal lords who were pursuing Zhang Ruoxi. The royal lords were startled by the unexpected arrival and quickly dodged. When they raised their heads once more, their hearts ran cold with fear. Following the appearance of the ice phoenix, several other figures stepped out from the ripples. They were none other than the Ninth Order human masters. The allied army had completely seized the initiative on the main battlefield. They marched forward in high spirits, with their overwhelming advantage in battle steadily growing larger. Under such circumstances, the outcome of the battle was no longer in question. Their victory was only a matter of time at this point. It was for that reason that Mi Jingluan immediately sent reinforcements when he noticed Zhang Ruoxi's predicament. For the sake of ensuring Zhang Ruoxi's safety, he did not even hesitate to mobilize Su Yan, who had only just become a Ninth Order divine spirit. After repelling the royal lords who were pursuing Zhang Ruoxi, a flash of light appeared around the ice phoenix. The figure shrank rapidly to reveal Su Yan's appearance. She took a step forward and came to Zhang Ruoxi's side. Grabbing Zhang Ruoxi by the arm, she quickly made a few maneuvers and withdrew from the battlefield. Her next task was to protect Zhang Ruoxi until the battle ended. Once Su Yan retreated from the battlefield with Zhang Ruoxi, the Ninth Order masters promptly found an opponent for themselves and clashed with the surviving royal lords. As time passed, powerful auras were eliminated one after another. The masters from the Black Ink clan suffered heavy casualties, and the Black Ink clan army was steadily being eradicated. The small stone race army also suffered terrible casualties, but even their deaths played a huge role in the battle. From time to time, flashes of dazzling light would burst out across the battlefield. Those flashes were none other than purifying light. Everywhere the light illuminated, Black Ink strength dissipated and Black Ink clansmen held in agony. The royal lords and territory lords were perishing all over, and this only accelerated with the destruction of the Black Ink clan army. At a certain moment, the last stubborn royal lord was finally eliminated. The remaining human race army looked around and realized that there were no other enemies around. The battle that lasted for several months with almost no time for respite finally ended with the victory of the allied army. The small stone race army had suffered a heavy price for the victory. At this moment, less than 30% of their original numbers remained. As for the human race army, about 10 million troops remained when the entire human race army assembled together in one place. Even the number of Ninth Order masters had reduced by more than half. Among the Ninth Order masters who lost their lives in battle, most of them were those who advanced recently. Although they managed to break through to the Ninth Order open heaven realm, they barely had any time to stabilize and strengthen the foundation. Compared to the veteran Ninth Order masters, their heritage and control over their own strength was undoubtedly weaker by a significant margin. Furthermore, there were also many injured and crippled among the survivors. The price of victory was extremely heavy, but the victory was ultimately worth the sacrifices. A heaven-shattering burst of cheers rang out soon after. The survivors screamed and rejoiced at the top of their voices, reveling in the ecstasy that overflowed from their hearts. Meanwhile, unlike the ordinary soldiers, the higher-ups in the human race army knew that this war was not over. Although they had finally eradicated the entirety of the Black Ink clan that escaped from the primordial heaven's source ground restriction, as long as Mo, the source of the Black Ink clan, was still alive, the Black Ink clan could rise once more. Despite fighting for months, Mo had never appeared on the battlefield. Xianxia had not shown up either. It could be conceived that these two were battling each other somewhere in the depths of the void, and the outcome of their clash would determine the ultimate fate of the universe. Nobody knew the situation in the depths of the void. Xianxia had indeed exchanged blows with Mo for a period, but so much time had passed since then that she could no longer judge the situation on the other side. For that reason, the Allied army only took a brief moment to rest and reorganize their formation after their victory. Then, they began marching into the depths of the void in hopes of helping Xianxia. There was only one piece of good news that could be confirmed. Xianxia was definitely alive. That was because they could sense a series of disturbances that were caused by a battle somewhere deep in the void. Those disturbances could only mean that Xianxia currently had the capital to exchange blows with Mo. Passing through the site where the primordial heaven's source ground restriction was originally located, the human race army was shocked by the sight that greeted their eyes. There were countless black ink nests scattered throughout the void. Moreover, precious high-rank black ink nests could be found everywhere. It was just that there was no sign of activity from any black ink clansmen even though there were so many black ink nests. Having dispatched all their military strength to the battlefield for the earlier battle, the Black Ink clan had been completely wiped out as a result. These black ink nests were nothing more than decorations now. However, what shocked the human race army was not the countless black ink nests scattered everywhere, but the gigantic figures dispersed throughout the void. Those figures were none other than black ink giant spirit gods. The outcome of the previous battle would have been even harder to determine if the Black Ink clan had dispatched these black ink giant spirit gods to the battlefield. In fact, there was a high possibility that the battle would have ended with the defeat of the Allied army. Fortunately, the Black Ink giant spirit gods were soul clones of Mo, so Mo had to inject a strand of his soul into these behemoths to make them move. Without a strand of Mo's soul, these Black Ink giant spirit gods were nothing more than empty shells. There was nothing the Black Ink clan could do about the Black Ink giant spirit gods even if they wanted to mobilize them. After passing through the void where the primordial heaven's source ground restriction was previously located, the Allied army increased their pace. However, Mi Jingluan's expression grew increasingly solemn as they steadily marched forward. He originally brought the Allied army with the intention of helping Xianxia, but he also knew that Mo was extremely powerful. The rumors claimed that Mo had reached the legendary creation realm. Even if the Allied army boasted massive numbers, they might not be of much help to Xianxia. Be that as it may, he was currently faced with a dilemma. At present, it was no longer a question of whether the Allied army could provide any help to Xianxia, but whether the Allied army could even continue their forward march under the current circumstances. As they marched forward, the shockwaves from the battle up ahead became increasingly terrifying. Even now, the mere fallout was enough to shake the entire void. The countless ripples that constantly spread out from the depths of the void were powerful enough to warp space despite their origin being beyond the horizon. Mi Jingluan soon realized that the intensity of the battle between Xianxia and Mo was unprecedented. At this rate, it was evident that the Allied army would not be of any help. That was because they did not even have the qualification to approach the battlefield. If they forced their way forward, they would be crushed by the fallout before they even arrived. After considering the situation for a time, Mi Jingluan made a decisive decision. He ordered the allied army to remain on standby at their current position, then, he brought only the Masters in or stronger than the Ninth Order with him and resumed their trek to the depths of the void. The small group traveled for some time before the situation on the battlefield finally came into view, but the sight that entered their eyes stopped them cold in their tracks and turned them pale with horror. It did not matter whether they were a Ninth Order Master or a Ninth Order Divine Spirit. Even A De and A Er were no exception. Yang Kai stood in the void with the Azure Dragon Spear in his hand. There seemed to be a small and slender spirit snake wrapped around the body of the spear. In addition, every thrust of his spear contained a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering force. The spirit snake was the manifestation of his space-time river. He had completely refined and absorbed Mu's space-time river into his body now, and although he was robbed of many benefits by Mo during the process, the benefits he gained had already pushed him to his limits. Hence, the fact that Mo had stolen some of the benefits did not affect the overall situation by much. The stolen benefits had only restored some of Mo's strength at most. The spirit snake wrapped around the Azure Dragon Spear was Yang Kai's space-time river. It was the result he obtained after countless near-death encounters with Mo. The ability to condense the space-time river into this shape undoubtedly indicated that he had complete control over the power of the space-time river. The intensity and ferocity of this battle were something Yang Kai had never experienced before either. The slightest negligence would lead to his death, and he had indeed suffered several near-death experiences because of Mo. It was fortunate that he had always managed to avoid the worst outcome at the last moment. Mo's vicious attacks had allowed Yang Kai to rapidly gain control over the power of his space-time river. He had been no match for Mo in the beginning, but it had only taken him a few days to reach his current mastery. Originally, Yang Kai could only absorb the Tao strengths into his body by force. When he devoured and refined Mu's space-time river, he had swallowed Mu's space-time river whole and did his best to grasp as much of Mu's last gift as possible. If the Yang Kai from then was compared to a piece of raw ore, then his battles with Mo had been various forms of tempering and refinement. Every application of Tao strengths and every encounter with Mo had gradually increased his control over the power of the space-time river. The rough and ugly ore had been forged into a fine piece of metal now. At this moment, Yang Kai's understanding of the 10,000 Tao strengths had truly reached the peak of enlightenment. The strength he could now exert was no weaker than what Zhang Ruoshi had previously displayed at her peak. Unfortunately, it was still not enough. If he wanted to slaughter Mo, then he had to overcome his limits in the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm and advance into a higher realm. Only then would he have hope of victory. However, his heritage was insufficient. How could Yang Kai easily overcome his limitations under these circumstances? Not even Mu could achieve such a feat. The more perfectly he could control his powers, the more aware Yang Kai became of his shortcomings. He couldn't reach a higher level of the martial Tao in such a short span of time. He would need to spend long years of precipitation and accumulation before he could ascend. Therefore, he sank into a vicious loop. As long as he failed to overcome his limitations, he would not be able to slaughter Mo. If he wanted to break through to a higher realm of the martial Tao, he would require more time. But, how could Mo allow him to have enough time to grow and develop? Ever since Yang Kai condensed his space-time river in the universe furnace, he had found his path to the future. It was just that he failed to realize his discovery until Mu pointed it out to him. Although he could now oppose Mo to a certain extent, he knew in his heart that this situation would not last for long. There were times when one simply lacked the necessary strength, and he was bound to become exhausted at some point. Unfortunately, the same could not be said of Mo. Mo was a strange existence that was born when heaven and earth split apart. As long as his source remained intact, his strength would never be depleted. Furthermore, he was supposedly in the creation realm already. Even if more than 30% of his source had been suppressed and sealed, he was still a mighty being in a realm above the open heaven realm. Yang Kai had finally seen the bizarre means of a being in that realm. Black ink strength that permeated the void could be transformed into a royal lord with a single touch from Mo. The ability to create something out of thin air was simply unimaginable. It was truly fortunate that Yang Kai's current strength was extraordinary, so even a royal lord would only pose a minimal threat to him. That was why Mo stopped using such ineffective tactics after a few attempts and decided to fight Yang Kai with his own strength instead. With each vicious exchange of blows, the violent aftermath that spread out in all directions caused the void to shudder and crack. During one of their confrontations, Yang Kai suddenly heard a slight sound coming from deep within his heart. At the same time, a strange sensation was also transmitted from his arm. Looking down at his arm, he couldn't help being shocked by the sight. A crack had appeared on the as till now indestructible Azure Dragon Spear. The Azure Dragon Spear was given to Yang Kai by Ada when he was still living in the star boundary. In other words, the spear had accompanied him for thousands of years, during which they experienced numerous battles and slaughtered countless enemies together. As the spear was an artifact refined from the body of a divine, its grade was so high that it was practically unmatched. Be that as it may, Mo had managed to cause a crack to appear in such an amazing spear. It was easy to imagine the intensity of this battle. After all, even the body of a divine dragon could not withstand the force of Mo's attacks. After the first crack appeared on the spear, a second and third crack quickly followed. It did not take long before the entire body of the spear was covered in fine cracks. The spear was on the verge of shattering to pieces. When Mo noticed the cracks on the spear, a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes and his attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Yang Kai suppressed the reluctance in his heart and summoned his Dao strengths with all his might, then, he thrust out with his spear. As soon as the violent forces collided with each other, the impact caused his body to freeze for a moment. The spear that had accompanied him for thousands of years simultaneously shattered into a million pieces in his hand. Mo had been waiting for this very opportunity. When the Azure Dragon Spear shattered to pieces, he jumped forward and punched Yang Kai. This punch was meant to become the deciding factor of this battle. He strongly believed that Yang Kai would be forced to avoid his blows after losing his weapon. If that was the case, then he could steadily press forward and gain complete control over the flow of the battle until Yang Kai became powerless to fight back. Contrary to expectations though, Yang Kai did not retreat from the blow even after the Azure Dragon Spear shattered to pieces. The space-time river, which was originally wrapped around the body of the spear, seemed to have gained spirituality and clung tightly to his arms. Facing Mo's attack directly, Yang Kai threw a punch in Mo's direction. The Dao strengths fluctuated violently. At the moment when both forces collided with each other, a powerful impact manifested as a visible halo of light centered around the two opponents flashed. The halo of light swiftly spread out in all directions. Everywhere the light passed, space shattered and collapsed. It was quickly followed by the appearance of numerous enormous void cracks. The Ninth Order masters who had arrived at the periphery of the battlefield turned pale with fright. Faced with the approaching fallout of the battle, they quickly summoned their strength to defend themselves against the impact. Nevertheless, they were still sent flying. They, who were no longer at their peak strength, were instantly thrown into disarray by the impact. Luckily, the two giant spirit gods stood in front of them and bore the brunt of the shockwave. It was only thanks to the protection of Audet and Aer that there were no casualties. Once the effects of the aftermath passed, they couldn't help looking slightly flustered and bitter. They originally came here intending to help Yang Kai. Halfway into the journey, the Allied army was forced to stop at a distance and discontinue their forward march because the troops could not withstand the overwhelming pressure of the battle. At this moment, they were horrified to discover that even Ninth Order masters like themselves could not approach the battlefield. They would be torn apart by the aftermath of such powerful attacks. As things stood, the only ones who could be depended upon were the two giant spirit gods, Audet and Aer. Mi Jingluan looked up at the two behemoths and instantly realized that the two giant spirit gods could not be counted on either. The survivors were exhausted after the arduous battle. Even Audet and Aer were no exception. While the two giant spirit gods managed to resist the shockwave just now, they were still pushed back significantly by the impact. Under these circumstances, it was impossible for any of them to intervene in the battle. They would only be a burden for Yang Kai if they recklessly charged forward. Mi Jingluan was abruptly struck by a saddening realization. The only thing they could do after coming here was to witness the unique battle with their own eyes. That was an unimaginably heartbreaking truth. When the aftermath fully dissipated, everyone looked towards the battlefield from behind Audet and Aer. The scene that greeted them made their hearts tighten with fear. Yang Kai was steadily being pushed back, seemingly at a complete disadvantage. Compared to an ancient entity like Mo, Yang Kai's heritage was simply too shallow. The slightest negligence or careless mistake could become fatal. Waste. During the battle, Mo suddenly yelled in frustration. Yang Kai flew backwards like an arrow released from the bowstring following a vicious strike. The space-time river wrapped around his arm suddenly emerged behind him and he fell into the river, diffusing some of the impacts from the blow. It did not take long before he stepped out of the river once more. His complexion was pale, and a trickle of blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. Mo did not pursue Yang Kai. He simply stared coldly and calmly stated, "My offer from before still stands. Give up your feudal resistance and hand over Mu's inheritance. I guarantee that the human race will have a place to live in the future." Yang Kai turned his head to the side and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he grinned wickedly, "Kill me, then you can deal with the human race as you please." Mo closed his eyes gently. When he opened them once more, his murderous intent overflowed. He did not bother to speak again, and his figure abruptly vanished from where he was standing. By the time he reappeared again, he was already standing in front of Yang Kai. The sudden disappearance and reappearance were not a trick of space principles, rather, his speed had simply reached such an extreme. Yang Kai did not seem surprised by these movements. With a backward grab, the space-time river that was originally flowing behind him transformed into a whip and appeared in his hand. The long whip then lashed out towards Mo. Mo frowned slightly but did not dodge aside, he simply threw a punch instead. The punch struck Yang Kai squarely in the head. The blow made his head arch backwards, and his skull seemed to crack from the impact. He was immediately drenched in blood, nevertheless, the long whip wrapped around Mo. Standing so close to each other, the blood-drenched Yang Kai grinned at Mo, "I finally caught you." He seemed to have been waiting for this moment. After he finished speaking, he gave the long whip in his hand a sharp flick. The space-time river manifested once more, and the raging currents instantly engulfed the two figures. Before their figures vanished from view, the masters standing in the distance vaguely heard Mo's mocking voice sounding in their ears, "Since you're so eager to die, I will fulfill your wishes." Afterwards, the space-time river that stretched out into the void suddenly boiled and bubbled violently. Meanwhile, the Grand Dao strengths trembled agitatedly. These were the results of the battle between Yang Kai and Mo in the space-time river. The Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't help being extremely nervous at the sight. The space-time river was the condensed crystallization of Yang Kai's 10,000 Grand Daos. Even if fighting in the space-time river would give him a considerable advantage over his opponent, that was not enough to overcome the fact that Mo's cultivation was in a higher realm than his. Besides, the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had seen the previous battle with their own eyes. Under Mo's powerful offensive, Yang Kai could only parry and defend at most, he had no strength to fight back whatsoever. That was the result of the undeniable gap in their strengths. Rashly dragging his enemy into the space-time river was both an opportunity and a danger. If he failed to defeat Mo in the space-time river, then he would not be able to guarantee his own safety in the space-time river. The churning of the river waters became increasingly turbulent. Waves rose and fell, splashing around fiercely. At the same time, countless Dao strengths appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Although the Ninth Order Masters could not see the ongoing battle, they could deduce that Yang Kai was at a disadvantage just by looking at the changes in the space-time river. The situation lasted for several days. The Ninth Order Masters were about to rush forward to help when the churning river suddenly turned calm. With their hearts in their throats, they watched the space-time river intently. They knew that the outcome of the battle had been decided. Mi Jingluan immediately sent a transmission to his companions, ordering them to be ready for action at any time. A figure suddenly stepped out of the river. To their horror, the figure that stepped out turned out to be not one but two figures. Mo held Yang Kai by the head, dragging him with one hand. Yang Kai hung limply from Mo's grasp as though every bone in his body had been broken. Standing above the space-time river, Mo held Yang Kai's head as though holding a chicken in his grasp and snorted, "Useless waste. You don't have the right to continue living." Then, he abruptly exerted great strength in his hand. How could Yang Kai, who had lost his ability to fight, withstand such an attack? His head instantly exploded from the impact, however, Mo did not stop there. It punched out and smashed the crippled body to pieces. The scene was imprinted in the eyes of the Ninth Order masters who were watching the battle from afar. They stood frozen in shock and stared in disbelief. Xianxia died? The man who was the best at creating miracles and turning the tides of war countless times? The man who had saved the human race from various catastrophes? Did he die just like that? They instinctively refused to believe the scene before them and subconsciously wondered whether they were looking at an illusion. However, the dissipation of his aura that followed the destruction of his body could not be faked. Everything indicated that he was really dead. Xianxia had died at the hands of Mo. Only a short moment had passed from the time Xianxia was dragged out of the space-time river by Mo. Moreover, Mo had not hesitated in the slightest when he killed Xianxia. Everything happened so quickly that the Ninth Order masters had no time to even think about rescuing Xianxia. A shrill but mournful phoenix cry rang out, accompanied by a furious dragon roar. Su Yan and Xianxia transformed into their divine spirit forms and charged towards Mo. The rest of the Ninth Order masters also followed suit and sprang into action. Despite knowing that they were no match for Mo, nobody hesitated in the slightest. Now that Xianxia was dead, there was nobody in this world who could compete with Mo. Black Ink strength would soon gain complete control over the universe. When that happened, the human race would no longer have a place to live. This was the final struggle. Su Yan was the fastest. After all, the Tao of Space was the bloodline talent of the Phoenix clan. She had lost her mind after being consumed by her feelings of rage and sorrow. At this moment, there was only one thought left in her heart. She wanted revenge, and if she could not have it, she would accompany Xianxia to the afterlife. A gorgeous trail of light lingered behind the enormous blue figure. With a few flickers, she arrived on the battlefield. However, a bizarre phenomenon occurred before she could unleash her strength. Ripples suddenly emerged in the originally calm space-time river. Following the splashing waves, a figure leapt out. Upon seeing the appearance of the figure, Su Yan froze in shock. Even the Ninth Order masters behind her were dumbfounded by the sight. The figure who stepped out from the space-time river was none other than Xianxia, who should have been killed by Mo earlier. He's alive. Everybody stared at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Their reactions were similar to when they watched Xianxia being killed just now. He had clearly died right before their very eyes, and his death had not been an illusion. Nevertheless, he just walked out of the space-time river alive. The bizarre phenomenon was beyond their comprehension. This kind of resurrection after death was simply impossible. After stepping out from the surging waves, Xianxia immediately noticed Su Yan and the others. He seemed to have anticipated the current situation and breathed out deeply, "I'm glad I made it back in time." Step back. Su Yan, who had transformed into an ice phoenix, only hesitated for a brief moment before she turned around and retreated backwards. She also manipulated space principles and quickly transported the people behind her away from the battlefield. The Ninth Order masters were forcefully returned to their previous positions. This location could barely be considered safe from the aftermath of the battle. Xianxia frowned deeply. What just happened? Xianxia had clearly been killed, so how did he come back alive from the space-time river? Although Xianxia had lived for many years, he had never encountered such a bizarre sight before. A light flashed through Mi Jingluan's eyes. Creation realm. Could it be the mysteries of the creation realm? What do you mean? Oh, Yang Lai raised an eyebrow at those words. Are you saying that Xianxia has stepped into the creation realm? Mi Jingluan shook his head. It doesn't seem like it. The Xianxia who stepped out of the space-time river only had the aura of a Ninth Order master. It did not seem as though he had ascended to a new realm. Be that as it may, Mi Jingluan had no other explanation for the bizarre phenomenon that they just witnessed. What's more, could reaching the creation realm really allow one to revive from the dead? It was simply outrageous and inconceivable. On the battlefield, Missouri watched Xianxia reappear from the space-time river and turned to look at the scattered pieces of the dismembered body. After confirming that he had indeed slaughtered Xianxia earlier, he immediately understood the situation. A shadow? Xianxia smiled at Mo. I can't fool your eyes after all. Mu and Mo had lived together for such a long time. It was only natural for Mo to know about Mu's methods. Besides, two identical individuals could not exist together unless they originated from different spacetimes. Mu's shadow technique had transcended the limits of the mundane. In order to suppress and seal Mu's source, she had divided her entire life into 3,000 shadows to protect the 3,000 universe worlds inside her spacetime river. Each shadow represented a part of her past, an illusion of sorts that was also real and tangible. Xianxia had obtained Mu's final gift. Devouring and refining her spacetime river had allowed him to massively increase the volume of his own spacetime river. At the same time, he also enhanced and improved his attainments and comprehension of the 10,000 Grand Daos. The benefits he received were enormous. Nevertheless, those were not his greatest gains. The greatest benefit he obtained was Mu's shadow technique. That secret technique was definitely the pinnacle of the mysteries of the Grand Daos. After fighting Mo, Xianxia had deeply understood that he was no match for his opponent. That was because he could not overcome his limits and advance to a higher realm within a short time. As long as he could not advance to a higher realm, then his battle with Mo would only end with his defeat and death. Be that as it may, he could not afford to die. The human race would be doomed if he fell here. Since he had no means to advance to the next realm within a short time, his only chance of victory was to master Mu's shadow technique. Just 1 or 2 of him could not compete with Mo, but what about 3 of him? Or 5? Or 10? Mastering the mysterious shadow technique was Xianxia's only chance at defeating Mo, therefore, he had mainly been buying time during his previous fight with Mo so that he could integrate the many Dao strengths into his body completely. Mu had not been able to teach Xianxia about the mystery behind the shadow technique. It was not that she had no intention to teach him the secret technique, on the contrary, it was a secret technique that resulted from reaching the pinnacle of the Grand Daos, so it was not something he could learn even if she tried to teach him. The secret technique was something he had to comprehend with his own abilities. Fortunately, Xianxia had embarked on the same path as Mu. It was for that reason she believed that he would eventually comprehend the mysterious secret technique and understand her intentions for giving him her spacetime river. Having come into contact with more than 2,000 of Mu's shadows, Xianxia already had some vague ideas about the shadow technique before he devoured and refined Mu's spacetime river. Furthermore, Mu's final gift had laid down a solid foundation for him. It was thanks to the foundation that he finally understood the secrets of the shadow technique and was able to perform it through his spacetime river. There was no denying that Mo had killed him, but the one who died was a copy of himself who had existed at a certain time in the past. Nonetheless, the demise of a shadow was not without cost. Although it was Xianxia's first time performing the shadow technique, he quickly noticed that something was wrong. He raised a hand to his head in confusion. It feels like I've forgotten something. He had completely lost his memories of the time during which the deceased shadow of him had existed. Never mind. It probably wasn't anything important. He gave a carefree laugh and looked up at Mo. Shall we go for round 2? Mo's lips curled upwards. His expression had been sullen throughout the battle with Xianxia, as though he owed him a massive debt. He also repeatedly made rude and disparaging remarks, but he broke into a smile at this moment. Interesting. The interesting part has yet to come. As soon as the words left Xianxia's mouth, the Dao strengths lingering around his body began to fluctuate. He arrived in front of Mo in the blink of an eye. The spacetime river surged behind him. Raising his arm, Xianxia summoned the Azure Dragon Spear and thrust it at Mo. The Azure Dragon Spear should have been destroyed, but the Azure Dragon Spear in the spacetime that Xianxia's shadow originated in remained intact. That was why the shattered spear could display its great strength once more. As before, the violent fallout produced by their exchange of blows continuously spread to the surroundings. The spectating Ninth Order masters couldn't help widening their eyes at the sight. They secretly rejoiced that Xianxia had resurrected in time. With their strength, Mo would have effortlessly killed them if they had rushed forward at the time. It was initially assumed that Xianxia would be able to persist for a long time even though the battle was not evenly matched in strength. After all, he had displayed his immense strength previously. Unexpectedly, the battle only lasted for 4 hours before Mo found an opening and slammed his fist into Xianxia's chest. A gaping hole appeared in Xianxia's chest, then his body exploded into pieces. His aura also swiftly dwindled away into nothing. Despite knowing that he would not experience a true death, the Ninth Order masters could not help being overwhelmed by sorrow at the sight. After eradicating Xianxia's second shadow, Mo raised his eyes to look in the direction of the space-time river. He had lived with Mu for such a long time, so he was well aware of the shadow technique's strength. The true strength of the secret technique was not power, but the prominent ability to survive that was granted to the users of the secret technique. The shadow technique was created based on the space-time river, so the foundation of the secret technique was the space-time river itself. In order to completely eradicate a user of the shadow technique, the space-time river must first be destroyed, otherwise, the user of the shadow technique would never perish. For that reason, Mo immediately aimed for the space-time river as soon as he slaughtered Xianxia's second shadow. Black ink strength around his body surged to cover the entire river. He planned to corrupt the entire space-time river with black ink strength in order to destroy Xianxia's shadow technique. But before Mo could make a move, another of Xianxia's shadow jumped out of the space-time river. Xianxia instantly summoned the Azure Dragon Spear and launched himself at Mo. He even made a mocking remark, "Why are you in such a hurry?" The two figures resumed their vicious battle once more. During that time, Xianxia fought Mo while gathering various information on the shadow technique. It was his first time performing the secret technique, so his understanding of it was quite lacking. He had to perfectly master the secret technique as soon as possible because that was the only way he could turn the situation around and obtain victory. If he only relied on a never-ending series of battles via his shadows, he would never be able to defeat Mo. However, Xianxia would need to make countless attempts and gain experience from actual practice to perfectly master the secret technique as soon as possible. "I've forgotten more things, but the memories I deliberately preserved have not been forgotten." "That's good news," Xianxia quietly muttered to himself and resumed battle against Mo. Although he was no match for Mo still, he no longer needed to worry about death. That was why he could afford to act more recklessly than before. Shortly afterwards, Xianxia gained another important piece of information: the shorter the span of spacetime allocated, the weaker the shadow's fighting ability. That is certainly worth noting. When that thought passed through his mind, the strength of his shadow faltered. Xianxia showed weaknesses in his defenses, so Mo instantly found an opening and slaughtered him. Blood rained all over the void. Despite witnessing similar scenes on several occasions already, the Ninth Order masters watching the battle from afar still widened their eyes at the sight. What reassured them was that the next Xianxia had already leapt out of the space-time river almost as soon as the previous Xianxia died. One after another, Xianxia's shadows stepped out from the space-time river only to perish at Mo's hands. There were no exceptions. The first one had survived the battle for over 4 hours. The second one lasted for less than 4 hours. As for the third, the battle had ended even faster. "This is bad." Among those who were watching the battle from a distance, Mi Jingluan's expression turned solemn. He had noticed the issue at hand. It was an extremely serious issue. Although Xianxia's shadows were endless in supply, his strength seemed to be weakening over time. It was as though time was flowing backwards for him, causing his condition to return to an earlier period with each shadow. At this moment, Xianxia's aura was only comparable to a newly advanced Ninth Order master, hence, he was effortlessly slaughtered by Mo as soon as he stepped out from the spacetime river. If the situation continued in this manner, he would not even be able to maintain his cultivation in the Ninth Order. If that were to happen, Mo would be able to exterminate him without even breaking a sweat, no matter how many shadows were to appear. Another one of Xianxia's shadows in the newly advanced Ninth Order stepped out from the spacetime river. Raising a hand, Mo captured the shadow in its grasp and stared at Xianxia faintly. "You're a disgrace to Mu's legacy." Xianxia did not panic even though he was captured by Mo. After the repeated deaths of his shadows, he was now very familiar with the feeling of death. Raising an eyebrow at those words, he denied the statement. "That might not be true." Mo looked surprised. "Do you have another trick up your sleeve?" Xianxia grinned. "Indeed, a trick you've never seen before." "Very good." Mo made a faint smile. While saying so, he exerted some strength into his grip and crushed the shadow in his grasp. In the next moment, another Xianxia leapt out from the spacetime river. However, the aura lingering around him was different this time. Something had obviously changed as his aura was once again at the peak of his strength. If the foundation of the shadow technique was said to be the spacetime river, then the core of the secret technique was the user of the selected spacetime. In Yang Kai's case, he was manipulating the 10,000 Tao strengths with his self from this spacetime as the core and his spacetime river as the foundation. That was how he gained the ability to summon shadows from previous spacetime periods. All those who were slaughtered by Mo previously were his shadows, however, the one who walked out of the spacetime river now was his main body. It was the him of the current spacetime. The foundation and core were extremely important to the shadow technique, therefore, it was necessary to destroy both aspects to overcome it. Mo had initially wanted to refine the spacetime river but was hindered by Yang Kai's numerous shadows, which prevented it from taking action. However, he saw a ray of hope when Yang Kai's main body emerged from the spacetime river. The shadow technique would be destroyed as long as the Yang Kai standing before him was eliminated. But, could it be that simple? For Yang Kai's main body to emerge from the spacetime river at this point. His action certainly seemed like a desperate move. After all, the shadows that he summoned earlier had been cleanly eradicated. If he summoned any more shadows from earlier spacetime periods, he would only have the cultivation of an 8th order master, which would not be able to cause any trouble for Mo at all. Combining the situation with what Yang Kai mentioned just now, Mo had the vague feeling that Yang Kai was about to reveal his trump card. Oddly enough, he found himself looking forward to what was to come for some reason. Yang Kai did not disappoint. When his main body stepped out of the spacetime river, he lightly chanted, "I offer 1,000 years of my past in exchange for a contribution from the future. Come." As soon as those words left his mouth, the spacetime river behind him began to rumble turbulently. The enormous river abruptly shrunk by a large margin, then another of Yang Kai's shadow emerged from within the waters. Seeing this, Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. That was because the aura lingering around this shadow was slightly stronger than Yang Kai himself. That should have been impossible. It had to be said that the shadow technique was performed with one's self in the current spacetime as the core. For that reason, the summoned shadow could only be formed from one's self that existed in previous spacetimes. In other words, the summoned shadow should never be stronger than the main body, because the main body was ultimately the strongest. Be that as it may, an exception had appeared in Yang Kai's case. Mo instantly figured out the truth behind the situation and exclaimed in astonishment, "You summoned a shadow from the future." Only Yang Kai from the future could be stronger than the main body of Yang Kai, who existed in the current spacetime. Mo did not remain idle when he raised this question. After realizing that Yang Kai's attainments in the shadow technique had surpassed Mu's, he knew that Yang Kai could not be allowed to continue, so he charged forward even while asking this question. In response, Yang Kai just stood calmly in place. On the other hand, the summoned shadow stepped forward and immediately engaged in an intense battle with Mo. Although he came from 1,000 years in the future, his strength was still limited even though he was slightly stronger than the main body. He was no match for Mo either, but he would have no trouble buying some time for Yang Kai. Furthermore, Yang Kai did not need much time. He then shouted again, "Come." A second shadow stepped out from the spacetime river. It was another Yang Kai who came from another 1,000 years into the future. When the second shadow appeared, the size of the spacetime river shrunk again. On the other hand, the aura of Yang Kai and the two shadows instantly became closely interconnected. A three fortunes formation was established. The aura of the second shadow was again stronger than the first. The first shadow had been steadily pushed back by Mo's intense assault, but his situation improved as soon as the three fortunes formation was established even though he remained at a disadvantage. Again. Yang Kai shouted. The dragon blood in his body boiled and churned, while at the same time, his face began to flush red. A third shadow stepped out from the spacetime river. Glancing at the main body, he nodded lightly before he directly charged onto the battlefield. The three fortunes formation also instantly transformed into the four symbols formation. Again. Golden blood trickled out of Yang Kai's nose as a fourth shadow emerged and the four symbols formation evolved into a five elements formation. Shadow after shadow emerged from the spacetime river without pause, only when the eighth shadow was summoned did Yang Kai finally stop. It was not that he no longer wanted to continue, but rather that the volume of his spacetime river would shrink by a certain extent whenever he summoned a shadow from the future, and the spacetime river had vanished completely after he summoned the eighth shadow. He had reached the absolute limit of his shadow technique. At this moment, Yang Kai's main body was bleeding from all 7 of his orifices. It was evident that he had endured tremendous pressure in order to pull this feat off. The shadows that appeared towards the end possessed increasingly powerful auras. When the 6th shadow emerged, its aura had already reached the absolute peak of the 9th order. It was a stage that even Yang Kai's main body had not achieved. The 7th and the 8th shadows also had auras at the peak of the 9th order, but their auras had become even more profound. Looking at Mo, who was being besieged and steadily repelled by the shadows on the battlefield, Yang Kai smiled even though he was covered in blood. In truth, the shadows were already capable of fighting Mo on an equal footing when the 6 paths formation was formed. Therefore, Mo's situation then became more and more critical when it later evolved to become the 7 stars, 8 trigrams, and ultimately 9 palaces formation. The ones who established the battle formation were all Yang Kais. To be more precise, they were Yang Kais from future spacetimes. This was a feat that even Mu could not achieve. Her shadow technique could only summon shadows of her past because her spacetime river was incomplete, but that was not the case for Yang Kai. His spacetime river had been perfected, so the power of the shadow technique he wielded was even more terrifying. Each shadow represented a Yang Kai from subsequent 1,000-year periods in the future. In other words, the 8 shadows represented 8,000 years worth of future spacetime. These 8 shadows combined with Yang Kai's main body to establish the 9 palaces formation. For that reason, the power of the battle formation was even greater than the 9 palaces formation formed between Zhang Ruaxi and her 8 personal guard. Zhang Ruaxi, who had harmonized the power of yin and yang with her Heaven's Order bloodline, was certainly stronger than any of Yang Kai's individual shadows. Be that as it may, the strength of the 8 personal guards had held her back. Taking the overall situation into account, Yang Kai's 9 palaces formation was undoubtedly the strongest 9 palaces formations that had appeared on the battlefield. Moreover, the difference in strength was significant. After establishing the 9 palaces formation, Yang Kai's main body took a step forward and charged towards Mo with the combined strength of the other 8 shadows. The 6 paths formation was already sufficient for Yang Kai to fight Mo on even terms, so the 7 stars formation and 8 trigrams formations had left Mo at a complete disadvantage. At this moment, Yang Kai was practically invincible thanks to the 9 palaces formation. With the combined forces of the main body and 8 shadows, Mo was powerless against their intense assault. Black blood and black ink strength splattered everywhere. The 9 Yang Kais moved around swiftly, each one of them having mastered the 10,000 Grand Daos. As they were shadows of Yang Kai himself, there was no need for them to worry about their cooperation. The connection between the shadows was so close and firm that there were no flaws in their movements at all. Mo naturally wanted to break free, but it was not easy to escape the besiegement of the battle formation. The 9th Order masters watching the battle from afar were stunned. Nobody could have imagined that such a strange scene would appear during the final battle. The mysteries of the shadow technique had exceeded their comprehension and imagination. Looking at the current situation, they couldn't help feeling hopeful and excited. That was because they finally saw a glimpse of hope in defeating Mo. In the past, the issue of defeating Mo had always been a plague to the human race. Although they never deliberately avoided the topic, the reality was that they simply did not have sufficient means or strength to oppose Mo. Zhang Ruaxi's support had certainly been a pleasant surprise. Unfortunately, even she was not strong enough to compete with Mo in battle. The battle on the main battlefield was over, and the entire Black Ink clan had been obliterated. If Yang Kai could defeat Mo, then the Black Ink crisis that had been plaguing the human race since the late ancient era would be resolved in one fell swoop. A bright future was awaiting the human race. The light would eventually expunge all darkness. However, the veteran 9th Order masters soon began to look worried. The current situation might be favorable for them, but nobody knew what price Yang Kai had paid to wield the shadow technique like this. Seeing as the secret technique far exceeded his own abilities, the price he paid would correspond to the strength he obtained. In other words, the greater the strength Yang Kai obtained, the greater the price he had to pay. Furthermore, they did not know how long he could persevere in such an intense battle. The truth was just as they feared. Yang Kai had indeed paid an unimaginable price to wield the shadow technique in such a fashion. His body was also forced to bear the incredible pressure that came from obtaining strength that exceeded his own abilities. In other words, he could not maintain this state for long. He had to finish this battle as soon as possible, and for that reason, he did not hesitate to join the battle himself just to defeat Mo a little faster. Mo was steadily being pushed back under the suppression of the Nine Palaces formation. At this point, he was backed into a corner with no ability to fight back. The vexing situation infuriated Mo. As the ancient supreme being, he was a master who not only originated from the same era as Mu, but also once held the opportunity to reign over the entire universe. Even if more than 30% of his source had been suppressed and sealed, he could still not tolerate a junior acting so presumptuously in front of him, especially when this particular junior had stolen Mu's final legacy from him. Amid the intense battle, Mo abruptly turned to look in a certain direction and fixed his gaze on one of Yang Kai's figures. Naturally, it was Yang Kai's main body. The main body was easy to identify. Not only was the aura of the main body the weakest among the other shadows, but the appearance of the main body was also the most disheveled and worse for wear due to the effects of performing the shadow technique. To break the shadow technique, it was necessary to either destroy the space-time river that acted as the foundation or the main body that acted as the core. At this moment, the space-time river was nowhere to be seen because it had been evenly divided between Yang Kai's 8 shadows. In that case, Mo only had one option left. Mo turned to face the storm of attacks coming from so many shadows and disregarded the injuries he sustained, even when the strongest shadow chopped off his arm. In the end, the heavy price he paid was worthwhile indeed. He successfully broke out of the encirclement created by the shadows and arrived in front of Yang Kai's main body. Black ink strength surged. Raising his remaining hand, Mo blasted his fist at Yang Kai. The punch was quite a distance away from Yang Kai. Nevertheless, the force of the punch was enough to cause space to shatter, time to stop, and the universe to collapse. The blow containing Mo's full strength could not be dodged or avoided. Mo could almost see Yang Kai's main body being smashed into paste, and a hint of triumph flashed through the fury in his eyes, but unexpectedly, the imagined scene did not appear. Despite the incoming blow, Yang Kai's main body did not show the slightest trace of panic. On the contrary, he stepped forward and threw himself in the direction of the blow. Mo was stunned by the strange turn of events. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's main body suddenly unleashed a burst of power that far exceeded his own strength. The force directly penetrated the shackles of space and caused the stagnant time to flow again. Then, he punched out at the same time. Damn it! Mo abruptly realized that he had fallen into a trap. For a long time now, the core of the Nine Palaces formation had always been sustained by the strongest shadow. Nevertheless, the fact that Yang Kai's main body could exert such a powerful burst of strength indicated that the core of the Nine Palaces formation could be transferred to the main body. The method to break the shadow technique was to defeat the body which existed in the current spacetime. That was something both Mo and Yang Kai knew. Seeing as the former was bound to target the main body, how could the latter not take precautions? It could even be said that Yang Kai had been waiting for this very moment. A violent force swept out, pushing Mo's figure backwards. In the meantime, the 8 shadows attacked from all directions. Dao strengths fluctuated wildly, and the barrage of attacks left Mo staggering from the impact. If that were all, Mo's situation would have been bad enough. However, each of the 8 shadows actually exerted strength that far exceeded their limits with every blow that they unleashed. The position as core of the formation was constantly being transferred around. To be precise, the position as core was instantly transferred to whichever shadow was attacking Mo at the time. Such a feat would have been impossible to achieve if it was any other configuration for the makeup of the battle formation, but Yang Kai could freely transfer the position as core between his main body and his shadows without any obstruction. This was the same strategy that Zhang Ruoxi had carried out previously. She and her 8 personal guard had both been the cores and not the cores at the same time. Such a perfect Nine Palaces formation could be said to have no flaws whatsoever. More importantly, there was no need to fear the weak links being targeted. In fact, there was only one method to destroy this battle formation, which was to totally annihilate it by brute force. The biggest reason why Zhang Ruoxi had been defeated by Mo was that her personal guard could not withstand the intensity and ferocity of the battle. Transferring the core position to her personal guard was a huge burden on their bodies. Each time they became the core, they would also suffer heavy damage from the pressure, hence, there was a risk of their bodies collapsing after numerous transfers. The same was also true for Xianxia. In fact, the burden was greatest on his main body. The main body had already been greatly weakened after performing the shadow technique. With the addition of the pressure from being the core of the formation, he couldn't help vigorously coughing up blood, his complexion turning as pale as a sheet. Be that as it may, he did not hesitate in the slightest. Taking full advantage of the opening created by the 8 shadows who were besieging Mo, Xianxia stepped forward and approached Mo's arm that had been severed earlier. Although the arm was bleeding profusely, it was not a fully physical body part. Open! Xianxia raised his arm and pointed at the arm. His divine sense surged turbulently. A moment later, a huge set of doors suddenly appeared in front of him. The door opened slightly to reveal a small gap, and then an indescribable pulling force seeped out from within and devoured the entire severed arm. This arm contained part of Mo's source. Previously, some 30% of Mo's source had been suppressed and sealed by Xianxia with the help of the profound source gate. If Xianxia could not suppress and seal this piece of Mo's source quickly, the opportunity to retrieve his severed arm and reabsorb the piece of his source he had lost would remain. Once Mo did so, he would return to full strength again. Now that this piece of his source had been sealed, Mo's aura dropped significantly. Although black ink strength surged at the spot where his arm had been severed and formed a new limb in the blink of an eye, the power that had been suppressed and sealed could no longer return. With the success of this attack, Xianxia's confidence increased tremendously. This was the first crucial step towards victory. It was also the hardest and most dangerous step in the entire process. This step had paved the way for the rest of the path, making what came next easier. Retrieving the profound source gate, Xianxia turned around and charged towards Mo. The furious battle resumed once more. The secret that the position as core of the 9 palaces formation could be freely transferred between the shadows had already been exposed, therefore, Xianxia had no reason to hide his movements anymore. Dao strengths fluctuated violently around him, and his offensive grew increasingly vicious. Mo was already no match for Xianxia when the 9 palaces formation was formed, so now that he had lost a part of his source, his situation worsened even more. After a brief but intense battle, one of Xianxia's shadows found an opening and chopped off one of Mo's arms again. Mo immediately attempted to retrieve his severed arm, but Xianxia was already prepared for such an opportunity in advance. In the end, Mo was incapable of extricating himself from the battle due to the constant assault by the various shadows. Xianxia's main body swiftly approached the severed arm, and for the second time, he summoned the profound source gate and devoured the source piece. After completing his task, Xianxia coughed up another mouthful of blood. He raised his head and glanced at the battlefield. Perceiving the condition of his shadows, he knew that he could not persist for much longer. His main body was not the only one who was severely wounded by now, the rest of the shadows were also in a similar condition. However, only a small portion of these wounds were caused by Mo. Most of them had come from carrying the burden of being the 9 palaces formation core. Xianxia's immense strength and heritage had allowed him to bear an unimaginable amount of pressure from being the core. That was only possible because it was him. If it were any other 9th Order master instead, they would not have been able to withstand the pressure after being a core 3 times in such a situation, regardless of their strength. I have to end this as quickly as possible. Xianxia muttered under his breath, then, he stepped forward and joined the battlefield. In the next moment, his strongest shadow took on the boundless pressure from being the core and unleashed a continuous storm of attacks without care whether his body could withstand the burden or not. Mo clearly faltered under the violent bombardment of the strongest shadow. While Mo was busy stewing in rage, the strongest shadow threw himself forward and disregarded Mo's counterattack to restrain Mo firmly. At such a close distance, he grinned at Mo and revealed a sinister row of fangs. Mo immediately understood Xianxia's intentions. Roaring furiously, he desperately struggled to escape, however, the attacks that came blasting from all directions rained down on Mo and the shadow the next moment. Even the strongest shadow could not withstand this barrage of attacks, thus, he exploded and disintegrated completely. Likewise, Mo's body was battered from the attack. The left part of his body was gone, revealing the internal organs within his abdomen cavity. Mo staggered backwards weakly, a strange light flashing through his eyes for a moment. Before he could do anything though, another shadow charged towards him. The strongest shadow had already been shattered, and with that, the 9 palaces formation had also been reduced to the 8 trigrams formation, which significantly reduced its might. At the same time, Mo's aura was not as strong as before. After 2 pieces of his source were sealed by Xianxia, his aura had been notably weakened. As the remaining 7 shadows attacked Mo, Xianxia's main body summoned the profound source gate for a 3rd time, suppressing and sealing another piece of Mo's shattered body. Mo's aura weakened once again. The 8 trigrams formation was now sufficient to deal with the current Mo. A series of fearsome attacks struck back the battle formation, destroying another of Xianxia's shadows. In exchange, Mo once again suffered heavy injuries. The 8 trigrams formation had been reduced to the 7 stars formation. Previously, Xianxia's shadows had emerged from the space-time river one after another, joining the battle formation and making it stronger, but the situation had reversed now. As more of these shadows perished, the might of the battle formation also began to weaken. The only benefit was that Mo also weakened. Each time a shadow perished, Mo's body would shatter and Xianxia's main body would seize the opportunity to suppress and seal another piece of the former source. In the end, all of the shadows disappeared, leaving Xianxia bleeding all over, staring right across at a miserable and weakened Mo. The current Mo had a large amount of his source suppressed and sealed, which significantly decreased his strength. He was no longer as mighty as before, and even the rich and dense black ink strength lingering around him was now extremely faint, almost invisible. The current Mo had lost more than 90% of his source. In other words, he only had 10% of his peak strength, which was far from prime condition. Right then, several figures flew over and formed a circle, surrounding the battlefield. They were the human race masters who had been watching from afar, as well as the giant spiritual gods Ade and Aer. Previously, it was impossible for them to intervene in the battle. Even the 2 giant spiritual gods were unable to approach, let alone the 9th Order masters. However, as Mo's strength suffered with the destruction of Xianxia's shadows again and again, the spectating masters finally had a chance to be useful. Mo had lost. It was simply impossible for him to deal with so many masters with his current strength. Just the 2 giant spiritual gods alone were enough to overpower him now. Nonetheless, Mo was laughing, his voice sounding extremely cheerful. Xianxia she stood before Xianxia with the Heaven's Order sword in her hand, vigilantly staring at Mo. Although Mo was in a miserable state right now, no one knew what kind of methods this ancient being still had hidden up his sleeve. As such, they still had to take necessary precautions. Xianxia. Mo's smile faded as it shouted at Xianxia, let's settle this. Behind Xianxia, Xianxia calmed his roiling vitality and replied, good. Sir. Xianxia shouted, allow me. She still had the strength to launch one last attack and was confident that she could take down Mo with it, so she naturally wouldn't let Xianxia take the risk. No. There's no need. Xianxia stepped forward and walked past Xianxia, staring at the nearby Mo. Even as victory was within his grasp, there was no trace of the pride or arrogance on Xianxia's face as a victor should have, rather there was only a complicated expression. None of you is to interfere. Xianxia gently ordered. The gathered masters furrowed their brows ever so slightly. In the current situation, the best course of action was undoubtedly to attack together and take down Mo in an instant, ending this disaster that had lasted for millions of years once and for all. However, Xianxia actually told them not to interfere. No one knew what Xianxia was thinking or up to. However, out of their trust in Xianxia, everyone still acquiesced to his demand. Be that as it may, they still maintained their encirclement and focused their auras. If anything happened to Xianxia, Mo would immediately be attacked from all directions. When dealing with Mo, there was no need to discuss honor or morals. Despite being surrounded on all sides, Mo's expression still remained calm. He simply stared at Xianxia and shouted, come. As soon as he spoke, his figure rushed straight towards Xianxia, leaving a streak of black light behind him. Simultaneously, Xianxia also charged towards Mo. The moment the 2 figures collided, everyone's hearts jumped to their throats. However, the next thing that entered their sight left them relieved. Xianxia's fist had smashed into Mo's chest, while Mo's fist had stopped right before Xianxia's head. Pooh! Mo spurted a mouthful of black blood as his raised fist limply fell. Standing at arm's length from one another, when their eyes suddenly met, Mo smiled at Yang Kai. "Many thanks." Yang Kai nodded to him, and thought for a moment before adding, "I will let you see the world Mu wished for you to see." Despite the jet-black blood flowing from the corners of Mo's mouth, a free and relieved expression appeared on his face after hearing this. "Then, that's enough." Yang Kai didn't say anything more and summoned the profound source gate. As the gate cracked open, it swallowed Mo whole. Right afterwards, the door slowly closed itself, sealing the endless darkness behind it. Back then, it was Mu who had rescued Mo from behind this door, and after more than 1,000,000 years, Yang Kai had sent him back through it. This ancient being had lived his life. He did not dare say he didn't have any regrets, but at the very least, his life had certainly been quite an exciting one. Pooh, Yang Kai spurted a mouthful of blood before sitting down cross-legged, taking out a handful of pills from his space ring and stuffing them into his mouth. Everyone immediately rushed to him upon seeing this. Su Yan flew straight behind Yang Kai and sat down, allowing him to lean on her. After a while, Yang Kai's chaotic aura finally started to stabilize. As he opened his eyes, he saw many pairs of eyes gazing at him with worried looks. "I won't die," Yang Kai comforted everyone, allowing them to relax. Mi Jingluan finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, "Why did you thank Mo at the last moment?" Although no one heard Yang Kai's words of thanks, they could tell what he was saying by reading Yang Kai's lips. Yang Kai heaved a sigh, explaining, "From beginning to end, Mo never went all out." "What?" Yang Lai was shocked. "He didn't go all out. How is that possible?" The others also had a look of incredulity on their faces. To their surprise, their battle almost ended in mutual destruction even when Yang Kai had given it everything he had. Did that mean Mo would have obtained the final victory if he had not held back? Yang Kai continued, "It's not that Mo didn't use his full strength, but rather that he didn't resort to any of his other tricks." Yang Kai had always been on guard against certain methods. The royal lords had their royal lord secret technique, which could instantly corrupt 8th Order masters. As the Black Ink clan's creator, how could Mo not have similar methods? What's more, such a method when used by Mo would surely be far more profound than what a royal lord could produce. Of course, Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus protecting his soul, and the world tree clone protecting his small universe, but even so, he could not say with absolute certainty that they would be able to defend against such a move. Song once mentioned that a mere clone could not completely negate Mo's Black Ink strength, only the world tree itself would be capable of that. So, when Yang Kai fought with Mo, he had always been on guard. But from beginning to end, Mo had not used that mysterious method. Was it that Mo couldn't? Impossible. He just didn't want to. Even after Yang Kai summoned his 8 shadows, Mo still held a trump card that could have instantly turned the tables. Furthermore, he never needed to fight Yang Kai head-on, he could have just stalled for time, and the 8 shadows from the future spacetimes would slowly have dissipated. Not to mention, there was even a decent chance Mo could have broken away from the 9 Palaces formation's blockade and escaped. At the very least, it was clear Mo had no such intention. From beginning to end, he had fought with Yang Kai head-on. At first glance, it seemed like Mo wanted to kill Yang Kai, no matter the cost, but was that really the case? Therefore, although Mo had been fighting with all his strength against Yang Kai, he had not truly gone all out. This was the reason why Yang Kai thanked Mo in the end. "I'm afraid this is the end he wanted." Mu had protected the human race and the universe for countless years, and even after her death, she had left behind many contingencies and hidden hands. Although the world was in ruins and the human race were like ants to Mo, it was still what Mu wanted to protect. Under the premise that the world had someone else strong enough to protect it, Mo was willing to go along with Mu's will. Of course, if Yang Kai didn't have the necessary strength, Mo wouldn't mind killing him. In that case, Mo would have still set aside a great territory for the human race to live and multiply after he dominated the entire universe. This way, the human race wouldn't be wiped out and he would have a reasonable explanation for Mu. At the end of the day, Mo was not inherently evil. In the late ancient era, he had even protected the human race and took it upon himself to help them gain their freedom. If it weren't for him and the 10 martial ancestors working together, the human race of that era would not have been able to defeat the early ancient era's great monsters. It was just that he was unable to control his gradually growing power and eventually lost his way, especially after Mu's demise. When she died, no one was able to restrain him anymore. Today's ending was something Mo himself probably sought from the start. Everyone sunk into silence after listening to Yang Kai's explanation of what truly happened, as what Mu would want others to know. Their current feelings were tough to describe. Mo's life might have been filled with misery, but he was still the one who had brought about the pain and suffering of the human race for millions of years. Had there been no Mo, the human race would have ruled the world unchallenged after defeating the early ancient era's great monsters. There would not have been a war that lasted for so many eons. The Black Ink disaster had caused unimaginable losses to the human race, with countless elites having sacrificed their lives to bring it to an end. As far as the human race was concerned, no matter how miserable Mo's life had been, it was an irrefutable fact that he was the human race's greatest enemy. As the adage goes, the winner is the king, and the loser is the villain. Gotcha. Suddenly, it sounded as if something had cracked. Everyone promptly turned to look at the source, and was immediately shocked. Big brother! Xianxia called out, staring at Yang Kai's face in horror. Everyone also looked serious as a crack appeared on Yang Kai's face. It was not a normal wound, and neither was Yang Kai bleeding from it. After the first crack, another one appeared soon after, and then another, and another. They were not just on Yang Kai's face, but on his hands as well. The current Yang Kai looked like a piece of porcelain that was on the verge of shattering, and everyone could feel fearsome Dao strength seeping from these cracks. Yang Kai looked down at his hands and muttered to himself, "It came faster than I expected." He seemed to have anticipated his current situation. "What's happening?" Su Yan asked from behind him, her tender body uncontrollably trembling. After so many years of struggle, Mo was finally defeated and the Black Ink disaster was resolved. The future belonged to the human race, and it was foreseeable that the world would become a far better place. Yang Kai was the biggest contributor in the final battle, but at this moment, his entire body was shrouded in an inexplicable crisis. Everyone could not help but be nervous. What was even more disturbing was that no one had ever seen such injuries before. Yang Kai gently patted the back of Su Yan's hand, comforting her, "I won't die, but I don't have much time left." "What does that mean?" Xiao asked. How should I put it, everyone around him was worried to death, but Yang Kai, the main person involved, remained completely calm and composed. The shadow technique was created by Mu with the space-time river as its foundation. I inherited her legacy and walked the same path as her, so naturally I can also use this secret technique. However, Mu's space-time river was incomplete, so her shadow technique was actually incomplete. She could only summon shadows from the past, and once those shadows dispersed, the memories of that period would also disappear. On the other hand, I have perfected this secret technique and can summon shadows from the future. Each shadow I summoned in the battle just now was from 1,000 years in my future. Now that the shadows have already been destroyed, I must pay the price. The more powerful a secret technique was, the harder it was to use it. The shadow technique was undoubtedly the most powerful secret technique that had ever appeared in this world, especially since Yang Kai had surpassed his predecessor and used it to defeat Mo. The price he had to pay would definitely not be small either. Once the shadows of the past are destroyed, the memories of the corresponding past will also disappear. So, what kind of price do you have to pay when your future shadow is destroyed? Mi Jingluan asked solemnly. I won't exist in those periods in the future. You won't exist? What do you mean? Although I can't explain it clearly, you can think of it as a literal statement. Mi Jingluan was silent for a moment, digesting this unbelievable news. You summoned 8 shadows, so does that mean 8,000 years of your future just disappeared? Indeed. What happens after 8,000 years? Yang Kai shook his head, I have no idea. After all, this was the first time he had used the shadow technique, so although he knew that he would cease to exist for the next 8,000 years, all traces of his existence would be erased by the space-time Tao strength of the universe, he couldn't say for certain what would happen after that. How could this be? Yang Shui's eyes turned red. It's not a big problem, I should be able to return after 8,000 years, Yang Kai comforted. Despite his assurance, everyone could hear the uncertainty in his voice. His back suddenly became lighter as Su Yan suddenly left. She returned soon after, but this time she brought Yu Rumeng and the others with her. The eyes of all the women turned red as they tried to hold back their grief, preventing their tears from rolling down. Su Yan had already briefed everyone of the situation, so they knew the crisis Yang Kai was about to encounter. In the short time Su Yan was not there though, further cracks had appeared on Yang Kai and the leakage of Dao strengths had become more and more obvious. Yang Kai really didn't have much time left, and the backlash from the shadow technique was even stronger than he had imagined. Mi Jingluan shot a glance at the crowd, whereupon everyone apart from Yang Kai's close relatives retreated to the side. The women who had been brought here by Su Yan finally couldn't hold it in any further and burst into tears. In the end, it was Yu Meng who acted like the big sister of the family and managed to compose herself first. Before she could say anything more though, the skin on Yang Kai's face began to peel off and disappear. Even though they were all 8th and 9th order masters now, there was nothing they could do. Everyone held back their grief as they helplessly watched Yang Kai's figure gradually vanish. At the very last moment, Yu Meng shouted at Yang Kai, "You heartless bastard. Mark my words, if you don't come back after 8,000 years, I'll take my sisters and marry someone else." Yang Kai gave her a smile. This sounds so familiar. Yu Meng's will finally shattered, and she broke into tears. She tightly grabbed Yang Kai's hand, and begged, "You must come back. You must." Yang Kai swept his gaze over all of them one by one, as if he wanted to imprint their faces into the depths of his soul, before gently nodding and assuring, "Of course." Right then, scattered specks of light emerged before an enormous river spanning across the void appeared, enveloping Yang Kai. Soon after, an enormous wave came crashing down on him, swallowing him into the river. The river slowly disappeared, and so did Yang Kai along with it, leaving behind a group of women standing there in a daze, their endless sorrow flowing like a river. "Something's not right," Mi Jingluan, who was watching from afar, suddenly whispered before turning to Xianxia, "Do you feel it?" Xianxia nodded his agreement, "There's something wrong." The other 9th order masters more or less felt the same way. Although they couldn't figure out what exactly was wrong, 9th order masters were extremely perceptive. Their senses were so sharp that even just a slight disparity around them would arouse their suspicion. Everyone made their respective probes, but none of them were able to find anything amiss. Unable to find anything wrong, they had no choice but to put this matter aside, but they still maintained a certain degree of vigilance. The curtain of the final battle had already fallen. The allied army had finished off the Black Ink clan army, while Mo had been completely sealed by Yang Kai. Although the greatest contributor had suffered severe backlash from his secret technique and had his existence wiped out by space and time for the next 8,000 years, when all was said and done, the victory needed to be publicized. When Mi Jingluan and the others returned and spread the news that Mo had been ended, the human race army of millions that had been waiting here all cheered and danced in joy. The war that had been going on for millions of years had finally come to an end. Now, all under the heavens belonged to the human race. After the battle, the casualties were counted and the aftermath was dealt with in an orderly manner. The small stone race army had already withdrawn and returned to the chaotic dead territory through the void corridor. The human race also began their withdrawal half a month later. The void corridor created by Zhang Ruoshi saved the human race a lot of time. Not everyone left however, headed by Su Yan and Yu Meng, Yang Kai's wives, his disciples, Yang Shui, Yang Xiao, and several others all stayed behind. They remained in the place where Yang Kai had disappeared, quietly waiting for his return. The next 8,000 years would definitely be very dull and long, but so long as they could see Yang Kai the moment he returned, any amount of waiting would be worth it. A fleet of dilapidated warships entered the chaotic dead territory through the void corridor. The current Zhang Ruoshi could still somehow maintain the balance of yin and yang in her body, so the chaotic dead territory was now a safe place. Be that as it may, she couldn't maintain this state for much longer. In order to fight Mo and kill the royal lords, she had burned too much of her Heaven's Order bloodline. Once the human race army left the chaotic dead territory, she would break the harmony with the two. At that time, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan would reappear, and Zhang Ruoshi would lose her previous strength. At the end of the day, if she didn't have her Heaven's Order bloodline that could maintain the harmony of yin and yang, she would just be a 9th order master. The fleet passed through the chaotic dead territory and soon returned to the 3,000 worlds. Many years ago, When the human race army first set off from the star boundary, they had some 30 million soldiers, but now, only slightly more than 10 million remained. Around 60% of the soldiers had died in this final war. Despite the terrible losses, compared to the solemn and miserable atmosphere they had when they first set out, everyone was high in spirits, and every warship was buzzing with cheers and laughter, despite the sad state of the army. On a certain purifying black ink warship that was so wrecked that it looked like it would fall apart at any moment, Mi Jingluan was standing at the bow with Xianxia beside him. The two calmly listened to the hustle and bustle on the other warships and exchanged a knowing glance. The human race has won, but the greatest contributor is unable to celebrate with us. It's quite regretful, Mi Jingluan couldn't help but lament. Xianxia nodded his agreement. Now that I think about it, had he not forced those peace treaties with the Black Ink clan, the human race wouldn't have been able to accumulate enough strength. That's right, Mi Jingluan nodded. By the looks of it, that treaty was an important turning point in the rise of the human race. What was that treaty called? What's it called again? The two Ninth Order masters glanced at each other before the smiles on their faces slowly faded away, gradually replaced by solemn looks. While the millions of human race soldiers were making the trek back home, all the Ninth Order masters gathered aboard the only intact purifying Black Ink warship remaining. Compared to their peak, the number of Ninth Order masters had undoubtedly decreased significantly, with many of the recently advanced Ninth Order masters having perished in the battle. Only 20 or so had managed to survive. Apart from the Ninth Order masters, Fu Guang was also invited. Everyone took their seats. Most of them were still injured, their auras weak and unstable. The battle ended not that long ago, and even with the recuperative abilities of Ninth Order masters, it was impossible for them to fully recover in such a short time, especially since the human race was running low on supplies, especially recovery pills. One by one, the Ninth Order masters noticed the heavy air. They might not have an idea as to why Supreme Commander Mi had gathered all of them together, but they could tell that bad news was in store for them from his expression. After the last Ninth Order master took their seat, Mi Jingluan finally started addressing the crowd. I've summoned you here today to confirm something. He looked around, paused for a moment, then recounted his conversation with Xianxia. When the Ninth Order masters heard this, some were confused, some were lost in thought, and a few who realized the issue right away furrowed their brow. Yang casually asked, "What's there to fret about with your conversation with Big Head Xiang?" He did not find anything wrong, it sounded just a normal chat to him. "There's a big problem." Mi Jingluan stared at him with a solemn expression, causing Yang to realize the gravity of the situation, despite not understanding what was the problem. Xianxia explained, the peace treaty we signed with the Black Ink clan back then was of paramount importance and could be said to be the turning point in the entire war. It is impossible for Brother Mi and I to forget the details of such an important matter. It would have been nothing if it was just one of us having a hard time recalling certain trivial points of the treaty, but the problem is that neither of us can remember them. When we were discussing the treaty, both of us were unable to immediately recall even some of the basic details of the agreement. That should be absolutely impossible. Yang speculated, frowning, maybe you're too tired from the battle? Xianxia focused his gaze on him. Do you remember the first time you met Yang Kai? Of course I remember, Yang replied readily, how could I forget such a thing? At that time, he slowly stopped talking. Obviously, he too had noticed the problem as his expression changed and a furrow appeared on his brow. Xianxia then turned to the other Ninth Order masters and asked, everyone, why don't you try recalling your encounters with Yang Kai, or some common knowledge about him? The Ninth Order masters complied. Soon, a bewildered look took over everyone's face. Observing everyone's expressions, Yang immediately understood that they too had encountered the same situation as him. He could not help but mumble, how is this possible? When Xianxia asked him to, Yang attempted to recall the first time he met Yang Kai, but he actually couldn't immediately remember it. It was as if his memory was blocked by an invisible barrier. It was right on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't enunciate it for some reason. After struggling for a few breaths, he finally remembered that the first time he met Yang Kai was outside Great Evolution Pass. At that time, Yang was on a scouting mission with his disciples, and Yang Kai arrived to meet him under Xianxia's orders. At that time, Yang Kai was only a 7th Order master. Mi Jingluan's voice sounded in everyone's ears, "It's not just you." After Brother Xiang and I discovered this problem, we ordered our men to ask the soldiers the same questions, and they too encountered the same situation. Regardless of whether they personally met with Yang Kai or simply heard stories about him, they were unable to immediately recall the details. What caused this phenomenon? Wu Qing asked in a low voice. He had just tried to recall things about Yang Kai, and it was indeed as Mi Jingluan had described. I don't know the exact reason, but I'm certain it has something to do with his shadow technique, Mi Jingluan continued. Everyone should remember that Yang Kai said that the 8 shadows were summoned from the next 8,000 years. He also said that because those 8 shadows were destroyed, it meant that he would not exist for the next 8,000 years. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement as all of them were present when Mi Jingluan and Yang Kai were discussing this. Yang Kai said that it was the price he paid to use the shadow technique, but now it seems that Yang Kai himself had underestimated the severity of this price. He thought that the price he had to pay would be to disappear for the next 8,000 years, but in reality, some kind of invisible force is slowly erasing all traces of his existence from this world. So, anything related to him would slowly become blurred in the memories of others. Is such a thing really possible? Yang Lai found it hard to believe the most direct way one would think that removing the traces of a person's existence in this world meant was to kill that person, but the elimination that everyone encountered now was no longer as simple as just killing Yang Kai, even their memories of him were being lost. Mi Jingluan added, before Yang Kai used the shadow technique, even I hadn't expected for such a bizarre secret technique to exist. Yang Lai immediately fell silent. The mysteries of the shadow technique were beyond their comprehension, so the price for using it was also unfathomable. As such, no matter how unbelievable Mi Jingluan's speculations were, there was indeed a possibility they were true. This is just the beginning. What I'm worried about is we might even forget everything about Yang Kai with time. All of the Ninth Order Masters were shocked. As the greatest hero who led the human race to victory and defeated Mo, Yang Kai should be remembered for all generations, but if the human race were to completely forget about him, that would truly be a tragic misfortune. What will happen if we completely forget about Yang Kai? Mi Jingluan asked. No one could answer. He didn't ask any more, and instead postulated, before disappearing, Yang Kai said that he would return after 8,000 years, but even he did not sound certain of that. So, he might be able to return, or he might completely disappear. Right now, the traces of his existence are slowly being erased, which is akin to him disappearing. If one day everyone completely forgets about him, perhaps he might never appear again. Fu Guang, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke, Supreme Commander Mi, do you mean to say that if many people in this world remember him and his fame remains widespread, perhaps it can help him return? Mi Jingluan shook his head, I'm not sure, but it is possible. Then, it's worth a shot. Fu Guang nodded. However, the most important thing right now is to investigate the speed at which his traces are being erased. Only by confirming this matter can we make appropriate arrangements. Agreed. Agreed. We'll do as Supreme Commander Mi says. After many days of investigation by Ninth Order Masters and questioning thousands of randomly selected soldiers, everyone reached an unfortunate conclusion. The speed at which Yang Kai's traces were being erased was increasing, more and more things related to Yang Kai were being forgotten. At this rate, everything related to Yang Kai would be completely gone in short order. By then, no one in this world would remember that there was once a hero who had saved the entire human race. Mi Jingluan couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. He immediately sent people back to the original location of the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction to inform Su Yan and the others who were staying there. Although Su Yan and the others would most likely notice this on their own, it was always better to be prepared. An advance team had already been sent back to relay the news of their victory to the human race forces in the rear, so a joyful mood was already spreading. When the army returned, they were naturally received with warmth and celebration. The human race army had suffered heavy casualties in this battle, losing more than 60% of its soldiers. Be that as it may, it was all worth it, as in the future, the world would no longer face the threat of black ink strength. But contrary to the expectations of everyone who had remained behind, the Crusade force showed no signs of celebrating after their return. Instead, they quickly dispersed as if there was a new mission waiting for them. Soon, great statues were erected in the star boundary, myriad monsters whirled, and everywhere else the human race lived, whether it was a village, a town, or a city. The statue depicted a brave and heroic man wielding a long spear that seemed to have a dragon coiling around it. This man seemed to be staring down an invisible enemy, confronting them in battle. At the base of the statue was Yang Kai's name. Meanwhile, Mi Jingluan entered High Heaven Palace, and with the cooperation of Hua Qingxi and Xianing Cheng, gathered all the people who had close relationships with Yang Kai. Afterwards, under Mi Jingluan's supervision, they jointly wrote a biography. Naturally, it was Yang Kai's biography, and it included all the big and small matters that had happened in his life. There were no excessively embellished accounts in it, just the simple and factual descriptions. Nonetheless, anyone who read this biography would understand how magnificent Yang Kai's life was. Everyone would come to know that in the darkest era of the human race, it was he who tore through the darkness and brought a bright ray of hope to them. They would also come to know that Yang Kai had ultimately paid a huge price to finally defeat the ancient being named Mo and end the war between the two races that had lasted for millions of years. Most importantly, they would know that the world could not forget him, otherwise, he would never be able to return. After this biography was written, countless copies of it were made by High Heaven Palace disciples and distributed to all the places where the human race lived, especially the places where Yang Kai's statue was erected. The Ninth Order Masters even personally placed these jade slips containing Yang Kai's biography into the statues. This way, as long as someone examined the statue, they would be able to immediately perceive the contents of the jade slip and understand Yang Kai's life experiences. Many of the human race's upper echelons were trying their best to prevent the human race from forgetting their greatest hero, Yang Kai. On top of that, the Ninth Order Master once again convened a meeting after the army had returned. Everyone felt that the world was vast and time was difficult to measure, so they decided that the year the Crusade force returned to the star boundary would be designated as the first year of the Void Era. Void was a title, the title of one of the greatest heroes that was slowly being forgotten. As time passed away, new generations of humans were born, matured, and aged. Everyone had already forgotten about Yang Kai, even the Ninth Order Masters who had fought alongside him, but the statues that had been erected remained standing tall. Void Era, Year 7 999. The star boundary, where High Heaven Cave Heaven, which was ranked first among the 36 cave heavens, was located, had its ban on entry lifted. Immediately, countless cultivators who were waiting outside the star boundary swarmed in and spread out. The cultivators were entering the star boundary from every possible direction, and were in huge numbers. Although there were all sorts of people among the crowd, no one dared to act rashly on the star boundary. No matter what their temperament was, they had become kind and simple after setting foot onto this universe world. This wasn't just because the star boundary was the domain of the strongest cave heaven, but also because Tao temples of all the other cave heavens and paradises were located here. It could be said that one could find Seventh Order Masters casually walking the streets in the star boundary, even Eighth Order Masters were as common as dogs. Only the sighting of the legendary Ninth Order Masters, who generally remained hidden, would cause some minor sensation. If anyone acted irreverently here, not to mention the sun tomorrow, he or she might not even see the moon tonight. The main reason why the star boundary was so lively was because the Void Festival that was celebrated once every millennia would be held here. Many of the younger generation didn't know the origins of this festival, only that a ceremony was held at the turn of every millennium of the Void Era, and it had been celebrated 7 times already. And if the one that was about to be held was also counted, this would be the 8th. Rumor had it that 8,000 years ago, the living environment of the human race was extremely harsh. At that time, there was a species called the Black Ink clan that nearly wiped out the human race and conquered the known universe. Back then, the human race was truly on the verge of extinction. However, thanks to its many great heroes and brave soldiers, the human race slowly regained their footing. In the end, the entire human race launched a grand crusade and completely eradicated the Black Ink clan. From then on, the human race became the true rulers of this world. As for the Void Festival, it was held to commemorate all the humans who gave their lives in the war against the Black Ink clan. It could be considered the biggest event in the entire human race. The festival would be celebrated for an entire year, during which anyone could freely enter the star boundary. It had to be known that as the territory of the strongest cave heaven, it was normally forbidden for outsiders to enter. This wasn't because High Heaven Cave Heaven was tyrannical, but because they had no other choice. Since the end of the Great War 8,000 years ago, although the human race had managed to quell the black ink disaster that had lasted for millions of years, they had paid an extremely heavy price. Countless masters had died in battle, while the entire 3,000 worlds had been devastated by the Black Ink clan. The only universe worlds suitable for the survival of the human race were the ones in High Heaven territory and the Myriad Monsters territory. The number of habitable universe worlds had been significantly reduced, and as such, the living environment had also suffered. Cultivation resources were also in short supply. As such, the birth of too many cultivators would inevitably lead to chaos. So, the current cultivators could no longer be as unrestrained as they were before the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds. Everything had to be done in a planned manner. 8,000 years ago, the Ninth Order Masters had jointly held a discussion and reached a consensus, which was that anyone with the aptitude to cultivate would have to report to the Cave Heavens and Paradises, and their cultivation matters would be arranged by one of these top forces. This decision was strictly enforced with the joint efforts of all the human race forces. So, all cultivators of the human race, regardless of their background or cultivation, were duly noted and recorded. This decision made the already special star boundary even more exclusive. The star boundary had a world tree clone, and was the first open heaven realm cradle. The second open heaven realm cradle was the Myriad Monsters world. In the years when the human race was fighting the Black Ink clan, the two open heaven realm cradles, the star boundary and Myriad Monsters world, had given birth to many high-rank open heaven realm masters. It could be said that these two open heaven realm cradles played a huge role in the human race's victory in the final battle. However, after the war ended, because of the limited inhabitable areas, it was difficult for the human race to withstand the birth of so many new generation cultivators, which put the star boundary and Myriad Monster world in an extremely awkward position. After returning from the crusade and realizing this problem, the human race's higher-ups made another decision, which was to withdraw everyone from the star boundary and Myriad Monster world, especially the large number of ordinary people. These ordinary people could not cultivate, but given their huge numbers, they could give birth to many children, some of which would have the aptitude for cultivation. If restrictions weren't put in place, it wouldn't be long before new generations of cultivators were born, which would inevitably lead to unnecessary unrest. Even the people who remained in the star boundary and Myriad Monsters world were forbidden from having children. If they wanted to have children, they would have to leave these two open heaven realm cradles. Of course, the human race's upper echelons also knew that cutting off all avenues forward was not sustainable, so they left behind a glimmer of hope. That hope lay in the Void Festival that was held every 1,000 years. During this one-year-long grand festival, everyone was allowed to freely enter and exit the star boundary. If one could join one of the Tao temples of the various cave heavens and paradises, they would naturally be qualified to remain in the star boundary to cultivate. It was difficult to calculate how many people had entered the star boundary every time the grand festival started, but the number who could truly worship the various Tao temples was not that high. This led to a strange phenomenon, which was that many pregnant women or young married couples would enter the star boundary during the festival. Those pregnant women would then find a place with excellent world energy and live with their families, nourishing their fetus in peace, so that their unborn babies could enjoy the feedback from the world tree clone. As for those young couples, they were only 2 when they arrived, but when they left, their wives' stomachs would most likely be bulging. Jade Mountain Square, an extremely common market in the star boundary. Because of the decisions made in the past, a large number of humans were relocated away from the star boundary, leaving it quite sparsely populated. Owing to which, places like Jade Mountain Square were usually deserted. In other words, this place was only bustling with humans because the grand festival was approaching and countless people had poured into the star boundary. A young couple was strolling around the market, holding hands. The man was suave and handsome, whereas the woman was as beautiful as a flower. They were a perfect match. The woman's belly happened to be slightly bulging, she was obviously pregnant. At this moment, the husband and wife arrived before a tall statue and looked up. The wife kept reaching out to her husband's hand, who helplessly handed her the food in his hands and grumbled, "I told you not to eat so many sweets, why don't you listen?" His wife didn't even spare him a glance and bit down on the candied fruit in her hand, mumbling, who says I am the one who wants to eat it? Clearly it's the child in my stomach who wants to eat. The husband couldn't help but roll his eyes. Every time she brought up the child in her womb, he couldn't do anything about it. Dear, do you think this Xianxia really exists? The wife quickly finished a stick of candied fruit and took another stick from her husband's hand. Why are his statues everywhere? Wherever they went, wherever a human settlement was present, they always found such statues. Rumor had it that these statues had been standing for nearly 8,000 years and had not been eroded by the passage of time at all. Obviously, they were protected by the power of an expert. How would I know? The husband brusquely replied. His wife muttered to herself, his biographies are everywhere, and it seems that everyone has read it intensively. Moreover, according to his biography, he used some kind of profound spacetime secret technique in order to defeat the ancient enemy, which caused all traces of him to be erased from people's minds, and that he would never be able to return if everyone truly forgot about him. Counting the time, it just so happens that when this festival starts, it will be the time for him to return. Dear, why don't we go take a look? The husband's face darkened. Why are you looking for him? He's a hero. We humans can have today thanks to his efforts and sacrifices. It's only right that we pay respect to him. His biography has been passed down for 8,000 years, who knows if it's true or not. I think he must be a wise and mighty man. Crunch, crunch, why are you eating my candied fruit? So sour. It's obviously very sweet. According to his biography, he had many wives. Humph, you finally exposed your wild ambitions. My dear child, your father doesn't want us anymore, our lives are really miserable. No, that's not what I said, don't be ridiculous. Everywhere where the humans were gathered, similar conversations were happening between the young couples. Under the vigorous promotion and maintenance of various major sects, the biography compiled by Mi Jingluan had been widely circulated these past 8,000 years. It could be said that any human older than 10 had read Xianxia's biography at least once. As far as the later generation was concerned, this biography was just a storybook, allowing them to understand the magnificent life of a man named Xianxia. As for whether the records in this biography were true or fabricated, no one could confirm. This was something even the ancient cultivators of the cave heavens and paradises were unable to determine, because in their memories, many of the things recorded in the biography had indeed happened, but none of them had the slightest impression of the man named Xianxia being there. If this was really the backlash of the so-called shadow secret technique, it would be too terrifying. Meanwhile, the Ninth Order Masters had gathered at High Heaven Palace. Compared to the crusade back then, the number of Ninth Order Masters had undoubtedly increased. There were more than 100 Ninth Order Masters. After all those rising stars, who possess the aptitude to advance to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, had gradually advanced over the last 8,000 years. In the main hall, everyone was talking in small groups. Unless there was something important, the Ninth Order Masters seldom gathered together. The Ninth Order Masters also rarely appeared in public. Only a grand event like the Void Festival could gather all the Ninth Order Masters together. With over 100 Ninth Order Masters, the human race's foundation had reached a peak that it had not seen in over 10,000 years. Whether it was the newly advanced Ninth Order Masters, or the old veterans, all of them had participated in the war against the Black Ink clan. Now that they had gathered together, it was only natural for them to reminisce about the glorious past and as they watched the current generation compete against each other. Xianxia was especially boisterous as he moved through the crowd. When he started talking about the great battles he had fought in the past, he unceasingly beamed with joy. When he got excited, he even pulled his disciple, Gong Lian over. In the past, when this old master was only an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm master, when I fought against a pseudo-royal lord alone, that pseudo-royal lord wet his pants in terror. This brat saw it with his own eyes. Hey, tell them. Gong Lian, who was still called brat by Xianxia, had already reached the Ninth Order. Basically, his cultivation was the same as Xianxia's, but as there was still a master and disciple relationship between them. Even if he was a Ninth Order master, he could not go against Xianxia. So, he could not help but nod his confirmation after hearing this. Honored master is telling the truth. Xianxia's laughter became even more carefree. A few of the newly advanced Ninth Order masters also started laughing, all of them knowing how Ouyang Lai loved to brag and deciding to just go along with it. All of them had witnessed or experienced the might of a pseudo-royal lord firsthand, and it was definitely not something an Eighth Order master could contend with, unless they formed a battle formation. Be that as it may, back when there weren't many Eighth Order masters, Ouyang Lai had indeed fought a pseudo-royal lord alone, and it was him who was beaten to the point that he had wet his pants. Even so, fighting a pseudo-royal lord alone was still an incredible feat in itself. At that moment, the noisy hall suddenly fell silent, everyone stopped blowing their own trumpet and raised their eyes, looking directly above. In that direction was a calm and composed, half-white-haired Ninth Order master with a smile on his lips. He swept his gaze over everyone before addressing them. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been 1,000 years since we last met, but it seems everyone's noble bearing is still the same. There are also a few new faces, very good. Everyone greeted with a bow. Greetings, Supreme Commander Mi. The person who had arrived was none other than Mi Jingluan. Although the human race's crusade force and the various armies had been disbanded, Mi Jingluan's title of Supreme Commander had remained. In terms of cultivation, Mi Jingluan might not be the strongest Ninth Order master, but in every battle against the Black Ink clan, he had played a far greater role than any other Ninth Order master. There was no battle in which he had not racked his brain hard to map out a strategy for victory, and it was he who had ultimately coordinated and dispatched the various troops. He was a cultivator of the same era as Ouyang Lai, Xianxia, and Wei Junyang, but if they were to stand together, Mi Jingluan would definitely look older because he had been under even greater stress and for a longer duration during the thousands of years of war. Above the main hall, Mi Jingluan returned the greeting before continuing, "It's the day of the Void Festival. Counting the time, this is already the 8th celebration, and I'm sure everyone knows what this means." Hearing this, everyone's expressions became solemn. For a long time, there have been gaps in our memories. There appears to be traces of a person's existence in many key memories, but whether it's us or others, none of us can remember this person. I don't know what kind of mood I was in when I oversaw the compilation of this person's biography, but now that I think about it, it was definitely the best decision I've ever made in my life. All the signs indicate that this person should have really existed, and that all the accounts in this person's biography should indeed be true. This person is the greatest contributor to the human race's victory over the Black Ink clan. Unlike the cultivators with low cultivation, although the Ninth Order masters present here had some gaps in their memories, these missing memories could be perfectly filled in by Yang Kai's biography. Therefore, they could conclude that Yang Kai really did exist and the records in his biography were not fabricated. The reason they had forgotten about Yang Kai was because of the mysteries of the shadow secret technique. A hero cannot be allowed to be forgotten, otherwise, the current human race does not deserve to live. 8,000 years have already passed, and it is time for him to return. The void ceremony has been conducted precisely for this moment. Everyone, the arrangements we had laid back then should be used, it's time to witness the truth. The world only knew that the Void Festival ceremony was a grand event for the entire human race, but didn't know that it was a hidden hand Mi Jingluan and the other Ninth Order masters had arranged long ago. When they had set up this contingency back then, perhaps they had still not completely forgotten about Yang Kai, but now, they really could not remember anything about him. It didn't matter if they didn't remember though, as long as the plan worked. "Please instruct us, Supreme Commander Mi." The Ninth Order masters cupped their fists. Mi Jingluan lightly smiled, "Then let us see if all of this is just an unrealistic conjecture on our part or if we really have forgotten something." One after another, the Ninth Order masters received their orders and flew out of the hall, quickly disappearing, leaving only one Ninth Order master behind. This was a titled Great Emperor recognized by the Star Boundary and the only surviving Great Emperor who had managed to break through to the Ninth Order. There had been other Ninth Order Great Emperors from the Star Boundary, but they had all fallen during the Crusade. The hall sunk into complete silence as Mi Jingluan and the Great Emperor patiently waited. 10 days later, Mi Jingluan finally opened his eyes and glanced at the Ninth Order Great Emperor. "It's about time." The Ninth Order Great Emperor slightly nodded before slowly closing his eyes and spreading his divine sense. The next instant, he had become one with the entire Star Boundary. Right then, in every settlement across the universe world, Yang Kai statues, which had stood tall for 8,000 years, suddenly started glowing, attracting the attention of countless people. Soon after, a voice started to reverberate from the statue, chanting something. What the voice was reciting was the contents of Yang Kai's biography. The voice seemed to contain some kind of mysterious power, causing everyone who heard it to involuntarily stop in their tracks and quietly listen. As the chanting continued, an enormous picture scroll seemed to have filled everyone's vision. The picture scroll was impressively portraying the life of a cultivator named Yang Kai and how he gradually grew to become the strongest, eventually leading the human race to defeat their enemies. Not just in the star boundary, even in myriad monsters' territory, on every universe world where the humans lived, the setup in the statues was activated by the Ninth Order Masters. At this moment, that chanting was simultaneously ringing in the ears of trillions of humans. Once, twice, 3 times. Gradually, people began to read along the voice coming from the statue. Almost everyone had read Yang Kai's biography, and many scholars had even memorized it by heart. Only, the biography which in the past was only read to pass time was given heavy importance today. Trillions of humans were chanting the Void Great Emperor's real name. At the same time, in the distant void, on the battlefield where the final battle between Yang Kai and Mo was fought, a few people were gathered together inside a floating palace. There weren't many people, only a dozen or so, but apart from a middle-aged couple, the lowest cultivation of the others was the Eighth Order, and there were actually quite a number of Ninth Order Masters present. Everyone gathered here was Yang Kai's close relative. His parents, his wives, his disciples, Yang Xiao, Yang Shui. These people had been waiting here for 8,000 years. Xianxia had originally stayed behind to guard High Heaven Palace because, despite her high cultivation, she had very little experience in fighting. Moreover, she was an alchemy great grandmaster and was more useful stationed in the rear. However, for the final crusade, even she was roped in. After their triumphant return, once Xianxia had helped compile Yang Kai's biography with Mi Jingluan, she immediately returned here. Naturally, Mi Jingluan immediately set out to fetch all those close to Yang Kai, bringing Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhu here to meet up with Su Yan and the others to wait for Yang Kai's return. Their wait had now lasted for 8,000 years. The shadow technique's backlash struck without any notice, and was impossible to guard against. At first, Yang Kai's relatives could still remember him, but gradually, all their memories of him began to fade away, and eventually disappeared. One after another, gaps began to appear in everyone's memories. For a period of time, everyone had even forgotten why they had gathered here until they remembered that they were waiting for a very important person. As for who that person was, none of them had any impression of him. The biography that Xianxia brought back with her had a great effect. The things recorded in the biography and the remaining memories in their minds perfectly complemented each other. This helped them know that a person named Yang Kai had appeared in their lives, and that person held quite a huge place in their hearts. Not far from their location was a void corridor leading straight to chaotic dead territory. At this moment, a figure walked out from the void corridor. It was none other than Zhang Ruashi. Ruashi's cultivation was currently at the peak of the Ninth Order, though the wings on her back had disappeared due to separating from the power of Yin and Yang. Her Heaven's Order bloodline had been almost completely burned out in the final battle, so she was no longer able to maintain the delicate balance between the two opposing powers. So, she had no choice but to return to chaotic dead territory and strip away the power of Yin and Yang. Although the loss of her Heaven's Order bloodline was a significant detriment to her, it didn't have much of an impact on her personal strength. It was just that it would be difficult for her to regain the phenomenal power she had displayed that time in the future. Walking out of the void corridor, and identifying her bearing, Ruashi quickly arrived at Su Yan and the others' location. Noticing her appearance, everyone looked at her. "It's starting," Ruashi stated softly. Everyone nodded as a solemn look took over their faces. On the platform in front of the palace, everyone sat down cross-legged and calmly started reciting Yang Kai's name. At first, nothing out of the ordinary happened. Over the past 8,000 years, everyone had done similar things countless times just to remind themselves not to forget that name. However, as time went by, a different feeling slowly began to rise in their hearts. Everyone felt suffocated, as if there was a mountain pressing down on them, one that was becoming heavier and heavier. As this suffocating feeling grew stronger and stronger, the forgotten emotions also began to awaken, and along with them, a painful longing gripped their hearts. No one knew who they were missing, and none of them had a clear picture of them in their heart, but they had this feeling that someone who had left a deep mark in their lives had been forgotten, and that person's name was Xianxia. In a vivid and colorful mysterious void filled with chaos and distortions, a tall and stalwart man with a sword in his hands let out an angry roar before swinging it down. This sword strike almost cut the space-time river in two, revealing Xianxia's flickering figure behind it. By the time the water rolled back after the strike, Xianxia had already arrived before the sword-wielding man. He then raised his hand and pointed a finger towards the opponent, sending a wave of water towards the stalwart figure. The stalwart man's expression instantly changed. Having fought Xianxia for thousands of years, he naturally understood the might of this seemingly unremarkable wave. This wave contained the might of 10,000 grand daos, so even he didn't dare to let himself get swallowed by it. The stalwart man raised his sword and slashed out, shattering the incoming wave and splashing droplets of water flying in all directions. At the same time, the stalwart man quickly withdrew as if he was avoiding snakes and scorpions. Xianxia didn't chase after him and simply stood in place. Xianxia sighed in his heart. When he had used the shadow secret technique to defeat Mo and was corroded by the space-time Dao strength, he basically thought that he would fall into a deep slumber or something similar, but how could he have known he would appear in this mysterious place in the blink of an eye? After arriving here, Xianxia began exploring and to his astonishment, he discovered he was not alone here. There were actually many other masters. These masters were no weaker than him, with some even being stronger. This revelation left him in total shock, because in the entire world, whether it was his cultivation or his comprehension of his grand daos, no one could hold a candle to him. Even Mo, who had 30% of his source sealed, had been killed by him, so who in this universe could be his opponent? But here, there were many masters here who could exchange blows evenly with Xianxia. What left him even more speechless was that the people here were all extremely belligerent. It did not matter whether there were any grievances between them or not, once two parties met, a fight broke out at least 90% of the time. Battles seemed to become the prime motivation for the survival of the living beings here. In the beginning, Xianxia had suffered quite a bit. But his situation gradually improved over time as his injuries healed and his comprehension of the 10,000 grand daos deepened. He also made a friend. That man's name was Xianxia, and he was also very powerful. When Xianxia was being hunted down after first arriving, the man acted out of righteousness and helped him out. Through his conversation with Xianxia, Xianxia finally understood that this was a place of exile for all masters who had touched upon the taboo. In other words, everyone who was here had touched upon the secrets of the heavens at one time or another. Xianxia had summoned shadows from the future, which was a taboo. Although he didn't know what Xianxia had done, he was certain he had done something similar. As such, this place was simply dubbed the Taboo Realm. What's more, anyone who entered this place would be quickly forgotten by the outside world. All memories related to those who entered this place would be erased in short order. In the 3,000 worlds, there were definitely very few living beings who could compare to Xianxia. Xianxia then recalled the universe furnace and its process of creating new universe worlds, and immediately understood that the masters here all came from different worlds or even universes, ones far beyond the boundaries of the 3,000 worlds. Each and every one of them had reached the pinnacle of their strength in their own realm and had even touched upon that which should not be touched. Xianxia had once asked Xianxia how to escape this place, and the latter had nothing. He knew more things than Xianxia as he had arrived a bit earlier than him. According to him, it wasn't impossible to escape from this place. In fact, there were two methods to escape from here. However, whether these two methods really worked or not was still open to debate, because there had never been a precedent of anyone leaving this place. The first method was to continue fighting and kill the masters from other worlds. Perhaps if they killed enough of them, they might be able to leave. No one knew who proposed this idea, but it sounded a bit unreliable because there was no basis for it. The second method was much more plausible, and it was to have the people of your universe still remember you and wish for your return. A person will die twice in their lifetime. The first time is when their life ends, and the second time is when the last person who remembers forgets them. As far as we are concerned, we may still be alive here, but the world we used to live in no longer remembers us, so we are dead to that world. If we want to rise from the dead, enough people must remember you for you to break through the restrictions here. These were the exact words of Chongjiu, and Yang Kai remembered them very clearly. At that time, Chongjiu had been drinking the spirit wine he had taken out from his small universe while saying these words. Although the second method was much more reliable than the first, it was still impractical, because once someone entered this place, his or her respective universe would be affected by the restrictions, wiping every single memory related to him or her in a very short time. Once the memories were wiped out, everything was lost. Even if there were some written records left behind, they would just become dust in history over time. Saying so, Chongjiu patted Yang Kai's shoulder. "Little brother, just stay here. Although there's no way out of here, it's still quite lively." It was indeed quite lively. Supreme masters of many worlds were gathered here, fighting non-stop every day. This kind of thing would be rarely seen in the outside world, but here it was a common occurrence. At that time, Yang Kai just responded to Chongjiu in one sentence: "I will be able to get out. My world will never forget me." Chongjiu looked at him like he was looking at an idiot and threw a sentence: "I'll be waiting for that day." Calculating the time, that day should be arriving soon. While Yang Kai was lost in a daze, the tall and stalwart man had returned at some point, and sent a fearsome sword wave at him, forcing him to dodge. From nearby, Chongjiu's playful laughter rang out. "Yang Kai, don't die. If you die, I won't be able to watch the good show." He had already arrived a few days ago as promised, wanting to see if Yang Kai could really leave this place. Although he felt that Yang Kai didn't have much hope, since he made a deal, he naturally had to abide by it. Unexpectedly, someone came to seek revenge on Yang Kai at this point. Although it was called seeking revenge, the truth was that there was no great enmity between them. The sword-wielding man had fought with Yang Kai at least 100 times over the past few thousand years, and neither of them had been able to do anything to the other. But this time, he actually brought a companion, wanting to overwhelm Yang Kai with numbers. But unbeknownst to them, Chongjiu happened to be together with Yang Kai. A battle had broken out immediately afterwards. Yang Kai was up against the sword-wielding stalwart man while Chongjiu dealt with his companion. At this moment, a towering tree had emerged behind Chongjiu. It was gently swaying, glittering, and shining as if it was cast from gold. One after another, its leaves whizzed through the void, cutting space apart. Its every move carried endless power. Chongjiu's opponent was forced to retreat every time he tried to press forward. After fighting for a while, the master couldn't help size up Chongjiu before asking, "The Dao tree lineage?" Chongjiu raised his brow. "You've seen it?" The master continued, "The Dao tree lineage is famous throughout the heavens, and I had the honor of experiencing it firsthand once before." Saying so, he put away his weapon. "I won't fight anymore." Chongjiu smiled slightly. "I was thinking the same." Battles were common occurrences in the taboo realm, but there were many cases where a simple smile and greeting could wipe away all enmity. After all, everyone's strength was about the same, so unless there was some kind of irreconcilable grudge between them, no one was willing to really fight to the death. For example, someone like the sword-wielding stalwart man who repeatedly sought trouble with Yang Kai was actually quite rare. He kept attacking Yang Kai mainly because Yang Kai had only been here for a short time, and the sword-wielding man believed that he was an easy target. Owing to repeated battles, Yang Kai's strength had grown significantly over the past 8,000 years. This wasn't surprising though, as Yang Kai did not get the time to consolidate his foundation and perfect it after swallowing and refining Mu's spacetime river before he was forced to fight Mo to the death. It wasn't until he had entered this place and fought battle after battle that Yang Kai finally digested the benefits he had obtained from Mu's final gift. Furthermore, his small universe's foundation was constantly increasing. If he was allowed to go 8,000 years back in time to deal with Mo, he would definitely not end up as miserable as before. The masters in the taboo realm came from different universes, so the cultivation systems were naturally different as well. For example, the world where Chongjiu came from did not cultivate the open heaven realm method. The denizens of his world had their own way of dividing the realms. Be that as it may, the fundamental principles of cultivation were more or less the same. At Yang Kai's and the others' realm, the prime focus of cultivation was the comprehension and application of the Grand Daos. The shining golden tree behind Chongjiu was his Dao, the spacetime river was Yang Kai's Dao, and the sword-wielding stalwart man fighting Yang Kai had a Dao of his own. The sword in his hand was precisely his Dao. Yang Kai had never seen a master with such a pure Tao. Yang Kai had seen and fought many masters over the past 8,000 years, but none could compare to the sword-wielding stalwart man in terms of pure offense and aggression. In any battle, the stalwart man was constantly on the attack, essentially disregarding defense entirely. At most, he would dodge a little when necessary. Fighting such a person was incredibly frustrating, and it was extremely difficult to reach a conclusion, as the only way to settle things with any sense of finality was for someone to die. Jianba, there is no enmity between us, why must you insist on fighting? After exchanging blows for a while longer, Yang Kai shouted as the waves under him swirled. Jingba, who was standing right across from him, hideously grinned, why bring up enmity in this damned place? Since I'm here, one of us will die today, the question is whether it will be you or I. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He was completely unable to reason with him. If the shadow secret technique could be used, Yang Kai was confident he could defeat Jianba, but he had already summoned shadows from 8,000 years of his future when he was fighting with Mo, which ultimately caused him to be trapped here. He was basically unable to use the shadow secret technique. Shadows of the same spacetime could only be summoned once. Helpless, Yang Kai could only use the power of his spacetime river to fight ceaselessly with Jianba. However, Yang Kai was feeling uneasy for some unknown reason today. He thought that he was feeling unnerved because the 8,000-year deadline was approaching, but later he realized that wasn't the case. He could not afford to get distracted when fighting someone as powerful as Jianba, so, how could he have the spare energy to consider the 8,000-year deadline? What caused him to feel uneasy must be something external. As such, he was slowly losing ground against Jianba. Chongjiu, who was watching the battle from afar, noticed this unusual situation and couldn't help but furrow his brow. Nonetheless, he too had no idea what was going on with Yang Kai. Furthermore, he was being marked by Jiangba's companion. He could not lend Yang Kai a hand, and could only wait and watch. Fearsome Tao strength shockwaves spread into the surroundings as the two men clashed endlessly until at one point, Yang Kai suddenly heard a shout ring in his ear. Yang Kai instantly fell into a trance, but before he could hear it clearly, Jianba had already disappeared. Immediately, a sense of crisis gripped his entire body. Yang Kai knew that he was in real trouble. His figure quickly distorted and faded away, but the next moment, Jiangba arrived before him and slashed down at his fading figure. A splash of blood spattered into the void while Yang Kai's figure appeared in another direction, promptly covering his abdomen. Apparently, Jiangba's sword had cut him, leaving a gaping wound. The indistinct shout once again rang in his ear. Yang Kai shook his head, trying to disperse this strange sound, but to no avail. Just after the first shout, a second shout soon followed, and then a third, a fourth. In just a few breaths, Yang Kai felt countless voices ringing in his head. These countless voices jumbled into an incoherent noise before eventually converging into two words. It was naturally his name. Having wounded Yang Kai, Jianba doggedly pursued him, but just as he was about to make his move, a great sense of horror suddenly gripped his heart. The moment this sense of horror emerged, Jianba's eyes went wide. It was not terror or fear Jianba felt though, but instead extreme excitement. Because ever since his cultivation had reached its peak, no one had been able to give him such a feeling. Even in this taboo realm, where he had encountered countless masters, no one had struck true terror into his heart. But at this moment, against an enemy who had been wounded by him, this long-lost feeling had reappeared. Jianba couldn't help but recall the masters he had faced when he was weak. The sword that had accompanied him all his life began to hum, warning him to retreat. Jianba didn't retreat though. Instead, he swung his sword down, causing the expressions of Chongjiu and the other experts watching from afar to become extremely solemn. Because this attack could be said to be the strongest sword attack they had ever seen. It was Jiangba's all-out strike. Once he executed this attack, his target would definitely die. The sword light filled everyone's vision, blinding them. When the sword light disappeared, Chongjiu and the other master quickly looked up, and what entered their sight made their eyes crack wide open in shock. Much to their surprise, Yang Kai had not blocked that sword strike at all and simply let it fall on his shoulder. It almost severed his arm, but it didn't, as the endless river water happened to be wrapped around Jianba's sword and wrist, preventing him from following through. Although Yang Kai was injured, his expression was extremely strange. He seemed a little confused yet also a little relieved. What caught Chong Jiu's attention was the void behind Yang Kai, which looked extremely unusual at the moment. It happened to be continuously distorting, and through this distorted space, a faint distortion of space-time emerged from some unknown place. The restriction of this place had been broken. When Chong Jiu recalled Yang Kai's confident words, his heart began to pound violently. Could it be that the rumors circulating in the taboo realm are true? Did enough people in Yang Kai's universe still remember him? But, how is that possible? Anyone who entered this place would be quickly forgotten, otherwise, how could the masters who had entered this place be unable to leave even after so many eons? But other than this possibility, Chong Jiu could not find a better explanation. Yang Kai. He quickly called out. Yang Kai, who was immersed in this wonderful feeling, raised his head and smiled at him before turning to look at Jianba, who was still standing at arm's length. Under Jianba's stunned gaze, Yang Kai stretched out 2 fingers and grabbed his sword. It turns out that only by breaking the restriction here can one pry into the higher realms of the martial Tao. Saying so, Yang Kai gently raised his fingers, lifting up the long sword that had cut into his shoulder. The corners of Jianba's eyes twitched violently as his instincts were giving off warning bells. At this moment, Yang Kai gave him a very strange feeling, as if he was about to achieve some kind of breakthrough. This feeling left him in a great shock. The masters in the taboo realm had already reached their limits. The reason they were trapped here was because they wanted to break through to higher realms, but in the end, they had touched upon the taboos of the heavens. Today, he had seen both an amazing truth and an incredible secret. Breaking the restriction of this place would allow one to gain insight into the next realm. This was a huge blow to Jianba's mental state. Not to mention him, even Chong Jiu, who was watching from afar, and the companion Jianba had invited, felt the same way. Stand down. Yang Kai looked at Jianba and declared. Jianba naturally ignored him, gritting his teeth as he poured all his strength into the long sword and pushed it down without muttering a word, seemingly intent on cutting Yang Kai in 2. The sword in his hand was his Tao. Backing down would be equivalent to abandoning his Tao, so how could he possibly agree? Whether it was High Heaven Territory's star boundary, or the universe worlds of myriad monsters territory, everywhere where humans had settled, humans were chanting Yang Kai's name non-stop, singing his praises, spreading the name of Void Great Emperor. For the first few days, nothing unusual happened, but as time passed, a strange sound started ringing in everyone's ears, like waves crashing onto the shore. Furthermore, the sound became louder and louder with the continuous actions of the humans. Finally, at a certain moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. Everywhere the humans were gathered, a river suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The sonorous sounds of waves crashing were originating from the river, and everyone witnessed this magical sight. The water in the river swelled and flowed towards the horizon, passing through the endless void, flowing through one great territory after another, to the late ancient era battlefield, and finally converging on the final battlefield where Yang Kai and Mo fought each other. The dozen or so of Yang Kai's close relatives in the palace looked excited at the sight of this. Their chanting became more hurried, and their expressions more fervent. The river was illusory at first, as if it existed in another space-time, but it soon became real and tangible. Immediately afterwards, a figure emerged from the tumultuous waves in the river. Looking at the figures standing in the palace, the figure cracked a smile and stated, "I'm back." The figures in the palace broke into tears of joy as they swarmed towards the figure one after another. Meanwhile, the masters in the taboo realm soon got the news and rushed over. Over 100 people had gathered in a short time, and more were still coming from afar. These people were all supreme masters of their respective universes. Each and every one of them had reached their own limits. Every single one of them used to be a legendary figure where they came from. But now, their worlds had long forgotten about them, causing them to be trapped in this taboo realm. Over 100 of the strongest masters in existence were calmly standing around the location where Yang Kai had fought with Jianba, staring at a corpse floating nearby. The corpse naturally belonged to Jianba. Jianba was tightly holding a broken sword in his hand, while the cause of his death was none other than the other half of his sword being rammed through his chest. Dead. There was no shortage of brave and ruthless men in the taboo realm, and battles broke out all the time. These were the kind of battles one would seldom see in the outside world. Be that as it may, very few people actually lost their lives during these fights. Because although the cultivation methods were different for universe to universe, everyone's prime focus would be their Tao, after their cultivation had reached its utmost limit. It could be said that all things lead to the same destination. As a result, everyone's strength was basically the same here. So, no matter how intense a battle was, very few people would die. The last time someone died was over 100,000 years ago, and that was because a certain man with a horrible personality ultimately drew everyone's ire and was besieged by many supreme masters. But the current situation was far from that. It was pretty obvious that Jianba had not died because he was ganged up on. No matter what kind of Tao they were cultivating here, they all had sharp vision and insight. The one who had killed Jianba was just a single man. Furthermore, Jianba's opponent had killed him so easily that he had even snapped Jianba's sword in two. Even if these supreme masters present here weren't very familiar with Jianba, most of them had fought him at least once in the past. Jianba's sword was his Tao. So, killing someone might not be a big deal, but killing someone while destroying their Tao at the same time was inconceivable. What the Supreme Masters were concerned about was that they had sensed some unusual fluctuations a while ago. Even when they were far away, those fluctuations were as bright as a match in the darkness. Those were clearly the fluctuations caused by someone breaking through their current cultivation realm. But by the time they arrived here, they didn't see anything. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the faces of Chongjiu and Jianba's companion were filled with a bitterness, their expressions way worse than eating a bitter pill. Both had witnessed Jianba's death at the hands of Xianxia, which had shook them to the core. By the time they came back to their senses, the Supreme Masters had already arrived here to investigate after noticing the commotion. As a result, they were unable to leave. If they tried to leave now, they would definitely be forced to stay. The Supreme Masters had been trapped here for far too long, so any unusual movements would definitely attract their attention, let alone a disturbance that exceeded the limits of their current strength. Who was here? Someone suddenly asked. Although it was a random question without a head or tail, the meaning behind it was obvious. The speaker was obviously asking who had witnessed Jianba's death. No one answered. Who arrived here first? Someone asked. Still no answer, but the eyes of the Supreme Masters began to wander across each other, their gazes swiftly changing as they reached a certain unspoken agreement. Finally, everyone's eyes landed on Chongjiu. Chongjiu scowled in anger as he stared at the colleague invited by Jianba. Why are you only looking at me? He was here as well. Although the two were originally on different sides, they clearly had no choice but to band together at this moment. If they didn't handle this situation well, they might become the public enemies of all the Supreme Masters, so they couldn't afford to be careless. There was no escape from this taboo realm. If they became public enemies, things would be hard-pressed for them in the future. Who killed Jianba? An old man with small stature asked. This old man had been trapped in the taboo realm for who knows how many years. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was one of the oldest Supreme Masters in the taboo realm. At least, these 100 or so Supreme Masters present had all come to the taboo realm later than him. It wasn't me, Chongjiu quickly clarified, I'm not that capable. The Supreme Master standing beside him also quickly denied, I didn't kill him either. You were here first, didn't you see who did it? The short old man asked. Although he was the only one who spoke, he represented everyone. Well, Chongjiu hesitated for a moment. He knew that no matter what, he couldn't avoid this matter. Rather than drawing everyone's ire, he might as well speak the truth. After understanding this point, he finally answered, Xianxia killed him. Who is Xianxia? The short old man frowned. He had never heard of this name before. He was a newcomer whose Tao strengths had manifested into a river. He arrived about 8,000 years ago, someone explained. The short old man finally understood, I seem to have some impression of him, but how could a newcomer kill Jianba? Where is he? He left, Chongjiu replied. Where did he go? He left, from this place. The Supreme Masters were stunned for a moment before staring at Chongjiu in shock. Being the focus of attention of so many Supreme Masters, Chongjiu felt as if an enormous mountain was weighing down on him. The Supreme Master who was standing by his side subtly stepped away from him, drawing a clear line between them. You said, he left this place? The short old man asked. Although his tone remained calm, his heart was in turmoil. Brothers, sisters, there's no need to stare at me like that, he really did leave. This friend and I saw it with our own eyes, Chongjiu stated as he pointed towards the Supreme Master who had just stepped away from him. The man's face darkened, but he knew he couldn't avoid it. All he could do was brace himself and nodded. Yes, he did leave. Chongjiu smiled and said, weren't you all attracted by those strange fluctuations? I'll be frank with you, according to the rumors, there are 2 ways to leave the taboo realm, and the second method is apparently true. Xianxia used that method to leave this place. What's more, when he broke through the restrictions here, he seemed to also break through to the next realm, allowing him to kill Jianba. Since ancient times, it had been passed down that there were 2 ways to escape the taboo realm. One was to constantly fight and kill other Supreme Masters. So long as you killed enough Supreme Masters, you would have a chance to leave this place. The second was to have enough people from your original universe remember you and wish for your return. Whether the first method would work or not, no one knew, because few people ever died in the taboo realm. But now, the second method had been proven effective. If Chongjiu wasn't lying, Xianxia had left the taboo realm using this method. Under these circumstances, there was no need for Chongjiu to lie, everyone was well aware of this. How is that possible? Once we arrive here, the denizens of our worlds would have quickly forgotten about us. Without any memories, how can they remember us? This is simply impossible, someone questioned. Chongjiu spread out his hands and stated, I don't know. In any case, Xianxia told me a long time ago that his world would never forget him. Perhaps because he saved his universe, the people of that world still remember him? The Supreme Master still found it difficult to accept this, because from ancient times until now, there had never been a precedent of anyone leaving this place. But now, a newcomer who had only entered 8,000 years ago had done just that. This made them envious, but at the same time, they also saw a glimmer of hope. If someone could leave here, it meant that this taboo realm wasn't a prison they couldn't escape from, it was just that they had not found the right way. It was definitely impossible to count on Xianxia's methods. Not mentioning who knows how his world still remembered him, the main reason was that he had only been here for 8,000 years. The others had simply been here for far too long. Before Xianxia, the previous Supreme Master to arrive here had done so some 20,000 years ago. After tens of thousands of years, all traces of his existence in his world would have long since vanished. You can get a glimpse of the next realm after breaking the restrictions here? What kind of realm is that? The short old man asked. Chongjiu shook his head. I don't know what realm he reached, but once he broke through, he casually snapped Jianba's sword with just 2 fingers. All the Supreme Masters gasped in shock. What those 2 fingers destroyed was not just a sword, but Jianba's Dao. One could only imagine what amazing realm Xianxia must have reached at that instant. Everyone, before Xianxia left, he told me that he will find a way to rescue me. Although I don't know if he would be able to do it, if he does, everyone here will have new hope of finding a way out. Chongjiu threw out another piece of news that excited everyone. In an instant, the expressions of all the Supreme Masters present changed. Half a day later, the Supreme Masters finally dispersed. Chongjiu let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although he was also a Supreme Master and didn't fear any individual in the taboo realm, being stared at by hundreds of masters just as strong as him still felt like being stabbed multiple times. If he hadn't thrown those words at the last moment, Chongjiu believed that these guys would have attacked him together and then interrogated him for more information. Even if he had already divulged everything he knew. However, everything was different once he spoke those last words. As long as they still wished to leave the taboo realm, they would not make things difficult for him in the future. In fact, if anyone dared to make things difficult for him, they would become public enemies of this taboo realm. An enormous river stretched across the void, its waters fiercely surging, with waves rising and falling one after another. Xianxia was sitting in a cross-legged position over this enormous river, forming a set of profound hand seals. As his hands moved, the water in the river would cycle through states of agitation and calm. The myriad of Dao strengths would also undulate with the current in the river. It had been several years since Xianxia returned from the taboo realm. Whenever he recalled his absurd experiences over the past few years, Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. On the day when he finally returned from the taboo realm, all his relatives came to meet him tearfully, complaining about their pain of parting. Soon after, everyone returned to the star boundary together, and after learning of the news of his return, all rejoiced. In the 8,000 years after Yang Kai's disappearance, all their memories about him had been erased, but the moment he returned, all the vanished memories were restored. No one knew what extraordinary power could cause something like this. Only Yang Kai seemed to notice something. After that, Yang Kai was placed under house arrest. He, a mighty expert who had surpassed the open heaven realm, who had reached an unprecedented realm never seen before, who could call the wind and rain with just the flip of his hand, had actually been placed under house arrest. The ones who put him under house arrest were none other than Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhou. His wives were also under house arrest like him. According to his parents, they were growing old. It was already a miracle that they had been able to give birth to young Shui in the past, but there was no way for them to have any more children. So, the responsibility of continuing the Yang family's bloodline fell squarely on Yang Kai's shoulders. The old couple didn't make any outrageous demands, just that he should father as many children as the number of wives he had. So, each of his wives should give birth to at least one child. When this condition had been fulfilled, they would release them. In terms of strength, his parents were naturally not Yang Kai's opponents and he could easily escape if he really wanted to. However, his parents had also said that if their unfilial son dared to disobey them this time, they would bash their heads against high heaven peak until they died. Yang Kai was left with no choice. According to his parents, Yang Kai had been cultivating for many years and had explored many worlds, big and small. He had been constantly on the move. But now that the world was at peace and his cultivation had already reached the limit, there was nothing he needed to worry about in this world. As such, he should pay attention to continuing the Yang family's bloodline. Helpless, Yang Kai, Su Yan, Yuru Meng, and the others were locked up on a lone peak in High Heaven Palace. It wasn't until several years later that Yang Kai walked out of the mountain peak with a tired look on his face, his eyes sunken and his face pale. Right behind him was a large group of beautiful women with big bellies. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhou were overjoyed. As the saying went, people need to be pushed to get results. In the past, they had tried to make Yang Kai continue their bloodline, but he had always brushed them off with all kinds of excuses. If they had known it would be this simple, they would have put him under house arrest long ago. After having completed this vital mission, Yang Kai finally had time to catch up with his old friends. Mi Jingluan and the others were naturally aware of what was going on with Yang Kai over these past few years, so they could not help but tease him when they finally met up. Soon, Yang Kai learned about the current situation of the human race from the other Ninth Order masters. With the end of the war more than 8,000 years ago, the Black Ink clan was completely wiped out. And the universe had finally achieved a state of peace. Now, the human race were the sole rulers of the world. Be that as it may, the scars of countless years of war were difficult to erase. The 3,000 worlds used to be extremely prosperous, but now, apart from those in High Heaven territory and Myriad Monsters territory, the universe worlds in the rest of great territories had either been completely corrupted by Black Ink strength or had long since been destroyed. It could be said that the habitable space for the human race had been greatly reduced. Originally, traces of human activity could be seen in every great territory, but now, all the surviving humans were gathered in High Heaven territory and Myriad Monsters territory, with more than 90% of them living in the latter. In fact, because of the scarcity of cultivation resources, the two open heaven realm cradles, the Star Boundary and Myriad Monsters world, had essentially been evacuated and cordoned off. The human race didn't dare let too many people live in these two open heaven realm cradles, lest too many good seedlings were born and there were no resources to nurture them. If the number of people suitable for cultivation increased, but there were no resources for them to cultivate with, fights over cultivation resources would definitely break out, which would ultimately lead to chaos. Currently, the population living on the Star Boundary and Myriad Monsters world was extremely small, and if one wanted to enter these two open heaven realm cradles, they would need to undergo a rigorous series of tests and selections. This was the current state of the human race. They had won the war, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. Nonetheless, they could not do anything about it. The Black Ink clan had simply done too much damage to the 3,000 worlds. In addition, the human race didn't have the means to repair these corrupted universe worlds. If no solution was found, the human race would have many dark days ahead of them. Fortunately, Xianxia had returned from the taboo realm, and at this moment, he was repairing a universe world. This was an uninhabited great territory. Perhaps this great territory once used to be bustling with human activity, with its universe worlds being rich and prosperous. However, after the Black Ink clan occupation, all that was left was deathly silence, and all the universe worlds had died. The massive space-time river stretched across the void, with universe worlds floating up and down in the river, Dao strengths fluctuating rhythmically. The Black Ink strength that had corrupted these universe worlds was quickly stripped away and then sent into the profound source gate by Xianxia to be sealed. After that, Xianxia evolved Yin and Yang, then harmonized the 5 elements, which gave birth to the 10,000 grand Daos. The flow of time in the space-time river was different from the outside world, and with Xianxia's current cultivation, this flow rate had reached an extremely exaggerated degree. Perhaps 1,000 years were elapsing inside the river for each breath that passed in the outside world. The lifeless universe world slowly regained its vitality in the space-time river. Suddenly, a small figure stepped out and walked over to Xianxia's side before pursing his lips in frustration. "It's empty outside, there's nothing here, so boring." Xianxia fiercely turned to him and shot him a glare. "It's all your fault." The figure immediately tried to explain, "What does Mo's evil deeds have to do with this little 11? The small figure standing next to Xianxia at this moment was none other than Little 11, or rather, it was the same person Xianxia had seen in the primordial world's Dawn City. 8,000 years ago, Xianxia defeated Mo and sealed it with the profound source gate. However, as the most ancient being in this universe, even Xianxia was unable to completely destroy Mo. After all, Black Ink strength was a power born at the beginning of the universe. As long as the universe still existed, and as long as there was darkness and living beings, Black Ink strength would never be extinguished. However, Xianxia spent some effort to extract the consciousness born from this power from the profound source gate. This consciousness was Little 11, who was standing beside him. Strictly speaking, Mo was Little 11, but these two were different. In other words, Little 11 was not making excuses, he was indeed not Mo. During the early ancient era, he had fought alongside the 10 martial ancestors to protect the human race. Only Mu had noticed the problem in Mo at the time. She had set up the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and sealed Mo before its consciousness was completely corrupted. Afterwards, under Mu's secret arrangements, Mo's source was divided into 3,000 pieces and sealed in different universe worlds while Mu kept Mo's consciousness by her side to guard him. Unlike what Mu did, the current Little 11 was not some weak child in Dawn City who did not even have the strength to strangle a chicken. Otherwise, he would not have been able to wander the void alone. Looking at the surging river stretching across the void before him, Little 11 couldn't help wondering, "Speaking of which, what realm are you in now?" Little 11 was completely unaware of the fact that Xianxia was trapped in the taboo realm, as Mo was sealed by Xianxia after his defeat, and Little 11 was freed just a few days ago. However, Little 11 was surprised to discover that Xianxia's strength was far greater than the last time Mo fought with him. It seemed to have gone beyond the scope of the open heaven realm. Little 11 reckoned that even if Mo had been at his peak, he would still be no match for the current Xianxia. "You're supposed to be a master in the creation realm, can't you see through my cultivation?" Xianxia asked instead of answering. Little 11 explained, shaking his head, "That's a false claim. Mo never reached the creation realm. He could at most be described as a pseudo-creation realm master. The main reason Mo was able to create the Black Ink clan is because of the unique properties of Black Ink strength, not because Mo had reached the necessary realm, but you're different. Your current cultivation has indeed exceeded the open heaven realm, so I'm very curious about what realm you've reached." Xianxia had already noticed that there was something wrong with Mo's creation realm a long time ago, but at that time, his strength and vision were simply insufficient. As such, he was unable to determine anything. Now that Little 11 had personally admitted it, Xianxia wasn't too surprised. "My realm," Xianxia muttered before shaking his head, "no one has reached this realm before, so I don't know what it should be called." Saying so, he quickly changed his hand seals before raising them towards the space-time river, making a grabbing motion. The next moment, the enormous river was gripped by Xianxia, who gently shook it and shouted, "Go." Immediately after, tiny grains of sand were flung out from the spacetime river one after another and began rapidly expanding. Surprisingly, these grains were universe worlds. These universe worlds were the remaining universe worlds of this great territory. Originally, they had been corrupted by black ink strength and were devoid of any life. Some were even destroyed by the Black Ink clan's resource exploitation. But now, all these universe worlds had completely changed. Although there were no sentient beings on them, each of these universe worlds looked completely new, without a trace of black ink strength left on them. The dilapidated universe worlds had been repaired and were filled with perfect grandiose. Furthermore, each of these universe worlds was lush and green, full of life and vigor. These universe worlds were already teeming with vitality, so they would give birth to their first life forms in just a few years. Even with little Eleven's vast experience, he was still shocked by this amazing sight. The universe worlds were not artifacts, nor were they pieces of furniture. They were not something that could be repaired so easily. However, these devastated universe worlds had been brought back to life by Xianxia. This was not something a normal human could do. Creating something out of nothing, a divine ability to create a new world, truly amazing. Looking at the universe worlds flying out into the void and slowly coming to a stop at certain spots, little 11 couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He felt that his sins had been significantly reduced. Hearing this, Xianxia raised his brow as a smile flashed on his face. Then let's call it the world creation realm. Huh? Little 11 was stunned, but quickly recovered and muttered, "The world creation realm, it's quite appropriate." In the past, the universe furnace created all worlds, but now, Xianxia's spacetime river was also able to create universe worlds. The spacetime river itself was modeled after the infinite river inside the universe furnace, and the infinite river was the foundation of the entire universe furnace. All the universe worlds in this universe had been created by the infinite river. Xianxia felt that his own spacetime river would reach the level of the infinite river sooner or later. Let's go to the next place. Xianxia stood up and rushed towards the adjacent great territory, with little 11 following closely behind him. Every great territory Xianxia passed though had its once dead universe worlds now radiating with new vitality. By the time Xianxia was finished restoring all the great territories in the 3,000 worlds, 1,000 years had already passed. Xianxia then spent another 1,000 years doing the same thing to the universe worlds in the Black Ink battlefield. After 2,000 years, the entire 3,000 worlds and even the Black Ink battlefield were no longer desolate and barren as they had been in the past. They were once again brimming with endless vitality. In time, these universe worlds would definitely be able to produce new cultivation resources, and the increasing number of humans would slowly become the masters of these universe worlds. Void World was originally Xianxia's small universe, the crystallization of his life's cultivation, his very foundation, but now, he had stripped away his small universe from himself and turned it into a real universe world, placing it in high heaven territory, next to the star boundary. He did this after he broke through the shackles of the open heaven realm and advanced to the world creation realm. It was quite an incredible feat. Upon learning of this, all the Ninth Order masters were totally shocked, but considering that it was Xianxia's handiwork, they were able to accept it. After all, he was the only world creation realm master in the history of the human race, so any kind of absurd and impossible feat suddenly became perfectly normal for him. At this moment, somewhere on Void World, Xianxia looked at a child in front of him and exhorted in a serious manner, "I'll leave little 11 in your care. If there are any abnormalities, seal him immediately, I will deal with him when I return." Although the child did not look very old, he spoke in a steady voice like an elder. "Understood, big brother." This child's appearance bore some resemblance to Xianxia. As a matter of fact, he was none other than Xianxia. After Xianxia used the 3 self-source reconstitution art to advance to the Ninth Order open heaven realm, Xianxia and Thunder Shadow lost their physical bodies, but their consciousnesses remained in Xianxia's knowledge sea, accompanying him for many years. Because of the uniqueness of the 3 self-source reconstitution art, while they were Xianxia's soul clones, they were also independent entities. Over the years, while Xianxia was repairing the universe worlds, he had also been thinking about how to bring Xianxia and Thunder Shadow back to the world of the living. He couldn't possibly allow them to remain in his knowledge sea forever without a flesh body. Reincarnation was certainly a good choice, but in that case, they would most likely lose their original memories and become another unfamiliar soul. After all, it was not the same as when he had cast his secret technique and left many seals on his soul clones, ensuring that his soul clones would grow aware of their mission and memories at the right time. Finally, when Yang Kai decided to strip off his small universe, he was struck with an indigenous idea. That was to integrate Void World Source into Xianxia and Thunder Shadow, allowing them to reincarnate along with the world itself. This way, not only would they be able to retain their original memories, but they would also become the masters of Void World. From then on, they would share the same fate as Void World. If one suffered, all suffered, and if one prospered, all prospered. So long as Void World was not destroyed, they would be immortal. Yang Kai's small universe's foundation was extremely strong, and now that they had become this universe world's masters, it would be easier for them to progress in the future. It was easy to foresee that the 3,000 worlds would have 2 more top masters in the near future. Yang Kai had also left Little 11 here to be watched over by Xianxia and Thunder Shadow, as it would be grossly inconvenient for him to bring Little 11 along for the rest of his journey. After the child Xianxia responded, a black kitten sitting on his shoulder also nodded and spoke like a human, meow. Big brother, don't worry, if there's anything wrong with this brat, second brother, and I will beat him to death. A look of anguish and frustration appeared on Little 11's face as he rebuked, don't make me sound like some wicked demon, at least show some basic respect to a senior like me. The kitten immediately let out a snort. Then, I'll take my leave, Yang Kai nodded before soaring into the sky. The trio's gazes followed after him until Yang Kai finally disappeared from their sight. A moment later, the child, Xianxia, and the kitten, Thunder Shadow, stared at Little 11 together, causing him to frown. What do you want? The kitten shouted, let's beat him up, meow. Having said so, his figure left afterimages as he pounced at Little 11's face, while his pair of cat claws swiped furiously, leaving multiple afterimages. Little 11 cried in surprise, and just as he was about to dodge, the child, Xianxia, threw him on the ground. A moment later, 2 humans and a kitten were lying on the ground with their faces black and blue. Thunder Shadow gasped for breath as he stated, I've wanted to beat you up for a long time now. Satisfying. The child Xianxia did not fare any better. His nose was bleeding, but there was a content smile on his face. Little 11's face was covered in claw marks. He was undoubtedly much stronger than these two, but this was Void World, and the child Xianxia and Thunder Shadow were the masters of this place. Little 11 was just asking for trouble by being hostile to them while within the bounds of this universe world, thus, their fight ultimately ended in both sides being defeated and wounded. Nonetheless, Little 11 stubbornly declared, once I recover, I'll deal with you too. Outside Void World, when Yang Kai arrived in the void, what he saw next took him aback, because there were many familiar faces waiting. Putting aside the group of women led by Su Yan, Yuru Meng, and the others, many of the Ninth Order Masters were also here. How did my whereabouts get leaked? Yang Kai secretly reflected for a moment, wondering how he gave himself away. All he could say was that his wives understood him too well. Are you planning on going on a long journey? Old ancestor Xiao looked at him and asked. And, Yang Kai nodded his affirmation, I made a promise to someone. I have to at least try to save him. Inside the taboo realm, Chongjio was not lying when he said to the many supreme masters that Yang Kai vowed to save him. Yang Kai had indeed sent him a divine sense transmission just before he left, declaring as much. Chongjio had helped Yang Kai quite a bit during his 8,000 years in the taboo realm. Furthermore, the two of them shared the same ideals. If possible, Yang Kai wanted to rescue him from the taboo realm, despite the fact that he had no idea where Chongjio's universe was. This would probably take a lot of time and effort to find, and there was no guarantee his trip would bear any results. Having fallen into the taboo realm, Chongjio's world had forgotten about him a long time ago. Even if Yang Kai found his home, he might not be able to discover any traces of Chongjio's existence. However, as the saying goes, put forward your best, and leave the rest to the heavens. I also want to find a way to overcome the shackles of the Open Heaven Realm method. The Open Heaven Realm method that the human race was currently cultivating was comprehended by the 10 martial ancestors from the World Tree and passed down through the ages. The open heaven realm method allowed the human race to gain a foothold in this world and gave them a chance to become the overlords of this universe, but in the end, this cultivation method was flawed. All cultivators who ascended to the open heaven realm had innate limits imposed on them. Such a cultivation system was obviously imperfect. In the taboo realm, Xianxia had come into contact with many supreme masters from different universes. Each of them had a different cultivation method, but very few of their methods had such obvious shackles as the open heaven realm. As the popular adage goes, stones from other hills may be used to polish one's own jade. So, Xianxia's purpose of venturing out to explore was firstly to find traces of Chongjiu, and secondly, to study the cultivation systems of other places to see if he could make use of them to improve the open heaven realm method. Since the human race was now thriving, and countless universe worlds had been restored, even the originally desolate and dilapidated black ink battlefield had regained its vitality. The humans no longer needed to worry about living space and cultivation resources. Xianxia felt that it was time to shift his attention to future issues. What's more, there was not just his universe in the vast and endless void. Although he had now reached the world creation realm, no one could say with absolute certainty that there were not any existences stronger than him out there. If one day a master from another universe came to invade, their side must have enough strength to protect themselves. This was also a form of preparation for the rainy days. If you can find such a thing, could we break through to the world creation realm? Xianxia asked. Probably not, Xianxia shook his head. He had experienced breaking through to the world creation realm firsthand, so he knew the method to do so and understood it was not something that could be achieved by solving the shackles of the open heaven method realm. Rather, this breakthrough was more about opportunities, luck, and several other conditions. The ideal situation is to allow the current human race to advance through the open heaven realm without being affected by their innate shackles first. Originally, a cultivator who directly ascended to the third order open heaven realm would have an upper limit of the fifth order, but if Xianxia found a solution to this flaw, then a third order master would not only be able to reach the sixth order in the future, but he would also be able to cultivate to the limit of what he could achieve, perhaps even reaching the ninth order one day. In that case, the human race, with the help of 2 open heaven realm cradles, would be able to give birth to even more 8th order and 9th order masters. If a 9th order master wanted to break through to the world creation realm, they would first need to study the 10,000 Grand Daos. When his or her mastery of the Grand Daos had reached a certain level, they would finally be able to touch the taboo of this world. Finally, if that person could break the restriction of the taboo realm, they would then advance to the world creation realm. Xianxia had already traversed this path, so if the 9th order masters took this path again in the future, it would be a bit easier and more relaxed than when he had first ventured onto it. That's not a bad idea, Mi Jingluan nodded his acknowledgement. Then I wish you all the best, but we won't be able to provide much help in this matter. You can only count on yourself. With Xianxia confirming the existence of the world creation realm, the 9th order masters were all diligently cultivating and studying the mysteries of various Grand Daos. Furthermore, with Xianxia's current cultivation, they would not be able to provide any support to him even if they accompanied him. Xianxia nodded before turning to his wives. Yu Meng stated with a snort, "You can forget about leaving us behind this time." Although the other women didn't say anything, their determined expressions were speaking for themselves. Xianxia smiled, then, "Let's go together." The group of women immediately broke into cheers. They were obviously overjoyed as they had not expected Xianxia to agree so easily. Immediately, the group of women gathered around Xianxia, chatting and laughing. "Old tree." Xianxia suddenly called out to the void, "Let's go." In response to his call, the world tree's illusory phantom appeared in everyone's field of vision. The towering giant tree was no longer lifeless as it used to be, rather, it was lush and brimming with vitality. Not only that, but countless world fruits were also hanging from its branches. In the past, Xianxia had borrowed the world tree's power to travel to the grand ancient ruins boundary from the edge of the universe. This made the old tree consume too much energy and it fell into deep slumber. Only when Xianxia returned after reaching the world creation realm and began using his space-time river to repair the universe worlds in the various great territories did the old tree slowly wake from his slumber. The world tree was closely connected to the universe worlds in the 3,000 worlds, everyone's rise and fall was connected with each other. When the Black Ink clan occupied the 3,000 worlds, the world tree was shrouded in a miasma of gray energy for many years, which left it in a desolate state. As the universe worlds died one after another, the fruits hanging on its branches also began to wither and fall. This caused the old tree to shrivel and grow older. It had to be brought to notice that these world fruits were the embodiments of the vitality of the various universe worlds. If the universe worlds were alive, their corresponding fruits were fresh and alive. If the universe worlds died, their corresponding fruits withered and fell. Apart from the countless universe worlds Xianxia had repaired over the past few thousand years, he had also placed the 3,000 universe worlds that Mu had left behind in her space-time river in the various great territories. Not only that, Xianxia had also restored the universe worlds on the Black Ink battlefield. In light of this, the old tree's vitality had significantly increased, and the number of fruits hanging from it was more than twice of when it was at its prior peak. In the past, it was impossible for the old tree to manifest its figure outside the grand ancient ruins boundary, but now, it could easily do so. Its thick trunk might give off the appearance of an old tree, but it bore no marks to show its age. Rather, it seemed much younger than before. It could be said that ever since Xianxia began repairing the universe worlds, the old tree's days had become more and more comfortable. Old Tree smiled cheerfully at Xianxia as it stretched out a branch which wrapped around Xianxia and the various women, before it gradually started glowing green. By the time the glow faded away, Xianxia and the others had disappeared. In the grand ancient ruins boundary, when Xianxia and the others reappeared, the old tree gently withdrew its branches wrapped around them, and then sent over 10 seedlings, world tree clones, to Xianxia with another branch. Be careful on your journey, Old Tree advised before prompting its strength, sending Xianxia and the others out of grand ancient ruins boundary. When they reappeared, they were already standing on the edge of the Black Ink battlefield. Xianxia carefully put away the 10 seedlings as they were necessary for his return journey. This would surely be a long and arduous journey, so without the guidance of Old Tree, even a world creation realm master like him might get lost in the endless void. Drawing on his experience the last time he returned from distant lands, Xianxia had Old Tree prepare some seedlings in advance. This way, when he ventured deep into the vast, endless void, he could plant the seedlings on some universe worlds he found and use them to contact the Old Tree. Furthermore, this would also help in strengthening the Old Tree's foundation, because the universe worlds with world tree clones planted on them would be included into the Old Tree's teleportation range. All the universe worlds within this range would be imprinted onto Old Tree's body, manifesting in the form of world fruits. In all likelihood, the world tree's teleportation range would increase with Xianxia's exploration. Perhaps after Xianxia found a new universe, he would be able to connect it to the 3,000 worlds and travel freely between them. Xianxia summoned a warship, whereupon everyone gathered in the cabin. "Husband, which way should we go?" "Let's go this way." "All right then, sit tight." "Right, if we're all traveling outside, what about our children?" "Their grandfather and grandmother are looking after them, there's no need to worry. Also, it's not like they are kids anymore. Father and mother must be very happy with so many grandsons and granddaughters. It's really envious. But they've gotten old, will they be able to look after them? Their uncle and auntie are also looking after them. That brat Xiao, I've only seen him a few times over the years." "Peng, hey, if you want to talk, just talk. Why are you closing the door?" "I don't care. Big sister has already given birth to 2, but I've only given birth to 1, I want to have another kid too." "Husband, you can't be unfair. This isn't something I can decide. Don't tear my clothes, let's talk it out." The end. Sullivan, not sure why the author said that the children are playing on their grandparents' lap and father and mother must be very happy with so many grandsons and granddaughters. It's been a few thousand years since they got impregnated. So, they should have grown up by now. Changed. Also, I don't care, elder sister had already given birth to 2, but I've not given birth yet, I want to have a kid too. "Husband, you can't be impartial. Technically, they were all pregnant when he went to fix up the universe worlds. So, this doesn't make sense." Changed. Overall, it was a nice ending. Plot holes here are there, but overall, I think this was a satisfactory ending. I'll continue on with the side stories as planned. I will be live streaming while I write the chapters so that I can get your input. Chapter 6010 is already done. We'll detail more at another date. Sullivan. Anyways, I would like to thank everyone for helping in this long-running novel. This is the first project I picked up and it has been ongoing for more than 7 years. I would like to thank Pew Pew Laser Gun for always being there throughout the journey. Leo and Dale for sticking with me for so long. The other translators, like Ashish, Rakoff, Tia, John for helping out. Also, I would like to thank all the readers. We would have never reached this point if not for your support. You guys helped bring this project to a close as well. Otherwise, at the initial 4 chapters a week, I think I would be dead before this gets done, haha. The author had another work, Humanity's Great Sage. We are also translating that. Hopefully, we will complete it as well. For some reason, the author has included Xianxia in Humanity's Great Sage. He won't appear till the later chapters. Let's see if we can get there. Pew Pew Laser Gun here. Wow. I started working on this project as a random side project as I enjoyed the novel. At the time it looked like it might even be dropped cause of a lack of translators, so I randomly offered up my own translation to keep it going until someone more qualified took over. 7 years and 5,000 chapters later, here we are. I'm more of a behind-the-scenes type, so I'll keep this short and simple. Thanks to all the readers and the team members, past and present, from Divine Tao Library for making this possible. It's been a wild ride. As for what comes next, think I'll sleep on it and let you know in the morning, smiley face. Dale here. This feels strange. This is also my first project. Joined in the early 1000s to 1316 to be specific. Great run and a lot of fun. Thank you all for the support. Join us for the next project. Humanity's Great Sage. Got on that one from the start. Definitely worth a read. Guys, you want to leave any remarks? This is the last chapter anyways. Best to go off with a bang. Chapter 6010, Children Author, Sullivan Yangji. Yangsu. Get back here. A man scolded as a pair of dragon and phoenix teleported away. The 2 children, looking to be around 12, giggled as they disappeared. Meanwhile, the man slumped his shoulders in exhaustion. A beautiful woman with luscious lips and phoenix-like eyes appeared from behind him as she sighed. Xiao, why didn't you just trap them within your domain? She was none other than Yang Shui, Yang Kai's sister. You think I didn't want to do that? How in the world did these 2 monsters get born? They sensed it before I could even use time principles and escaped. These twins are such a headache. Even adoptive father has a hard time dealing with them. Xianxia lamented, tasked with taking care of them while his adoptive father was having another one of his honeymoons. As their uncle, you should already know how capable they are. Their dragon and phoenix bloodlines are much purer than others. If they could manage to use it to suppress you, that would be a good laugh. Yang Shui teased as she patted him on his head. Yang Xiao felt as though a headache was rushing in. In fact, he could have done something about those 2 if he used a lot more of his strength. It was just, these children were too sly. To be more accurate, Yang Su was the cunning one and Yang Ji was the mischievous mastermind. Yang Su would always follow her brother's wishes, and if that meant pranks, that would be. He could not use his full strength because within the compound they were in, there were other children as well. These twins half-siblings. A large number of which were still young and still sleeping. Even when he scolded the 2, he had to keep his voice down. If they all woke up and started crying, all hell would truly break loose. Since both the twins and him could not make a scene, what else could he realistically do? Yang Xiao signed once again and complained. Very funny. Well, not like the world can cause them any issues if they go out and run around. Those 2 schemers just so happen to choose the best time to run away when their grandparents are gone. Yang Shui chuckled, they do resemble you when you were young. Guess that's what it means to be a young dragon? Well, I guess it's best if we tell the others about their escape. What do you mean resemble me when I was young? I was never that naughty. Yang Xiao quipped, snorting at the idea. But, aren't you going to go after them? If I go, who is going to deal with the aftermath of when all the children wake up? Xianxia rolls her eyes at the obvious problem they faced. HAA, the two sighed as they stared out to the sky where those twins ran off to. Yay! We finally got out. Yangji, in the form of a small golden phoenix, cheered. He looked to his sister to see her checking on the item they took from their uncle. Yangsu, what did you get? Yangji asked, curious as to what that orb was. It was completely black, as though light did not reflect from it. Rather, it seemed as though light itself got absorbed by it to never return. Big brother, I don't really know. But, I think we can ask Uncle Little 11 about it. Out of everyone, he is the only one we can trust. The rest of them will turn us in and force us back home. Yangsu thought for a while before replying. She had already turned to head towards where Little 11 was. Yangsu nodded and they soon, together, manipulated space principles to instantly close the distance to their destination. Little 11, Fang Tianxia and Thunder Shadow were living quite a distance away from any major cities. In fact, the place they settled on within Void World had been labeled as a restricted zone. Although the whole Black Ink clan mess had been dealt with, there was too much bad blood that could not be washed away. Even if Yang Kai had pardoned Little 11 for his actions, that was not the case for the rest of the world. Even so, the wish of Mu needed to be honored, and Little 11 had to have a chance at normalcy. The best they could do was to keep him out of harm from others who might try to take revenge by setting up this restricted zone. It was not so much that Little 11 could not go out. Rather, it was a restricted zone where he would be safe if inside. Nevertheless, to atone for his mistake as MO, he rather stayed inside. Fang Tianxia and Thunder Shadow, who were tasked to watch over Little 11, naturally stayed by his side. Though they were his observers, after growing up together, they had become more or less friends. The occasional fist or claw exchange still happens, but overall, they were close. Over the years, Yang Kai had visited them in their homes. Sometimes, he would even bring his children here to shave off some of the trio's boredom. It was on these trips that Yang Su and Yang Ji got to know of their uncles. It was also from these trips that they memorized the location and route. When kilometers outside of the restricted zone, Yang Ji raised his arm to stop his sister. He looked around and checked his surroundings, scrutinizing every detail. Phew. Looks like no one has caught up to us yet. Yang Ji smiled and said. Big brother, I don't think anyone would look for us out here. If they wanted to catch us, they would have waited for us inside. Yang Su said, giving him a side eye. No. We have to play it safe. Look, before we even get close, we need to avoid Uncle Fang Tianxia and Uncle Thunder Shadow's divine sense, right? If they catch on to us, then we'll immediately be sent back. Yang Ji said, convinced that would happen. Then what should we do? I'm pretty sure that their divine sense encompasses the whole restricted zone. I doubt we would be able to sneak past them. Yang Su asked, not understanding her brother's thoughts. Before I answer that, let me ask you, do you think both of us are faster than them? Yang Ji asked, already knowing the answer. If we work together, maybe? We've never really seen them use their full powers before, so I doubt we can beat them in terms of speed. Uncle Fang Tianxia is also proficient in the Tao of space. If we were to compare who had better control, him or us, I doubt we would win, Yang Su said while looking at her small white fist clenching and opening. You're right. Actually, no matter how I see it, I don't think we'll be able to beat either of them. Even Uncle Thunder Shadow is ridiculously fast. So, what we need to do is to lure them away. The stratagem known as luring the tiger away from the mountain. Yang Ji said as he puffed up his chest and beat it. The little boy seemed to have thought that he seemed impressive, but his sister had already thought of this. That's far easier said than done. How are we supposed to lure them away? If one leaves, the other will remain. Yang Su shook her head, believing this to be unfeasible. Yang Ji placed his index finger on her lips and smirked. There's where you are wrong, my dear sister. You are forgetting that I have a storage ring with me. Yang Ji said, as though every little detail had already been thought up. Yang Su stood silent and just decided to go with the flow. Sullivan, from 6010 onwards, it is just fanfic. It will be once a week on Monday. Chapter 6011, Trapped Author. Sullivan. Within the restricted zone, a man, a black panther and a little boy, sat around a circular table. It was their usual gathering time, where they would enjoy the simplicities in life. Treats and banters were always abound during these gatherings, gathered at the center for whoever wants to take them. Hey, the communication artifact had lit up. What did it say? The little boy asked in wonder. It was obvious that something must have happened for the usual stoic man to suddenly sigh. Xianxia sighed again. It's Big Brother's children. 2 of them seem to have escaped from home while their parents are on a honeymoon. Thunder Shadow tilted his head. Wait. They are going on a honeymoon again? Xianxia scratched his face. With so many wives, Big Brother does have it rough. Besides, they are most likely not just playing around. They are most likely looking around for materials to build the artifact Big Brother wants. The one he is going to use for that long voyage? Little 11 asked, while in deep thought. Yeah. The trip definitely won't be easy. But, not like there's much we can do about it. Judging from the description of those people he had to deal with, and the taboo realm, it's best to prepare. Xianxia added. He considered joining his big brother, but his priority was to remain by little 11's side. At the same time, all 3 of them would feel uneasy if they all left the 3,000 worlds. Thus, at one of their gatherings, they had already discussed and decided Xianxia and Thunder Shadow would be staying to guard the 3,000 worlds just in case. Naturally, little 11 was also present at the scene during these discussions. He had made the active decision to remain here, as this was Mu's final resting place. It was also the least he could do for terrorizing the 3,000 worlds for so long. At this time all 3 sensed 2 familiar auras. They all immediately looked at each other and 2 pairs of eyes fell on Xianxia. Alright. I'll go. Xianxia stood up and leaped, disappearing in an instant. Little 11 and Thunder Shadow both shrugged. They both nodded, as though it was the expected outcome. After all, little 11 needed to stay within the restricted zone. As for Thunder Shadow, although he was fast, he by no means could hope to beat his second brother. It was naturally by no means that they just wanted to watch the show. Certainly not. Yangji and Yangsu could both sense a disturbance in space. They immediately threw out one of the artifacts that Yangji had brought with him. It was an array plate. The array plate landed on the space that started to ripple, and it immediately activated. The area it captured was so large that it encompassed at least 10 kilometers. Naturally, that meant whoever was going to appear and the 2 children would get caught up in this trap at the same time. Yangji immediately grabbed hold of Yangsu's hand, and they flew. He took out a token and they immediately escaped from the array. The array plate was made specially to contain whatever was inside. However, it was far from simple. It was made by Grandmaster Ma Fan and Yang Kai. This was a gift to the twins, whereby they would be able to train in. It would create an independent space, whereby the twins would be able to go through different illusionary environments. There were places with sweltering lava pools, there were canyons with astral winds, there were caves of freezing ice. Regardless, even till now, the 2 had not cleared all regions. Still, this array plate functioned as both a training ground and a means of protection. They could trap their enemies inside and leave them there while they escaped. As for the 2, they naturally had a token to escape the array plate. When Yangji and Yangsu got out, they looked at each other. They both knew that with Xianxia's abilities, escaping this array was only a matter of time. Still, they could not help but smile since they've trapped him. They both gave each other a high five and Yangji said, "Okay. That's one down. I don't think Uncle Thunder Shadow will come out anytime soon though. So, we need to just continue onwards. Let's do this as planned. We need to get past the restriction array first." Okay. Yangsu nodded and took out another token. This time, it was a token for the restriction array. In general, this was a special identification token. It could be for the various arrays around Void World. Naturally, this restriction array was no exception, since most of the Yang family would come here from time to time. The 2 children took out their identification token and placed it against the restriction array. The typically transparent dome suddenly had some blue hue to it. A small hole soon appeared and it quickly enlarged till the sight of 3 men. The 2 children went in with little regard for the array plate they left behind. The path to the center was straightforward. In fact, a small path within this dense forest would light up in front of them to guide them. This path was not real. It was an illusion created with some board modification made by Little 11. The path was created such that glowing rectangles were painted on the ground. Little 11 even took the effort to make them always perfectly contour the ground, to make it seem as though the ground had been painted over. Any shrubs protruding would be circled, as though they should be watched out for. Xianxia and Xianxia did not understand how such a thing was made, but that was just what made Uncle 11 more impressive in their hearts. The 2 continued forward as guided by the path. To say the scenery here was picturesque would be an understatement. With how much time they had, Xianxia, Thunder Shadow, and Little 11 would decorate their surroundings. It was not an exaggeration to say that everything here had been made. Since, regardless if a blade of grass or dirt had been here, they would have been moved or replaced by any of the 3 at some point in time. In fact, a common topic of their discussions, if not about cultivation and news, was about their place. Looking at such sights again, with certain mountains having changed location and certain trees being replaced by another breed, Xianxia and Xianxia had their gazes taken. However, as they moved closer to the center, they remembered what they needed to do and they ceased getting distracted. There, they saw a black panther and a little boy, who looked to be around their age, who they call Uncle. Chapter 60:12, Leaving the Restricted Zone. Author, Sullivan. When the twins could be spotted, the 2 on the table just minded their own business. They had already sensed them before they entered. Naturally, their presence came as no surprise. Thunder Shadow even lazily opened one of his eyes to peek, almost intent on not doing anything. As for Little 11, he waved at the twins to welcome them over. For him, who had always been close to the 2, this was a great time to catch up. Xianxia could not help but look at Xianxia before turning his head back at the 2 by the table. He was a little taken aback by Thunder Shadow's nonchalance. He had imagined they needed to do something to stop their capture. However, it turned out that nothing really needed to be done. As for Xianxia, she half predicted this outcome. She never believed that Xianxia had any true intention of catching up. In fact, she wanted to question her brother, why he had to go this far. Was it not more entertaining to just play along? Seeing that Xianxia was not planning to move, Xianxia took the initiative to take his hand and bring him forward. The 2 slowly walked up to the table, where Little 11 asked, "Hey, what are you 2 doing here?" Thunder Shadow seemed to completely ignore these 2, instead, his attention was fully focused on the outside, as though he was waiting for Xianxia to get out of his predicament. Xianxia was the one who answered. "We got this from back home. We were wondering what this is." Xianxia immediately took the initiative to take out the black orb. His hands were still a little shaky due to nervousness. The moment Little 11 saw the orb, his eyes lit up. He immediately took it into his small hands and smirked. He asked, "Do you have any guess as to what this is?" The twins looked at each other and then back at him to only shake their heads. "If we knew, why would we need to come and look for you?" Little 11's smile widened, as though he had won. He moved his arms around the 2, and whispered, "This is a really fun toy that you've brought. I can't believe that you've managed to get a hold of this." The twins' eyes brightened with expectation. They could not wait for him to tell them already. However, before they could push Little 11 for an answer, he pushed the topic aside to further agitate them. "Okay, how about we deal with this later? For now, let's get those 2 killjoys out of the picture first." Once he said that, the space around him seemed to darken. Even Thunder Shadow was alarmed by this development. Before Thunder Shadow could act, his body was engulfed in darkness. Sticky darkness that he felt his limbs could not maneuver through. He raged, annoyed that this prankster got the best of him. "When did you? Damn it." A playful voice could be heard from above, "You don't have to get so mad. You've done worse to me and we are all still such best of friends, no? I'll take care of the kids for a while." "Not to worry. I'll bring them back." "Friends? You call us friends?" Thunder Shadow roared, but his voice seemed to have gone unheard. Seeming as though Little 11 had disappeared, he scoffed. Out of all the techniques you could have used, you had to use Abyssal Dome. Do you plan to keep me locked up here until you get back? Abyssal Dome was a secret technique Little 11 had developed to keep Feng Tianxia and Thunder Shadow confined in one space. It worked to a certain extent against Feng Tianxia, but it worked too well against Thunder Shadow. The last time Little 11 used it on Thunder Shadow, the latter could not come out until he started begging. Seeing this secret technique again just poured salt into his wounds. Thankfully, after a few minutes had passed, a crack started to form at the top of the dome. It slowly became like a spider web, spreading out. Not wasting a single second, Thunder Shadow rushed out, crashing his head against the weak spot, causing the whole thing to collapse. The sight before him came as no surprise. It was Feng Tianxia, who was already waiting with folded arms. The two stared at each other in silence for a while. It was Thunder Shadow who took the initiative to speak. Why did you not catch them when you were just loitering around? Feng Tianxia simply looked at the direction where the twins and Little 11 had run off to. He shook his head and sighed, just let them be. The thing those two took is something that was meant for Little 11 in the first place. If you're so worried, we could just go and follow them in secret. Thunder Shadow scoffed and then asked, but they might leave the restricted zone, you know? Aren't we supposed to keep an eye on Little 11 and ensure that he does not leave? After being with him for so long, we both know that he had no desire to cause harm to any of us. In the first place, this restricted zone is more of keeping the others out than keeping him in. It's fine. I'm actually more interested to see what they plan on doing with that orb. Besides, weren't you the one who tried to persuade him to go out to play? Feng Tianxia sighed as he mounted on top of Thunder Shadow, as if it were natural. Thunder Shadow knew about the artifact. However, he felt it to be strange. There was no need for Little 11 to leave the restricted zone to use it, much less bring the children along with him. He wanted to ask Feng Tianxia about his guess as to why this was the case. However, seeing Feng Tianxia having no intent of explaining, Thunder Shadow just followed along and started moving. The moment he took his first step, space was split and a void crack appeared. The two, Panther and Human, soon entered. Little 11 was quick to bring Yang and Xianxia out of the restricted zone. It was as if nothing hindered him anymore. Instead of bringing them in any other direction, he brought them to where the twins had supposedly trapped Feng Tianxia. The array that had been established from the array plate had already been broken through. There was a huge hole at the top, which was slowly closing up. When Yang saw the initial destruction, his heart had dropped. If his array plate got destroyed, who knew what kind of punishment awaited him? His spirit only got lifted after he realized that the array plate had a self-repairing function. Little 11 was quick to point at the array as he said, "Hurry up and keep your toy." Yang and Xianxia looked at him in wonder. They had not seen him in such a hurry before. It was certainly a rare sight to see. They did as they were told. The array token was fished out, allowing for easy access into and through the array. These two quickly went back into the core of the array and shut it down. When the array disappeared with the two children exposed to the outside world, Little 11 immediately appeared beside them. He moved his arm to wrap them in his shoulders, and they soon disappeared. On the group, where they had stood, a small text was carved into the ground, heading to the world tree. Chapter 60:13, Glimpses. Author, Sylvan. In front of Yang and Xiao's eyes, space seemed to warp. From what they knew, it was not so much the application of space principles but something far more profound. It was not that they moved through the void. Rather, space itself seemed to have folded, and they arrived at a large open area. This large open area was not an unfamiliar place. They had been here before. Typically, if they wished to travel to distant worlds, their father would bring them here first. As per their memories, there was a gigantic tree at the center of the area. On its branches were what seemed to be fruits. With their current mastery over the Tao of space and the Tao of time, they could vaguely feel that these fruits were far from ordinary. They seemed to have an explicit connection to some kind of distant place. Little 11 walked up to the large tree and asked while displaying the black orb in his hand. "Old tree, long time no see." The old tree, which was withered, frail and aged, had seemed to have its life completely turned around. Since its vitality was linked to the universe worlds connected to it, once Yongkai started repairing the damages caused by the Black Ink clan, the World Tree had gotten a new lease in life. Not as lethargic as before, the old tree responded, a little wary, I don't think that we've met for quite a long time. I believe the last time was establishing an alternative route to transport to me without using my clones. What is it this time? Little 11, Feng Tianxia and Thunder Shadow had visited the World Tree before. While Feng Tianxia and Thunder Shadow seeked it out to find an alternative to reach the Ninth Order, Little 11 was different. He wanted to find a way to transport others to the World Tree without needing Yongkai to ferry them around. This alternative method had some requirements, namely, a third party without a World Tree clone would be able to use it. He also did not want the World Tree to be able to constantly spy on them through this connection. While Feng Tianxia and Thunder Shadow found no luck in cracking through the Ninth Order barrier, Little 11 had made great strides. It was just that he needed some sacrifices from the World Tree. In short, he needed parts from the World Tree. The World Tree was initially unwilling to participate in this, after all it had no real relationship with Little 11. In fact, they should have bad blood against each other. However, with Yongkai, Feng Tianxia and Thunder Shadow's encouragement, it eventually relented. It understood that Yongkai was going to leave eventually, and a method to move around through connected universe worlds would be invaluable for others, especially those close to him. Knowing that this would benefit its savior, and knowing that it still had the discretion of who to send and where, the World Tree eventually caved. Little did the World Tree know, Little 11 at that time was a complete beginner at artifact refining and arrays. Little 11 definitely had help, and he progressed very quickly thanks to that. However, the amount of parts the World Tree had to sacrifice would make even a grown man weep. Seeing this boy again, who treated his own body as mere ingredients, the World Tree could not help but be wary. It was just instinctual at this point. I know you don't really like me. I understand that we haven't gotten along on the best of terms. But, I do need your help in this. I need to get to where that Heaven's Order girl is. I'm also bringing these two kids along with me. Little 11 said and pushed the twins beside him to the front. The World Tree looked at the twins and recognized them. He asked, curious, these two are Yongkai's children, are they not? Why are you bringing them all the way here? You're even going as far as to bring them so far out. Although they are divine spirits, they are not strong enough to go out there just yet. Little 11 took out the black orb and held it up high for the World Tree. They were the ones who brought this to me. So, I believe that they have the right to see what lies beyond. Besides, these kids will most likely get agitated if I take what they have passed on to me and just disappear. The World Tree initially could not tell what that orb was at first sight. It had to stare for at least a couple of seconds to understand what it was. This orb was like the antithesis of light. It would absorb all the light around it. It could feel a faint connection to this orb. It was similar to the artifact Little 11 wanted to refine. Just that this was not an artifact for transportation. The World Tree could sense that one of its clones was inside, but the connection was really faint. It was as though there was something profound blocking all connections into whatever was inside the orb. The World Tree pondered over it for a moment and its eyes widened with shock. It could not help but ask, are you certain you want to go through with this? There may be no return. What's more, you want to bring two innocent children along with you. What if something goes wrong? Little 11 added, that's why I'm bringing them to her, right? Anyways, I don't think they visited her before. It'll be fine. Yongkai had already given me his word. The World Tree, not having heard about this from Yongkai, doubted Little 11's words. It closed its eyes for a moment before opening them up again. All right. I've just asked. Yongkai has given me his word that everything will be fine. If so, then I'll allow you passage to the chaotic dead territory. The World Tree said and tried to sense nearby universe worlds. When it spotted one, it gave a perplexed look. You're fortunate that the person you are seeking is in a universe world at the moment. The World Tree added, thinking that it was strange for the chaotic dead territory to have a universe world inside of it. The other closest one would take a few days to reach the edge of the chaotic dead territory. Fortunate, huh? Little 11 muttered as he looked at those two children in front of him. It was obvious that they were lost as to what was going on. However, explaining it all now would ruin the surprise. HIAA, the World Tree sighed and waved a branch. A portal soon opened behind the trio. However, before they turned, the World Tree tossed out 3 seedlings, 1 to each person. It added, "None of us can afford it if something were to go wrong. Take these just in case." Little 11 bowed. He noticed that the twins were quite proactive in this regard, and they also followed him to bow. They took the seedlings with both hands and walked away. As they drifted a distance, and the portal started to close, another opened up behind theirs. Chapter 6014, Chaotic Dead Territory. Author, Sullivan. For Yang and Xianxia, the whole thing had been a blur. One moment, they were in the restricted zone, the next, they were meeting with the World Tree, and finally, a place where the skies were devoid of anything. If anything, the twins found the place called Chaotic Dead Territory to be frightening. They had never heard of a place where there were no celestial bodies, except for the thing under their feet. This place felt no different to an abandoned land. Worst, there were powerful and bright yellow and blue flashes in the sky. It was only thanks to Little 11's presence that they could remain calm. It was also fortunate for them that within 5 minutes of travel, they already spotted a small hut. Its exterior was completely plain, as though the owner had no conscious thoughts about luxury and only enjoyed the simplicities of life. Except for a simple garden, and a table and a few chairs set up outside, there was nothing else. A woman could be seen tending to her garden, seeming to be unconcerned about the flashes in the sky. She looked young and had a graceful appearance. She was a beauty, certainly, but in the eyes of Yang and Xianxia, who had so many world-destroying beauties as mothers, she would not be considered to be anything that special. Other than her appearance, the twins could sense that her cultivation was unfathomable. They could not tell her cultivation realm, but they knew that this one woman was stronger than any of their mothers. They immediately knew this woman must be the Heaven's Order girl Little 11 was referring to. She was such a powerful woman, yet, the moment they approached, they could clearly see her stop whatever she was doing to go up to them and bowed. The twins' immediate reaction was to look at Little 11. After all, they had never met this woman before and would not deserve such honors. However, when they saw Little 11's fierce reaction of shaking his head, they got even more confused. That was until Xianxia greeted, "Young master, young mistress, I welcome you two to my humble abode. I believe this is the first time we are meeting. I'm Xianxia, your father's maid. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?" The twins looked at each other and glared at Little 11, as though questioning, "Like I know?" Little 11 gave a light cough and quickly took out the orb. He showed it to Xianxia and stated, "We are here for this." Xianxia's eyes seemed to shine with a perturbed glimmer as she looked at the 2 young children in front of her. She checked their cultivation and was astonished. In them hide a ton of secrets that were more than meets the eye. These 2 were divine spirits, but were already equivalent to Tao Source Realm masters. If they were monster beasts, they would be regarded as 11th order monster beasts. Furthermore, these 2 both had divine spirit sources, and not just ordinary divine spirit sources. They both had sources that seemed to be greater than the ancestral level, which should have been impossible. It had to be noted that Yang Kai's ancestral dragon source was from a dragon that had reached the pinnacle of known cultivation before the world creation realm was achieved by him. For these 2 to have sources that were greater than that meant only one thing: their existence was on par with her Heaven's Order bloodline. In other words, when she was still at her peak, her Heaven's Order bloodline would have no suppressive effects on them at all. It was frightening to know that these 2 were merely around 12. Still, it might be reasonable, as these 2 were the result of a union between a 9th order phoenix and a world creation realm dragon, a never-seen-before combination. Although Xianxia could roughly gauge how strong they were, she could not really say that these kids fell into any of the normal categories in terms of cultivation realms. The strangest thing about these 2 was that their cultivation did not over-rely on their natural-born divine spirit source. It was some other technique that was too complex for her to grasp. The one thing she knew was that there was a harmonious link between the twins, whereby both basically have the same aura. Still, for what Little 11 wants to do, Xianxia still felt that bringing along 2 children only around the Tao Source realm would be too dangerous. She wanted to warn him, but, before she could do so, the flashes in the sky ceased and 2 figures rushed towards them. Naturally, these 2 figures were sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. They had come down after their round had ended. Moon's serene glimmer had a beam on her face while Sun's burning light was downcast, obviously highlighting who had won. These two had naturally sensed the visitors when they had arrived, especially the one which they had tested. Still, seeing that there were two kids here, they held back their ire. Especially since the two kids had even taken a few steps back once they had arrived. To be fair, Xianxia and Xianxia did not take a step back because the two had imposing appearances. It was more to do with their unconstrained aura that seemed to be constantly lashing out in the air. If it was not for that, they would be more than willing to befriend these other two kids. You two are scaring them. Try restraining your aura some more. If not, best to just merge with me so that you can remain here. Xianxia, she said as she sighed. Although they had been working hard on controlling their powers, Sun's burning light and Moon's serene glimmer still could not fully do so on their own at all times. Ah! Sun's burning light and Moon's serene glimmer exclaimed as though this thought had finally hit them. To be fair, they hardly had guests, and of the few, most would bear with it. If they were fearful, they would try their best to hide it. The duo tried their best to contain as much of their power inside of them. Although it was difficult, after so many years of practice and with Xianxia's help, they could at least manage to maintain this state for an hour. Once they did so, the two quickly approached the twins. Sun's burning light immediately went to Xianxia and Moon's serene glimmer to Xianxia. The two of them inspected the one in front of them like they were looking at a rare animal. Naturally, this drew the ire of the twins and they snapped back. Are you done looking? Has no one told you, you ought to respect your seniors? Chapter 60-15, Sun and Moon Marks author, Sullivan Seniors. Moon's serene glimmer and Sun's burning light looked at each other with wide eyes. Their gaze naturally fell on little 11, who had both his hands against his mouth, hiding his smirk. They respectively pulled Xianxia and Xianxia's ear as they roared. You're the juniors. The aura those two exuded was one in which no question could be asked. They completely dominated the conversation, as they stared daggers at little 11. Initially, the twins tried to struggle, but it was fruitless. The strength difference was just that vast. Worse, their ears really started to hurt. Xianxia, she could not bear this sight anymore and interjected. Enough. Let those two go. They might have been rude, but you two haven't properly presented yourselves as seniors. Moon's serene glimmer and Sun's burning light pouted and they both argued, but, no buts. If you want to be treated as seniors, you must act like seniors. Xianxia, she added as she pulled on both their ears. Moon's serene glimmer and Sun's burning light both let go. They put up a struggle as well, but their struggle seemed weak. As though they were just putting on a show of reluctance rather than actually struggling. Xianxia and Xianxia both rubbed their ears and glared at Moon's serene glimmer and Sun's burning light. Meanwhile, little 11 was just enjoying the show. Truth be told, little 11 did not hate the two. It was just a natural instinct to dislike them, just like how they disliked him. It had nothing to do with their personality. In fact, if they had to spend 1,000,000 years together, he was certain he would still dislike them. Both Xianxia and little 11 were aware of this. The only ones who most likely had not noticed were Moon's serene glimmer and Sun's burning light themselves. It was like how their actions towards Xianxia were instinctually so amicable. Xianxia, she would like to lecture the two, but she did not wish to waste any more time. It was best for little 11 and these two to be separated as soon as possible. Keeping them in the same space was just asking for trouble. They'll be gone soon enough, so don't cause any more trouble. They are here for the profound source gate. Xianxia, she placated. The profound source gate. Moon's serene glimmer and Sun's burning light both questioned as they turned to little 11, who was holding the orb in hand. They both showed looks of disgust at the idea. As for Xianxia and Xianxia, they both tilted their heads. This was the first time they were hearing about this. Xianxia looked at her brother, but he could only shrug his shoulders and point to little 11. Little 11 walked forward and explained to the two. Let me explain. Your father had helped me seal my home inside of this orb. I describe it as home, since that's where I'm from. But, things are not that simple. Before I met your father, I was a monster who could not control my powers. I was consumed by it. Right now, most of my powers are basically being sealed inside of my home. I wish to regain some of my powers, and for that, I would need your help. Little 11 explained in the most concise way he could think of. The twins looked at each other, confused. After all, why would he need them out of everyone? Surely, their father would be able to help. As if he had seen through their thoughts, little 11 continued, "We've tried already, your father and I have entered before. But, it did not work. My powers were not there. It was scared away by your father. We've tried it a few times before, with different people. I've even tried going back with those two." Little 11 pointed to the two other children who still had their ears gripped. "Overall, we have tried those that are powerful enough to not get corrupted by my powers. It is too risky to take anyone else. But, you two have a special constitution that would prevent you from getting corrupted by my powers. Your power can run away?" Xianxia and Xianxia had never heard of such an absurd thing before. Nevertheless, since it was their Uncle 11 saying it, it must be true. Still, it was hard to believe. The twins soon heard a woman interject. "It's not confirmed that you two will not get corrupted. It's only a guess." Xianxia, she added. She was opposed to this plan. She believed it was too risky. Moon's serene glimmer and sun's burning light finally had their ears released as they added, "Exactly. There is no telling what might happen if you two go in. You shouldn't bring them in." Little 11 shook his head. "I know this is risky, but I cannot go in by myself. I have a high chance of being corrupted. Without these two, I can't think of any other candidate that can join me. Right now, they would not be deemed as a threat. If we wait any longer, when they reach the open heaven realm, it might be too late. So, this is the only time. Besides, this is the only time where their mothers are away." Little 11 wanted to add that in but refrained from doing so. Saying that would only serve to have Xianxia more adamant on refusing to cooperate. Xianxia proposed, "There is no need to do it now. We can wait till they are older. Their cultivation has not even reached the Emperor realm. We can wait till then." Little 11 remained adamant, there would be no difference between now and later. They cannot be corrupted by black ink strength. This is a fact. If you don't believe me, let those two test them. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, but as though curiosity got the better of Moon's serene glimmer and sun's burning light, they just went up to the twins. They both forcibly grabbed the other's hand and laid down their sun mark and moon mark. Moon's serene glimmer and sun's burning light felt strange. This was the first time that they felt their marks only needed to be placed on different individuals. Typically, a person would require a pair of marks to fully utilize its powers. However, Xianxia and Xianxia only needed one mark each. Xianxia had the sun mark while Xianxia had the moon mark. With one mark on each child, they already seemed complete. Chapter 60:16, Preparations complete. Author, Sylvan. Moon's serene glimmer and sun's burning light looked at each other, confused. This has certainly never happened before. With the marks on them, Moon's serene glimmer and sun's burning light realized the intricacies of their powers. Though all of their heritage could be said to have originated from the primordial light, these two were slightly different. They definitely had the identity of being divine spirits, and their connection to the primordial light, along with connection to Moon's serene glimmer and sun's burning light, were unquestionable. However, their existence was at the same time out of the sphere of influence of the primordial light. In other words, the twins could obtain the sun and moon marks due to their connection. However, sun and moon marks would have no real influence on them. Their existence has in essence exceeded the marks, and their cultivation would not grow or improve from the marks. There was no bloodline to purity, nor divine spirit source to strengthen. In fact, the sun and moon marks were to the twins no different from just tools. It might really be the case where the black ink strength could not affect them, since even power close to the primordial light did not affect them. Naturally, for Moon's serene glimmer and sun's burning light, their minds had never developed to go so deep. It was just like Little 11 had said, they tested the twins and they had instinctively felt the two to be incorruptible. After all, they could not influence these two, how could black ink strength possibly do so? They refused to accept it. Moon's serene glimmer and sun's burning light looked at each other and gave a nod. They acted like the great seniors they were, yes, very powerful. About to reach our level. Yes, about to reach our level. Little 11 had to open his lips to help Xianxia confirm. After all, if these two started acting, it would take an eternity to get things done. So, they won't be influenced by black ink strength, right? Yeah. Won't. The two answered simultaneously. Little 11 turned to Xianxia and added, there you have it. All three of us have basically reached the same conclusion. I understand that you are worried for them, but I can assure you that they will be absolutely safe. I can even swear to heaven. Xianxia sighed and relented. She believed that if there was really something to worry about, Xianxia would have done something beforehand. These were his two children, after all. He must have a certain level of confidence in this plan to allow the situation to evolve to this. All right. I understand. So, we just have to prepare as usual, right? Xianxia said as she used her hand to signal to Moon's serene glimmer and Sun's burning light to get ready. The two split away and appeared behind Xianxia before they left. Since this was not the first time they've tried to do this, they were pretty familiar with the procedure. Previously, besides Xianxia, others like Feng Tianci and Thunder Shadow had tried to go in with Little 11. Naturally, they had a World Tree clone inside of their small universe to protect themselves before they attempted this. Xianxia had led the way, and Little 11 had led the twins to follow along. While walking, Little 11 explained to them, later, inside of the profound source gate, you will need to stick close to me. Never wander too far away. It'll be pitch black inside, and the other me might attack us. Other you? Yangji asked. Yes, you can think of him as my evil twin brother. You can sort of say that all the bad things I did was because of him, but I would still like to claim responsibility for my failure to stop him. Little 11 said with a heavy heart. If Mu was here, she would definitely say that it was not his fault. However, it was a fact that his own inability to control his powers had led to so many years of tragedy. Uncle, then what would you like to do with your twin brother? This time, it was Xianxia that asked. Well, we were originally one. I wish to be able to get back to that state. Little 11 replied. So, you're getting remarried to your brother? Xianxia asked with a twinkle in her eye. Little 11 scratched his head and tried his best to come up with an easy-to-understand response. No. No, merging would be the more accurate term. In the past, I could not control my powers and it ran amok. It has essentially become another person. So, I'm just trying to take back control over my powers. When inside, you will see me trying to absorb it. It will resist, maybe attack, maybe try to flood into me to erase my consciousness. I would need you to protect me. Can you do that for me? And the twins responded in unison. Little 11 further elaborated on what they needed to do while inside, and the twins listened so attentively that their tutors would be envious. The lecture took quite a while until they reached an open area with clear arrays on the ground. In the middle was a dent with markings around it and spreading out from it. Mountains, rivers, trees, stones, structures all seemed to be in harmony as a complex network of nested arrays were abound. Although it was not something viewable from the ground, the whole universe world had in fact been made into an array. The purpose was twofold, to prevent this universe world from breaking apart while Moon's serene glimmer and Sun's burning light played, and to prevent any hazards from escaping if something were to go wrong. In fact, the reason why this whole venture had been done in the chaotic dead territory was to limit the risk of another outbreak of black ink strength. After all, Moon's serene glimmer and Sun's burning light were here. Even if they could not ultimately stop black ink strength from spreading, they would be able to buy enough time for Xianxia to come and secure the area. Chapter 60-17, Descend into the Orb. Author, Sylvan. Little 11 looked around in remembrance, while the twins stared at the patterns on the ground and structures. If they were to describe their feelings towards this array, it would be overbearing. Even their own home and the restricted zone did not have such dense array patterns. The weight of everything seemed to really hit them at this moment, as they felt the invisible pressure of the expectation from what they were about to do. After all, words to describe were incomparable from first-hand experience in going up on stage. The amount of effort it took to build this stage was incalculable. For arrays, every detail had to be taken note of, and these were nested arrays. Though the twins did not know the whole universe world had been made into an array, just from seeing the distant mountains and rivers having such intricate patterns, they now knew how critical this was. Unconsciously, their hands slowly moved to hold each other. Little 11 took out the orb as though displaying it. He pointed to the dent in the middle and started to explain. Before I place it there, do note that your safety is of utmost importance. If something awful happens, past the point of what you feel is safe, retreat. It was at this time Xianxia moved towards them with 2 space rings. As though continuing from where little 11 left off, these are 2 space rings that are vital. Do put them on and make sure you do not lose them under any circumstances. Inside are yin and yang crystals. Blue crystals for yin and yellow crystals for yang. There is also a token in each ring. Break it to immediately leave the place. Yang Ji and Yang Su accepted the ring with both hands. They used their divine sense to check through the contents and were astonished to find mountains upon mountains of blue and yellow crystals. There were other items like pills and artifacts as well, but the second most eye-catching thing inside the ring was definitely the token with a return written on it. Compared to the rest, this token had an overt aura of someone familiar. Someone who the twins often joked as Grandmaster Trouble, Ma Fan. The twins looked at each other, and without a word, they swapped rings. They each compared what they got and nodded before putting the ring on. Once they wore it, the band of the ring seemed to tighten as to perfectly fit their fingers. Yang Ji looked at little 11 and asked, Uncle 11, why don't you also get a space ring? Little 11 chuckled and explained how he had gone on this trip so many times that he had already prepared what he needed. That they should not worry about him. Xianxia just shook her head and proceeded to instruct. Before you go in, let me brief you on another artifact you need to take note of. Xianxia took out something that seemed to look like a lantern. However, the artifact was not fueled with charcoal. Rather, it required the use of blue and yellow crystals. From what the twins could see, the area it lit up was considerable enough, around 100-meter radius. The rate of consumption was also not too fast, with them needing to replace the crystals inside every 4 hours or so. Xianxia continued to explain about each artifact in detail within the ring, about the other use of the crystals, as though this was the only way she could soothe her worries. Nevertheless, the time had come and nothing else needed to be said. That's about everything. You understand everything, right? Xianxia asked, to which the twins replied with a firm nod. Naturally, Xianxia knew that with their cultivation, everything that was said were all remembered. She just could not help herself from asking. Little 11 stepped in and signaled for the twins to come closer. He was already standing on the circular platform with a dent in it. Okay. I think we've already gone through everything. Yang Ji, Yang Su, come here and stand within this circle. Knowing there was nothing else she could do, Xianxia sighed and took a few steps back. Meanwhile, the twins followed their uncle's instructions and stepped into the same circular platform as him. Once they were within it, little 11 asked in confirmation. Ready? N. The twins held each other's hand as they gave a firm nod. Little 11 soon placed the orb in the dent and the whole universe world seemed to tremble. The patterns all around them started glowing, and the structure beneath their feet began to drop down. The whole circular area had begun to sink into the ground. When Yang Ji and Yang Su looked at their surroundings in astonishment, they saw the whole mountains and rivers start to glow with countless mysterious patterns being lit up. Finally, their eyes laid on the 3 not in the circle, who waved their hands for a farewell. They could see Xianxia being reluctant. As for Moon's serene glimmer and Sun's burning light, who had been playful this whole time, they wore solemn expressions. That was the last scene they saw of the outside world as the circular platform beneath their feet quickened in its descent. Over the course of the next few seconds, the hole above their heads, leading to the sky, got as small as an apple. Eventually, even the sky could not be seen anymore as the exit got covered, with the only light source being the glowing patterns of the array of the walls and floor. They could even hear the sounds of what seemed to be multiple gates above them being closed, with this sound being continuously played and getting closer. At some point, little 11 spoke up. Maybe due to his own emotions, or maybe due to seeing how the kids were so tense that they did not speak. I have to thank you too for this. Honestly, I doubt any other person could accompany me on this journey. For the two of you, you need not worry too much. I'll handle everything. Even though little 11 said such words, the twins were not fools. If he could truly handle everything, then what were they here for? They obviously had a special role in the grand scheme of things. They were just worried they would mess up. Xianxia, the more tactful one, was the first one to answer with a nod. And Yangji also gave a nod as a follow-up. Not too long, the walls and everything seemed to start to get brighter, and in a flash, the whole space they were in had changed. Sullivan, I feel like I've dragged the prep work for too long. I can't help but feel like they need this much prep work done though. Well, in the next chapter, we'll be inside the profound source gate. Chapter 6018, Try Touching Author, Sullivan. The next moment Yangji and Xianxia opened their eyes, they were already in an empty space with a gate in front of them. The empty space was completely white. It was not painted white, but rather, glowing white. Even without explanation, Yangji and Xianxia could feel the warm and mighty energy emitted from their feet. Meanwhile, the white sky was merely a reflection of the ground. In fact, they believed the reason why the orb looked so dark from the outside was because all kinds of energy could not escape from the orb and was trapped inside by this reflective sky. As for the gate, it was larger than any other gate they had seen before and tightly sealed. It was carved with intricate patterns, and every one of them seemed to be the essence of numerous grand daos. Although Yangji and Xianxia did not know much about the Tao of artifact refining, they could nevertheless tell that this gate was not something humans created. It perfectly resonated with heaven and earth, as though it had been birthed along with the universe. Little 11 proceeded to approach the gate and the twins followed. Before anything else, little 11 instructed them to touch the gate first. When they did, memories of the past flooded their minds, terrible memories. For Yangji, he remembered the time when he got scolded by his mother for catching him not studying seriously. The spanking that followed was not one he wished to remember. He could already feel his butt turn red. For Xianxia, she remembered the time when she caught her brother saying he wanted to be like their father, and have his own harem. She beat him up afterwards and their relationship was on thin ice for a while. Memories continued to replay, and the twins all made sad expressions. Little 11, who was checking up on the changes, simply waited. Over time, the two children broke free on their own without needing his help. He gave a nod as though this had been expected. Making contact with black ink strength would normally lead to humans being corrupted. Divine spirits are naturally more resistant to it. Just the surface of the profound source gate is hard to make contact with for most humans. Little 11 touched the gate and swept his fingers over it. There seemed to be small dark dust particles on his fingers, which he licked. These particles were the escaped black ink strength from when he opened the gate previously. In general, black ink strength would be eliminated by the surrounding white space within the orb, as yin and yang energies were constantly being exuded. However, since this was from Mo's source, it took a lot more time to purify. What was left on the door was black ink strength trying to retreat back into the profound source gate but could not do so. It had been so long that only dust-like particles were left of them. Did either of you feel anything change in your knowledge? See? Both shook their heads with Yangji explaining first. Uncle 11, all we experienced was recalling some bad memories. I don't think I feel anything different with my knowledge. See, I'm the same with Big Brother. Xianxia continued and asked, are we supposed to feel something? I guess it is different from person to person. Your father, when he was weaker, and a few others, reported that they would feel as if their knowledge and small universe were slowly being dyed black and get out of their control. Dark memories of the past would flash by and they relieved it while slowly losing themselves. For you too, I did expect it to have some effect, but the extent was questionable. If you two couldn't handle it, we might as well call this whole thing off. Little 11 said, a little impressed that these two were completely fine after all that. What did you two experience? Just a nightmare, Yangji stated, not wanting to delve much deeper into the topic. I did not see much. Xianxia answered straightforwardly, with eyes that did not know the word deceit. Little 11 gave a knowing nod of approval and said, well, if it affected you so little, then we might as well just enter directly. Upon those words he placed his hand on the gate and started to push. The world seemed to tremble as the seemingly immovable gate doors started to vibrate. The dust on the gate also seemed to come alive and they drifted more fervently towards the center. When a slit had just opened up, what seemed to be a large black blade immediately shot out. The twins could barely react, with their eyes only seeing a blurry shadow quickly approaching little 11. As for little 11, he had already predicted this would happen. He swiftly removed his hands from the gate and retreated to the side. The blade passed by him, narrowly snipping off a part of his fringe. As though the blade had eyes, it knew that it had missed its target. Instead of retreating back to the slit, it became more aggressive and branched out into 3 sharp abyssal black spear-like weapons. These 3 black spears immediately pointed themselves towards whoever was present. In this case, the twins were now also in its crosshair. Little 11's eyes narrowed and he swiftly took out a token. He was reluctant to use it now, but he seemed to have no choice. It was clear the children would not be able to dodge this attack on their own. Injecting his chi into the token, the whole world trembled. The sky now had array patterns all over it, with the intensity of the light from the ground becoming exponentially more blinding. "Close your eyes." Little 11 roared as the spears raced across the space between them. Xianxia and Xianxia immediately reacted by closing their own eyes. Though frightened, they trusted their uncle's words. The spears that approached them initially seemed to sizzle due to the surrounding light. But soon, a bright flash engulfed the world, turning everything into white. No matter how dark an object was, the light was so strong that all manner of darkness was eradicated for that brief moment. The spears lost their structural integrity and they started to crack. Those web-like cracks spread and reached the trunk of those branched-out spears, even affecting past whatever it was behind the gate. Soon, those parts furthest from the door started to break down into dust as they scattered. However, with the strong light still in the surroundings, they broke down further as if nothing was left. Xianxia and Xianxia, who managed to protect their eyes from that flash, could clearly hear someone screaming. However, it was not from any of them. The scream was from behind the gate. The scream was of great anguish, filled with rage and reluctance. The next moment, they could hear something slamming against the gate, but the gate did not seem to be able to close. The thing behind the gate obviously wanted to prevent any more light from outside to enter. However, the slit in the gate still persisted despite all the effort it gave. Chapter 6019, The Surprise Behind the Profound Source Gate. Author, Sylvan. Despite the screaming backdrop, Xianxia and Xianxia felt a comfortable sensation all over their body. It felt as though the air around them was caressing them in a warm embrace. Soon enough, this warm sensation faded and the screams behind the door also slowly mellowed out. When silence returned, without any instructions, they both slowly opened one eye to check on the situation. Seeing how everything had calmed down, Xianxia sighed in relief while Xianxia went to check on his sister. "Don't let your guard down. The enemy is still there," little 11 warned. Though, he knew Mo well enough that it was fine to take a breather at this point. After all, that child would never want to do something that could potentially harm it. Nevertheless, better safe than sorry. This was the first time little 11 had to use the primordial flash to defend against Mo. All previous attempts were always with experts who knew of Mo's strength firsthand. They were on guard before they even tried to open the gate, so it was unnecessary to go as far as to use the primordial flash. Little 11 naturally would prefer not to use the primordial flash if possible, since it did take up mountain piles of 9th order yin and yang element materials. Even with moon's serene glimmer and sun's burning light, such an amount would take time to accumulate. Currently, it could at most be fired 2 more times. Still, little 11 was a little surprised by this sudden attack. This was the first Mo had been so aggressive. Normally, once the gate opens up, Mo would not attack. Rather, Mo tended to be more cautious when dealing with any newcomers. The last time Xianxia was here with little 11, Mo literally hid some corner of the space behind the profound source gate. Even for Xianxia, the space behind this gate was too large to explore, with only darkness in sight and his limited divine sense. Even if he wanted to find Mo, how could he be certain that Mo would not just hide in another location once it sensed him approaching? For Mo, it was like a fish swimming in water, while for others, it was like walking in a quagmire. For young Kai, he did not feel like he could spend so much time on a wild goose chase. Not after he had already spent more than a decade searching without any fruitful result. Even the profound source gate was only a gate to this unknown space. It did not contain this space itself. Even after refining it and studying it, all young Kai could do was open and close the gate. In fact, for all its grandeur and mystery, young Kai truly believes that was the sole purpose of the profound source gate, to keep whatever was in this other world from getting out to their world. All young Kai managed to do after so long was to ensure that nothing would leak out of the gate under his control, and open it for little 11's goals. That being said, when it was others that ventured deeper into the profound source gate with little 11, Mo would be open to attacking them. After all, it knew who it could pick a fight against and who it needed to avoid. Nevertheless, with their preparations, these attacks could be shrugged off. Unfortunately, the environment inside was not exactly friendly to the others. Regardless of the preparation, prolonged exposure to this space seems to corrupt them in one form or another. Without exception, all would have to leave this space before a year had passed. This was regardless of them being divine spirits or humans. The three of them waited for a moment for things to settle. Yang Ji and Yang Su followed little 11's words and stayed alert. Fortunately, nothing else really happened after a few breaths had passed. Seems like we are in the clear now. Mo should be avoiding being close to the gate at this point in time, which is the perfect opportunity to fully open the gate. Little 11 said as he once more stepped closer to the profound source gate. This time, to prevent any incidents, he directly stood in front of the gap and pushed the gate open. Rumble once again, the world-trembling tremor spread. As little 11 had said, nothing truly happened as he was pushing the gate open. Even when the gap was now too large for him to push any further, nothing else occurred. It was truly anticlimactic. However, little 11's next words sparked curiosity within all its listeners. What is going on? Hearing those words, the twins could not help but look over his arms. Behind the gate, illuminated by the light, they saw a unique scene that they had not expected. In fact, even young Kai would not have predicted this scene to be in front of them. The furthest depths of the gate was completely dark. As long as no light touched that location, it was completely dark by the abyss. This stood true to little 11's explanation of the place to the twins. However, what laid closer were the things that interested them. They were plants. Actual plants. However, these were not the typical plants that they could find elsewhere. The plants were pretty much all of the same color of blackish blue or blackish purple. It was only with the light that their outline and slightly different coloration could be spotted. Otherwise, everything would be uniform black. Uncle 11, didn't you say that the whole space behind the gate is just an empty space void of anything? Yang Ji could not help but ask. Despite this being a pressing and reasonable question, little 11 would also like to know what the hell was going on. This was not here the last time. Something must have changed, little 11 now hesitated. This was not something he thought was possible. Chapter 6020, Strange Flower Author, Sylvan, this is impossible. How did something like this possibly appear? Little 11 started to question everything, recalling all the past expeditions inside. However, nothing came up. These had truly just appeared out of thin air. Without being able to contain himself, little 11 rushed into the profound source gate and directly went to pick one of the flowers. The moment he touched one, a familiar feeling washed over him. There was no need for someone else to explain it to him. He already knew what these were. So, that's what it is, little 11 murmured, which did not go unnoticed by the twins. Still in front of the gate, Yang Ji questioned, Uncle 11, did you figure something out? Little 11 gave a slow nod and explained. This is all made using black ink strength. But, it is at the same time also not black ink strength. Yang Su shook her head at this contrary answer. She asked for more clarity. So, what is it? Little 11 picked out a flower and moved back to the twin. The moment he crossed the gate, he could see the flower gradually losing its original form. It was apparent that the closer he got to the light outside, the more the flower seemed to wither. This is made using black ink strength, to create another life. Little 11 turned around and pointed at the ground behind the gate. In essence, this is no different from black ink strength. But, it exists separately from Mo, as though it is another entity. This is not much different from the black ink clansmen in your history lessons. As you can see, because of the primordial flash, the part directly in front of the gate does not have any of these plants. It is only at the periphery, with the gate being opened up, that we can see these plants. Yang Ji and Yang Su cutely bent their heads forward a little to get a better look at the flowers. They were certainly dark and strange looking, but at the same time, quite cool as well. Their shape was no different from the ones that could be found outside. They were not all homogeneous, with some variations between them. At the same time, their placement was random, as though it was an actual flower field. Yang Ji could not hold back his curiosity and asked, "Uncle 11, can I hold that for a moment?" Little 11 hesitated for a moment but relented. After all, they were still safe here. "Okay. Just be careful. If anything goes wrong, make sure to shout out for help." Little 11 passed the withering flower to Yang Ji and cautiously watched. The boy took it with both hands, trying to get a feel of its texture. Even when it touched his skin, he did not have the same back memories flood back into him again. He saw that his sister was also curious, so he handed it over to her. When she felt it all over, she could not help but comment, "It really feels like a flower. The stem is tougher, the petals are softer and smoother. Just that, it's a bit colder, yeah. But, I guess it's colder because there is no sun inside." Yang Ji replied with a tilt of his head. Meanwhile, Little 11 questioned, "Huh? The black ink strength is not affecting them at all? What is going on?" Although Little 11 expected things to be fine, he was still shocked to see how the black ink strength from the flower had no effect on them. He questioned if it was due to the flower already withering, but that did not make sense as even the remnant black ink strength outside the gate had affected them. The only way to test this out is for them to go in and touch the flowers inside. Little 11 quickly shook his head. In fact, due to these major changes behind the primordial source gate, he believed it to be wise for them to retreat first. Since it was to just get a cursory check of the situation, and not really to find Mo, Yang Kai was the best candidate to do it. The father should make sure it's safe for his kids, after all. Little 11 mused, and was about to open his mouth when something shocking happened. The withering flower suddenly began to expand, like a final desperate move, moving along with it were the flowers behind the gate. A torrent of black shot out from behind the gate, while the withering flower quickly tried to stretch back to the gate. Unbeknownst to Little 11, it was at the instant, when the withering flower expanded, that black ink strength began to affect Yang Su. The black ink strength this time was definitely more potent than the first time she had made contact with it. However, the effects on her were more muted as well. It just caused her to be disoriented this time. Nevertheless, this disorientation was enough. If she was still in perfect condition, she would have instinctively thrown the flower away from her. However, with her hand still held onto it, the expansion of black ink strength naturally got wrapped around her fingers as it sought to escape. As though having learned the lesson from the previous attack, the black torrent moved faster than before. It would not give Little 11 the chance to use the primordial flash again. Before primordial flash could activate, the black torrent made contact with the outstretched withered flower and started to pull back. This time, with Yang Su with it, hand stuck. There was not even a scream from her as she got silently pulled closer into the gate. She did not even feel her feet being forced to be dragged against the ground. Not even the two arms that wrapped around her waist were felt. Yang Ji had reacted quickly to grab onto his sister. Unfortunately, his meager strength was not enough to pull her free. In fact, he had made his own situation worse as he got rapidly pulled in as well. By the time there was a bright flash, the two children were gone, with Little 11 cursing how the situation had gotten drastically worse. "Sullivan, guys, any feedback so far? Draggy? Want more action? Want more world building? It's okay as is?" Chapter 6021, Released Author, Sullivan. Darkness soon envelopes his eyes as Yang Ji could only see the faint light behind him disappear. It was no longer a matter of going back at this point. All he wished for was his sister's safety. In the pitch-black darkness, there was no point looking around and relying on his eyes. He started to close his eyes and used his divine sense to grasp his surroundings. The most important thing right now was to avoid making contact with black ink strength, lest he too got caught up like Yang Su. If he did, he might loosen his grip and truly lose his sister in this forsaken darkness. His divine sense spread out like a tide. Unlike the outside world, this place seems to suppress it. He could feel his divine sense being encroached upon and get pushed back. In fact, there was a constant tingling sensation, but thankfully not much else. Unbeknownst to him earlier, a net had been formed around them. A net that kept them from escaping. As for the surroundings past the net, there were unusual mountains and rivers. Supposed trees and grass were also in abundance, with flowers and fruits scattered about. As for the limits of where his divine sense could reach, the rivers were the denotation of the boundary. The prohibitive and encroaching sensation got infinitely stronger the moment his divine sense got close to these rivers. He could even feel the dangers of the waters himself. He focused on the scene ahead, and frighteningly enough, the plants in front of them seemed to warp themselves to pull them forward. It was as if they were made of some kind of slimy substance. They would disfigure and pull from the front, and once Xianxia and Xianxia got past them, they would return to their original forms. It was through this method that their momentum quickened the deeper they went. Xianxia began to frown, and he immediately tapped into his space ring. We need to quickly escape. The next instant, 2 crystals of blue and orange came out. Xianxia firmly grasped onto them with both hands, and the mark behind his palm started to glow. A bright flash immediately enveloped the whole area, scorching off all the black ink strength around him. Trees, grass, even the soil, none were spared. With him at the center, there was even a massive pit below. Naturally, the he and Xianxia had been freed from their constraints as well. Ops. Xianxia quickly grabbed a hold of Xianxia before she completely fell into the crater below. He felt it unnerving to fall into the crater, so he decided to just stay in midair with her in his arms. Thankfully, the effects of black ink strength did not linger on her for long, as Xianxia soon regained consciousness. In fact, she was immediately confused as she suddenly felt warm arms under her but nothing in sight. She questioned if her eyelids were opened as she tried to open them, to only find that the scene before her was genuinely pitch black. "Brother, are you here?" she asked, a little unnerved. "Yeah. Start using your divine sense. No point relying on our eyes here," Xianxia said with a sigh. Xianxia did as she was advised to see a strange scene around her. She could already make sense of what had happened from fragments of her memories. Even the crater below was something she deduced her brother had created. What made the scene strange was the crater underneath them reforming itself, as though the whole ground was alive. However, a more thorough investigation of her surroundings was halted by her brother. "Since you're fine, can you get up on your own?" Xianxia asked, with his arms already being lowered. "Eh? But, I'm still a little dizzy," Xianxia complained as she took advantage of this opportunity to wrap her arms around his neck and playfully held on. "Just get off me already," Xianxia nagged as he completely took his arms off her. Yet, she clung on to him using even her legs. "Seriously. Just get off me already. We're in danger right now, and Uncle 11 is no longer here with us," Xianxia persisted to say. "Well, we are not in that big of a danger." Xianxia shook her head and explained. "If you were able to make that crater, that means that whatever they had given us is extremely effective here. We don't exactly have an unlimited amount, you know? And we don't really know what might happen here," Xianxia pointed out, believing they should remain cautious. "I guess you're right. But, you know, I don't think black ink strength will affect us that much if we get more exposed to it," Xianxia said, and continued to give an account of her experience. "I don't know why, but I did feel that the effects are weakening the more I get exposed to it." Then, do you want to stay here longer to try out your theory?" Xianxia said, believing that they should have enough resources to last long enough to test this out. Well, I guess it would be safer to head back to the exit for dash." Before Xianxia could finish speaking, she frowned, and Xianxia had already moved. Xianxia tried to tear open a void crack, but he could not do so. The best he could do was fly off, away from this place. After all, just underneath them, the whole ground was quaking. What seemed to be sharp spikes seemed to be forming, ready to strike at them. If he did not escape at this time, then when would he? As expected, those spikes launched at him and his sister, but they were clearly still tethered to the ground with a thin string, connecting the two. They were frighteningly fast, moving quicker than them. Without the ability to tear through space, they were truly just sitting ducks here. Chapter 6022, World Change Author, Sylvan Arg. I can't tear through space here. The space principles are strange. They aren't the same. Xianxia cursed as he tried to gain some distance from the black spikes. For the twins, they had no small number of adventures with their family to different universe worlds and small universes. However, such places all have the same world principles within them. The world principles here were too different from the outside world. In fact, mastery over the certain principles outside need not necessarily mean one would be capable of manipulating principles inside this place. Once Xianxia heard what he said, she was quick to react. Still on her brother, she took out another pair of crystals and caused another explosion. Everything around them turned into a white flash once more, and the spike chasing after them disintegrated into white. Then again, since this has happened once, the twins were certain this would happen again. Even if they had mountains of crystals, if they kept this up, eventually they would run out. The best was for them to retreat back outside. However, would this strange place allow them to? The world, seeming to have acknowledged that such means were too minor to handle the children, began to change tactics. The landscape itself started to shift, with mountains and rivers bending and twisting. The landmass below them started to rise in one direction. Their form no longer seemed solid, changing to something more fluid. Rivers and earth mixed into one, indistinguishable from each other. They raised to form a tsunami, wishing to engulf the two. The twins were naturally alarmed by this. Xianxia and Xianxia both braced for the incoming attack. Without speaking, Xianxia took out an array plate while Xianxia took out more crystals. With a little bit of qi inserted into the array plate, it began to spin and 8 flags shot out. They each covered a cardinal and ordinal direction. A translucent sphere of around 9 meters in radius formed, enveloping the twins. Meanwhile, Xianxia was prepared to launch another purifying light once the tsunami got close enough. However, before they did anything else, the whole tsunami seemed to freeze in place and a voice came from above, at its crest. The voice was neither booming nor threatening. It was more calm and collected. Stop. We do not wish to fight. Xianxia and Xianxia naturally looked up to see a few figures gathered at the crest. These figures certainly did not seem human. They were humanoid, but certainly not humans. Some had more arms, some had longer limbs, some even had carapaces as skin. Regardless, there was a particular figure that stood out amongst the rest. This figure definitely emitted more pressure than the rest. In terms of his aura alone, Xianxia and Xianxia were certain they could not best him. That was just how overwhelming his aura was. Isn't he in the Emperor realm? No, maybe the Dao Seal realm? Xianxia and Xianxia both thought. After all, they would be able to tell a person's cultivation if they were weaker than them. Anyone stronger had to be above the Dao Source realm. However, this person's aura was not overwhelming to the point of reaching the open heaven realm. Then again, who knows if this figure was suppressing his cultivation? From afar, the figure held out his fist, as an indication for his men to stop moving. He knew that if the weak were to get involved in this, their deaths would be fruitless. Such a time had long passed when the weak were used as useless cannon fodder. Now, they served a greater purpose. Furthermore, he was personally confident in his own strength, which would be able to suppress the two children. Thus, he went down alone. From the crest of the tsunami, he leaped down and stopped directly in front of the twins. Naturally, they both had their guards up, with Xianxia already prepared to unleash purifying light. This light used to haunt his armies in the past. Yet now, it was just a reminiscent scene. He repeated his words. We are not looking to fight against you. Lay down your arms. Naturally, how could Xianxia and Xianxia possibly comply? If they did, they would be helpless chickens. Instead, their grips tightened on the objects they were holding. Seeing this, the figure sighed and added. I see that there is no helping your need for caution. In that case, I just ask that you do not unleash purifying light here. I am Monai, and I believe you are the children of Xianxia. Once the twins heard his name, they reeled back. Of course they would. This was the Black Ink clansman, the royal lord, their father had praised numerous times in the past. Though they were enemies, there was a sense of respect for each other as soldiers on the battlefield. Their father had highlighted how out of all the royal lords, no, Black Ink clansman, Mo Nai was special in his eyes. He was the only one with wit, cunningness, and bravery. Every one of their battles were always fights inches away from death. How, like their father, Mo Nai had climbed through the ranks of originally being a territory lord to pseudo-royal lord to an actual royal lord. How he was the first and only to accomplish such a feat, though enemies, they might actually share more similarities than differences. It was just unfortunate that they never had a moment of peace to really get to know one another. Other than crossing blades, possibly, that exchange of drinks at no return pass marked their only time to get to know one another. The twins naturally heard of his eventual fate. It made it all the stranger how Mo Nai was currently here, still alive. Furthermore, he knew who they were. They questioned their ears if they heard wrongly. But, his next words confirmed that this was reality. Young kids, the battle against your world and the Black Ink clan has ceased for thousands of years. Why have you come to our land? Mo Nai questioned. It was not in an overbearing manner or anything. Just an actual question that showcased his curiosity. Yang Ji and Yang Su hesitated to explain. After all, the reason why they were here had something to do with their Uncle 11. They did not know if sharing this information with the enemy would be a detriment to the overall cause. Seeing how the children were not speaking up, Mo Nai just shrugged and moved on from the topic. Although he did want to know, at this point, it was not truly necessary. These children would not really amount to much in a battle, and if anyone stronger crosses the gate, he would be alerted of it. Currently, no such thing had occurred, so he was assured they did not exactly come with hostile intentions either. If anything, he already had a faint guess as the Holy One's other half was detected at the gate. To show his intentions first for them to let down their guard, he confessed. Nothing good will come of starting a war again, much less doing harm to the children of Xianxia. Your father is basically the best guarantor you have, so no need to be so wary. Yang Ji and Yang Su thought for a moment, and realized this to be reasonable. However, Yang Su realized the contradiction. She got off her brother and moved in front of him, directly questioning, then, why did you kidnap us? Chapter 60-23, Come with me or I'll have to drag you along. Author, Sullivan. Mo Nai broke out a wide smile. Maybe he was reminiscing about the past, maybe he was humored by the question. Regardless, he was in a good enough mood to state the reason. After all, what could two children do about it? What else but to keep hold of a couple of hostages? The twins had their eyes narrowed. It was Yang Ji that spoke up this time. Don't speak too soon. Oh? And why would that be? Mo Nai instantly asked as he smiled. Maybe it was a false bravado, maybe it was him being convinced. Yang Ji smiled back. Can you truly capture us without any consequences? Yang Ji pointed at the top, past Mo Nai, and added. Aren't you in the same position as us? You brought us hostages. What's more, isn't this whole world our hostage? Yang Ji and Yang Su had heard many things from Little 11. It was made clear that the world behind the profound source gate was supposed to be entirely empty. Yet, why was this place now filled with life? If anything, something strange must have happened and the whole world had changed. At the same time, some things remained the same. The scourge of Black Ink strength was still purifying light. The world was still empty, it was now just strangely filled with these structures clearly made of Black Ink strength. Though Yang Ji was just fishing for an answer, Mo Nai casually admitted to it, even going as far as to shrug his shoulders. You're right. I guess you can say that both our hands are tied. Yang Ji was naturally taken aback at how calm Mo Nai was being. Still, to express his sincerity, Mo Nai continued to explain their current circumstances in more detail. We really have no wish to be hostile with your kind anymore. Certainly, our world is lacking compared to yours, but it is slowly improving over time. Instead of committing the same mistake as in the past by pillaging, we hope to establish ourselves in this empty land. The people that I brought over are basically our version of mortals without any strength. They are just here to showcase our sincerity. Yang Su and Yang Ji clearly did not buy his words. After all, what kind of sincerity could a kidnapper possibly talk about? they would be fools to fall for such sweet-tongued words. Nevertheless, since there was a show of sincerity, they might as well use it. Xianxia stepped forward to ask, in that case, then why not just let us go? Mo Nai shook his head as his smile widened. The Holy One is requesting an audience with you. You are not allowed to refuse his request. Yang Ji and Xianxia immediately got a shiver down their spine. They naturally knew who this Holy One was without being explicitly told. It had to be none other than the other part of Uncle 11, which had been sealed away behind the profound source gate. Naturally, it was part of their task to find this other half. However, they were supposed to do it with Uncle 11 beside them. Not go at it alone. This was supposed to be a being that was ever close to the world creation realm. A being only their father was able to deal with. Even little 11 was not fully confident he would be able to deal with this other half by himself, which was why he normally had others go with him. Yet, this very same being wanted to meet them. If escape from Mo Nai was already difficult, escape from this other half would be impossible. Xianxia and Yang Ji naturally wanted to refuse. In fact, Yang Ji and Xianxia glanced at each other. Without saying a word, they already tightened their grips on the crystals and a sudden flash of light popped off. Unfortunately, this move was all too predictable. Mo Nai had acted a moment prior. With one hand, he reached out. A huge surge of black ink strength soon gushed out. It enveloped the twins, and the array itself. Once purifying light fired off, this whole layer got scorched off. With Mo Nai being able to feel his hand being torched. Nevertheless, this move was enough to prevent further damage to the surroundings. Once the light died down, Yang Ji and Xianxia were greeted by the sight of nothing changing. Their faces turned grim as they did the same thing again. Another blast of purifying light flashed, but it was all too concealed. Once again, resulting in nothing substantial. Mo Nai smirked and added, "It's no use. Even if you keep trying to do this a million times, the result will be the same. I'd prefer for you two to come along with me willingly, but if I have to drag you there myself, I will do so." Tsk Yang Ji clicked his tongue, and Xianxia moved to grab her brother's sleeve. It was silent for a moment before the two tacitly agreed to move along with Mo Nai. Certainly, they could have resisted until the very end, but what would that accomplish? Were they going to exhaust everything in their space ring at this point in time, where the enemy already prepared any counters to their moves? They really doubt that they would be able to escape from the Holy One, considering that they already could not escape from Mo Nai. Still, the best thing they could do at the moment was to find a proper opening for them to act upon. If they continued to play along, they could potentially stall for time till someone rescues them. Fine. We'll go along with you. But, we will keep our protective array up. Yang Ji said as if this was the final line that could not be crossed. Naturally. We mean you no harm. Mo Nai stepped aside and lifted his whole arm to gesture to them to move in that direction. Chapter 60-24, House by the Mountain. Author, Sullivan. Once the twins started moving, the whole world seemed to move along with them. The tall tsunami of black ink strength seemed to follow them from behind, as the onlookers from above continued to stare at these interesting humans. It was obvious that they were still cautious of them escaping. Otherwise, why would the way back to the gate be blocked by these obstacles? Yang Ji felt a little disgruntled by this and asked, "We already said we will go along with you. Why do you still need to have that following us from behind?" Mo Nai just chuckled as he led the way in front. "I've experienced so many battles with your father. I naturally know how conniving humans are. It's always better to be safe than sorry when dealing with your kind." Xianxia interjected, "My brother never lies to me. Only my father lies." Mo Nai laughed so loudly that the ground started to quiver. Even the people at the top of the moving tsunami felt odd seeing the usually solemn Mo Nai laugh so loudly. Yang Ji had an odd expression on his face as he immediately asked Xianxia through divine sense, "Why did you say that?" Xianxia, who knew that her brother was too upright and proper if he was not being playful, explained back through their divine sense. "Since we are already in their hands, we might as well play along and befriend them. Otherwise, how would they lower down their guard? Mother Ru Meng has always said that those who are relaxed talk more. Technically, she said those who are drunk confess their true feelings. But, no need to bother Big Brother with the details. Xianxia smiled in her heart, while her facial expression remained completely neutral. Is that so? But to insult father like that, Yangji wanted to protest, but Xianxia quickly shot back. It's not exactly false, right? Have you ever lied to me? As for father, how many times have we been told he had time to play before one of our mothers had to drag him back because he still had work to do? You know that's because he is always busy. Yang Ji tried to defend his father. Xianxia wanted to rebuke him but just kept to herself. Humph. Of course he is so busy. He has so many wives to maintain. Although mother never complains about it, Mother Ru Meng and Mother Qing Luo would complain from time to time. Yang Ji naturally never heard about these complaints. These were normally conversations that took place when there were only girls around. With how he idolizes his father, the mothers would naturally try their best to not talk bad about him in front of Yang Ji. Mo Nai naturally noticed the two were secretly conversing using their divine sense. However, he was not one to worry about it. In fact, he even waited quietly until the two ended their conversation before he asked. How is your father doing so far? Although they were enemies, they did share a particular bond. It was akin to that of rivals. Although he did not have memories of how he was defeated, he knew he had lost. In fact, he had hoped that the weapon that struck him down was Yang Kai's spear, as it would truly have concluded their bitter hostile relationship at that point in time. Xianxia was the first to speak. She even convinced Yang Ji to let her do the talking for now. Father is doing well. He had restored the 3,000 worlds back to its original state, making it thrive even better than before. Mo Nai nodded. He was genuinely happy for Yang Kai. He was also glad to hear that the 3,000 worlds was doing better now. After all, although it was Black Ink clansmen like them who destroyed so much of the world, they only did it out of necessity of resources. Even if most Black Ink clansmen enjoyed seeing the cruel torture of others, and violence, he was not one of them. In fact, such brutality seems to be more prevalent in the lower class of Black Ink clansmen, mainly those below the feudal lords. The more powerful Black Ink clansmen might host such activities, but they were mostly to motivate their men. In fact, those feudal lords and above tend to be more apathetic than anything, not caring about the lives of others, even their own men. The conversation between the two continued. Xianxia would give little updates on what happened after the war, and Mo Nai would continue to share what he knew about the past, and some tidbits about the current situation of this world. These two were naturally engaging in a conversation that was trying to dig out as much information from the other person. However, both knew about it and kept their cards close to their chest. As for Yang Ji, as the bystander, he grew bored. In fact, he was irked by this type of scheming. He knew it was not his place to judge how his sister handled things, but he always hoped to settle things up front if possible. Fortunately for him, their destination soon arrived in front of their eyes. It was a mountain, but not just any ordinary mountain. The Black Ink strength in this area was deep and vast, like this was its very source. The mountain had numerous openings, which liquid Black Ink strength gushes out from. When looked closely, this was where all those meandering rivers had started from. Also, unlike the rest of the area, there seemed to be buildings around the top. Most of these buildings were unlike those found in their world. They looked a little like snail shells, with webbing around them. If Yang Ji and Xianxia were not wrong, these were Black Ink nests. For Yang Ji and Xianxia, since they could fly, they easily got to the top with Mo Nai. However, what surprised them at the peak was a small, ordinary-looking thatched house. It was not magnificent in any way. In fact, the other houses in the area were far bigger than this. Nevertheless, this seemingly ordinary building stood out amongst all the peculiarities. Chapter 6025, Daolf Author, Sylvan. Yang Ji and Xianxia looked at each other, puzzled by the sight. After all, the structure of this thatched house was really familiar. Although it was of a different color, there was no mistaking it. This was almost a carbon copy of the small house their Uncle 11 lives in. Naturally, the twins were not dense enough to fail to notice that there must have been some background story to this. After all, were there really such coincidences in this world? Mo Nai was respectful when he approached the thatched house. Even with someone of his strength, he would try his best to not make a sound. Even in front of the door, he would not knock. Instead, he would just kneel and wait for a response from inside. Mo Nai knew that this was the courtesy expected of his kind in front of the Holy One. So, he did not expect the same from the kids. Yet, without him doing anything, Xianxia took the lead and followed what he did, with Xiangji also doing the same. This one display made Mo Nai praise them in his heart. Though he knew humans were sly, the gesture of them willingly kneeling to a potential enemy could not be taken lightly. At the very least, from what he remembers, Yang Kai, the human he interacted with the most, was so prideful he would never kneel to anyone. In truth, this was just a misconception which Xianxia had made use of, which was more effective than she thought. After all, she and her brother would kneel down whenever they got punished. How was this much of a difference? Either way, for the twins, the wait was certainly not long. Almost as soon as their knees touched the ground, the door opened and a terrifying pressure emerged from within. This pressure was incomparable to the one Mo Nai gave out. However, its aura also felt familiar at the same time. A familiar childlike voice rang out, "Come in." Yes. Mo Nai placed his arm on his chest as he stood up, and the twins just followed along and walked behind him till they were inside of the thatched house. The inside and outside were basically sights they had seen before. At this point, they were not even surprised. The only oddity which caught their eye was what seemed to be another Uncle 11. This Uncle 11 technically did not have feet, as his legs were attached to the ground. He was also completely black with a tint of purple. In terms of facial features and stature, he was basically the same as the one they knew. Mo spoke up, welcoming his guests. "Welcome to my humble abode. It has been a while since I last saw humans." The Mo that they were speaking to seemed to have matured a lot compared to stories they heard of him. At least, he was far from what their Uncle 11 had described him to be. Instead of the twins speaking up to greet him back, Mo Nai was the one to do their introduction. "Your Holy One, this is Yangji and this is Xianxia. They are children of Yang Kai, and have been brought here by your other half." Mo, already knowing this, just raised a hand as he gave a nod and asked the twins directly. "Just what are you two?" This question had naturally confused the twins. How were they going to answer this? Seeming to notice their confusion, Mo further elaborated. "My black ink strength is not something Ninth Order masters can easily resist. My black ink strength definitely still affects you too, but what are you two compared to those in the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm? How are you able to resist its influence so easily?" This was another question that the twins also did not know how to answer. Was it their constitution? Or, was their chi just different? Yang Ji pondered for a moment, and gave an unconvincing, "I think it's because of our pure bloodlines." Mo, obviously well experienced, could tell that there was more to the story. However, if the children did not want to say it, he had no wish to force it out of them. After all, such an ability might not be replicable. After answering, Yang Ji felt as though it was their turn to ask. So, he posed this question to Mo, "Why did you want to see us, resorting to separating us from Uncle 11? This was basically the same question he had asked Mo Nai, "Why did you kidnap us?" Mo was frank and open, not hiding anything from them. "To take in as hostages, also, to seek your help." "Help?" Both Yangji and Xianxia exclaimed, almost unable to believe their ears. After all, why would this almighty being, maybe second only to their father, be asking them for help? Mo continued to explain. "Yes, I need the assistance of those who will not be corrupted by my black ink strength and can use purifying light. Moreover, these people must be weak enough to not be detected as a threat." Xianxia was the one to ask this time. "In that case, why not take Uncle 11 with us? It is not yet time to meet him." "Not yet time?" The twins simultaneously asked. "I can even do a Tao oath right now, that I, Mo, will meet him once you help me with my troubles." Mo said, as if already prepared for this. "There, is this enough to satisfy you too? Sullivan, I'm going to now use he for Mo instead of the previous it. There is a reason for this but I won't get to it right now." Chapter 6026, Tao Oath. Author, Sullivan. Yangji and Xianxia looked at each other, puzzled by the sight. After all, the structure of this thatched house was really familiar. Although it was of a different color, there was no mistaking it. This was almost a carbon copy of the small house their Uncle 11 lives in. Naturally, the twins were not dense enough to fail to notice that there must have been some background story to this. After all, were there really such coincidences in this world? Mo Nai was respectful when he approached the thatched house. Even with someone of his strength, he would try his best to not make a sound. Even in front of the door, he would not knock. Instead, he would just kneel and wait for a response from inside. Mo Nai knew that this was the courtesy expected of his kind in front of the Holy One. So, he did not expect the same from the kids. Yet, without him doing anything, Xianxia took the lead and followed what he did, with Xiangji also doing the same. This one display made Mo Nai praise them in his heart. Though he knew humans were sly, the gesture of them willingly kneeling to a potential enemy could not be taken lightly. At the very least, from what he remembers, Yang Kai, the human he interacted with the most, was so prideful he would never kneel to anyone. In truth, this was just a misconception which Xianxia had made use of, which was more effective than she thought. After all, she and her brother would kneel down whenever they got punished. How was this much of a difference? Either way, for the twins, the wait was certainly not long. Almost as soon as their knees touched the ground, the door opened and a terrifying pressure emerged from within. This pressure was incomparable to the one Mo Nai gave out. However, its aura also felt familiar at the same time. A familiar childlike voice rang out, "Come in." Yes. Mo Nai placed his arm on his chest as he stood up, and the twins just followed along and walked behind him till they were inside of the thatched house. The inside and outside were basically sights they had seen before. At this point, they were not even surprised. The only oddity which caught their eye was what seemed to be another Uncle 11. This Uncle 11 technically did not have feet, as his legs were attached to the ground. He was also completely black with a tint of purple. In terms of facial features and stature, he was basically the same as the one they knew. Mo spoke up, welcoming his guests. "Welcome to my humble abode. It has been a while since I last saw humans." The Mo that they were speaking to seemed to have matured a lot compared to stories they heard of him. At least, he was far from what their Uncle 11 had described him to be. Instead of the twins speaking up to greet him back, Mo Nai was the one to do their introduction. "Your Holy One, this is Yangji and this is Xianxia. They are children of Yang Kai, and have been brought here by your other half." Mo, already knowing this, just raised a hand as he gave a nod and asked the twins directly. "Just. What are you two?" This question had naturally confused the twins. How were they going to answer this? Seeming to notice their confusion, Mo further elaborated. "My black ink strength is not something Ninth Order masters can easily resist. My black ink strength definitely still affects you too, but what are you two compared to those in the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm? How are you able to resist its influence so easily?" This was another question that the twins also did not know how to answer. Was it their constitution? Or was their chi just different? Yang Ji pondered for a moment, and gave an unconvincing, "I think it's because of our pure bloodlines." Mo, obviously well experienced, could tell that there was more to the story. However, if the children did not want to say it, he had no wish to force it out of them. After all, such an ability might not be replicable. After answering, Yang Ji felt as though it was their turn to ask. So, he posed this question to Mo, "Why did you want to see us, resorting to separating us from Uncle 11? This was basically the same question he had asked Mo Nai, "Why did you kidnap us?" Mo was frank and open, not hiding anything from them. "To take in as hostages, also, to seek your help." "Help?" Both Yang Ji and Xianxia exclaimed, almost unable to believe their ears. After all, why would this almighty being, maybe second only to their father, be asking them for help? Mo continued to explain. "Yes, I need the assistance of those who will not be corrupted by my black ink strength and can use purifying light. Moreover, these people must be weak enough to not be detected as a threat." Xianxia was the one to ask this time. "In that case, why not take Uncle 11 with us? It is not yet time to meet him." "Not yet time?" the twins simultaneously asked. "I can even do a Tao oath right now, that I, Mo, will meet him once you help me with my troubles," Mo said, as if already prepared for this. There, is this enough to satisfy you too? Sylvan, I'm going to now use he for mo instead of the previous it. There is a reason for this, but I won't get to it right now. Chapter 60-26, Help Me Devour. Yang Ji and Yang Su were both confused by this sudden request. After all, this mo was vastly different from the stories told about him. In fact, this made them feel even more unnerved, since the being in front of them was clearly far more intelligent than what they were led to believe. At the same time, at Mo's level of cultivation, rather, his own existential difference, would Dao's really work on him? Regardless, they were already in this mess. Refusing would do them no good at this point. If they showed to be too on guard, the other party would react in the same manner. Right now, having more leeway to source for information was the best thing they could do. Yang Ji was quicker in responding, "That's fine, but you haven't even said what you need us to do?" "It's actually quite simple, really. I need you to help me collect other pieces of me," Mo said, as he awaited their next question. "Other pieces of you?" The twins both cutely tilted their heads and wondered what he was talking about. They had not heard of there being other Mos in existence. This time, it was Mo Nai who stepped up to explain. And, as though assisting him, the wall next to Mo Nai started to deform to depict a landscape on it. Due to the lack of light, the landscape had varying gradients, structures, and surfaces to depict different areas. However, such details were still in the minority. Within the frame, most of it was a monotonous flat black, with two large figures in them. It was only one particular area that clearly showed mountains and rivers, which was clearly the area they were in right now. In this well-defined region, there was also another large figure, but it was humanoid in shape unlike the other two large figures. Mo Nai pointed to this singular figure and said, "Just as the twins had guessed, we are currently here. What we require of you is to help us claim these other two territories. These two figures are the other holy ones." It seemed like even if they were enemies, Mo Nai still felt the need to refer to them as holy ones. Yang Su questioned, "Wait. In the first place, why do you need us for this? Both of you are much stronger than us. There is no way for us to beat the other yous." Mo Nai tried to dispel her worries. "This is not about strength. Rather, it is about compatibility. In fact, right now, as things stand, we have lost a lot of our men and territory. We basically see no way to turn this around." Mo further added, "The other pieces of me have gotten stronger. It is unfortunate, but I am not their match. Their influence and power would continue to grow if they devour more of my territory. I don't even know how many other me's they have devoured to get this strong. So, for you two, you do not need to engage with them directly. Your job is to make it easier for me to devour their territories." "How are we supposed to make it easier for you? Why have you not asked my father to help you instead?" Yang Su continued to question. Once Mo Nai heard this, he chuckled. "Even if we wanted to, we dared not. Though at this point, we might not necessarily be enemies, he is too much of a risk to make contact with. As for how you are going to make it easier for us, it is mainly the ability to use purifying light. With it, you would be able to soften up certain areas for us to take over." The twins looked at each other and they both gave a nod. Yang Ji stepped forward to agree to help. "In that case, we'll help out. But, as you know, we actually need these crystals to activate purifying light. Once we run out," Mo Nai shook his head, and frankly stated, "I'm afraid that we would not be able to help you replenish your stockpile when you run out. Over here, we do not have enough materials to even make more powerful black ink clansmen. We certainly do not have such powerful crystals." Yang Ji's eyes narrowed and he was about to say something. However, Yang Su cut in and asked instead, "In that case, will we be allowed to go back to replenish our supplies?" This was the biggest thing on their minds. They needed to gauge how opposed these two were of them heading back home. Mo gave a nod and Mo Nai stated, "In that case, you are free to go back and replenish your supplies." Yang Ji and Yang Su both had loosened their expressions for a moment, as this response was not something that they had expected in a million years. This micro-expression was easily caught on to by Mo Nai as he chuckled and further stated, "Even if I called you hostages before, do you two really expect us to keep you here forever? Yang Kai would definitely come here with a vengeance." Do you think we can afford to face his wrath when our situation is as such where we can run away now? Besides, even if we do nothing, you will come back on your own. Mo Nai smirked, which made the twins further questioned. What do you mean? This time, it was Mo who answered them. He spoke as though this matter was of heavy importance to him. If our side loses in this conflict, and I get devoured, the other two pieces of me will definitely be hostile against the human race. After all, they are the corrupted source pieces, which have lost their sanity. I do not know about the future, but you would be having another enemy in your backyard. If one day, one of them manages to reach the world creation realm, I believe that would spell the start of another major war. A second war with the Black Ink clan. Even if they are corrupted, they are not fools. They will definitely avoid attacking your human race as long as your father is there. However, the moment he is gone, or they get strong enough to contend with him, that would be the start of another war. And, your father will certainly leave one day. 4. This plane is too small for him. He would need to go to the $$ hashtag at. Chapter 6027, Black Ink Pool author, Sullivan Mo's words suddenly became a blur. It was not that Xianxia and Xianxia were unable to hear it. Rather, it just sounded incomprehensible, as though this knowledge was not allowed to be heard by them. Even Mo Nai could not make sense of those words. Meanwhile, Mo just felt as if nothing was off initially. He only noticed what happened after seeing their expressions. He did not even bother to ask them about it, since he did not know what could and could not be said at this point. Nevertheless, such details were not important at the moment. When they reached that stage, where such information could be received, they would eventually find out about what he had said earlier. As though quickly trying to move on from the topic, Mo just directed them, the two of you would need to strengthen yourselves first. Ideally, be strong enough to completely resist my Black Ink strength. Mo Nai, guide them to the Black Ink pool to train. Mo Nai, having sensed Mo was usually sharp in his tone, immediately responded. Yes, Holy One. He turned around and led the children out of the thatched house. The twins looked back, a little reluctant to leave, since they wanted to know more about what had been said. However, from how Mo Nai was urging them to move, they knew better than to remain. Once he made sure they were a distance away, Mo immediately spat out something akin to blood. He could not help but scoff, a warning, huh? Currently, in this settlement, besides Mo Nai was basically the one in command. He was highly respected by everyone in the Black Ink clan. This was not respect that stemmed from just how strong he was. That did play a part, as it was their instinct to do so. However, a large portion of how he was so respected was his intellect and kindness to his fellow clansmen regardless of how weak or strong they were. This was definitely unimaginable before he died. But, this was how he was right now. Such a scene was proven by the excited waving he received from passers-by. In the past, they would have been shaking in fear at a mere sight of him. Waving? That would have been impossible. Groveling or bowing was the most common sight when a royal lord met with beings much weaker than them. In fact, the clansmen's welcome extended even to the twins, which was quite shocking to them. After all, it was the humans who had pushed their kind back to this desolate place. They would have at least expected some hostility from the other party, but that did not seem to be the case. At most, it was fear. Hostility did not seem to exist between them. As the twins walked behind Mo Nai, he asked them. Did this sight shock the two of you? Were you expecting something else? Both children nodded, which sparked Mo Nai to grin. It was definitely not like this in the past. For some reason, our personalities seem to have changed over time. When I think back on it, all that hatred for the living and love for violence seemed to have been truly misplaced. Mo Nai said with a hint of pride. Well, I'm not saying that we do not have such inclinations, but they seem to have lessened by a lot. Now, everyone has basically become something akin to family, unlike before. Why is that the case? Xianxia, curious, could not help but ask. The Holy One had said that this is due to his powers. The blessings and happiness in your world is somehow tied to how potent his Black Ink strength is. When there are large wars, mayhem and grief, his Black Ink strength would become so strong it would become uncontrollable. That's why the Holy One does not act out as rashly as before, Mo Nai continued to explain how Mo's source had been divided into 3,000 pieces, that each piece had different levels of corruption from black ink strength. The current Mo that they had just met was one of the 4 surviving source pieces. The rest had been absorbed by the remaining 3, with little 11 being an outlier. It was unfortunate that the remaining 2 hostile source pieces had completely lost themselves to black ink strength, and were now basically acting on instinct. Yang Ji and Yang Su naturally did not take Mo Nai's words as facts. After all, they were still unaware of the whole situation. Nevertheless, Yang Su was well acquainted with the concept of in every lie, there is some semblance of truth from Mother Rumang. As for Yang Ji, he just plainly did not trust them. Soon, the 3 reached another mountain top, which was in the form of a volcano. What was supposed to be lava was filled with an extremely thick layer of black ink strength fluid. In fact, from what they could see, this seemed to be a reservoir for black ink strength fluid. Mo Nai advised them, "The Holy One has instructed me to just oversee you 2, and pull your 2 back to the shore if necessary. Other than that, you are free to dive as deep as you want. What do you think?" Yang Su asked Yang Ji through her divine sense. "Not like we can run away with him overseeing us. We might as well just train for now." Yang Ji replied, also using his divine sense while giving a nod to Mo Nai. "I'll go in first," Yang Ji said, as he stepped forward and soaked his feet inside. Immediately, he could be seen frozen in place, not moving an inch. There was a grimace on his face, and some beads of sweat. His body could be seen to tense up, as his breathing quickened. Yang Su was on standby, in case anything were to happen. Fortunately, it was a false alarm as Yang Ji could be seen slowly moving forward another step before stopping again. Yang Su stared at her brother for a bit before calling out to him. "Are you okay?" There was no immediate response. It took about a minute or so before he responded. "Yeah. I'm quickly getting used to this. You should come in too." Following him, Yang Su also started to dip her feet inside. Immediately, a rush of emotions hit her. Instead of the images and memories like before, these were pure emotions that seemed to manifest inside of her and outside of her at the same time. She wanted to scream, but she could feel her muscles all tensed up, no longer under her control. She could not tell what facial expression she was making, but it certainly was something she could not consciously control. A second felt like an hour, and a minute felt like an eternity. Screams of pain and shrieks of fear could be heard, if not felt directly. The only difference was that she was still somewhat aware of her surroundings. It was a strange feeling, as she was bordering between lucidity and confusion. For some reason, when she saw her brother seemingly take another step forward, she started to panic. Once a true negative emotion started to well up from within her, it felt as if the dam had broken through and a flood of something corrupting her had gotten in. Fortunately, before that had happened, she heard a familiar voice, "Hey, are you okay?" Soon, a pair of warm hands were tightly embracing her shoulders, giving her the warmth to wake up from this nightmare. "Huh?" When Yang Su regained consciousness, she immediately saw her brother's panicked expression. This made her heart feel warm and those negative feelings dissipated into nothingness. What an interesting pair. Mo Nai could not help but mutter at the sight of these two. Chapter 6028, Insane Progress. Author, Sullivan. It should be said that even for those of the Black Ink clan, black ink strength fluid was too potent for those that were too weak. One had to be a feudal lord and above to remain completely unaffected by this potent black ink strength fluid. Nevertheless, human children, who were below the 7th order, were able to withstand black ink strength fluid to this degree. Furthermore, their resistance was improving at a visible rate. This was no longer about talent. These two were practically monstrosities, oddities that the world did not seem to have accounted for. When Mo Nai thought of how these two were the product of his greatest nemesis, oddly, he felt satisfied. Still, he had to admit, the pace at which they were getting used to this concentrated black ink strength was shocking. In less than an hour, they were fine with their waist soaked in the fluid. From an outsider's perspective, what they did seemed easy and fast. However, they were always pushing themselves to the point where time was just a concept for them. In fact, the only reason why they could push so fast was because the warmth of each other's touch reminded them that they were not alone. For Yang Ji, He admits that he felt inferior when compared to his father, who had accomplished so many great feats. He naturally doubts if he would ever measure up to his father. Even his little sister, he knew he was not as brilliant as her. Yet, could he ever bring himself to hate them? Could he truly blame them for what he lacked? When he did not move forward and got devoured by such emotions, it would be his sister's tug that reminded him that they were still progressing. That they still have a long journey ahead of them. As for Xianxia, her worries were different from her brother's. She was worried that she would get left behind. In terms of talent, she knew that her brother got her beat. She would have to work harder to catch up with him. She was also worried he would leave her eventually once they grew older and he had fallen for someone else. When she got stuck with such worries, her brother's warmth reminded her of how he was always by her side. When he tugged, she had to move forward to keep up. Maybe it was just their own experience, but there was a tendency for black ink strength to enforce feelings of isolation, then hatred and violence. Their own presence helped each other get over the feeling of isolation. If one had someone else in this world who truly loved them, could they truly hate this world? In fact, maybe due to their young age and lack of experience, those dark moments were few. Hardship, everyone had gone through them, but they were truly blessed children of heaven. They were born to an amazing family, with practically a golden spoon in their mouth. They had no right to complain about their place in life, and knew better. Those rush of negative emotions lessened over time. Those screams of agony and voices of hatred, they were accepted and ignored. Each step was a new and more intense wave of such emotions. However, over time, they got used to it. In fact, over time, they grew ever more grateful for what they have. Eventually, they managed to get deep enough till their neck. At this point, something surprising happened. Without waiting for them to go any deeper, Xianxia had flown right above them. Due to the twins completely concentrating on resisting black ink strength, his sudden physical touch made them jump. Nevertheless, Xianxia quickly pulled them out and returned back to shore. At this point, the twins were confused as to what was happening. For all that they knew, everything had been going well. Just a bit more and they would have been completely immersed inside black ink strength. It was Xianxia's next words that made them reflect. Why did you two rush in so quickly? Do you two think you will be able to handle it if black ink strength fluid enters your orifices? Though I said that you can dive as deep as you want, you have to condition yourselves more before that. In fact, Xianxia had to admit that he was the one who had made a mistake. He had not expected the twins to have actually gone so deep on their first day. He had anticipated them to reach that depth in a few months, not in a single day. At a certain point, other than being happy that they were progressing so quickly, he got worried. These two have not even used their chi to protect themselves. They had allowed the black ink strength to directly make contact with them. Even if they have cultivation equivalent to the Tao source realm and did not need to breathe, there was no guarantee that the black ink strength fluid would not enter their lips. Black ink strength inside one's body would manifest differently. It would be far more potent. Worse, once inside the body, it would be impossible to take out. The twins would have to wait until their natural bodily functions flushed the material out. At that point, if they could not resist it, there was nothing he could do. Then, what are we supposed to do? We've already gotten that far. Xianxia asked. Technically, he and his sister knew the answer but hoped it would not come to it. We don't have much of a choice. At this point, you have to get used to digesting black ink strength to proceed. Xianxia answered, which made the twins squeamish. Do we really need to? At this point, Xianxia looked at her brother, as though asking for help. Her big round eyes were now the sizes of plates as though begging to be excused. Xianxia had a multitude of curses in his mind, curses that were not vulgarities of course. He put out a strong front and calmly gave Xianxia a response. I'll take it first. If anything happens, my sister will be able to help me. Xianxia gave a solemn nod. If Xianxia had not proposed this, he would have. After all, unlike black ink strength being stuck on them externally, he could not really do much if it was stuck inside their bodies. The best way to resolve it was definitely purifying light, something only the twins could unleash. Xianxia took a deep breath and moved back to the pool. This time, he did not let his feet touch the shore. He bent down and took 2 handfuls of black ink strength fluid. Due to his newfound resistance, he did not feel anything strange, even when in contact with black ink strength fluid. He found it a little ironic, damn it. I can't even feel anything at this point yet I have to push myself to consume you. When Yang Ji brought it to his face, he instinctively took a sniff. Fortunately, the liquid did not smell bad. It was just incredibly viscous, like slime. It was also cool to the touch. Strangely, the more he thought about it, the more he realized they should not exactly be disgusted by it. After all, he and his sister both had food personally made by Mother Shanqing Luo. It was not an exaggeration to say that the experience itself was equivalent to a tribulation. This made him even more fearful. After all, that would mean this disgust and fear was without reason. When that happens, it would have to be attributed to his instincts. At his cultivation level, which was equivalent to the Tao Source realm, he could basically always trust his instincts. If he felt such unease, that would mean this act of consuming black ink strength fluid was dangerous to him. Thankfully, his sister was here. He was confident she would be able to save him if anything happened. Thus, he placed his faith in her and took a big gulp. Wait. Why are you taking in so much at once? Yang Su chided him. If anything, they knew that they should start slow. Why are you being so reckless? Yang Ji's face immediately had a grimace. However, at this point, he felt his mouth could no longer form words. Thus, he just forced out a smile and gave a thumbs up. Soon enough, his body seemed to have lost strength and he fell limp. Thankfully, Mo Nai was quick to act. He had already placed his arm under Yang Ji's chest and caught him. He pulled Yang Ji further away from the shore and let him rest. Right now, there was essentially nothing he could do for him. This was going to be an internal battle. For Yang Ji. All he could do was to stand by the child's side and ask for Yang Su's help if needed. But, was that even necessary? Yang Su was quick to rush to Yang Ji's side. She clasped his hand with both of hers and sat cross-legged. She immediately went on to use her qi and divine sense to check on his condition. Inside, she found that black ink strength had already started flowing inside his meridians. It was being resisted by his qi, but any contact made was met with brutal damage. If this continues, his meridians are going to be crippled. Yang Su worriedly screamed in her heart and tried to use her qi to help him. However, that was when Mo Nai spoke up. What are you doing? Don't panic. I would not have said anything if you were just going to monitor his condition. But, interfering with this process using qi? Are you trying to make his condition worse? Yang Su immediately stopped. Her hands were frozen. She turned to Mo Nai, with an expression that questioned what she should do now. Not to worry. Just wait and see for now. If it gets too dire, I'll tell you. Use purifying light on him if that happens. Also, make sure that when you use purifying light, you only focus it on him. Else, this whole mountain might have another crater. Mo Nai tried to calm her down by slowly instructing each step. It would be no joke if there was an explosion of purifying light. Since they were by a mountain, an explosion here would literally take out the ground underneath them, and cause the whole pool to spill downstream. He did not even want to consider the devastation that would cause if the Holy One does not act to prevent the worst from happening. As for Yang Ji, he was oblivious to what was happening around him. The pain he was experiencing had basically overcome all other sensations. He could feel his blood vessels screaming as they got torn and rebuilt over and over again. Even his meridians were being torn and healed each second. He was only able to keep this up due to his extremely unique and pure phoenix bloodline. If not for this, he would have most likely been overwhelmed by the black ink strength. Still, the rampaging black ink strength was unyielding. In fact, even when his qi was resisting the black ink strength, and their tussle injured him, Yang Ji could feel the black ink strength in his body not decreasing. What is going on? Why is it not weakening at all? Yang Ji cursed as he sought to find a way to resist the black ink strength with all his might. Unfortunately, any resistance was met with agonizing pain. His teeth were already clenched so hard that his jugulars were protruding, and only muffled roars could be heard. Yet, with all this sacrifice, nothing was being yielded. Yang Ji could feel his body breaking down, but he did not know what else to do. The more he tried to force the black ink strength out, the more he tried to repel it, or hinder it, the worse his situation got. At this moment, he was ready to tap out. To ask his sister to save him. However, he soon thought of a possibility. An insane one, which he would never dare try. One he could only do because he had complete faith that no matter what happens, Xianxia would be able to save him. With whatever remained of his consciousness, he sent Xianxia a message through his divine sense. When the girl first heard of it, she immediately wanted to slap her brother to his senses. However, unable to bear harming him, worse, unable to bear causing this situation to be worse, she relented to his idea. Still, she did not plan to stand by idly while he was going to do something so reckless. Xianxia immediately turned to Amonai and said, "Take us away, where purifying light would not cause much harm. I believe you are able to move the environment, right?" Amonai could tell that Xianxia requested this not due to panic, but rational thought. So, he agreed and stated, "That is certainly the best course of action. But, I do not wish to claim credit for providing assistance I cannot do. It is not me that is capable of moving the terrain, but the Holy One." Xianxia wanted to snap back, as if that was important. However, seeing how Amonai immediately took out what seemed to be a small black ink clansman's house, she just turned back to focus on her brother. It only took a moment before the ground beneath them started to tremble, and Amonai kept the black ink nest. In fact, trembling might be too strong a word to describe what the ground was doing. A shake was more apartment. The ground beneath them seemed to have gently disconnected from the rest of the mountain, as it floated higher up into the boundless sky. Once it was high enough, Amonai said, "This is far enough for you to do whatever you want without any restraints." Naturally, Amonai was under the assumption that Xianxia would already be using purifying light on Xiangji. So, what she did next confused him. Xianxia took out an array plate from her space ring and injected some qi into it. Using her divine sense to direct the array plate, it activated to form a small protective array around her and her brother. Once the array had settled, that was the thing that Amonai was confused about. Xianxia did nothing but wait and looked at her brother. "It's up. You can do what you wish. I'll make sure you are safe." Xianxia grabbed onto Yangji's hand with both of hers. Between their palms were two already prepared blue and yellow crystals. It was only once everything was ready that she spoke using her divine sense. "Here goes nothing." Yangji tried to force out a smile, but he initially failed to do so. It was only after a moment where his facial expression changed to reflect what he wanted to show. The big gamble he wanted to take was letting the black ink strength course through his entire body with absolutely no resistance. Naturally, he would not have done this without a reason. After resisting the black ink strength inside of him for so long, and seeing no result was being yielded, he almost saw no possibility in them overcoming this trial. This was not a matter of not trying hard enough. It was truly impossible for him to overcome this trial by resisting black ink strength. The other option was to push the black ink strength out of his system. However, if resistance was already this hard, it would be unimaginable for them to remove the black ink strength from their system with their own strength. In fact, the easier option to remove black ink strength from their body was to use purifying light. However, the main goal of this trial was to increase resistance against black ink strength, whereby it would not be able to affect them any longer. Using purifying light would not help them in this regard. Now, the last thing Yangji believed he could do was actually let the black ink strength course through him without resisting. This decision was not without its own consequences. Still, Yangji believes it was better for him to go through this first than have Xianxia blindly go through this. Once Yangji's qi stopped resisting, the black ink strength was quick to immediately rush through all paths. They traveled through his meridians and blood vessels, quickly reaching his heart and dantian. When it reached his heart, Yangji could feel his emotions shifting. His emotions stirred in the primal sense, whereby he had no logical control over them. Unaccountable hatred, unaccountable violence, unaccountable jealousy, such emotions rushed through him. At this point, the feeling was not one of corruption. It felt as though these feelings were always there, just hidden and brought up. The interesting thing was when the black ink strength reached his dantian. Yangji initially expected his dantian to be corrupted, like what happened to black ink disciples. Black ink disciples were humans that were corrupted by black ink strength. It was said that they would become stronger after accepting black ink strength, able to surpass the limit of the open heaven realm. Heaven was fair though. There was still a cost to this power. Their bodies would deform, and they were akin to slaves to the Black Ink clan. Once they became Black Ink disciples, it was said that they could only wield Black Ink strength and not Qi. For Yang Ji, he naturally expected himself to turn into a Black Ink disciple, and have his Qi corrupted and replaced by Black Ink strength. However, that did not happen. Instead, the Black Ink strength seems to concentrate in his dantian, as another sphere. It did not try to interact with the revolving Qi in his dantian. In fact, it seemed to be actively avoiding making contact. This strange phenomenon continued, and all the Black Ink strength circulating in his body, even his heart, all ended up in his dantian and settled there. What's going on? Both Yang Ji and Yang Su questioned what was happening. Although Yang Su did not explore Yang Ji's dantian, she could still sense the Black Ink strength in his body all being directed there. She was already prepared to unleash a whole blast of purifying light, only to see that the situation had settled. The one most perplexed by this was naturally none other than Yang Ji. He was the one who could keenly feel the changes in his body. If he were to describe it, it was as though all the Black Ink strength wanted to do was to settle in his dantian. It only got aggressive because Yang Ji was intentionally making it hard to reach its desired destination. Once it found its home, the Black Ink strength seemed to become inert. It was as though it did not want to move. Curious, Yang Ji began to experiment with it. He circulated and manipulated his Qi to start bombarding the balled-up clump of Black Ink strength, but it did nothing. He tried to use his Qi, and focused it to form a sharp edge, to slice the ball apart. However, all that happened was the Black Ink strength split and reformed back to its original shape. What the? Yang Ji was even more confused as to why this was happening. It doesn't seem like it has a mind of its own. It also does not react to my Qi. Yang Ji could sense that this thing in his body would not harm him. However, having it there was unnerving, since he did not know what would happen if he left it unattended. Okay. Let's try to remove it now. I can continue experimenting whenever I want to if I can find a way to expel it from my body. Yang Ji concluded and tried to use his Qi to form hands to try and knead the ball of Black Ink strength. Unfortunately, even though it was like a dough-like substance, it would always return back to its original form, which was far too big for it to fit through his meridians. Are you serious? Yang Ji cursed in his heart and tried even more methods. He tried to slice it into smaller bits, pinch a bit off, roll it and etc. Unfortunately, none of these worked. It felt as if the Black Ink strength was going to be stuck there. After each failed attempt, Yang Ji became ever more frustrated. He even contemplated asking his sister to use purifying light on him. However, the idea of failure to overcome this made him reluctant to do so. That was when his sister's voice entered this mind. Brother, is everything okay? Even with his pride, Yang Ji did not wish to hide anything from her. First, to show that everything was fine, he opened his eyes, only to meet hers. They were slightly red, maybe signs of her tearing up. Regardless, Yang Ji did not find it appropriate to bring it up and just sat up before telling her what had happened. After recounting what Yang Ji had tried, Yang Su was curious as she turned her head to Imo Nai and asked, "What's going on? Why is it stuck inside of him?" Imo Nai was also perplexed by this. It was well known that Black Ink strength would corrupt living beings. In fact, even non-living objects could get corrupted by Black Ink strength. If anything, all that was on the other side of the profound source gate could get corrupted by Black Ink strength. This was the first time someone was not getting corrupted by it. Imo Nai could only speculate the reason, without much basis for it. This is something that even I cannot provide an answer for. But, I might have some guesses of my own. Maybe it has something to do with how you two are children of Young Kai, someone who has surpassed the known limits of this world. Imo Nai paused for a bit and continued to try and further deduce the reason. Both of you, though affected by Black Ink strength, cannot be truly corrupted by it. Maybe, just like how the principles of this world are vastly different from yours, your bodies operate with different principles? But, we still get affected by Black Ink strength, and feel its effects. Yang Ji stated, recalling how when the Black Ink strength reached his heart, he felt a surge of dark emotions. You might feel it, but it has never corrupted you, right? I don't exactly know what you have experienced, but from how I see it, whatever you've experienced is fleeting. If I were to give an analogy, it is like the alcohol I once drank with your father. I can keep it in my mouth, but the taste of it would eventually weaken, so I would need another cup. Monai said his true feelings as an onlooker. To him, it was shocking enough for two kids, who had not even reached the open heaven realm, to be dealing with black ink strength directly. Furthermore, it was not normal black ink strength, but black ink strength fluid, which was of an even more concentrated form. This whole topic made Xianxia even more curious about something more fundamental. Something he had never doubted before. No, something he had thought he already understood. If that's the case, what is black ink strength supposed to be? In fact, for a large part of this adventure of theirs, even for Xianxia and the 3,000 worlds, what did they truly understand about black ink strength? How was this world related to theirs, and why did the profound source gate exist? There were so many unanswered questions which he now had, questions which he had just assumed he had answers to, since others had told him about it. So now, with this one doubt, a myriad of questions, which might overturn their whole understanding of Mo and everything they knew, had been unleashed. Xianxia, more concerned about her brother's well-being, quickly urged him, "That isn't important right now. We need to get it out of you." Xianxia quickly shook his head to refute her. "No, this is the perfect opportunity to test things out. If not me, then it would be you." Xianxia gently tapped on her hand to comfort her as he continued, "Besides, what I said earlier still stands. I don't think I'll get corrupted by it, so it is fine to leave it in my dantian for now. The most pressing issue is to find out its true origins." Xianxia turned his head towards Monai, expecting him to already have an answer. However, even Monai was pondering over this, with uncertainty in his eyes. In fact, the Black Ink clan had never really questioned much about their source of strength, their source of birth. After all, they all just regarded this as the substance created by the Holy One. Thus, it was a blessing for them, and a curse for the others that went against them. It gave them life, gave them power, and helped them communicate. Was there another substance like this in the world on the other side of the profound source gate? When Monai actually considered it, black ink strength really seemed like a miraculous power. Though he produced it over time, his was definitely not as potent as that of the Holy One. In fact, only the Holy One could create innate royal lords directly, even black ink giant spirit gods. So far, Monai had only thought of the Holy One's black ink strength as something unique, and unparalleled in power. He had never questioned its existence. So, when Xianxia asked him this question, he was truly stumped. He did not know how to answer it. While he was contemplating, Xianxia and Xianxia were both looking at him, questioningly. It made things awkward for him, and Monai felt pressured to at least say something. Nevertheless, he did not hide how he too was uncertain. Black ink strength is the blessing from the Holy One. We of the Black Ink clan are beings of it. That is all that we know about it. We have never really questioned it, since questioning it might seem as though we are questioning the Holy One's blessing. Xianxia immediately sent Xianxia a message through his divine sense, "That just means you know nothing as well." Though both twins felt the same, they did not show it on their faces. After all, Monai could be considered their senior. Even if he was their father's enemy in the past, this Black Ink clansman still showed immense respect for their father. The least they could do was help him save some face at moments like these. Xianxia just nodded his head and continued to ask, "In that case, how do you control black ink strength?" Xianxia figured if he could not uncover the truth about black ink strength, he might as well try to control the black ink strength clumped-up ball inside of him for now. At the very least, be able to get it out of him at will, if possible. Monai lifted his right hand, and black ink strength flowed out of it, encasing his hand as though it was in flowing flames. Soon, he applied more force and the black ink strength flame suddenly erupted to be hundreds of meters high, causing even Xianxia and Xianxia to shield themselves. Thankfully, there was still the array surrounding the children. So, the impact was not really felt. Monai, having seemingly known no harm would be brought to them, just explained, "I just willed it as such and the black ink strength within me just moves as I willed it to. There is nothing really complicated about it." Then, what about territory lords? What difference does their cultivation realm bring? Also, why are royal lords stronger than territory lords? Yang Ji expressed his question very quickly after lowering his arm. The potency of our black ink strength is certainly one main difference. Our ability to control black ink strength is also different. Mo Nai thought back on the difference between when he was a territory lord and a royal lord. There must be more to it, no? We humans need to circulate our qi out of our dantian to actually make use of the qi stored inside of us. What about you black ink clansmen? Yang Su could not help but ask. Even though she was worried about her brother, when he got like this, she knew he would be too stubborn to change his mind. Thus, she could only join in and try to help him quickly solve this mystery. We too have veins in our body that had black blood flowing in them. Same with meridians and a dantian. In this regard, we are not too different from you humans. In terms of utilizing black ink strength, I do not believe it is that different from how your kind does it with qi. Just let it flow out of your body and it can be used. Mo Nai stated as matter-of-factly. That statement was not wrong, since humans too could manipulate their qi at will once they reached a high enough cultivation realm. However, humans needed to practice using cultivation techniques first before they could reach such a stage. It was only once they truly got familiar with their qi and got familiar with how to control it, that it would move as they willed it to. This seemed completely different from how the black ink clansmen did it, in which they seemed capable of manipulating black ink strength at birth. Proof of this was how the black ink clan had innate territory lords and innate royal lords basically knew how to control black ink strength at birth. Meanwhile, humans need to learn and improve step by step. Even divine beasts needed time to grow and learn how to use their bloodline. After hearing everything, Yang Ji and Yang Su felt as though they were at an impasse. If black ink strength was only something a black ink clansman could manipulate, then nothing else could be done. However, when they seemed about to give up, Mo Nai added, "Now, I do wonder what it is like for black ink disciples. They can grow stronger with black ink strength, just like acquired royal lords. Sullivan, damn it. This is taking too long. I have so much I want to write but, due to word constraints, I'm cutting it short and splitting it into so many chapters. Arg. This is frustrating. I need to really find the time to sit down and write longer chapters so that we can move on to more exciting parts instead of lore." Black ink disciples. Both Yang Ji and Yang Su looked at each other. They had obviously forgotten about the key existence of those that had fully gotten corrupted by black ink strength. Still, from what they knew, those that had turned into black ink disciples were doomed. From what their father and their tutors had said, black ink disciples could no longer be regarded as the same people as when they were alive. One could even call them moving corpses. Naturally, what they had heard most about was their father's heroic action to end a ninth order black ink disciple when he was only in the seventh order. Apparently, it was the first one of its kind, and was a testament to the potential of black ink strength. Mo Nai continued, "One thing I know for certain is that for black ink strength, the source is the master and those beneath are slaves. The Holy One is the one who blessed us, so he is our master. As for black ink disciples, we are the ones who blessed them so we are the masters." Yang Ji gave a nod, and asked Yang Su, "Don't you think it is strange?" Yang Su tilted her head, not sure what her brother was referring to. How is it that even after getting corrupted, black ink disciples are still as capable as when they were alive? Rather than get corrupted, it is more like they get possessed, no? Yang Ji stated. Yang Su nodded and stated something she recalled, they seem to still possess their mastery of certain daos. I recall father saying how some of them could still manage to fix up arrays at one point. Mo Nai gave a firm nod as he recalled those times as well. They were certainly useful. Their potential has certainly been wasted for countless years because my people are too foolish in their approach in handling them. Mo Nai soon thought back on one issue, but it was a problem that you humans purifying light could turn them back to your side. Granted, they must be black ink disciples that had not broken through their cultivation realm. Else, they would be reduced to dust. If they can have breakthroughs, that must mean they cultivate, right? How do they normally cultivate? Yang Ji immediately went to the crux of the issue. They cultivate inside a royal lord black ink nest. That's the only way they are able to make a breakthrough. Mo Nai recalled what happened in the past and explained. Oh? Yang Ji and Yang Su both exclaimed, and Yang Ji was the first to ask, "Do you have a royal lord black ink nest we could use?" Mo Nai hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Ah. Then let's go." Yang Ji immediately stood up and helped his sister to get up. He was so confident that he also quickly took down the array surrounding them. Sensing how his sister was still worried with her hand tightly clenching around his, he gave her a comforting pat on the back of her hand. Mo Nai sighed, and led the way. He took out the miniature black ink nest again, and the whole platform started to tremble. Before it started to really move. Mo Nai prefaced with this, "You best not destroy anything there, understand?" Yang Su was the first to respond, "Of course." Though she said that, she was already prepared to do anything if her brother was in any danger. Mo Nai could feel his heartbeat quicken as he heard those words. It certainly did not sound as reassuring as he had hoped. In fact, it might have been better if he had not asked. Still, the ride was quick and they reached soon enough. It was on another side of the mountain, somewhere more tranquil. The flora around this side was more dense, with multiple fields. There were also occasional trees that stood out, making this place ever more serene. In terms of water, a small stream flowed down from the top. In terms of houses, there was a certain lack of them as only a few black ink nests could be seen. However, there was one that stood out from the rest. Or more, there was a pair that stood out more than the rest. This pair of black ink nests were not of equal stature. One was obviously far bigger than the other, and more intricate. Even so, they were placed together so closely that it was unmistakable that this was its intent. Furthermore, the area around was fenced up, showcasing how private those that live here must be. Still, only those perceptive enough would take note of the undertone of this. Yang Ji was sadly not one of them. Instead, it was his sister who noticed, and she even had a grin on her face. Yang Ji just thought that they placed those two black ink nests really close. Mo Nai naturally noticed Yang Su's reaction and just kept silent. The platform got close to the pair of houses and just stopped there. "Alright, we are here," Mo Nai declared in a softer tone. "N." Yang Ji just gave a nod, while Yang Su giggled a little. Yang Su helped Yang Ji fly down, not wanting him to exert too much with the black ink strength still inside his body. As for Yang Ji, though he felt this was unnecessary, he still allowed her to do it. After all, receiving care from those concerned was one way to alleviate those feelings. Mo Nai naturally led them to the bigger black ink nest. It was only once inside, and once he closed the entrance, that he started speaking. "This is my house. It is a royal lord black ink nest. Probably the only one that is usable for you too." He was certainly not lying. Though there were other royal lords, they certainly would not allow humans to enter their abode, which could also be considered their lifeline. One was their dislike of the other race, and the other was the risk of purifying light being released. Furthermore, these royal lords typically had tasks to do and were not that easily contactable. The twins just gave a nod of acknowledgement to his words, as they busily looked around. This black ink nest was certainly much bigger than the others. However, it was not that big in Yang Ji and Yang Su's eyes. Though, to be fair, they had mostly lived their life in something akin to a palace. There were multiple rooms inside, with the typical furniture in each room. There was the typical kitchen, living room, bedroom, storeroom, and cultivation room. There were also a few other rooms, which they did not really know the purpose of. However, sensing how uneasy Mo Nai was feeling, they did not want to probe too much. The rooms were all quite neat and tidy, as though someone had specifically set out to clean the place. This gave Yang Ji a good impression of Mo Nai, while Yang Su had other thoughts. Mo Nai, not wanting the kids to overstay their welcome, quickly directed them to the cultivation room. "You can try and cultivate using that room. So, do stop wandering about." Yang Ji, the most eager, was the first to rush into the cultivation room. As for Yang Su, she just followed with their hands tightly clasped together. Though, she did not forget to give Mo Nai a thumbs up before closing the cultivation room door. Mo Nai sighed at the sight of him. He wanted to leave them for now, but could not do so since he was tasked to take care of them. "Hey, why did you close the door? We need him in here," Yang Ji turned around to ask once he heard a thud behind him. If he's in here, then he would stop whatever we do if it risks destroying his home. Xianxia said as she already took out the array plate and started setting up the array around them. He would still be helpful if we have any questions. Yang Ji shrugged and just allowed her to continue, without bothering to open the door. Maybe. Xianxia replied, thinking back on how most questions they had were still left unanswered. She did not believe Mo Nai was hiding anything from them, rather, it was the case where he truly did not know. Xianxia was not the only one that felt that way, Yang Ji was the same. So, they just continued to explore the cultivation room with interest. Except for the few large indents on the walls, big enough to fit a child, there was not much else in the room. The most prominent structure was the protrusion in the middle. If the twins were to describe it, they would say that it was akin to a cauldron with its lower half completely attached to the floor. I think this is the thing. Yang Ji pointed to the cauldron and added, I remember father saying that the Black Ink clan had something, where they pour in resources to create more of their kind. But, since he calls this the cultivation room, and seeing how they lack natural resources here, I guess they don't need materials to cultivate? Why not just try interacting with it while you try and cultivate? Xianxia suggested. Yang Ji gave a nod and moved directly in front of the cauldron. He sat down cross-legged and started to pour his divine sense into it. However, once he did, it felt as if his soul was taken away from his body. By the time he regained his bearing, he was already in another space. It was dark, but not as eerie as he had expected. In fact, he felt the presence of others, but did not see them. So, this is what they call Black Ink space? Yang Ji looked around to find if there was anything else of interest here. However, there was really nothing else here. It was just an empty space that seemed to be in the shape of a sphere. The Black Ink space was an independent space which Black Ink nests could connect to. Each Black Ink nest had its own space, and each Black Ink nest were connected to one another through their parent nest. They were so connected that Yang Ji could feel the presence of others, in their own space, without them even entering his space. Naturally, this was amazing for instant communications that crossed the boundaries of space. Furthermore, since each Black Ink nest had their own space, there was a certain level of privacy for their conversations. Yang Ji wondered for a moment on what to do next, but it did not take too long until he elicited the notice of someone. You're finally here. A familiar voice rang out, as one part of the surrounding walls condensed to form a small figure. Mo? Yang Ji asked, a little taken aback. After all, the form Mo chose to take was completely identical to his Uncle 11. The little boy gave a nod to Yang Ji and he waved his hand. Immediately, the floor had changed. The flat ground formed two bumps, which soon formed into mats. Mo waved his hand to indicate Yang Ji to sit, as he took his own. Yang Ji nodded obediently and sat down cross-legged. He wanted to open his mouth but Mo stuck his hand out first and addressed his concerns. No need to ask again. I already know what you are curious about. But, I cannot answer everything right now. For now, just focus on your main goal. Focus on how to control the Black Ink strength within you. Close your eyes. Yang Ji still wanted to ask more, but seeing how Mo was moving on to instructing already, he had no choice but to just follow along. He closed his eyes and started to sense himself. Strangely, even when his soul was in this Black Ink space, he could still feel the Black Ink strength within his body. Typically, when one's soul was temporarily outside of one's body, they would be in a vulnerable state. So, it was strange how he could not feel his actual body but could feel the Black Ink strength inside of him. Mo soon started to explain, Black Ink strength is my or rather our entire existence. We are the embodiments of its existence. It is just as much a part of us as we are a part of it. There was a melancholic look in his eyes as he said that. Nevertheless, Yang Ji did not notice since his eyes were closed and he was focusing on the Black Ink strength within him, waiting for the next set of instructions. To control Black Ink strength is to be a part of it, and for it to be a part of you. This need not mean corrupting yourself to it. Rather, it is to claim a part of it as your own. Mo said as his hand widened and Yang Ji immediately felt the Black Ink strength within him started to squirm. Just like Mo's hand, the Black Ink strength inside of Yang Ji also expanded out. This portion of Black Ink strength could still be considered a part of me. It not having an effect on you is a surprise in and of itself, and it is the greatest blessing you have. Mo said with a little envy in his voice. I will detach this portion from myself. At the same time, you are to refine it. With a single thought, the connection was severed and the black ink strength within Xianxia suddenly collapsed. It no longer held up its form, as though it was a lump of clay that just sat there. Xianxia could feel that the black ink strength clump was no longer as resistive as before. Using his divine sense, he could now slice it apart without it changing its shape back. He played with it for a while, and was awaiting for the next set of instructions, but Mo never spoke up. When he opened his eyes to check, he was no longer there. The space looked the exact same as before, but Mo has just disappeared. Mo? Are you there? He asked, but there was no response. In fact, he could not feel any presence, not of Mo or of any others. It was as though he had been isolated from the rest. Wait. Are you seriously just going to leave me here to deal with it on my own now? Xianxia could not help but complain. Still, it was only a brief moment of frustration. He was sharp enough to pick up on the things Mo had said. Fine. I'll solve it myself. Xianxia sighed. Xianxia thought back on the key things Mo had personally said. Namely, that to control black ink strength is to be a part of it, and for it to be a part of him. Though it sounded like sophistry, Xianxia believes there was more to this than meets the eye. For cultivators, the normal course of making an object part of the person was to leave behind their soul imprint. After all, that was what they did for most artifacts. Artifacts were connected to a person when they have a soul imprint on them, and wiping out the soul imprint would render the artifact free for anyone to take over. Naturally, that was the first thought Xianxia had come to. So, he closed his eyes and tried to refine the black ink strength blob using his spiritual energy, trying to form a connection to it, and place his soul imprint on it. However, just as he was about to start, he sensed a disturbance in the black ink space. Wondering if Mo had felt guilty about leaving him on his own, he opened his eyes. However, the figure that appeared was not the person he was hoping for. In fact, he began to panic. What are you doing here? Xianxia could not help but question. After all, the person who appeared was the one who was supposed to stay outside of this black ink space and make sure he did not get corrupted. Xianxia, who had suddenly appeared here, found it difficult to calmly explain with her brother so stimulated and panicked. Seeing how he had scared her, Xianxia quickly apologized. Sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. It's fine. Xianxia also quickly shook her head in understanding and continued to explain. Mo told me to get in here. He said that you would need my help in refining the black ink strength. And you just believed him? Xianxia found it doubtful she would leave her post when his life was at risk. After all, if there was one thing he knew, out of everyone in the world, she was always the one who was most concerned about him. Even their biological mother, Su Yan, was not comparable to her. Of course not. He made another Tao oath that we would be safe and you would not get corrupted regardless of what you did. I mean, if he has gone so far, wouldn't you believe him? Also, he said if I did not help you with it, you would not be able to accomplish anything. Xianxia sighed a little. She truly would have preferred to ensure her brother's safety, but if no result yielded, then they would be stuck here for who knows how long. Weighing the options, she might as well do as Mo had asked. Wait, why would I need you here with me? Did Mo explain why? Xianxia was confused. After all, why would he need another person to help him refine something? Did this mean my initial guess was wrong? Xianxia shook her head, I'm not too sure. He did not explain much to me. In fact, after what seemed to be sealing us off inside the cultivation room, he was in a rush to leave. He sealed us outside as well? Xianxia asked, seeking confirmation. Yeah. Did he seal off this place as well? Or, was it always like this? Xianxia looked around and tried to sense the surroundings. However, there seemed to be an impenetrable wall around them, one which seemed to isolate them from the world. This was strange. From what she knew, within the black ink space, they should be able to connect to other black ink clansmen who were also within the black ink space. Xianxia scratched his head in frustration, and he just began to explain everything that had happened on his side so far. Once everything was made clear, Xianxia also began to ponder. If it requires the both of us, then maybe it has something to do with our cultivation technique? The twins cultivated using the same cultivation technique. This was not an ordinary cultivation technique and could only be used by the two. Typically, for dragons and phoenixes, they would cultivate using a cultivation technique from their bloodline inheritance. They would need to focus on refining their bloodline to make it more pure. However, for the twins, it was slightly different. Their bloodlines were already extremely pure. In fact, it was doubtful if it could get any purer. Furthermore, in terms of bloodline inheritance, they had none. At least, not from the usual way divine spirits get their bloodline inheritance, which was knowledge directly entering their minds, seeming from a distant memory, over time. Their cultivation technique was more like an instinct, one which they had known seemingly from birth. It was only refined with Shi's help. What they had was technically a dual cultivation technique, similar to what the Hu sisters, Hu Meier and Hu Jiaoer, had learnt. However, it was different in the fact that this cultivation technique was meant for them, and them alone. After all, they were a rare breed of twins, that were both of opposite genders, that were both of different divine spirits, with parents who stood at the apex of the two strongest divine spirit clans. It was only natural that what they had was vastly different. It was such that their heaven-earth symmetry cultivation technique was born. It was questionable if the connection they were born with got stronger with this cultivation technique. Nevertheless, this was the cultivation technique that made them very different from the rest, different from even their half-brothers and sisters. It enabled them to even share mastery of the different daos and seemed to have connected their cultivation together. In other words, if one of them break through in their cultivation realm, the other would also break through. If one had been enlightened, the other would also be enlightened. This was something strange and unique about them, something which the twins took pride in, especially Xianxia. This uniqueness was why her first thought was their cultivation technique. Seeing as to how he could not think of anything else, Yangji could only agree with her conclusion. Then, I guess we should try it. He immediately took the lead by sitting down cross-legged and pushing out his hands. Xianxia, having done this countless times by now, also did the same. She sat directly opposite of her brother, faced him, and also pushed her hands out to meet his. Once their palms connected, they immediately started to circulate their spiritual energy. Typically, it would be their qi and spiritual energy, but in the black ink space, they could only circulate spiritual energy. Their spiritual energy flowed out from their souls, and connected to one another through their hands. There was no conflict whatsoever. Even when their spiritual energies were clearly different, with opposing characteristics, when it was these two together, whatever they did was always in harmony. In fact, their spiritual energy would even go into the other party's soul body without resistance. This was something unheard of. Since, for others, this would mean allowing the other party to die their soul, essentially corrupting it. However, for the twins this was not an issue. It was normal for them. In fact, when Xianxia's spiritual energy entered her brother, it had basically completely transformed to be his. At the same time, whatever he sent to her had become hers. Even if they were completely different types of spiritual energies, both could make use of the other's spiritual energy. At the same time, their thoughts were also transmitted to each other instantly, as though they were talking normally. It was as though time was immaterial. A full conversation between them could have taken place without 1 second passing. In fact, even feelings and emotions could be transmitted, but they tend to not wish to go that far. For now, Yangji was just sharing the sensation of how he felt with the black ink strength in his body. The moment all was exposed, the 5 senses, spiritual energy, and even control, something mysterious happened. As though in a world of their own, all their senses became linked. Though they were technically only connected through their soul in the black ink space, that no longer seemed to matter. Their bodies were in perfect balance, where one could control the other. In fact, Xianxia could control and move Yangji's qi, and Yangji could do the same for the qi in her body. This should have been impossible. After all, one's qi was related to one's own power, one's own cultivation. Being able to control another person's qi was no different from being able to control the other's life. In fact, why was qi deviation so feared? Because it could end a cultivator's life. Returning back could be considered a miracle, losing one's cultivation could be said to be a last resort, and death could be said to be expected. When someone else could control one's qi, was this not equivalent to experiencing qi deviation? Yet, the twins could do so at ease as though qi deviation was never a concern for them. Such a feat would have shocked Mo if he was present. This was definitely outside of his expectations. No living being in existence would have thought this possible, until they met these two. Still, for the two who could manage to pull this off, this was nothing worth mentioning. It had become so normal to them that it was like counting the number of cups of water one drinks throughout their life. Without a word, Xianxia could also feel the black ink strength. As though in all her control, while it was still in her brother's body, her spiritual energy easily wrapped and diced the black ink strength. It was basically no different from her brother controlling his own body. She tried the same thing Yangji tried, and found that nothing really changed. No matter how she interacted with the black ink strength, it remained inert. This surprised both of them. They expected, since Mo had gone so far as to isolate them, and pushed the two of them to use their dual cultivation technique, this would have sparked some kind of change. What do we do now? Xianxia asked, since she really did not know what else to do. To control black ink strength is to be a part of it, and for it to be a part of you. That is the main hint Mo has given me. Yangji shrugged and recalled. When Xianxia first heard this, she already wondered, have you tried your blood essence? Blood essence? No. I thought that since the black ink strength had passed through my heart once, it should have made contact with my blood. So, I did not consider using blood essence, Yangji stated, and he soon realized his oversight. Arg, how can I forget about blood essence? Yangji lamented, frustrated at not noticing it sooner. In terms of blood essence, it had long been concentrated into their divine spirit sources. If monster beast had monster cores, divine spirits have their source, which acts as their core. For monster beasts and divine spirits, this was their source of strength. However, for Yangji and Xianxia, they were different. Physically, they were birthed and not hatched. Like their father and mother, they had both Dantian and their own divine spirit source. This was why, though extremely young, they could transform into humans. Rather, it was more apt to say that though young, they could transform into their respective dragon and phoenix forms. However, at the end of the day, the Dantian was only a source of power, where their qi was stored. It could not be considered them as a whole. However, the divine spirit source, and their blood essence, was different. For divine spirits, this was no different from their existence. Even if their bones were shattered to dust, bodies immolated to ash, their divine spirit source would withstand the test of time. It would be their final mark in this world, their inheritance to future generations. So, the closest thing that was them, other than their soul, would be blood essence. Seeing things in a new light, Yangji did not hesitate and drew upon his phoenix source. Very quickly blood essence dripped out, just 2 drops. 2 drops might not seem like much, but these 2 drops contained immensely pure phoenix bloodline and source strength. These were not things he could casually give away. In fact, it would take years for him to replenish these 2 drops. It was only fortunate that most of his cultivation was not purely reliant on his source. Else, he would have to enter secluded cultivation and focus getting his source strength back to normal. Meanwhile, Xianxia also acted without hesitation. She too drew out 2 drops of blood essence from her dragon source, and transferred them into Yangji. When the twins did this, they immediately felt a waste of exhaustion wash over them. Nevertheless, they persisted and continued. The 4 drops, producing cries of phoenixes and roars of dragons, were soon inserted into that blob of black ink strength. The process was smooth, without resistance. The blob did not even resist, and the sounds died down. At first, the twins just watched with bated breaths. Second turned into minutes, minutes never turned into hours because they could not possibly wait that long. Hey, did we do something wrong? Xianxia asked again. No. Idea. We must have done something right. Yangji concluded, convinced that this must be the right step. Just when they were in doubt, the blob of black ink strength suddenly expanded. Yangji was the first to react in a panic. Using all the spiritual energy he could muster, he tried to quickly compress it. Xianxia was the same. Once she felt the pain her brother's dantian was going through, she immediately used all her spiritual energy to suppress the expansion. In that split second, the blob had basically turned into a balloon, expanding over the size of Yang Ji's dantian. If he had not reacted in time, his dantian might have blown to pieces. Even if only in his soul form, the piercing pain made Yang Ji want to shed tears. He could feel his whole body breaking out in sweat. As for Yang Su, she was spared after that short episode. Yang Ji was quick to react and cut off the connection of their pain senses. So, after that brief tearing pain, Yang Su no longer felt discomfort. Nevertheless, that pain was enough to render her fearful, with her heart rate skyrocketing. Still, with the both of them holding the balloon, it could not expand further. Nevertheless, this was the best they could do. It was a stalemate. They had no leeway to do anything else, and Yang Ji had to bear with the pain the whole way through. Resisting the urge to scream, Yang Ji fully devoted himself to keeping it from worsening. In the midst of all the anguish, he suddenly heard the familiar cries and roars of phoenixes and dragons. Soon, very slowly, the balloon deflated. It started to shrink as its surface started to shine with bright marks of gold and silver. Eventually, it deflated to the point it was no longer as large as Yang Ji's dantian. However, the twins spared no chance. They still kept suppressing it, in case it ever suddenly expanded again. Yang Ji certainly would not want to risk it, and Yang Su did not wish her brother to experience that kind of pain again. The cries and roars kept getting louder, and the gold and silver marks grew brighter. Despite shrinking down to a size that was even smaller than when the black ink strength was just a blob, even when it shrank down to the size of just a droplet, Yang Ji and Yang Su were still on guard for anything. Eventually, the cries and roars died down, and the droplet turned into a sphere with its marks flashing and dimming ever so slowly. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, an hour or more passed, and eventually, Yang Ji and Yang Su, too tired to continue, stopped compressing it. "Do you think it is okay now?" This time, it was Yang Ji who asked, holding his stomach as the piercing pain was something he could not forget. His face was still in agony whenever he thought of what had happened. Why not check with our divine sense?" Uncertain as well, Yang Su proposed as she tried to probe the inside of the sphere with her divine sense. Yang Ji did the same, and their divine sense both simultaneously reached out. However, before they made contact, there was a crack. The sphere had cracked. Furthermore, the thing that came out was something wiggly. There was no longer any black ink strength in Yang Ji's body. However, now, there was this mysterious creature that had come to life. Yang Su immediately felt her whole body turn cold as she shivered. Goosebumps could be seen all over. Meanwhile, Yang Ji was piqued by the sight. The former retreated while the latter, spurred by curiosity, approached. The wiggly black strand seemed to want to break out of its shell, but the crack seemed a little too small. So, it just retreated back in. Yang Ji and Yang Su had expected it to use more force to break through the shell. However, the next sound was peculiar. It was definitely different from the initial crack. "What the?" Yang Su exclaimed in disgust. After all, after that sound occurred, that thing had its head popped out. Though she had not seen its entire body, just its tail and head, she had a fair guess what this creature was. Why did it have to be a worm with a mouth and eyes? She clicked her tongue. Meanwhile in front of her, Yang Ji was excited. The worm was slowly biting through its shell, seeming to enjoy the delicacy. It seemed too preoccupied to bother with the two beings staring at it. "Hey, what do you think it eats?" Yang Ji asked, genuinely curious. "Why are you asking me that? Are you planning to keep it?" Yang Su looked at her brother, side-eyed. "Brother, no matter how much I love you, this is too much," Yang Ji, already knowing what his sister was worried about, stated. "You know, you don't have to be so afraid of it. It's not even an actual insect or an invertebrate. It might look like a worm, but I'm certain that it is not one." No, brother, what are you talking about? It is clearly a worm, with how much mucus its body is producing." Yang Su rebuked. "Look carefully. Worms do not have mouths with teeth nor do they have eyes," Yang Ji added, trying to convince her. After all, keeping this worm would mean it had to be inside one of their bodies. Typically, it would be fine, but, due to how their heaven-earth symmetry cultivation technique works, it would not be strange for that worm to be able to move about and jump from one host to another. Even if that does not happen, as long as it was inside Xianxia, she would be able to feel it inside of her if they cultivated and shared their senses. Xianxia simply could not bear the thought of this thing being inside of her. In fact, her reaction was quite mild right now because Xianxia had stopped sharing his senses with her, due to the earlier incident. Nevertheless, if they wanted to further cultivate using heaven-earth symmetry, they would eventually have to share their senses. To Xianxia, this would be no different from two people sharing a room, when her roommate suddenly decided to take a cockroach as a pet. Whoa! There was a sudden exclamation from Xianxia. Once the worm finished feasting upon its shell, it suddenly curled up. Soon, 2 black droplets came out of it. Why are you so impressed when it just took a shit in your dantian? Xianxia was almost screaming at this point. That's not shit, Xianxia was quick to fix the misunderstanding. Not thinking things through, he quickly grabbed the 2 pieces and was quick to approach Xianxia to show them to her. Xianxia was naturally appalled by this. Her face turned greenish-black. She even tried to run away but Xianxia was too quick. He grabbed her arm with his free hand and directly showed them to her. For God's sake. Just use your divine sense and scan it properly. Xianxia insisted. Xianxia wanted to reproach him almost on instinct. However, she held back her tongue. Tsk fine seeing how Xianxia was being that serious, with deadpan eyes, she could not help but doubt herself. She relented and did as she was told. Her divine sense spread out like a wave, but upon getting close to the pieces, it hesitated to move forward. After some back and forth, she finally made first contact. As Xianxia had said, this was definitely not fecal matter. Though small, about the size of one's pinky nail, these 2 objects had a unique aura to them. In fact, these 2 were perfectly identical to one another, even their aura. In a way, these 2 pieces were somewhat like them. They seemed to be intricately connected, without flaw. From her divine sense just scanning one, she was essentially scanning them both. Though still disgusted, even Xianxia could not help but get curious as to what these things were. She had never seen or heard about anything like this. However, she first had to deal with a little overly smug brother. See, I told you, didn't I? Xianxia could be seen grinning from ear to ear. Okay. Fine. I admit I was wrong, okay. Still. Doesn't change the fact that this is disgusting. I don't want to touch them, so can you just put them away already? Xianxia quickly admitted, wanting to rapidly move on from this. However, Xianxia's next words disheartened her. I guess you did not really check it in depth. One of them is actually for you. So, you need to take one. As Xianxia spoke, as though to prove his point, the worm uncurled and started moving towards him, as though under his command. It's fine if you don't want to host the creature, but you need to at least take this black ink nest. What? This is a black ink nest? Xianxia repeated, unable to fully come to terms with this. After all, when have black ink nests been so small? Even the smallest ones she had seen were the size of a palm. She had never seen or heard about it being this small. Worst of all, pooped out by some creature. Arg. Stop being so picky about every little thing. Just take it into your dantian already. Xianxia was starting to get annoyed at this point. Though he could understand why she was disgusted, they could not possibly keep going back and forth on this. Xianxia did not need 2 black ink nests in his body. Furthermore, since this creature no longer had any connection to Mo, and was created by both their blood essences, it definitely would not harm them. Can I not? Xianxia seems to be giving a last bit of resistance. However, seeing how Xianxia was not relenting, she knew it was no use. Still, seeing how he was forcing his sister, Xianxia gave in a little. Fine, fine. You don't have to touch it, okay? I'll just help put it in your dantian for you, and, since he was going so far for her, Xianxia could not really refuse at this point. Since the matter had been settled, Xianxia was the one who took the initiative to stop the cultivation technique, and left the black ink space. Once back inside the cultivation room, he could not help but take note of his surroundings. His sister was sitting cross-legged, with her hands stretched out to hold his. She still had her eyes closed, but it was certain she would awaken soon enough. As for the cultivation room, like Xianxia had said, it was truly sealed off. The door was no longer there, and there were just smooth walls all around them. The whole room now looked so uniform that Yongji was having trouble telling where the original entrance was. He actually took a while to get a feel of his surroundings, all while waiting for Xianxia to wake up. However, nothing happened. Oh, I see. Maybe it was due to their unbreakable bond. Yongji quickly realized what Xianxia was doing. That sure is sly of you, sister. She planned on staying in the black ink space, where she could easily cut off most of the senses to her body. That way, she could remain oblivious to what her brother was going to do to her body. Yongji just let out a soft chuckle and he opened his mouth. He stimulated his chi, and had it wrapped around one of the micro black ink nests in of him. Very quickly, he expelled it out of his mouth. This was a brute force method expelling something out of one's body. It was unfortunate, but they were unable to manipulate space principles here, and the black ink nest was not an artifact that had been refined. Thus, Yongji had to physically remove the black ink nest from his dantian. Naturally, he was considerate to make sure it was cleaned before he helped insert it into Yongsu's dantian. He took out some water from his space ring, and gave it a rinse, before inserting it into her lips. Typically, it would be impossible to guide an object into someone else's dantian. It was only due to their heaven-earth symmetry cultivation technique that he faced no resistance when his chi was inside her body. Once the micro black ink nest was settled in, only then did he wake her up. It's done, you can come back now. Yongji told her using his divine sense. Hearing his call, Yongsu immediately sprung to life. She touched her lips and shivered a little. Yongji rolled his eyes at this, and just moved on to more important topics. Hey, do you know how we are supposed to get out? Yongsu shook her head, trying to not think about the matter anymore as she replied, not really. He never mentioned anything about getting out. Still, there must be a way. If Mo had truly isolated this place from the outside world, that means even he would not be able to sense what's going on inside. Following that logic, we must be the ones who take the initiative to get out of this isolated space. Easier said than done. This whole place looks the same to me. I can't even make out the indents on the walls due to this barrier. I can't even tell where the original entrance is. Yongji scratched his head as he sighed. He walked up to the closest barrier wall and with all his strength, swung his fist. Boom, a loud sound was made, but that was all. The barrier was still pristine, without a flaw, with the only reminder of the attempt being the pain in his knuckles. We definitely can't break it down. Yongji shrugged, trying to play it cool even when he was in pain. Maybe, we give the worm a try. Since their own strength would clearly not be enough, Yongji quickly suggested this newfound specimen. Yongsu gave a nod, and took some distance away. She too came to the same conclusion. Yongji tried to use his divine sense to probe it within his dantian. The little critter was still curled up. Unsure how he could communicate with it, Yongji just tried to send it a message through his divine sense. Hey, can you help us lift this barrier? Please? To his astonishment, the worm had responded. It unraveled itself, and seemed to groggily look around. As though it was a part-time shift worker clocking in, it slowly lifted its body to complete its task. Seeming to perfectly understand what Yongji wants, it traveled out of his dantian. Surprisingly, it did not have to go through any Yongji orifices. Instead, it seemed to be able to pass through the barriers of space, and appeared outside of him in an instant. It was floating mid-air, looking around at its surroundings, trying to take everything in. When it noticed its target, it seemed to heavily judge the barrier that had caused it to work overtime. It looked back at Yongji and Yongsu with its bead-like eyes, as if questioning them, "You two woke me up for this?" No even needing an answer, the worm turned back and slithered onto the barrier. With its mouth, it started to nibble on it. As though knife through paper, the barrier was unable to put up the least bit of resistance against its teeth. A tiny pencil-dot hole soon turned into a fist-sized one. The fist-sized hole soon turned into a basin-sized hole. The little worm just kept eating, without any regard for anything else. It was unbelievable how something smaller than a pinky had enough capacity to devour more than 100 times its size. Yang Ji and Yang Su just watched, wide-eyed. It was only once the hole became big enough to fit two adults that the worm stopped. As though clocking out of work, it was quick to rush home, disappearing into Yang Ji's dantian before he could even ask it a question. In fact, it had already curled up inside the dantian, and seemed to be, what Yang Ji could only assume, to be sleeping. Is it just me, or does this thing have an attitude? Yang Ji could not help but look at his sister and ask. Underneath the veil of worldwide darkness, a figure could be seen roaming about. He looked to be a boy, around 11 or 12 years old. He was none other than little 11. Currently, in front of him were droves of black ink clansmen, all of whom were on their knees, welcoming him. Welcome back, Holy One. Naturally, little 11 had not expected such a sight. In the first place, there should not have been anything here. Yet there were both flora and fauna here. Though, it had to be stated that there were no actual animals except for the black ink clansmen in front of him. Underneath little 11's feet, there was a radius of clear open void. It was apparent that he had been reabsorbing the black ink strength surrounding him. Those that were sent to welcome him naturally dared not step close to this space, much less dare to cross the Holy One in any way. Seeing these familiar figures from his memories, little 11 could not help but recall the past. He had never truly known all of them in person. Still, they were his people. They were also the people he had fought wars for him, tossed aside like nothing, lives, valueless to him. If regret could kill, he would be dead 1,000,000,000,000 times by now. Still, what was done, was done. He need not ask for their forgiveness, nor would they even have the intention to. After all, in their eyes, he was their sole purpose in life. In their eyes, his desire was worth everything while their life, nothing. It was not that they could not forgive him, but rather they did not have the capability to forgive him. They never saw his actions, his tantrum, as wrong. Just as he was about to move forward, the closest part of the ground, made of black ink strength, shot up. Soon, a figure that was similar to his own, appeared in front of him. Except for the fact that he was entirely black, with tints of purple on him, and lacked feet, little 11 would have been convinced he was looking at a mirror. Greetings, my other half. Or, should I address you by what you go by now? Little 11, right? Before he even fully formed, there was already a voice that echoed out of it. Once he showed his face, a smile immediately appeared. How? Little 11 was completely bewildered by the sight. Nevertheless, he stood on guard, ready for a strike. It had to be said that this was pretty much the first time little 11 had come face to face with Mo like this. In the past, if there were any powerful accomplices that followed little 11 past the profound source gate, Mo would always be in hiding. Judging by the number of black ink clansmen behind Mo, and how he was so confident as to appear directly in front of him, little 11 knew that Mo had the upper hand. Thus, it was only natural for him to be on guard. In the first place, if he was that confident about taking Mo down on his own, he would not involve others in this affair. Still, Mo seems to have no inclination to start any conflict. He just peacefully held up both hands and said, I'm not here to fight you. Like anyone could believe what an enemy was saying. Little 11's eyes narrowed as he became even warrior. Seeing how everything he planned for was going in the opposite direction, Mo quickly changed the subject. I believe you are looking for the kid's dash? Little 11 immediately shot a glare, and cut him off. What have you done to them? Little 11 brazenly took a step forward, and the black ink strength on the ground all collapsed, absorbed into him. The radius of the void around him blasts off to increase by a few meters. The sudden change caused Mo to even shift back a few meters. This time Mo was quick to state, hoping to not get mistaken as a villain. Look. I've done nothing to them. They are with me and are in perfect health. In fact, what can I possibly do to those two monsters? Seeming to agree with Mo's last statement, little 11 then asked. In that case, why did you bother separating us? You blatantly kidnapped them. Mo scoffed as he stated, a little annoyed. If I did not separate you two, would I have gotten the chance to talk to them? Would I have gotten the chance to talk to you? Mo could see little 11 frowning and he continued. I doubt that would be the case. You label me as the villain. A target to be subjugated. If I were to let you three continue on without separating you, were you not going to just continue cleaning this whole place of my existence? Mo took a breath as though calming himself down. Every little bit of black ink strength you absorb or destroy is strength that I lose. Right now, I have no intention of allowing myself to be weakened. I have my own responsibilities to uphold. A fate which I want to change, which you ran away from. Before even giving little 11 a chance to speak, Mo quickly summoned up a screen. Anything on it lacked the variety of color. However, there were clear outlines and gradients of black and purple, which helped make out what was on the screen. Little 11 could see the twins on it, with the familiar figure of Mo Nayi behind them. Currently, this was when those two were already soaking their feet in black ink liquid. Initially, little 11 wanted to jump forward to help them. However, upon looking at the situation with calmer lens, he realized that nothing drastic was happening to them. At most, they would frown, and that was it. Seeing how the corruption was just superficial, he relaxed a little. He looked at Mo, and asked, "What is it that you want then?" Mo, seemingly having been waiting for this moment for a long time, finally sighed. "To get us all back together as one. That is my main goal." Little 11 looked at him strangely. He had expected some form of threat from Mo. After all, he had the twins there, and there was obviously a royal lord just standing behind them. Nevertheless, the first doubt of him was little 11's own goal, to basically get every piece of himself back. However, there were lingering questions in little 11's mind. If that's the case, why do you need to convince me? Just do it through force. Soon, another two screens appeared from the ground. This time, they depicted two areas. On the ground, there was a split between them. A clear line denoting separation existed between the two. Yet, it was clear that this line was moving, as patches of the ground seemed to be fought after. There were even black ink clansmen there. One side was more humanoid, while the other two, more beast-like. They were fighting each other for what seemed to be earth, with some scraping out the dirt to bring it over onto their side. Seeing these scenes, little 11 seemed to have realized. "You're trying to stop yourself from getting devoured by our other selves?" Mo nods and said, "Now you see why I would not be able to do anything to you three? Besides us two, there are two others. If we are to describe ourselves as more human, then those two are the pure representative of the raw corruptive power of black ink strength." "Us two, more human?" Little 11 gave a look as though he wanted to reject the notion. However, before he could, Mo added, "Over the past few thousands of years, I've managed to regain myself, and pry off some of the influence of black ink strength. Else, do you think we could have a civil conversation like what we are doing now?" Certainly, that was one aspect which confused little 11. Nevertheless, he already had a theory as to why this was the case. However, for now, that was not important. "So, you need our help in dealing with them. So, a truce, is it?" Little 11 folded his arm and asked, still not willing to lower his guard. "No, not exactly. I'm willing to forfeit myself, for us to be united again," Mo openly said. This made little 11 raise his eyebrow. After all, that was not a decision that could be taken lightly. Forfeiting oneself would mean giving themselves away, letting their consciousness be stripped. It was no different from death. In short, Mo was saying he was willing to die for his own goal, that who was in charge did not matter to him. As long as all the pieces were reunited, it did not matter. Why go so far? Little 11 could not help but ask. After all, he had expected great resistance from Mo. Being dealt this easy victory made all his prior preparation feel like all his effort had been mocked. Mo was genuinely surprised to hear this. He thought for a moment. However, a playful smile came onto his face. "I thought you wanted to reunite because you knew. But since you don't, there is no point explaining to you. You can just find out once you remember everything from me." Once broken free, the twins were able to easily leave the room. There was no other hindrance to their path out, as though they had passed through all requirements to continue and were simply waiting for the next round to start. In fact, the twins could not help but wonder what happened to their surroundings. This black ink nest, which was supposed to be Mo Naya's home, had seemingly transformed into something completely different. The whole space had changed. It no longer bore any resemblance to a home. Rather, it felt like the whole interior of the black ink nest had been modified into a giant array, with the cultivation room at the center. This was extremely peculiar, since there was a saying that only humans could create arrays and artifacts, because only they could comprehend the Tao of arrays and the Tao of artifacts. Typically, for most people, seeing the Black Ink clan set up an array would be a strange sight. However, for the twins, this was not the case. After all, they did not believe in that saying. Their personal experience proved that saying to be false. To them, the most important thing was what had happened to Imonai and his home. They were also curious how much time had passed. Spreading out his divine sense like a tide, Xianxia scanned the whole black ink nest, and noticed no one was there. In fact, no one had stepped in here for what seemed to be a long time. He's no longer here. Do you think he moved out? Since he's not here, you want to try and escape? Xianxia asked, checking with her brother. Though, the question seemed redundant to both. Xianxia slowly shook his head, and confirmed their thoughts. I doubt we would be able to escape. Emma would know where we are as long as we are within his territory. Besides, we promised to help. I don't really feel good to back out of our words. Xianxia gave a silent nod of agreement. She too felt the same. It was just that, whatever Emma wanted their help with would have been much easier if their father was here. Technically, going back and asking for his help was an option. However, if her brother wanted to continue on and do this themselves, she was fine with it as well. Xianxia took the lead to exit through the door, leading to the outside world. There, he found the whole scenery to be the same. He once again scanned his surroundings with his divine sense, and finally discovered life in the black ink nest next door. Seemingly to have noticed his presence, the opposite black ink nest's door suddenly opened and there, Imonai came out. The man was certainly dressed, and had a gentlemanly grace to him. His hair was more well kept, and he seemed to have donned something more formal, at least, it was something more formal in Xianxia's eyes. Their fashion trends here were definitely more different from those back home, since the material they could use was different as well. In fact, even the slightly ignorant Xianxia could tell something was different about him. Imonai seemed a little flustered as he appeared. He was certainly not expecting the twins to come out at this time. There was a natural trace of disappointment in his eyes, which he quickly tried to hide. Xianxia naturally noticed, but she kept quiet. Seems like we ruined his little session? Pitying him a little, Xianxia was the one who stepped in to speak, before her brother said something that might be insensitive. We're done with removing the black ink strength from my brother's body. Is there anything else we need to do? Imonai gave a small sigh, as though indicating, I knew you two were monsters, but could you have taken a few days to do it? He turned towards the little girl and said, in that case, now, it is your turn. Xianxia quickly interjected, my sister does not need to do it. I'm certain she would not get corrupted even if she drank black ink liquid. Imonai had one of his eyebrows raised as he asked, how are you so confident? Xianxia smirked as he declared, because, we got a new helper. Soon, Xianxia summoned out the little worm. Technically, he tried to call it awake, but the little worm would not respond. So, Xianxia, without much of a choice, forcefully expelled it from his dantian. The little worm was confused. While it was taking it much-needed beauty sleep, it suddenly got expelled out of its home. It looked at Xianxia with grievance in its beady eyes, as though asking him, I've already done my work for the day. What else do you want from me? Xianxia held the little worm in his hand and presented it to Imonai. The little guy should be able to consume black ink strength. Hearing it getting called little guy, the little worm immediately bit onto Xianxia's thumb. Ouch, Xianxia cried out. What was that for? Xianxia, who had stepped back a couple of feet at this point, questioned, maybe it is because that thing is a girl? Okay. Little girl. Fine. Are you happy now? Xianxia said, and the little worm finally released her grasp on his finger. Like a young lady, she even seemed to have made a hump in front of him. Imonai took a closer look at the little worm, and felt an instinctive urge to prostrate before it. This sensation felt similar to looking at the Holy One. Yet, it was also different at the same time. He could not quite describe it, but he could tell that his black ink strength would certainly be rendered mute before this little thing. Seeming to sense what Yang Ji said was right, Mo Nai gave a slight nod as he gulped, trying his best to stay calm. However, when the little worm had her eyes set on him, he could feel a slight shiver down his spine. It was akin to that of a prey meeting its natural predator. This had nothing to do with their difference in strength. This was just an instinct. The little worm eyed him, and as though throwing a slight tantrum, it slammed its tail on Yang Ji's palm repeatedly, as though questioning, "You woke me up for this small fry?" Yang Ji could not help but have his eyelid twitch. The small fry this puny thing was referring to was none other than a royal lord. A royal lord who was almost 3 times his size, and probably 1,000,000 times her size. Yet, this little thing had the gall to show such an attitude. However, what surprised him was how the royal lord showed acceptance at this treatment, without a word or expression of complaint. He just gave a nod, and accepted what Yang Ji had said earlier, that his sister need not go through the same experience he did. Seeing how things have already progressed, and they tacitly agreed on this same point, Yang Ji just straightforwardly asked, "Does this mark the end of our training?" Mo Nai gave a slow nod. Realistically, there was nothing else for them to train for at this point. Other than increasing their own cultivation, these 2 children could not get any more resistant to black ink strength. No, rather than call it resistant, it was more accurate to call it ravenous. In fact, trying to increase their cultivation here would be ill-advised. The world principles here were vastly different from the outside world. There was naturally world energy here, but not the same world energy as the one in the outside world. For humans, this place would seem like an empty void. However, that was far from the truth. It was just that they could not perceive these other forces at play, which made this whole space seem like an empty void. In short, this truly marked the end of their training. There was nothing else he could do for them. With narrowed eyes, and a deep understanding of what they needed to do next, Mo Nai said, "Do give me a moment. I just need to change and we will head off to the next area for the actual task." Mo Nai quickly went back in and changed. When he came out, he was wearing the same suit he wore when he met them. When he came out, his eyes seemed to have also changed. Gone was the relaxed and more open expression he had. Now, he had eyes of determination, with a singular goal in sight. The twins just waited for him, waited until he declared with a heavier tone, "I'm done. Now, we are off to the battlefield." "Huh? Battlefield?" Yang Su exclaimed, as her eyes narrowed. Yang Ji was the same. Though he expected there to be an eventual battle, he did not consider there to be a war ongoing. "Yes. I'll explain while we move. The trip there will take a long while." Mo Nai said as he took out and then kept his small black ink nest. He led the twins to the same platform they had used before, and once they got on, it shot through the sky. Yang Ji and Yang Su could feel the ground underneath them push them up, to the point it was hard to stand, and after a few seconds, they felt their feet disconnect from the ground, only to return back thanks to Mo Nai's support. As for the little worm, she did not return to Yang Ji's dantian and just loitered about outside in his clothes. Would be troublesome to go in and out of the dantian, after all. This time, this piece of land was no longer connected to the ground. It was launched directly into the sky, precisely into a river made of black ink strength. Splash! When the twins could finally feel solid ground beneath their feet, the land underneath them had finally landed on top of a river, creating a huge splash. Yang Ji noticed that the water was less viscous than the one they dipped their bodies into, and it flowed much faster thanks to that. In fact, it was not an exaggeration to say that this river was a rapid. In seconds, they had crossed more than 10 kilometers due to the force. They were only able to stay on thanks to their powerful, cultivated physique. Mo Nai, seeing how the twins did not need his support, let go. He raised his arm and introduced. "Welcome to the Holy One's capillaries. Technically, only feudal lords and above are allowed to ride on these capillaries, since those weaker might not be able to hold on. I initially thought I would have to support you two for the whole trip, but I have certainly underestimated you too." Mo Nai continued, "The capillaries are connected to all regions under the Holy One. They go forward in one direction, and back in another connecting path. Right now, the site we are headed to is one of the fronts. But not to worry. For all your activities there, I've been tasked to protect you too." Whoa. Yang Ji and Yang Su both exclaimed, having fun with the ride. Though they could use space principles in the outside world, riding at such a high speed was an experience all on its own. Even when enjoying the ride, the two of them still paid a lot of attention to what Mo Nai had said. So, Yang Ji was the first to ask, in that case, what are we supposed to do there? Mo Nai nodded his head, as that was the next topic he was going to talk about. Both of you will be using as much purifying light as you can over there. The only main thing to look out for is our allies. I do not wish to have any of our people fall due to our own allies. Yang Su tilted her head and asked. Wait a moment. If the enemies are going to be Black Ink clansmen, how are we even going to tell them apart? Mo Nai shook his head and directly said. No need to worry about that. You will definitely know it once you reach the place. It is really just that easy to tell. Okay. Yang Su tilted her head, wishing for more answers. But, Mo Nai just added how personally seeing it for himself was more than any words in the world. Mo Nai also added, try not to damage anything that is within our territory. Yang Ji was the one to respond this time. He just questioned, how are we supposed to tell? Mo Nai gave back the same answer again, you will know. The twins wanted to ask for more details, but since Mo Nai had said as much, they just left their curiosity to unravel at the actual place itself. As for the little worm, she had already started sleeping in Yang Ji's inner chest pocket. To her, these minor matters were not things she needed to concern herself with. The distance from where they originally were was considerable. It took them more than a whole day of travel before they could hear the panic voices of their people. Yang Ji sends out his divine sense, concentrating it in the direction of the sound, to discover multiple people frantically rushing about. Due to the darkness around him, he could not visually see into the distance. However, he could sense that something was off with how they were acting. Mo Nai was naturally the first to notice the strange condition at the front lines. His expression turned dark as his eyes narrowed. Unable to hold back, or delay for another second, he warned the kids, hold on tight. I'm speeding up. Yang Su and Yang Ji immediately felt their hearts jump into their throat. They quickly got on all fours, using their chi to hold on to the piece of earth beneath them. Their instinct proved correct as in the next moment, they sped off even quicker than before. They whizzed past the air so quickly that those sounds of panic turned muffled, and any speech between them would be impossible. Behind them were the remnants of Mo Nai's power. Once the royal lord rooted himself into the ground using black ink strength, a black jet flashed out from the arms directed behind him. In seconds, they have covered what would have been minutes. Furthermore, they need not even step out of the ground beneath them. Mo Nai took complete liberty to swift his body lower and make the whole sight leave the capillary. Before they knew it, they had already flown over the sounds beneath, and into enemy territory. Bang, the ground beneath them had crashed, with Mo Nai taking precaution to use his black ink strength to wrap around the kids before it did. This could be said to be one reason why Mo had them train, so that Mo Nai could use his powers on them without them getting affected by it. The second would be what faced them next. While still trying to catch up with the changes of event, Yang Ji and Yang Su both took in a large breath. Never had they missed their ability to tear through space as much as they did now. Through their divine sense, Yang Ji asked, "You okay?" Yang Su had many things to say, but she chose to keep them in at this moment, as they regained her bearings. Yeah, me too. Thankfully, Yang Ji showed a face of relief that the whole ordeal had been over. However, that quickly shifted as he felt the ground tremble. Wait. What's going on? Shocked, Yang Ji asked Mo Nai as he immediately grabbed his sister as they both retreated to the air, hovering about 10 meters from the ground. We are in enemy territory. It is devour or be devoured here. Mo Nai said as he joined up with the twins and pointed to the platform they were on earlier. The detached piece of land, made of black ink strength, had started showing signs of cracking. From these cracks seeped through another power, also black ink strength. However, this black ink strength seemed to be eroding the piece of land, slowly breaking it down as though digesting it. It did not take long before what they once stood on had completely disappeared, enveloped by another type of black ink strength. Yang Ji and Yang Su were both taken aback by this sight. But, they were quick to realize that this must be what The war had been about devour or be devoured. It was pretty much the same reason why their Uncle 11 had come. In too much of a rush to care about their thoughts, Nai pointed to behind them, where they had come from. We are at the backlands now. Perfect for you two to start. Like mentioned before, I'll keep you two safe. Just keep blasting your purifying light on the ground. That statement had snapped them out of their thoughts as they gave a firm nod. Yang Ji and Yang Su both took action. In a flash, blue and yellow crystals appeared in their hands. They both clasped them together in the palms, as a bright light leaked through the gaps between their fingers. A little weary, Nai even took a few paces back, which proved fortunate he did. After all, in the next moment, two bright flashes that enveloped the world flashed out. They enveloped the twins and everything around them. Naturally, that meant two large craters on the ground, even when they were a distance away. However, Nai was not spared from the blast. However, due to his position, quick reaction, and cultivation, Nai was spared from any serious injuries. Just some minor burns. The twins opened their eyes and saw their handiwork, a little proud of themselves. As for Nai, he was grateful that he had sent them deep into enemy territory. If these two menaces had been at the direct front line, who knows how many Black Ink clansmen they would have accidentally killed. Do the two of you only know how to envelop yourselves in purifying light? Nai had his eyebrows wrinkled as he asked. Though, when he thought about it, he had never seen the twins do anything else but blast out purifying light in all directions. Needless to say, his guess was spot on. If not around us, where would the light go? Yang Su questioned back. After all, the blast would naturally just envelop them. This was not so much how they willed it to be, but just how it normally worked. Truth be told, the twins had never really practiced how to use purifying light. They just knew how to unleash this power using the sun and moon marks on their respective hands. To be fair, they were not trained on how to use it because little 11 saw no need for them to do so. After all, except for those that were made up of Black Ink strength, purifying light had no effect on them. In other words, blasting it all around them would do nothing to little 11 nor the twins. Furthermore, with how many crystals the twins had received, spamming purifying light could be said to be an encouraged course of action. Since the natural way purifying light was used would envelop its caster, the way the twins used it could be said to be perfect. They were practically walking Janids, and each cast would both protect them and attack their enemies. If Nai knew about this, he would certainly curse the other Holy One. Though, such thoughts were prohibited, and they were quickly wiped from his mind. He could only sigh as he advised, during the war, your father had managed to concentrate the purifying light into different shapes. Blasting it all around you is too much of a waste. From now on, try to concentrate on only blasting what is in front of you. That way, you won't take down our allies as well. Yang Su gave a nod, while Yang Ji covered his mouth and chuckled a little. After all, Nai's current appearance was a little ridiculous, since bits of his clothes had been burned off, with his hair also messy and puffed up. Sullivan, okay, most of the setup is done. Onto the war. Rumble without any time to clean up, Nai could sense a huge wave of enemies approaching from the front lines. Though not maximized to its greatest potential, the purifying light release would still be deemed the greatest threat here, and he had already anticipated this would happen. He took out his small black nest to order those from the front lines to retreat while he charged out to the front. It was his optimistic hope to have the enemies pincered, but he would rather prioritize the lives of his men now with how unskilled the children were. This change in priority clearly highlights the change in the present Black Ink clan compared to the past, where lives were just numbers. Nai personally was thankful that this had changed. Still, his warlike demeanor had not changed as he charged out to the front, taking on any enemies that came his way. Follow me from behind and just keep blasting purifying light. Keep practicing. Don't worry about me. Nai roared as in his hand formed a sharp javelin made of Black Ink strength. When the twins sensed it for that brief moment he held on to it, they could have sworn it was no different in hardness to 8th order metal ores. Once Nai threw it, it flew so fast they could have sworn it had disappeared for a moment. Boom, the very next second, the javelin struck the ground and blew up, creating a massive crater. It was an explosion made purely from the potential energy within the javelin. Nai had to tweak the way he fought here. He was no longer dealing with humans, after all. When he fought against human, the corruptive effects of black ink strength was something that the enemy feared. However, when dealing with his own kind, such effects played a minor role. His own people, or those hailed from the Holy Ones, were all influenced by black ink strength. However, such influences were limited to their mental and emotional state. It would not be enough to kill them. Therefore, in duels between black ink clansmen, fights were mostly done through physical means. Black ink strength might supplement as weapons, or footholds, but they could not be used the same way as when dealing with humans. Naturally, with how tough those hailed from the Holy Ones were, Nai knew that one release was not enough. Each time he pulled his arm back, another javelin would form and he would toss it again. He did so repeatedly, creating tremors while running forward. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk the twins behind followed suit and ran, also releasing purifying light whenever they could. However, tried as they might, most ended up the same, with the light enveloping them. Ironically, while Nai was dealing with the enemies, all they did was practice. In fact, they had not even hurt a single fly. All they were doing was terraforming the land to create more meaningless craters. They could not help but wonder if they were even necessary. As for Nai, who was at the front, he would always keep his distance from them. Otherwise, he too would get burned by the light. Still, there was another reason why he remained at the front, a distance away from them. Quickly! Set up your defensive array. Nai roared and in his hands quickly formed a long spear this time. Rather than throwing forward, he held his weapon tightly with both hands as his feet dug into the ground. The very next instant, he leaped, flying so fast the twins did not even manage to catch where he went. The next thing they knew, a huge blast, stronger than all the previous ones, erupted a distance away from them. The wind pressure from it was so strong, they could feel their bodies getting pushed back even from this distance. Xianxia was the one to react. He took out an array plate and immediately injected his qi into it. A protective array was formed, a barrier to shield them from the elements. However, even this was not enough to prevent worry from eating away at them. After all, every wind blast was accompanied by overt ripples on the protective barrier. Though Xianxia and Xianxia knew the protective array would still hold, the aftermath of a true exchange between a royal lord and an enemy of his equal was nevertheless just as terrifying. This was a battle they knew they would not be able to participate in. It made them all the more question why they were brought here. Still, they knew they had a task to do. An irreplaceable task. This was why, despite their low cultivation realm, they were still tossed to the front lines. You think you can do it? Xianxia asked, as he gave a forced smile. Despite wanting to seem calm in front of his sister, cracks still showed. Not without being able to concentrate the purifying light blast into a beam, Xianxia replied, as she also forced a smile. Then, you have a clue how we can concentrate purifying light into a beam? Xianxia asked, a little hopeful. Xianxia gave a small nod, we can't manipulate it using our qi or divine sense. Purifying light just passes through everything. Xianxia, seeming to get what she was hinting at, suddenly added with her at the same time. We need to use space principles. Xianxia gave a nod. That was the conclusion she had come to. After all, since Nai said that their father could do it, it had to be something that their father could do at that time. Though they did not know the full history of the war, they knew that their father had only mastered the 3,000 Daos close to the end of the war. Yet, purifying light was introduced quite early on once he joined the cause. It had played a pivotal role in the war, and artifacts were built to help aid the humans in their crusade. However, Nai had specifically said that their father was able to manipulate purifying light. This was without an artifact. That could only mean one thing: if qi and divine sense did not work, he had manipulated it through using space principles. Unfortunately, this was where they were stumped. The twins could not currently manipulate space principles while in this world. The world principles here were just too different from the outside world. That was when Xianxia got a brilliant idea. Maybe she knows how to manipulate space principles here? She? Xianxia tilted her head, slightly confused. You know, the little worm. Yang Ji said while already reaching out for his inner chest pocket. Why would she know anything? Yang Su could not help but step away as she questioningly asked. Well, she isn't an artifact that is tied to my soul. Yet, she can enter and exit my dantian as she pleases. Isn't that something akin to teleportation, like how we travel through the void? Yang Ji stated as he used his index finger to poke her awake. Yang Su gave a contemplative expression. She certainly could not deny that it was a possibility. She had been so used to seeing artifacts coming out of a cultivator that she forgot living creatures were not supposed to be able to do that. In fact, unless they had a small universe, cultivators could not possibly store living creatures within their bodies. However, she and her brother were only in the Tao source realm. They definitely did not have a small universe in their body. Yet, this thing could go in and out of her brother like his flesh did not even exist, and settle in his dantian. The little worm seemed reluctant to awaken at first. However, with all the constant poking, she eventually relented and woke up with tired eyes. Maybe because she had been sleeping for so long, she seemed like she was in a receptive mood. Yang Ji quickly asked her, "Hey, little one, can you tell me how you managed to manipulate the space principles here?" The little worm thought for a moment. She seems to contemplate what to ask for in return. Strangely, though seemingly powerful, she did not extend her divine sense to communicate her will. In fact, Yang Ji and Yang Su could not sense her cultivation. Though, that would not be too strange as this little thing had just been born. Created, just days ago. Instead, after a brief moment, the little worm seemed to have made a decision and started to open its small mouth. From it, black flames started to spew forth. However, these were not ordinary flames. They bore no heat, and only seemed to reassemble flames in appearance. Whether heat was lacking due to them not meaning to hurt anyone was unimportant at this moment, as these flames were created to form words in front of the boy. Soul replenishing pills, huh? You want pills that replenish the soul? Yang Ji asked in confirmation, and Yang Su took out a few bottles from her space ring. These pills were made by their mother Ning Chang. Though they were not her children by blood, it could be said that Ning Chang was the one of those who pampered them the most. If she was not refining pills, she would always be on their side. Even when she was pregnant, she would always spare time to play with them. Even after her first child was born, she still provided them with the same amount of attention. In fact, Ning Chang was like this to all the children. Out of all the mothers, Ning Chang was definitely the most liked among the children. If not for how gentle and accepting she was, there were always the insurmountable pills that she always gave them. It had to be noted that these pills were always those of the highest grade, with many of them having pill veins. They were priceless outside, but she would give her children pills like they were food, not candy, because that was just how much she gave them. At some point, the material use became so much that other alchemists of High Heaven Palace wanted to raise a complaint to the sect master, Yang Kai. However, what could they do when she used the proceeds of the pills she sold outside to purchase materials for the pills she made for the children? Naturally, that meant that the twins had plenty of pills, especially those that healed. With how fast their injuries heal, they did not ever need to use such pills. Yet, these pills had accumulated over time, with Ning Chang's excitement to always give them something each time they saw her. Eventually, bottles became mountains. And since they were twins, and the oldest of all the children, Ning Chang probably gave them the most pills out of everyone. In short, they were not short on pills. Taking out these few bottles of high-rank 7th-order Divine Soul Restoration pills would not make their inventory seem any fewer. Yang Su quickly opened up a bottle, and a scent that invigorated one's soul immediately spread out. The little worm naturally noticed this first as she immediately turned towards Yang Su. However, instead of pouncing and taking whatever she wanted, the little worm seemed to have some grace and awaited for the transaction to be approved. STLL, her eyes certainly glowed with a strange light, as though she was looking at a golden goose. This actually made Yang Su raise her eyebrow. Say, why do you need these pills for? Your soul couldn't have been damaged since you were just born. The little worm gave a small scoff, as if to say, what does a little girl like you know? Naturally, the twins could not read her mind, and could only await her response in gestures or words. So, the little worm's reaction did not garner any reaction from them. Still, Xianxia for some reason felt an instinctive urge to crush this little shit. Still, Xianxia did not act on instinct and awaited the little worm's response. More black flames came out. I need them for my own use. So, in short, you are unwilling to say, huh? Xianxia's eyes sharpened. However, that was when Yang Ji stepped in. Okay, I think that's enough. We don't have time to deal with this right now. If you want to hide things from us, fine. All of us have our own secrets. Our most pressing thing right now is to survive. If we can't use space principles, if a second royal lord comes, we are dead. Yang Ji coldly stated, as if to stop the sparks between a worm and a little girl from further intensifying. Fine. Here you go. Xianxia did not want to quarrel with her brother here. She also did not wish to get close to the worm, so she used her qi to direct the pills out of the bottle, towards the little worm. The little worm, seeing how they had backed off, gave a nod of acknowledgement. This was her way of showing some semblance of respect to the two who respected her boundaries. She opened her mouth and took in the massive pills into her body with a few gulps. Seeming to be satisfied, the little worm flew towards Yang Ji's forehead and rested her tail in between his eyebrows. Immediately, fragments of knowledge started to engrave themselves in his mind. He felt a pang of pain and his hands moved up to clench his head. However, it was as quick to end as it had begun. Soon, he commented with light in his eyes, enlightened by it. I see. So that's how it is done. The little worm, seeming a little proud of what she had done, was turning her head towards the girl. She was awaiting the scenario where the little sister would also ask her to teach. In return, she could ask for more pills. However, that did not happen, as Xianxia immediately showcased mastery over using space principles here. Xianxia spread her delicate fingers, but the space between them seemed to distort. Eventually, it cracked, creating a spider web-like crack in the air. Xianxia smiled and then looked over to the little worm, as if mocking, "Think you were going to take advantage of me, huh?" The little worm looked away and scoffed, obviously unamused by this turn of events. In her mind, she was confused how Xianxia had already mastered it so quickly. It had to be said that the application of space principles was difficult as it was related to the Tao of space, one of the most esoteric Taos. Still, the twins already had great mastery over the Tao of time and the Tao of space. It was just that this place had different world principles. Thus, they could not fully apply what they knew to manipulate the space principles here. Still, it was not like the two places had completely different world principles. There were some similarities. The main difference being that over here, the world principles were more obscure, with a mix of spiritual energy mixed into it. It felt like the world principles here were each a world of their own, with a will of their own. Still, these wills were weak. Yang Ji and Xianxia just had to infuse a certain level of spiritual energy, and willed their divine sense to do the action in that area of space before trying to manipulate the space principles there. It was certainly tougher to manipulate space principles here. However, it was still manageable for the two. That being said, typically, it would take a lot more time to master it. Much less, without the little worm's guidance, it should have been impossible to notice this difference. Thus, the little worm was confused how Xianxia was able to accomplish this feat without her input. Though frustrated, the little worm did not show it. She still had her pride to uphold. If she wanted to show any frustration, she would do it in her down space. In other words, Yang Ji's dantian. Since there was nothing left for her to do, the little worm slipped away from the twins. Not even bothering to bid farewell. She just disappeared from sight once the twins were not looking at her. Right now, all she wanted to do was to cultivate with the pills she had just gotten. Meanwhile, Xianxia looked at Yang Ji and asked, "Don't you find that thing suspicious?" Yang Ji rolled his eyes, and replied, "Of course I do. But, it is a fact that we currently need her. Though I have no assurances, I don't feel like she bears any ill intent. So, I'm just going to remain hopeful. Either ways, I have you to help me if I get into trouble, right?" Xianxia pouted and gave a nod. She thought of how sly her brother was. When he puts it like that, I can't really complain. How unfair, asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk. While they were conversing, the sounds of explosive clashes seemed to be getting closer. This would mean that Mo Nayi was being pushed back. Seems like we don't have much time. You got this? Xianxia asked. Of course. Xianxia responded as she took out 2 sixth-order crystals this time. Best to start with something small. Since she did not know what extent the space principles she employed could perform, she started with the lowest grade of crystals. She held them in both hands, the right at the top and the left as the bottom. When she started to activate purifying light, her hands were gently spaced apart, with the 2 crystals floated up, in between her cupped hands. Xianxia could see that in between her hands and the crystals, the space within started to distort. Eventually, from the side, it would have seemed as if there were no crystals at all. Since the purifying light explosion was going to spread out in all directions, and they had no control over it, they just needed to change the definition of all direction. Xianxia was demonstrating this firsthand, with the crystals only visible from the front. In any other direction, one would not be able to see the crystals between her small hands. At the very next moment, a thick laser beam was released. It was about the thickness of a fist, and it shot straight through, cutting down anything in its path. Like always, the protective array did not hinder it, as it passed through and struck the ground at full force. Like oil and water, anything the laser touched seemed to split apart. Though, it was more accurate to say that they immediately disintegrated upon contact. Xianxia just moved her arm a little, and the laser beam slid through the ground, creating a large cut in it. Once the energy of the 2 crystals had been exhausted, the beam ceased and the crystals broke down into dust. Xianxia, not wanting to dirty her hands, simply sent whatever remnants were left to the void. Oh? This place is even connected to the void? Xianxia exclaimed, with a small thought in mind. I wonder if that means we can go back home through the void? No. The void here is strange. This is not the usual void that we know of. Xianxia, seeming to have read his mind, answered. She looked further ahead at her handiwork, amazed at the destruction. There, in front of them, lay a flat land with a deep ravine. It was so deep that even at their distance, their divine sense could not perceive its bottom. This deep ravine stretched into the distance in a straight line, creating a sight as though the ground had been slashed by a deity. Xianxia, amazed at what a pair of 6th-order crystals could do, exclaimed, I did all that? It wasn't even that difficult. Oh? You mean to say that you would be able to do it with 9th-order crystals as well? Xianxia asked. He too wanted to give it a shot. I'm not so sure about that. We need to try it out to be sure. Brother, why don't you give it a go? Xianxia asked in return. Sure. Xianxia smiled and excitedly took out 2 9th-order crystals before speaking. However, before he could do anything, his words were cut off by the quaking ground. It felt as though the whole world was awakening from their eternal slumber. Xianxia immediately turned to look around. With the array plate in his other hand, he looked towards his sister and moved his chin to indicate what they needed to do. She jumped up into the air, to the top of the protective array, and scanned her surroundings. What the? There is something coming out from the ground. Xianxia exclaimed as she could see something moving in the ravine she had created. It was huge, far bigger than them by thousands of times. Still, in the crack within the earth, it seemed to be moving unfettered. What it was, Xianxia could not tell, it was simply that big. Why don't you try blasting it? Xianxia joked. Are you crazy? How in the world are we going to take that thing on? Xianxia shook his head. The way he saw it, if that thing was their enemy, they would eventually need to overcome it. Moreover, they were now in enemy territory. Nayi was engaging with a royal lord, blocking their route to escape back. Furthermore, Nayi took the fight to the enemy to make sure there was some distance from them. Worse, they would have to get past enemy lines to return back. In short, what else could they do but fight? Certainly, being able to use space principles again meant that they were able to escape most situations. However, they were still restricted in its use. Xianxia estimates that they would be doomed if they met a territory lord. He turned to her, floated up and passed her the array plate, saying, All right. It's fine if you don't want to do it. But, I want to give it a shot. Xianxia took the array plate and injected more chi into it, strengthening the protective array. She sighed. She knew at this point, there was no changing his mind. Though reckless, she had to admit he was capable. All she could do now was to ensure their safety while he focused on attacking. Rumble, the trembling of the ground intensified, and a small portion of the gigantic figure could be seen erupting from the ground. It had an elongated body, similar to that of a maggot, with multiple legs of dozens. Each foot looked like hands, with nails that were closer to claws. On the small portion that was exposed, on its sides, were gigantic bumps. Occasionally, black gas would leak through, if not a liquid that poured and hardened once it touched the ground. Its head, which was at the peak, lacked eyes. However, there were gigantic jaws that seemed capable of tearing countries apart. By all accounts, this creature was disgusting to look at. It was more unfortunate that the twin had to use their divine sense in this place, getting a clearer look of it. Xianxia gulped when she first saw that thing. As for Yang, he gave a long exhale and made the same pose as what Xianxia did earlier. This time, he directly used ninth-order crystals. Die! Yang roared as an even more intense laser shot out. This time, it was the thickness of an entire torso. As his arms trembled from containing the force, the beam struck true to its target. Roar! An unholy screech rang out as the creature felt its body being pierced through. Its skins and flesh served no function in protecting it, as the searing pain tore through it like molten steel. The pain erupted from the point of impact, spreading outward in violent waves that sent violent convulsions through its massive frame. Each pulse of agony brought fresh torment, as if liquid fire had been injected directly into its nervous system. Under the unbearable pain, the beast's massive body began to betray it. The precise control it once commanded dissolving into erratic spasms as the earth it hid under was torn asunder. Land, the size of cities, was uprooted, and cracks spread out throughout the land. The purifying light scorched through its body. Yang intended to slowly move the laser towards its head. However, due to its spasm, he missed, creating a horizontal line out rather than slicing it into two. Roar! Another screech came as it fell to the ground, escaping its torment. Seemingly a little elated, it took a second to regain itself. Still, this was not over, far from it. This beast soon turns to face the source, towards its tormentor, emitting killing intent that could crush bones into dust. As for the twins, they felt cold sweat dripping down their backs. On that day, a white light shone, seemingly piercing the heavens. With this dark world as its backdrop, even from afar, all could see it. Some felt fear, some felt interest, some felt hope, and some felt grief. Be that as it may, this marked the turning point. The war between the three remnants had reached its peak, and a new factor had come in to turn the tide. All three, along with their royal lords, looked towards the sky as the gears of change had finally started to move. The supposed wound that they dealt was slowly stitching back together. Like threads, a black liquid seeped out from its wound and slowly hardened to create a new layer. This procedure repeated as the opening seemed to gradually become smaller. Seeing this scene, Yang and Xianxia could not help but worry if their attack had not done anything. In fact, they might have just enraged this beast, causing their downfall. As this monster faced them, these two tiny beings, the difference in their size was only further highlighted. It was fortunate that the protective array was up. Otherwise, with how much killing intent was being pressed down upon them, the twins might have crumbled to their knees. Yet, despite its overwhelming advantage, the monstrosity chose not to get any closer. Its instinct was screaming warnings at it. These two absolutely could not be underestimated. Despite their small stature, that one attack had nearly ended its life. However, there was also another compelling force inside of it. A drive to want to destroy everything. A madness that it could not contain. A madness which drove it to continue its slaughter. Ignoring its injury, the monster concentrated all its energy towards its jaws. A black ball of concentrated black ink strength gathered, charging up for a full release. At this distance, it could not possibly miss. Not even a second later, a black beam fired, completely opposite to the white beam from before. Yang and Xianxia wanted to react, but they had failed to do so. In fact, they had not thought it would release a counterattack so soon. The black beam struck true to its target. It struck the protective array surrounding the twins. Ripples formed on the thin barrier around them, a small web-like crack spread out. The force of the beam also pushed them back, further into enemy territory. Crack! A sound of something cracking could be heard. It came not from their bones but the protective array around them. Xianxia saw this and immediately panicked. She injected more qi into the array plate. Even if they were not afraid of black ink strength corrupting them, the force of this beam was certainly something they could not possibly take on. A direct hit might as well have been fatal. She could not help but call out to Xianxia, "Brother, do something." Xianxia took out 2 more 9th order crystals. Once more, he clasped them in his hands and released another beam of purifying light. The white and black collided. One filled with vibrance while the other filled with agony. The former was about the thickness of an arm, while the latter was as thick as a human body. One would have expected a battle between 2 great powers. However, that was far from reality. Purifying light sliced through the black beam like it was nothing, shooting straight through. This time, it was the monster who did not have time to react. Despite the increase in distance, this beam was more concentrated than the last. Unbeknownst to the monster, it had traveled inside its own attack almost unnoticed. When it finally noticed something was off, it was already too late. The beam had already shot through its head. Unhindered by the mass in front of it, the beam shot through all organs it faced, exiting out of the back of the monster. However, Xianxia felt this was not enough. With a flick of his wrist, the beam shot down, slicing through space like a blade. The monster, unable to even so much as raise a roar, got split in 2. Its regeneration, no matter how effective, failed to cease its demise. There, it collapsed to the ground, unable to raise any resistance. Xianxia and Xianxia saw the result with wide eyes. Though they had expected the might of a 9th order purifying light to be effective, they had not expected it to be this effective. Furthermore, the ground beneath, where the monster stood, had a deep cut as though the abyss had been created. Both twins could not help but wonder how far this beam had shot to. If it had even reached back to Mo? Still, it had to be said that at this point, Xianxia had given his all to condense the purifying light into that single dense beam. It was no thicker than an arm, but it had sapped him of so much energy, he felt faint. Xianxia had noticed and quickly held her arm out to support him. However, Xianxia, always the one to put up a front, said, "I'm fine. No need to worry." He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and did 1 circulation of heaven-earth symmetry cultivation technique. Warm qi immediately flowed from his dantian through his whole body, making him feel completely refreshed. He turned around and smiled back at her, "I have you with me, after all." Xianxia rolled her eyes at him. However, the joy in her eyes could not be hidden. With the heaven-earth symmetry cultivation technique, they two were as one. Qi sharing was the most basic of applications. In a way, what Xianxia said was just facts. Though, what one wants to hear was entirely different. Xianxia looked towards the monster that had just fallen and indicated to his sister, "Hey, let's go forward to take a look." And Xianxia gave a nod. However, this time, before she even began to take another step forward, she already took out a pair of blue and yellow crystals. This time, she had prepared 9th order ones, in case something unexpected were to happen. With Xianxia leading the front, along with the array plate one on hand and the crystal on the other, they soon arrived at the monster. Soon being a couple of minutes of flying at their fastest speed. They were not able to tear through space to the outside while in this protective array. Within it, they were still able to do it. Furthermore, that was just how far that monster had pushed them back with its one-beam attack. Not waiting to even lower the protective array for even a second, Xianxia had led Xianxia to fly over. Taking in its grandeur, even if just a pair of gigantic carcasses, Xianxia could not help but ask, curious, what cultivation realm do you think it was in? At their current cultivation realm, they could not even begin to fathom what kind of monstrosity this thing was. Unlike Mo Nai, who they were previously aware of from their father, and thus knew of his cultivation realm, this was an entirely new unknown entity. Maybe a feudal lord? Xianxia guessed, though he was questioning his sister in his mind. What are you asking me for? Neither of us would know. We don't know anyone who is weaker than a royal lord, not a territory lord? Xianxia asked in return, also doubting. Well, we both know that it is at least not a royal lord. It must be weaker. For now, How about we leave it as that before we ask him, Onayi? Xianxia said as he moved closer to the thin protective barrier, trying to get a good look at the carcass. As Xianxia was about an arm's length away from the protective barrier, they could hear a sudden scream. Get away! The next moment, they tried to look up, to the source of the voice, they sensed something flash by. Asterisk boom. Boom, asterisk it was too fast for them to even perceive. Before they could even react, two explosions came. One was behind them and one was directly in front of them. Right now, in front of their eyes, the carcass had splat and dust bloomed all around. Something had crashed down upon it with such velocity, nothing of it had remained. Even those crystallized bits, hardened from the monster's liquid, shattered into dust. The impact was so bad, the shockwaves pushed the protective barrier back a few meters. As for the thing that landed behind them, it did not cause that much destruction. It had crashed faster than the one in front, but that was all. Nevertheless, due to the protective barrier suddenly being pushed back, Xianxia, who was facing up at the time, had his chin struck back by the barrier. He got thrown back along with the barrier, landing quite a distance away from where he originally stood. As for Xianxia, who was at the center, she too got pushed back. Her grip on the two crystals tightened even further as she awaited the dust to settle. The one behind cleared up first. It was a familiar weapon, something akin to a javelin. Judging from that voice they had heard, it must have been thrown by Onayi. As for the one at the front, though its figure had not been exposed, it had flashed forward, cutting through the dust, heading straight towards them. From the short moment they could catch its figure, they could see a large being with 4 arms. Each arm seemed to have been covered with a thick exoskeleton, with hands the size of watermelons. It had a pair of thick, well-defined legs that had more joints than a human's leg. Its feet were claw-like, sharp to the point not even metal would be able to put up any resistance. Its torso and head seemed to be combined, with no neck, but it had a thicker exoskeleton around these vital areas that stopped around its waist. As for its face, it was strangely human-like, with a pair of eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. However, they were oddly spaced, giving one the sense of seeing something alien. This monster rushed out in an instant and using one of its 4 arms, it delivered a devastating punch. In the face of its fist, even the protective barrier could not hope to hold up. In fact, the barrier shattered at the moment of contact, as if it could not even hope to put up any resistance. Unhindered, the punch went through its target, the one operating the array, and was on the verge of launching another blast of purifying light, Xianxia. Caught off guard, Xianxia had no time to react. This attack came at her too quickly. It was Xianxia, who was just in front of her, who managed to react. He had moved beforehand once he felt something was off. In fact, earlier than when this monster had started its charge. Unfortunately, he was too weak. The gap between them was too much to overcome. He knew that all too well. So, he instinctively sought not to clash against this monster but to prevent his sister from getting hurt. He turned around and dashed towards her. At the same time, he manipulated the surrounding space principles, all focused around Xianxia. Behind her, a void crack appeared. However, she seemed to not be moving. It was uncertain whether she was in too much of a shock to react or otherwise. However, Xianxia took no chances. He directly pushed her into the void crack, along with himself. Once they both disappeared inside the void crack, Xianxia originally thought that they were safe. However, he soon felt his left arm was strangely warm. As he registered the warmth in his left arm, his senses gradually sharpened. The warmth was not comforting, it was spreading, wet and alarming. He looked down. There, he saw nothing but blood seeping down. What was supposed to be his hand had disappeared, and all that was left was liquid red. The sight did not immediately connect with sensation. There was a strange disconnect between seeing the blood and feeling the injury. Then, the pain arrived. It was not a sudden jolt, but a rising tide. It started as a dull throb and quickly intensified into a searing heat that radiated from what remained. The warmth of his own blood contrasted sickeningly with the cold sweat breaking out across his forehead. His breathing became shallow and rapid as shock began to set in. However, the circumstances proved too dire for him to fall right now. He first cut off Xianxia's senses from his The least he could do was to not let her notice for now. He did not even make a sound. He just clenched his teeth from the searing pain and focused on the task at hand. I can't lose consciousness here, damn it. I can't. However, how could his sister not notice? She had personally seen the moment his hand got taken from him before the void crack closed. Even the warm sensation was seared into her heart as the feeling suddenly got cut off. She bit her lip, frustrated that she failed to protect him while he had gotten injured in her place. She wished she could cut the enemy into 1,000 pieces, but she knew that she was currently too weak. Else, why would they have to hide in this eerie void? Right now, all they could hope for was to escape. They were definitely not a match against that thing. Unfortunately, even that proved difficult as two robust hands suddenly punched into the void. Yang Ji and Yang Su could feel their hearts leap into their mouths as the supposedly closed void crack had started to be pried open. Thankfully, Yang Su had already been primed with the crystals this time. Though afraid, anger won out as she initiated a concentrated blast of purifying light. The beam struck true to its target. The monster lost its grip and got pushed back. Yang Ji, not waiting for another second, once the purifying light beam ended, he immediately manipulated space principles into sealing off the void crack. Seeming as though the danger had passed, Yang Su immediately called out, "Brother!" However, Yang Ji struck out his right hand, indicating to her to stop. This was clearly not over yet. Compared to the large monster they had first dealt with, this one was far tougher. The earlier blast had only blown it back but had not killed it. It might be injured, but Yang Ji knew that even with injuries, the gap in their strength was far too wide. It could still easily kill them. If Yang Ji was not mistaken, this must be the strength of a royal lord. A royal lord, a being that fought on par with Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. For Yang Ji and Yang Su, there was already a huge chasm between them and Open Heaven Realm Masters, what more someone on par with those of the Ninth Order. Masters of this cultivation realm were the main pillars of every sect. Even in High Heaven Palace, there were not many of them. Not even all their mothers were in this realm. From what the twins knew, only their biological mother, Su Yan, was in the Ninth Order. If someone were to ask them if they could ever compete with their mother, they would absolutely say no. This was even with her going easy on them, and with them being able to apply bloodline suppression. Right now, they had no way of dealing with a royal lord. Their only saving grace would be their mastery over the Tao of space, but even that was not foolproof against such overwhelming force. Certainly, at that level, breaking open the barriers of space should be an easy feat, so the twins were far from safe even if they hid out inside the void. As for purifying light, the result had already been shown earlier. Yang Su had blasted the enemy with Ninth Order crystals, but it was not enough to kill it. In fact, that blast was a lucky shot. If that royal lord had been more alert, and was not busy tearing open the void crack, it would not have been caught by that attack with its speed. Aware of how grave the situation was, Yang Ji could never allow himself to let down his guard. The searing pain on his left arm just served to remind him of how he needed to stay on his toes. He quickly pressed down his pressure points to stop the bleeding and looked towards the void crack with eagle-like eyes, narrowed as though he was trying to peer through it. He kept staring as he told Yang Su, "We need to get out of here. We cannot afford to engage with that thing." Yang Su nodded and started to manipulate space principles. She was trying to create a path for them to move through. Unfortunately, this was not like their world. Moving through the void here felt like moving through tar. It took quite some effort just to move a couple of meters. Thankfully, judging from the more clustered space nodes here, these few meters would be hundreds of meters outside. It might be a small distance in comparison to their world, but here, it was still faster than if they flew. Yang Su continued to push through the void, and Yang Su followed behind with his back turned towards her. Naturally, this was for the sake of their own safety. After all, though the royal lord could break through the barriers of space with their own strength, that did not mean they would be able to find them so easily. Right now, the easiest way for the royal lord to go after them was to break open where the void crack was. Though sealed, how could Yang Ji's seal possibly defend against a royal lord? Yang Ji just hoped what he did would slow it down, even a second would be great. Time trickled by as seconds turned into minutes. Eventually, Yang Ji and Yang Su arrived at a nearby space node, and Xianxia asked, "Should we take a peek at where we are? We are quite a distance away at this point." Yang was a little hesitant. That was to be expected. After all, he did not know the capabilities of this royal lord. If they could hide out in the void, that would be the safest. However, at this distance, they would have traveled outside of where their divine sense had covered. Typically, at their cultivation realm, their divine sense would cover a massive area, far larger than they could teleport to. They would be able to identify space nodes from the outside, and use it as a guide to where they wanted to go. But here, it was different. Their divine sense was also being restrained. So, they definitely could not sense too far a distance. At this point, if they continued forth in this strange viscous void, they might really get lost. However, if they do tear open a void crack, they would be exposing themselves to the risk of getting detected. In that case, all the distance they had covered would be for naught. Xianxia naturally knew all of this beforehand, and asked him for a decision. "Check it," Yang said with a sigh. And Xianxia nods, and with a slash of her hand, "CII, a void crack was torn open." She knew the task. The moment she tore it open, she was going to close it back up again. For that brief breath that it was open, both were going to do a quick scan of the area. Xianxia did a quick grasp with her hand, and the void crack was sealed once more. Both heaved a sigh of relief that the royal lord was not around. Also, from the space nodes, they could tell that they were so far heading in the right direction. They strayed a little off course, but it had not been too severe. That was Klaus dash. Just as Yang was about to complete his sentence, a peong sound broke out. It was from the very spot they had just opened a void crack at. When he looked towards the source, he could see something sharp penetrating through. He could not make out what it was, as only 5 centimeters had been exposed. Nevertheless, he was not going to take the risk. Yang immediately took Xianxia's hand, and they both desperately tried to push through the viscous void to get away. Unfortunately, the harder they tried, the greater the void resisted their advance. Clack, another sound came, and this time, the seal on the void crack had been completely undone. Yang and Xianxia felt their heart drop at that moment, and their already frantic movement became even more panic-stricken. A sigh soon broke out. "Stop panicking. I've driven it away. So, come out." There, a familiar face appeared right at the void crack. Yang and Xianxia had never seen a face they wished so dearly to see, but at the same time, not look at. Nayi was not ugly by any means, just that his innocent smile was so sinister-looking, the twins would rather not look at it. The twins immediately took a deep breath to calm down, and Xianxia asked, "So, is it safe for us to go out now?" "Relatively." Nayi was not going to lie at this point. They were technically still in enemy territory. Furthermore, with how grand of a display the twins showcased earlier, it would not be surprising for them to face more enemies. Regardless, it was best for them to move together. Yang and Xianxia both looked at each other and gave a nod. Xianxia was the one to take the lead this time, and she went out first. Yang soon followed suit and exited the void crack. Like what they had sensed earlier, they were a distance away from where that gigantic monster was taken down. In fact, with their divine sense, they would barely detect it from this distance. As for their surroundings, it was a dull flat land, one which seemed to span infinitely. There were no trees, no nothing. Desolation would be a fitting description for this place. Nayi took out something hanging from his waist. It was the left hand that the royal lord had severed. Unprotected by Yang, exposed to the elements, it had already turned pitched black, as if completely infested by black ink strength. Nayi apologized. "I failed to keep you too safe. For that, I apologize." He handed over the hand to Yang, but instead of putting it back on, the boy stored it inside his space ring. He took a look, saw Nayi's strange expression, and felt like he had to explain, "I've already stopped the bleeding. Even without a hand, it won't affect anything. I'm not planning to fight with my fists. We are also out in the open right now. I can't focus on recuperating at this point, right?" Nayi relented. "You're right. The situation here is far stranger than I thought. I did not expect to meet another royal lord here of all places. But, I do have to thank you too. Without that beam of purifying light, I would not have been able to get behind it and dealt a powerful blow, piercing through its torso. So, is that royal lord dead? Xianxia asked, glad the enemy got bested. At least she had contributed in getting revenge for her brother. Unfortunately, no. For those of the same cultivation realm, it is extremely hard for us to kill them. A battle for days might not even settle it. Still, with the injuries it had sustained, years of recuperation would be necessary. Right now, it would not pose much of a threat to us. But, this royal lord is certainly one I have never seen before. Xianxia worriedly said. We should return back to the front lines while we can. Xianxia stated and used his black ink strength to wrap around those two. Since they had already built up a resistance, the twins just felt like a cloth had wrapped around them, a cloth that pulled them into the air faster than the speed of sound. They moved up so fast, so high, that the twins began being unable to sense where the ground was. Unable to get what Xianxia said out of her mind, Xianxia asked, you mentioned that the situation is strange. What's so strange about it? Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he explained, royal lords are beings the holy ones create. But, in this world devoid of everything, each one of us takes tens of thousands of years to create. Not even 10,000 years had passed since I was brought back to life, so how is it that they have created another royal lord but not us? And you've seen all their royal lords? Xianxia asked, a little skeptical. Of course. Except for if a holy one intervenes, the only person that can deal with a royal lord is another royal lord. So naturally I've seen the other two royal lords. Xianxia said with worry in his eyes. It was obvious that this matter was of vital importance. The implication of a new royal lord appearing was apparent. There might be more hidden behind the scenes, yet to make an appearance. Worse of all, it was still a mystery as to how a royal lord was produced so quickly. Are you certain that the other Mo's can't sacrifice something to speed up the creation of another royal lord? Xianxia speculated. Absolutely not. If it were so easy to create a royal lord, the Holy One would have been able to escape the primordial heaven's source grand restriction from its very inception. Creating a royal lord is equivalent to cutting off part of his cultivation. He can always recultivate it back, but it takes time. The only possibility is, Xianxia spoke with a voice that became graver by the second. Unless the Holy One has a supply of elements that he can consume, wait. But our world is safe. It's impossible for them to have, Xianxia abruptly cut in, thinking it was an impossibility. However, Xianxia corrected him with an anxious voice, no brother. It might really be possible. Just, not our world, but another world, ah. Xianxia exclaimed in pure astonishment. The possibility had been in his face the whole time. In the future, their father did say that he would be leaving to explore more worlds to keep his word of saving a friend. Currently, construction of the ship that their father and mothers were going to board was already underway. They spared no expense to get the best available materials for it, due to the predicted long voyage. It was already enough proof that there were worlds outside of what they knew, outside of the 3,000 worlds. What they remained unaware of was that this dark desolate space had connections to other worlds. But these are all just speculations. Still, I hope that isn't the case, Xianxia said as he did not need the twins to get worried over this. In any case, they should not be the ones dealing with the royal lords, he should be the one to deal with them. Still, as the only royal lord on this side, he swore that he would make sure they were kept safe from harm. Soon, out on the horizon, they could see a massive army marching ahead, about to clash with another. The army closest to them was definitely made up of repulsive creatures. Most were insect-like, with a few gigantic ones which reminded them of the first monster they had encountered. As for the other side, they were more familiar. Though they might not be considered beautiful by human standards, they certainly looked more human-like. They also had more proper formations, unlike the other sides, which were sporadic with their placements. The contrast of the two sides was so stark, Xianxia and Xianxia need not even think to know which side they were on. Like a hive mind, the moment Xianxia and Xianxia could sense them, the enemy army also seemed to have sensed them. Instantly, without even caring about the army in front of them, they turned around. Sensing so many eyes suddenly turning towards them, the twins felt their scalp go numb. Worst of all these eyes were lifeless, as though they were void of emotions. They simply stared at them, as though their target had finally been found. Seeing this for the first time himself, Nai frowned. He could feel something ominous was happening. In the next instant, he had received news from the small black ink nest that the other front line was being pushed. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Nai could sense the power swirling beneath him. Damn it! He cursed in his heart, but knew that nothing could be done. After all, he was here. Boom, a wall explosively rose up, cutting them off from their path back. It stood erect between them and the enemy army. It was unlike anything Xianxia and Yangji had seen before. In fact, it was a mountain, so tall and wide that it stood like a wall even if they were kilometers away. Then, it happened. The walls developed slits, which opened up to show millions of eyes. Like the army before, these eyes were lifeless as they looked around before landing on their target. The sense of disgust and oppression from these eyes was worse than the army earlier. If one stared too deeply into them, it would feel as if their souls would get sucked in, trapped in the torment of desolate eternity. At this point, Nai had to stop, lest he get too close to it. Even he felt his body turn heavy at the sight of these eyes. He wanted to speak, too. Warn the twins. However, he was not even given the chance to breathe. The next instant, arms upon arms formed from below and in front of him. It was grotesque, as even fingers could grow out arms if not eyes. They stacked upon each other, reaching out towards the twins as though trying to claim their prize. However, how could Nai possibly let it approach them? He immediately flew up with the twin in tow. With a mountain this large, he did not know how high he needed to fly, but he knew they would get caught if he did nothing. Obviously, retreating back was not an option. If anything, that seemed to be what the enemy wanted. Predictably, the only option for him was up and to the sides. At this point, even if afraid, Yangji could not remain idle. With so many arms coming towards them, he took out multiple crystals in one go, all in the sixth order this time. As for Xianxia, as though reacting to what he was doing, took out another array plate and more crystals. Yangji was the first to fire. With a clench of his right fist, the crystals, all initially floating in mid-air, suddenly disappeared. Then, he released his fist, and multiple ripples appeared around them, which was followed by thousands of beams that shot out. The beams, even if inaccurate, would always find something to strike. This was not due to Yangji but rather Xianxia. If her brother missed, Xianxia would manipulate the space principles surrounding the beam to redirect it to a target. In fact, even if the beam sliced through an arm, Xianxia would redirect it back to hit another arm. She would continue maintaining this until areas where her divine sense could no longer reach. With this bombardment, the sky was like a fire show, with beams spreading and soon crisscrossing one another, bouncing off invisible walls, back and forth. If Nai had not been solely focused on escaping, even he would have stared at the scene in wonder. Like knife cutting through butter, everywhere the beam passed, an arm or two would fall, down into the darkness below. The millions of eyes were simultaneously forced to wince from the purifying light. And by the time they fully opened back up, the swarms of arms that were supposed to be flooding towards the twins seemed to have stopped. It was not that they were no longer growing, but rather Xianxia had basically manipulated the beams to eventually form flat screens that prevented them from further proceeding. CI sounds of scorching could be heard as wave after wave of arms made of black ink strength was incinerated into oblivion. Even so, the purifying light screens were getting dimmer with each wave, eventually exhausted of power. To maintain its strength, Yangji continued to consume more crystals to launch out more beams, which Xianxia took to manipulate into screens. Even if one screen faltered, there was a second layer already prepared. With the twins working in tandem, sustaining this was not an issue. In fact, Nai could entirely focus on flying up, above the mountain, thanks to the twins. However, how could the enemy not foresee what the three were trying to do? Right in front of Nai's eyes, the mountain grew even taller. Every meter he covered, it would grow by 2. The peak, which was so close before, was now distancing. Furthermore, to slow him down, more arms grew from above. Now, the back, front and top, were all blocked. Even when he changed direction, to move to the side, it would be no different. The mountain would lengthen, increasing its width, continuing to trap them behind it. If we can't go around, then let's go through. Xianxia said as he had already prepared ninth-order crystals to blow through a hole. So far, they had been on the defensive, and had only used sixth-order crystals. They still had not used ninth-order crystals. After all, the power of sixth-order crystals were much lower than those of the ninth order, allowing the twins to easily manipulate the shape and direction of the resulting purifying light. However, that was not the case of the purifying light created using ninth-order crystals. The power of it was so much that Xianxia was only confident in making condense till the thickness of an arm, with all his strength. However, for sixth-order crystals, he was more than confident in consuming over 100 crystals at once and making beams as thick as his hair. Xianxia was about to charge up for a release, but Xianxia suddenly stopped him and retreated back. Stop. Xianxia and Xianxia could both feel their necks stiffen as they tried to maintain their posture while suddenly changing direction. They were about to open their mouth to ask what was going on when they heard a loud boom. The sound was so loud their eardrums itched. However, they did not have any time to focus on such trivialities as the mountain in front of them was trembling as though it was about to collapse. The millions of eyes and arms on its wall seemed to have been shaking by this. The eyes all seemed to narrow as the arms immediately stopped pursuing the twins and retreated. For a moment, the trembling had subsided, possible due to the one manipulating all this black ink strength to reinforce the mountain. However, the trembling never ceased. Eventually, a crack on the mountain began to form. Arms upon arms moved to reinforce this crack, hugging each other, overlapping on top of one another, as though what was behind should never be allowed to break free. However, all this effort was in vain as something sharp broke out, and soon, liquid began to pour out. The liquid did not seem to be affected by the arms, as it simply spread out to cover them. It did not seem to do much else. Xianxia's expression at this moment was one of hesitation, while the twins were confused by this sight. Though, they did not remain confused for long as Xianxia was sharp enough to pick up the pieces and understood that this was their reinforcements. After all, it was only their allies on the other side. Besides, if the thing preventing them from returning was trying to resist, then it should be their ally. Xianxia soon realized this as well, and he began to sigh with relief. As for Xianxia, he seemed to come to terms with what must be done and he rushed forward. He abandoned all sense of preservation and simply flew at max speed, towards the crack. Initially, Xianxia's actions seemed fine with the twins. After all, if the crack were to break open, then they would have an escape route. However, with each passing moment, their heart rate was raised further. No matter how close they got, the crack did not seem to be widening. In fact, nothing had changed since Xianxia had started charging forward. Worse, he was not even preparing to break open the crack using a spear. Is he planning on breaking it open with his body? The twins could not help but think, realizing that at this speed, even if they used their chi to protect themselves, they would still be flattened. As his heartbeat raced, Xianxia instinctively started to prepare the 2 crystals he took out. Just seconds away from crashing, Xianxia had activated purifying light. However, before he did, the liquid that had escaped from the crack, and had already spread out around the crack, suddenly changed to form a strange pattern. This pattern was obtuse and mysterious, and it began to glow with a mysterious dark light. Before Xianxia had realized it, the purifying light concentrating in his hand had been removed, and the scene before him had completely changed. His divine sense seemed to have been cut off, limiting it to only a few meters around him. However, even from what he could sense, everything was distorted beyond recognition. By the time Xianxia's divine sense could come back into function, he heard a loud boom, off in the distance. Wait. What just happened? Xianxia asked, turning towards his sister. After all, before his purifying light blew up, he could clearly feel his sister had manipulated it away. He knew her better than anyone, she would not have done that without a reason. That was a teleportation array, made of black ink strength. However, Xianxia replied with a shocked expression, unable to comprehend the existence of this array. Since they could still hear the explosion, that meant the teleportation array had not been a long-distance one. Still, the fact that there was a teleportation array at all meant that the Black Ink clan had someone who could comprehend the Tao of space. A teleportation array? Xianxia's eyes widened, he tried to process what had happened. Indeed, only a teleportation array could have sent them away across space without them knowing. They had encountered an array outside of Mo Naye's home before, which someone had to have set up. This teleportation array just proves that someone within the Black Ink clan was proficient in the Tao of arrays, and even the Tao of space. The twins looked at each other, both in shock. They were trying to comprehend what was going on. Were the history lessons all wrong? As for the true relic of the past, Mo Naye, who was just following orders being relayed from the small Black Ink nest, he breathed a sigh of relief. If he had resisted the teleportation array, he and the kids would have been stuck there, and he would have to bear the major brunt of the purifying light explosion. Though it might not kill him, he certainly did not wish to get injured. "Sir, are you okay?" An unfamiliar voice soon rang out from the side. Mo Naye and the twins had been transported to the backlands, and there was currently a whole army ready to defend them. They were in a field, with a mass of people surrounding them. The voice came from a male Black Ink clansman, whose aura was the second strongest here, first being Mo Naye. "I'm fine, Mo Dekai. Look at the boy first," Mo Naye stated as matter-of-factly. For them, the twins were the topmost priority. Xianxia had lost his left hand, so he needed attention first. As for Xianxia, though she did seem tired, she did not sustain any injuries, a testament of both her caution and her brother's eagerness to keep her safe. This was the first time Mo Dekai saw humans. He could not help but wonder how alike they were to the Black Ink clan. Though the Black Ink clan were not exactly humans in form, they share many similarities. In fact, it could be said that their appearance was based on humans. It was just that they had certain imperfections or upgrades like horns or more arms. Their skin color also tended to be different due to the Black Ink clan association with Black Ink strength. Nevertheless, the power within their bodies could not be any more different. So, though Mo Dekai noticed that Xianxia was missing his hand, his first thought was to create another one using Black Ink strength. Even if it would not be comparable to one's naturally born hand, it was better than nothing, right? When Mo Dekai made this proposal, Mo Naye immediately sighed. Sorry. They do not know much about the humans. Though he is a territory lord, he did not take part in the war. He doesn't know what effects Black Ink strength has on humans. Xianxia immediately waved his hand as he stressed, "There is really no need for you to help me with my injuries. You already got my hand back. That's more than enough for me." Xianxia added, further emphasizing, "Yes. My brother will be able to heal on his own. We have enough pills with us. No need to trouble yourselves with this." Mo Naye, though still concerned, could only give up at this point. He gave a small nod and agreed, "In that case, I'll lead you back to rest. Since you are injured, best to heal up first before you head back out. The Holy One also wishes to meet with you." Mo Dekai, is there a suitable place for these kids? They would most likely need a few weeks to recuperate. Mo Naye turned to the territory lord and asked. "I'll immediately clear out a Black Ink nest for them." Mo Dekai gave a salute and responded as though he had been given a vital task. "Please follow me," Mo Dekai said as he gestured to them, and Mo Naye tilted his chin to ask the twins to follow. As the two moved through the field to the camp, all sorts of stares were directed at them. Though they had ignored them at first, it was hard to when these eyes also began to whisper amongst themselves. There was both a trace of excitement and fear in their voices. Excitement since some had never seen a human before. Fear since they could tell that the terrifying beam of light that shot through the sky must have been their doing. That beam was so foreign, and its aura was so threatening that they knew they would fall if it was directed at them. Strangely enough, there was no hostility in their gaze. Even if certain Black Ink clansmen had taken part in the war during that bygone era, none held hostility towards the twins. This was not out of fear of their father, Xianxia. Likewise, they did not seem to have the same aggression as what the twins were used to hearing. They are really different. Xianxia could not help but think. This was truly different from his history lessons and stories told by his father. It had to be said that his father, Xianxia, had once infiltrated their ranks. At that time, he was treated like a slave, and he had to fight for his master in arena battles. These slaves were naturally Black Ink disciples, humans corrupted by Black Ink strength. Though they gained greater power, they were beholden to the every whims of the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai had described the Black Ink clan as people who held no regard for their own kind, as they would kill their own at a whim. The area, though filled with Black Ink disciples, also had Black Ink clansmen participate in it. Furthermore, the arena was the main highlight as entertainment for the Black Ink clan. Even though certain humans were deprived to the same extent as well, the Black Ink clan was different in that everyone enjoyed such activities. Looking at the peaceful scene in front of them, at how disciplined they were, with Black Ink clansmen properly greeting each other and smiling, the twins' previous perception of them had been completely smashed to pieces. Right now, they were no different to humans. Yang Ji and Yang Su even began to wonder if these people could be integrated back in the 3,000 worlds. However, they knew that was still not possible, as the core of the Black Ink clansmen, Black Ink strength, was a power that could not dwell outside the confines of the primordial source gate. Unfortunately, despite how human-like they might be, due to this soul difference, they could never be integrated into human society. No, they could not even be exposed to humans. As they walked through the camp, besides the Black Ink clansmen crowding around them, leaving them a path to walk through, there were a few Black Ink nests behind them. Appearance-wise, these were different to the Black Ink nests like Emo Naya's home. The Black Ink nests here all looked the same, and had few decorations on them. Obviously, they were the living quarters of those present. Soon, seeing how the twins were a little uncomfortable, Emo Dakai broke up the crowd. Nothing to see here. Everyone, move back to your stations. For those on rest, return to your barracks. The crowd, upon hearing this command, quickly became silent. They gave a small salute and immediately went on their way. It would be a lie to say they were not interested in the children. However, commands were commands, they had to abide by them. The rest of the path was relatively calm in comparison. Seeing as Emo Dakai had given the rest a warning, the other Black Ink clansmen did not dare bother the twins. At most, they would just give glances. When they arrived at a particularly large Black Ink nest, Emo Dakai led them in and announced, "This will be your living quarters for now. You can freely use it as you please. Just don't use that beam inside. I doubt the structure will be able to handle it. Sir will be quite busy maintaining the front lines while you rest, so if you have anything you need, you can direct them to me." There was a slight pause before Emo Dakai gave a firm nod. He seemed to have received a directive from somewhere, most likely from a small Black Ink nest he carried around. Understood. Any requests you two may have need not be directed to anyone. The Holy One says that he will be able to speak with you so long as you are in here. Emo Dakai looked at the twins as he said this. Though his facial expression remained stoic, there was envy in his eyes. Okay. Thanks. Yang Su said as she immediately started looking around the place. It felt a little discomforting to know that they were being spied upon. Still, she had to admit that it was convenient for them to stay inside, as they too did not want to go out and be the center of attention again like earlier. Emo Dakai gave a final salute and left. As for the twins, they were in this room alone, just like when they went to Emo Naya's place. However, the interiors were much simpler than before. Likewise, though it could be said that this place was larger than the other Black Ink nests, it was certainly a lot smaller than Emo Naya's house. There was a room with 2 simple beds, and the rest were the familiar furniture like tables, chairs, shelves, etc. It actually resembles more a home than a barracks, which was peculiar as the table and chairs were outside the other Black Ink nests. Still, the twins did not question much as they headed to the bedroom. However, before they did, a figure had appeared behind them. End of chapter 6051. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.